Chapter 1. System. How can I live without you? What did you say your name was again? My name is Feng Yuan, and I am. I know you're called Feng Yuan, just don't talk. Looking at the man in front of him who called himself Feng Yuan, Zhou Xingxing felt like the sky was about to collapse. Dog system, look at what you've done. Sending me to the wrong universe is one thing. But why did it have to be the Ultraman universe? And even if it's the Ultraman universe, why did it have to be the Leo timeline? What can my mere 6 paths sage-level power do in this world? Scratch monsters' backs? The story begins 2.5 years ago. After crossing into the ninja world, Zhou Xingxing successfully completed the ultimate task set by the system, unifying the ninja world and achieving over 100 years of peace. As a final reward, the system was supposed to fulfill the contract and send Zhou Xingxing back to his original life on Earth. But unexpectedly, the system encountered a rare time-space turbulence on the way back, and for some inexplicable reason, ended up on this planet. This planet, although also called Earth, is not the Earth he lived on before. Just when Zhou Xingxing was about to settle accounts with the system, the dog system actually abandoned him, claiming it was in a hurry to return to submit its graduation thesis. Zhou Xingxing. It ran away? Isn't this bullying honest people? System, will you come back? System, you'll come back, right? System, take me with you. How can I live without you? Really gone? Damn it, dog system, come back here. You promised to take me home. You're breaking your word. May you fail your graduation 100 times, 100 times. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. First, I need to solve my basic needs. Although, with Zhou Xingxing's current body, he could survive in a vacuum without eating or drinking for a lifetime, he still decided to live like an ordinary earthling. So that afternoon, he found a job that paid very quickly. Wait a minute. Those thinking about robbing a bank, being a gigolo, or becoming an action star, go stand in the corner and reflect. As a teenager who received 9 years of compulsory education under the red flag, how could he do those things? Of course, he was going to participate in various competitive events. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Zhou Xingxing had been in this world for 2.5 years. He couldn't even remember how many trophies or certificates he had won. For this reason, he specially prepared a 40-square-meter room in his villa just to store them. And that room was now full, really full. Not even a trophy could fit in. That's right, a villa. In just 2.5 years, Zhou Xingxing had rapidly transformed from being broke to a superstar with a villa and a sports car. Countless competition enthusiasts were eager to apprentice under him, some throwing money, others offering beauty, but he disdainfully rejected them all, which earned him a lot of hatred and even sabotage. But who is Zhou Xingxing? In his previous life in the Naruto world, he had successfully evolved to a level where he could arm wrestle with the god of Otsutsuki, so how could the petty schemes of ordinary people threaten him? Facing such people, Zhou Xingxing directly used an illusion to extract the mastermind's identity, and the next morning, passers-by could see a group of unkempt, middle-aged men lying on the street, creating a stunning scene. After this happened 3 times, no one dared to provoke him anymore. Just when Zhou Xingxing thought this kind of life would continue indefinitely, the young-looking man arrived at his villa door. You are. Seeing the man in front of him, who bore a resemblance to someone from his past, Zhou Xingxing was stunned. Zhun Xiaolong? Who is Zhun Xiaolong? Sorry for the intrusion, master. I am Feng Yuan. Isn't Zhun Xiaolong Feng Yuan? Even Leo fans know that. Wait. As if discovering some shocking news, Zhou Xingxing widened his eyes in disbelief. Say your name again? My name is Feng Yuan, and I am. I know you're called Feng Yuan, just don't talk. Watching Zhou Xingxing pace back and forth in the villa, Feng Yuan was a bit puzzled. Why does this master seem strange? Is his mind a bit off? No, the most critical thing is this master really an earthling? As an Ultraman, Feng Yuan could naturally sense the immense energy within Zhou Xingxing. A normal earthling could never possess such strong energy. So, this master in front of him was most likely an alien. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan, although showing no outward signs, secretly heightened his vigilance. Feng Yuan. After a while, Zhou Xingxing stopped, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Yuan. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the vigilance and foolishness hidden in his eyes betrayed him. Don't be nervous. I am indeed an earthling. Or rather, I also know who you are. You know who I am? Feng Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I told you not to be nervous. If I had malicious intent, With you in your current state not transformed into Leo, it would be a blink of an eye to kill you. You know I am Leo? Feng Yuan stepped back in fear, regretting that he had truly met with bad luck, being seen through right away. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I think we will have to fight together for a long time in the future. What does this mean, Master? It's a long story, but are you sure you want to keep standing at the door? Now that you're here, come in and talk. Looking at Zhou Xingxing turning towards the living room, Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment, then feeling that the other party had no ill intent, he politely walked inside. Don't be nervous, and you don't have to call me Master. It feels weird and makes me feel old. Feng Yuan shyly smiled. Then how should I address you? Just call me a Xing. Okay. A Xing. Feng Yuan showed a sincere smile. All right, then I will just call you Feng Yuan. I know you're curious about how I know your identity. Actually, I have a special ability that allows me to occasionally see fragments of the future. Seeing Zhou Xingxing point at his eyes, Feng Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Precognition ability. Zhou Xingxing nodded and continued. I saw you transforming into Leo and fighting enemies, which is how I learned your true identity. Enemies? Feng Yuan frowned, feeling that something was off. Yes, enemies. Zhou Xingxing affirmed. And the situation is dire. By the time you reach the battlefield, Earth's current protector, 7, will have had one leg broken by your enemies due to being outnumbered 3-1. 3-1 could it be? Feng Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The Blade Tyrant Magma alien and his 2 red and black Gillis. What? Before he even settled into the sofa, Feng Yuan immediately stood up, his eyes blazing with anger as if they could burn everything to ash. But his anger was not directed at Zhou Xingxing, but at others. Just talking about it, you might not be able to imagine the brutality of that battle. I can also use illusions to show you, but first, let me make it clear, don't resist. Otherwise, you'll wake up from the illusion in an instant and miss it. I understand, thank you. Feng Yuan nodded, then obediently sat back down on the sofa without resisting. Sukidan, your eyes. Huh? Still unable to recover from the strange pupils of the other party. In the next second, Feng Yuan felt the world spinning, and the surrounding scene began to change. Chapter 2. Look at you. So anxious, booming black clouds obscured the sky, occasionally flashing terrifying purple lightning, like purple dragons poised to devour everything. Where's this? Looking at the surrounding sea, a hint of confusion flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Ha! Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind Feng Yuan, startling him to turn around, only to see 4 gigantic figures suddenly appear on the surface of the sea. They're massive, bodies blocking the sky, creating a suffocating sense of fear. 2 monsters, 1 red and 1 black, with blades growing from their backs, were attacking a familiar red figure, while another black giant with golden hair stood quietly on the water surface. Bob, are you dog Z species? Seeing this archenemy who had destroyed his planet, Feng Yuan's mind heated up, and he quickly assumed a combat stance, ready to fight for his life. Calm down. At this moment, Zhou Xingxing's voice suddenly came from all around, causing Feng Yuan to pause in his movements. That if you transform into Leo, the illusion I cast on you won't hold. Right? This is an illusion. Feng Yuan, who had just been blinded by anger, finally regained a bit of reason, forcing himself to keep watching. Even facing 3 strong enemies, the red giant chose not to retreat or escape, because behind the red giant was a city inhabited by countless people. That's the Guardian of Earth, Ultraman 7. Although it was his first time seeing him, Feng Yuan immediately recognized his identity based on his appearance. After all, 7's name is renowned throughout the universe, and as a Prince of Lion Star, he had naturally heard of 7's identity and responsibilities as a stellar observer. But the situation seems dire, Feng Yuan thought. Just as Feng Yuan guessed, the black giant watching from the side saw that the 2 twin monsters could not defeat 7, and disregarding any martial ethics, he personally joined the battle, raising his arm and swiftly launching a sneak attack on 7.7. Bah, this bastard doesn't follow martial ethics, trying to sneak attack this young man over 5,000 years old. But who is 7? He is a capable warrior of the Land of Light. Jier, bang, bang, bang. With his rich combat experience, 7 dodged the spear of the Magma Star people by sidestepping, and his red fist struck fiercely on the opponent's face. The sound of fists hitting flesh made Feng Yuan, who was watching from the side, cheer continuously. Awesome. That's the feeling. Roar. The wounded magma star person let out a furious roar, but soon realized that he was like a catfish on a cutting board, unable to escape. Bang! Seeing his master being attacked, the monster brothers quickly rushed over, their sharp claws striking hard on Seven's back. In pain, Seven stumbled and fell onto the sea, and the two monsters took the opportunity to grab at the giant's legs and began to pull. Not good. Senior Seven is in danger. Feng Yuan's face changed drastically. Ah! A painful sound rang out as Ultraman 7 was cruelly dismembered by the two monsters, his right leg broken, his body sprawled on the rocks of the shore, arms extended. This scene made Feng Yuan, who was watching from the side, look terrified. Was it still too much of strain? 1 against 3. Even Ultraman 7 found it difficult. Drink! At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the sky. Feng Yuan looked up to see a huge red figure flying towards him. That's me? Feng Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Did his future self also join this battle? But it would have been better if he had come earlier. Looking at Seven's broken right leg, Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with regret and guilt. With Leo's arrival, Seven's pressure was suddenly eased a lot. The Magma Star people, who could not get the upper hand against Leo, decisively chose to retreat. Damn it. Let him escape. Feng Yuan frowned, clearly feeling a bit unwilling about the Magma Star people's escape, but he also understood the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy. Seven's stamina was about to be exhausted, and with a broken leg, it was obviously impossible for him to help. And no matter how he compared, his physical abilities and combat experience were inferior to Seven's. Even if he caught up, it would definitely be a wasted effort. The setting sun on the sea slowly descended, as if it was about to sink into the ocean and extinguish. If that setting sun is me, then tomorrow's sunrise is you, Ultraman Leo. Having lost the ability to protect Earth, Ultraman 7 spoke encouraging words to Feng Yuan under the sunset and successfully invited him to join the MAC team. The afterglow of the sunset illuminated the rocks as the two men stood side by side and looked up at the setting sun together. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that this was how his future self met Senior 7, and he also took on the responsibility of protecting the Earth from him. At this moment, Zhou Xingxing's voice rang in Feng Yuan's ears again. Because 7 has a broken leg and cannot transform again, the second battle can only rely on you alone. But unfortunately, facing the rotating skills of the Monster Brothers, your lack of experience means you have no way to counter it. In the end, you can only watch helplessly as the Monster Brothers unleash their powers, submerging the entire island. The scene shifted, and Feng Yuan saw himself in the second battle against the Magma Star people and the Monster Brothers. This battle could only be described as a horrific sight. The two monsters embraced each other and began to spin and move like high-speed tops, leaving devastation in their wake. One could see how desperate the Leo in the illusion was. Time and again he threw himself into the battle with all his might, only to be flung away like a toy. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the entire Black Tide Island was submerged by the Monster Brothers tsunami, countless lives ending painfully amid struggles and screams that, no. Seeing this hellish scene before him, Feng Yuan collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing had no choice but to lift the moon reading illusion, pulling Feng Yuan back to reality. Why is this kid so fragile? Crying at the drop of a hat? It didn't seem like this in the TV series, did it? Hey, are you okay? Zhou Xingxing sighed helplessly, but he could understand. After all, his own planet had been destroyed by the Magma Star people, and his brother was still missing. Now that he had come to Earth, the Magma Star people were back. If he had experienced Leo's series of events, he probably wouldn't have fared any better. But understanding is one thing. The black history that needs to be filmed still has to be filmed. That's right, at this moment, Zhou Xingxing was secretly using his Sharingan ability to record the scene of Feng Yuan crying in front of him. If there's a chance in the future, he could show it to his brother Astra or his disciple Zero. Just thinking about it makes him a little excited. Thud, hey, what are you doing? Zhou Xingxing was lost in thought when Feng Yuan unexpectedly knelt down before him, startling him into quickly sidestepping. He couldn't take it. He vaguely remembered that online information said Leo was already over 10,000 years old before coming to Earth, making someone who was 100 times older than himself kneel down to him. How much lifespan would that take off? Considering the ages from the previous two worlds, the current protagonist is probably around 150 years old, though he himself doesn't remember the exact number. Senior, please, teach me how to become stronger. Feng Yuan's attitude was firm, looking as if he wouldn't get up unless Zhou Xingxing agreed. Look at you, so anxious, Zhou Xingxing sighed. Isn't it enough that I promise you? It's impossible not to agree. After all, although I have the ability to arm wrestle with the leader of the Otsutsuki clan, it's still just peak surface-level strength. Compared to those Ultramen and monsters who can easily destroy stars, there's still quite a gap. How big is the gap? Well, it's roughly the difference between a kitchen knife and an AK-47. Fortunately, while my hard power may not be enough, I have quite a few unusual props. Like the Senza beans for Dragon Ball, the Blue Eyes White Dragon card from Yu-Gi-Oh!, fusion cards, storage space bags, and so on. Alright, you can go back today. Have a good rest tonight, and we'll see each other tomorrow. Chapter 3, 1971, First Free Fighting in Southeast Asia. Boss, are you sure you want to spend 100 million to buy this gym from me? Well, is there a problem? Of course not. It's absolutely fine. Masashi Omura excitedly held the transaction contract in his hands, confirming that there were no issues with the contract before signing his name without hesitation. Boss, please give me 3 days, no, 2 days to pack up my things, and then you'll be the owner of this GYM in Onid. Zhou Xingxing waved his hand casually and said, "You guys are still the same as before. The reason for buying this gym is just a gift for a friend." A gift for a friend? Masashi Omura gasped in disbelief. Wow, which friend is so lucky to be given a 300 square meter gym right off the bat? But to be fair, he knew best how much this gym was worth, let alone selling it for 100 million. Even selling it for 60 million would be a windfall. 55-55, big boss, can I be friends with you? The kind that will obey you for a lifetime. Just as Masashi Omura was immersed in great joy, Zhou Xingxing suddenly turned to look behind him at Masashi Omura. Feng Yuan, over here. Did I just hear a familiar name? Feng Yuan. Masashi Omura looked in disbelief at the two people exchanging smiles, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Wait, could Feng Yuan be the friend that this big boss mentioned? Damn Feng Yuan. How could you have such a rich friend and not tell me? Xing, you finally came. Upon seeing the visitor, Feng Yuan immediately displayed a brilliant smile and hurriedly said to Masashi Omura, "Boss, this is the friend I told you about." Masashi Omura finally realized that Feng Yuan had mentioned yesterday that friend would come today, and it turned out to be this boss. When he learned that Zhou Xingxing had actually bought the gym and intended to put under his name, Feng Yuan was also shocked. Xing, how can this be? What's wrong with it? In the future, we need to find a secluded place that can withstand some wear and tear for training. And I think this place is just fine. But why put my name on it? Because I have money. Zhou Xingxing felt that he must look extremely handsome right now. Suddenly, Masashi Omura seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "I remember now. I remember everything." Feng Yuan looked at Masashi Omura in confusion, not knowing what he wanted to say. Masashi Omura fixed his gaze on Zhou Xingxing and said, "In 1971, you easily won the championship in Southeast Asia's first free fighting competition. In 1972, you defeated Japan's heavy artillery expert Hashimoto, and then for 2 consecutive years, you defeated all the karate experts, kendo experts, sumo experts, and ninja experts in the islands, winning the National Free Fighting Championship. You are regarded as the nemesis of all competitive fighters in the islands, nicknamed Eastern Star Master." Seeing Masashi Omura's excited expression, Zhou Xingxing smiled. "Dutto, you've heard of my story?" "Yes, please sign." After speaking, Masashi Omura quickly took off his t-shirt, deciding to keep the signed shirt for a lifetime. After a brief chat, Zhou Xingxing called Feng Yuan to the newly moved ring. With a serious expression, Zhou Xingxing looked at Feng Yuan. "Let me confirm again. Are you really ready?" Feng Yuan nodded, his eyes filled with determination and the courage to face death, and he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, "I will never accept such a future. This time, I must change my fate with my own hands. Save everyone. Very well. Then let me see how much strength you have." After saying that, Zhou Xingxing beckoned Feng Yuan to attack with all his might. Seeing this, Feng Yuan took a deep breath and charged at him first. With all his strength, Feng Yuan moved like lightning, his punches whistling as they struck Zhou Xingxing fiercely. However, Zhou Xingxing stood firm like an immovable mountain, easily blocking each of Feng Yuan's attacks with just one hand. Although he's an Ultraman, his physical condition in human form is not much stronger than an average person. It's probably only 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person's physical condition. Feng Yuan's fists hit Zhou Xingxing's defense time and again, producing only dull sounds, as if hitting hard steel. His attacks were fierce, but Zhou Xingxing's reaction speed was extremely fast, always managing to accurately block Feng Yuan's onslaught at critical moments. However, even so, if outsiders watched their battle, they would definitely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Is this something a human can do? Fortunately, at this moment, there were only Zhou Xingxing and Feng Yuan left in the gym, so they could freely test each other. Feng Yuan was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew that he had to quickly find a way to break through Zhou Xingxing's defense. Otherwise, this battle would be hopeless. He constantly changed the angles and methods of his attacks, sometimes using his fists, sometimes using his feet, trying to disrupt Zhou Xingxing's rhythm. At the very least, he had to force his opponent to use both hands. But Zhou Xingxing remained calm, his defense impeccable, making Feng Yuan's efforts futile time and again. Just as Feng Yuan grew impatient with the lack of effect from his attacks, Zhou Xingxing spoke, "Transform into Leo." "Can you transform into Leo's full form?" Feng Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Transform, Leo? Let me see your abilities." Feng Yuan's expression became serious as he crossed his arms over his chest. With a punch, in the next second, the lion ring in his hand erupted with a radiant glow. Is this the transformation moment of an Ultraman? Unlike the transformation seen on TV in the past, witnessing an Ultraman's transformation in person brought a shock that television could never compare to. Feng Yuan's evolution into Leo was exceptionally clear under Zhou Xingxing's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was a transformative evolution. Xing. I'm ready. After transforming into Leo, Feng Yuan regained his spirit, his eyes burning with indomitable fighting spirit. He decided to go all out and unleash his strongest attack. Feng Yuan took a few steps back to gather strength, and then charged forward fiercely. His speed reached its peak like a flash of lightning. He leaped high, rotating in midair before kicking down towards Zhou Xingxing with the force of a mountain. Leo's flying kick. Zhou Xingxing slightly squinted, watching Feng Yuan's full force strike. He remained completely unflustered, standing there steadily and waiting for Feng Yuan's attack to come. Just as Feng Yuan's fist was about to hit Zhou Xingxing suddenly moved. A powerful chakra quickly condensed and rotated above his right palm, until it solidified into a blue orb the size of a palm. Rasengan. The Leo flying kick collided with the Rasengan, exploding with intense light and shock waves. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, and all the gym equipment was blown to pieces by the aftermath of this collision. Leo only felt a powerful recoil beneath his feet, and before he could react, his body was uncontrollably launched away. After rolling through the air a few times, he tried to stabilize himself, but it was too late. He finally came to a stop when he slammed against the wall of the gymnasium. How could this happen? Leo was utterly shocked. Although he couldn't unleash his full strength in his current state, his body's strength had increased tenfold at the very least. Forget about bullets. Even if a regular cannon hit him, it would only cause a little pain. But the intense pain in his right foot starkly reminded him that he had just been defeated by that last blow. Wasn't it a defeat? He had been thrown against the wall, while his opponent was still standing there effortlessly. Chapter 4. 7. Can we chat? In his life-size state, Leo's combat power directly increased to the level of a Jonin. No, an elite Jonin. As for defense, it was slightly inferior to the fourth Reikage. Leo flexed his painful right foot and immediately asked, "Xing, what was that move just now? It felt like I kicked a typhoon. Are you talking about this?" "It's called the Rasengan," Zhou Xingxing said, while demonstrating the Rasengan again for Leo to observe more closely. "Incredible," Leo exclaimed, staring at the Rasengan in Zhou Xingxing's hand. The energy is rotating at super high speed in what seems to be a completely chaotic trajectory. How did you do that? Right? Using a typhoon to deal with a tornado. If I could perform this move, I could definitely defeat the monster brother spinning attack. He then said immediately, "Xing, please, you must teach me this move." Zhou Xingxing canceled the Rasengan and said apologetically, "It's unrealistic for you to learn this move right now." Upon hearing that he couldn't learn it, Leo panicked. "What? But you're getting anxious again." Zhou Xingxing calmly interrupted Leo's next words. "The test isn't over yet." He then activated his Kamui technique, pulling Leo into the Kamui space. Xing, where is this? This is the Kamui space. I was worried you might accidentally destroy the gym with your power. Leo scratched his head awkwardly as he recalled the equipment affected in the gym earlier. Now, unleash all your power and let me see your full form, Leo. Leo nodded, and with a roar, in the next moment, his body rapidly enlarged, reaching an astonishing height of 52 meters. Amazing, such powerful energy. Zhou Xingxing thought to himself as he sensed the immense energy within Leo. If he measured all the chakra in his body as a unit, he would be a 1, while Leo would be a 5. Perhaps for other Ultramen, especially the Ultra Brothers, the energy within Leo wouldn't be considered much or even very little. But for Zhou Xingxing, it was like a walking mobile artillery platform. Damn, if this energy were on me, I could take out any magma alien or the Monster Brothers in one hit. 7. You really are a failure as a teacher. At this moment, Zhou Xingxing's thoughts began to race, and a myriad of skills suitable for Leo to learn flooded his mind, such as the 8 gates, Night Guy, lightning release armor, and Raijin bombs, etc. Interesting, so interesting. The more Zhou Xingxing thought, the more excited he became. Perhaps he could create a Leo that was even stronger and more invincible than in the original work. Realizing this, Zhou Xingxing made Leo return to his one life-sized form. Would release Advent of the Tree World. In the next moment, a giant tree burst forth from the ground in the Kamui space, and Leo stood there, stunned, watching the tree grow larger until it reached a towering height of 50 meters. The lush branches and leaves formed a massive green umbrella, blocking out the sun. Leo looked up at this spectacular sight, completely awestruck by the sudden change. Xing, I want to learn this. No, you don't. Zhou Xingxing mercilessly cut off Leo's thoughts. I carefully sense the energy within you. It consists of 3 affinities: yang, fire, and earth, but lacks water. Would release is a power I derive from combining water and earth chakra within me. Don't worry, I have a clear path for your growth. You just need to obey. After saying this, Zhou Xingxing walked up the tree trunk, about 20 meters off the ground, in a way that would make Newton rise from his grave in disbelief. Wow, that's amazing, Leo exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Xing, how did you do that? Zhou Xingxing crossed his arms and said seriously, I possess a type of energy called chakra, formed from the perfect fusion of physical and mental energy. Although you don't have chakra, the energy within you is even more powerful and pure than my chakra, so there's no reason you can't do what I can. Listen carefully. The key to climbing the tree is to precisely control and channel your energy to the soles of your feet, allowing it to adhere to the tree trunk like an adhesive, enabling you to climb vertically. This not only tests your control over energy, but also trains your focus and perception. Afterward, Zhou Xingxing threw a kunai at Leo's feet, advising him to mark his progress with it whenever he almost falls while climbing. Start with a running jump. So climbing trees has so many benefits. After hearing the explanation, Leo excitedly nodded, then picked up the kunai and shouted as he charged toward the tree. Bang! As expected, Leo only managed to climb 5 steps before falling to the ground. Strange, why is this happening? Leo was puzzled. He had mastered flying, so why did climbing this seemingly easier tree feel so difficult? Fortunately, Leo was tough-skinned and tough-fleshed. Unable to figure out, he simply stood up without bothering to dust off the dirt on his backside and charged up the tree again. Bang, bang, bang. Each failure only fueled Leo's determination. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing nodded in satisfaction. If only he could play Leo's BGM now, it would be perfect. Isn't that Boruto? Speaking of Boruto, that little brat really knows how to survive. When I left, he was already 98 years old and still wheeling around the plaza, watching his wife Sarada dance. Afraid she would hold hands with some old man and dance a duet. Thus, Zhou Xingxing sighed and left the Kamui space, allowing Leo to train alone. However, training alone seemed too lonely. Should he try to find someone to keep Leo company? With that thought, an idea suddenly popped into Zhou Xingxing's mind uncontrollably. Achoo! At the MAC headquarters, while eating salmon, Zhu Xingtuan suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck and instinctively sneezed. Captain, what's wrong? Caught a cold? His subordinate, Shirakawa Junko, asked with concern. Zhu Xingtuan shook his head. It's nothing, probably just a slight chill. Or maybe a certain beautiful girl is thinking of you. Kajita Ipi chimed in playfully, and while Zhu Xingtuan was distracted, he quickly snatched the last piece of salmon from his plate. Kajita Ipi. Coming back to his senses, Zhu Xingtuan became furious, grabbing his neck and joking, "You little brat, do you want to defy the heavens?" After some playful banter, Zhu Xingtuan set down his chopsticks and planned to head to the restroom. But suddenly, a strange voice rang out behind him, startling him so much that he nearly wet himself. "Hello, Seven, can we talk?" Chapter 5. It's not just any bean, it's the bean in Wang Wei's poem. "So, you came to find me because you foresaw that the magma alien would invade Earth with his 2 monsters, and then Seven would fail," Zhu Xingtuan said while washing his hands, keeping a wary eye on Zhou Xingxing, which made Zhou Xingxing feel a bit frustrated. This Seven might be a failure in academics, but he didn't seem easy to deceive or gain trust from. "Let me take you to meet someone." Without waiting for Zhu Xingtuan to react, Zhou Xingxing immediately used Kim Yui to pull him in. "Who is it?" X2 Leo and Zhu Xingtuan finally had their first genuine meeting. "You are the senior 7. Although Zhu Xingtuan still appeared human at this moment, Leo could see through his true identity at a glance. "Young Ultraman, who are you?" "Hello, senior 7. I am Leo." "Leo?" Seeing the arrival of Zhu Xingtuan, Leo simply stopped training and transformed back into the human form of Feng Yuan. "So, you plan to start training early to cope with future crises, right?" "Yes, Senior 7. Senior Xing is a very powerful master. He possesses many incredible abilities that have opened my eyes." "I see, I understand." As the two were chatting, Zhu Xingtuan temporarily lowered his guard, and Zhou Xingxing finally appeared before them. "I have understood the situation. Can you send us out first?" Zhu Xingtuan said. "If I don't show up for such a long time, my subordinates will become suspicious. This is also a test, to see if the other party harbors malicious intentions. You must know this is Zhou Xingxing's exclusive space, and without expertise and spatial abilities, I don't have absolute confidence in being able to break through forcibly." "All right." Zhou Xingxing nodded and then used his divine power to send Feng Yuan and Zhu Xingtuan out of the divine space together. "Phew, thank you." Seeing himself sent back, Zhu Xingtuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then said, "I will send people to strengthen the vigilance over there and plan escape routes and prepare escape equipment in advance. Then I will trouble you, Senior 7. Feng Yuan excitedly bowed to Zhu Xingtuan, who nodded kindly and then thought of something and said, "In front of others in the future, just call me Tuan." He didn't want more people to know about his identity as 7. "By the way, it's our first meeting, so let me give you 2 gifts." After saying that, Zhou Xingxing took out a card and a green bean. "What is this?" Zhu Xingtuan didn't pay much attention to the green bean, but the card caught his interest. He could clearly feel a terrifying power contained within the card. This is a monster card, which contains the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. When you're in a difficult situation and need protection, you can use it. However, it can only be summoned for 3 minutes each time, and once 3 minutes are up, it will forcibly disappear. To summon it again, you must wait at least a month. Additionally, even if the summoned Blue Eyes White Dragon is killed in battle, it's okay. The cooldown for summoning will extend to 3 months. So powerful. Zhu Xingtuan looked shocked at the monster card in his hand, which made him think of the monster capsules made on his planet, but compared to it, they were far inferior. Not only are they inconvenient to carry, but their duration is much shorter, only lasting for 1 minute. "May I take this monster card back to the Land of Light for research?" Zhu Xingtuan cautiously asked, as it was someone else's item, and he needed permission. "Of course." Zhou Xingxing shrugged and then joked, "If you manage to research it, don't forget to send me a few monster cards. Ultraman cards will do as well." Zhu Xingtuan showed a kind smile and then asked, "Can you introduce this bean to me?" "You mean this bean?" "This bean is amazing. It's not an ordinary bean. It's the bean from Wang Wei's poem." "The bean from Wang Wei's poem? What do you mean?" Both of them were momentarily confused. Alas, seeing their reaction, Zhou Xingxing lost interest in joking and inexplicably wanted to go home more. "You will know once you eat it." Zhu Xingtuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust the other party. After he swallowed the magical bean, he immediately discovered that the hidden injuries from past battles were instantly healed. "What is this bean? Who is this Wang Wei?" Zhu Xingtuan's eyes widened, and he tightly grabbed Zhou Xingxing's shoulders. "Sir, do you have more of this bean? Can you give me some more? I want to take it back for research in the Land of Light. The Land of Light is currently engaged in intense battles with the ancient empire led by the ancient army, losing a large number of excellent warriors. And talents are extremely scarce. Undoubtedly, if either of these items were successfully developed in bulk and deployed on the battlefield, they would be a game changer. After getting Zhou Xingxing's permission, Zhu Xingtuan could no longer control his joy and directly gave the other party a big hug. Thank you, sir. I represent everyone in the Land of Light to thank you. You're welcome. So when you plan to send it over? Now. No, wait. Zhu Xingtuan, who initially wanted to set off immediately, suddenly remembered the imminent magma alien threat, frowned, and fell into hesitation again. This time, he went to the Land of Light. He didn't know when he would return. Previously, Zhou Xingxing also used Tsukuyomi to show him future scenes. And to be honest, it would be too difficult for Feng Yuan to turn into Leo alone to protect Earth. What? You say that Taro, who is similar in size to Leo, is also doing a good job protecting Earth? That's hilarious. You can't compare a newly emerged Leo with a Taro who has already completed his trials. Although Leo will grow to be very strong later, that's only in the later stages. If you let the current Leo fight Taro, 7 can only say it's a 3-7 split. Taro would kill Leo 7 times in 3 minutes. Are you sending Ultraman signatures to call upon the Ultraman brothers you see? But the battlefield is changing rapidly, and no one can easily leave their guarded positions. Moreover, these 2 items are too precious. The universe is dangerous, and enemies can appear anywhere. If they fall into the hands of evil forces, I wouldn't dare to gamble. As for Feng Yuan, he doesn't know the route to the Land of Light, so it's impossible. It seemed that Zhou Xingxing saw that Zhu Xingtuan had concerns, so he encouraged him to bring it up so they could think of a way together. You can go with peace of mind. Zhou Xingxing thought it was a serious matter, but it turned out to be this. Zhou Xingxing took out a pair of earrings from his pocket and handed one to Zhu Xingtuan and the other to Feng Yuan. What is this? Fusion earrings. Zhou Xingxing explained. No matter how far apart you are, as long as you both wear them at the same time, the power of the earrings will instantly fuse you into one person. However, the fusion time is only 3 minutes. The previous ones were rewards given by the system, considered replicas of the fusion earrings from the Dragon Ball world. Before you leave, teach Leo how to use your Ultraman signatures from the Land of Light, so that when either of you encounters danger that cannot be handled alone, you can wear the earrings and appear at the location of the person in danger. Chapter 6. A person cannot, at least should not, be this shameless. Seeing Zhu Xingtuan still hesitating, Zhou Xingxing had no choice but to activate Tsukuyomi again, revealing all the memories about Leo's future to him. At this point, Zhu Xingtuan finally made up his mind to set off for the M78 Nebula. I have an idea. Before we go, let's first visit a place. After saying that, without waiting for the 2 to react, Zhou Xingxing directly used the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing the 2 of them to a villa. Is this puppet the Great King? This is Ultraman God Noah? Who is this? This is the great boss Ryujido. Goodness, the mysterious 3 Ultramen are all gathered. In addition to the strongest, mysterious 3 Ultramen, there are many other Ultraman figurines displayed on the altar. Many Ultramen Zhu Xingtuan and Feng Yuan did not recognize. They relied on Zhou Xingxing to introduce them one by one. This one is called Galaxy, from the Ultimate Future Ultraman. It is said that no matter how strong the enemy is, as long as they are within his mountain realm, Galaxy's power surpasses that of the enemy. This one is called Diga, who is said to be over 30 million years old and is a veritable elder. Strong indeed, he single-handedly defeated the universe's strongest boss, the evil god Gatangier. This one is called Renga. He can also be considered a future Ultimate Ultraman, and he is related to your 6th brother. This one is called Super Taro. Wait a moment. Zhu Xingtuan interrupted Zhou Xingxing's introduction. The other Ultras are one thing. But you even got Super Taro? Zhou Xingxing chuckled. He. The more the merrier. Although I'm not sure if the statue I made with would release can hear our prayers. At least the ancient 3 Ultras can listen to us. Especially the King of Ultra. Let me tell you, in the future I saw, Leo will definitely be hanging out with the King of Ultra sooner or later. Since that's the case, why not build some goodwill early? After hearing Zhou Xingxing's words, Zhu Xingtuan felt like he was about to lose it. This is taking shortcuts. This is not the way of Ultraman at all. Zhu Xingtuan lifted his neck and suddenly felt his face burning. A person cannot, or at least should not, be this shameless. How could he, as the older brother, offer incense for his sixth brother and his sixth brother's son? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But who is Zhou Xingxing? Shameless? Face? Laughable. How much is face really worth? Besides, if he can build a good relationship with the mysterious three ultras, who knows, maybe he could even get sent back home with just a thought. Therefore, Zhou Xingxing would absolutely not stop this action. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, didn't care. As soon as he heard that a big shot could help protect Earth, he immediately chose to join Zhou Xingxing's camp without hesitation. You guys, Zhu Xingtuan sighed helplessly. Let it be. Let the young people do as they please. Hopefully, the King of Ultra won't hold it against them. But speaking of which, Xing, these dolls you made are really exquisite. Feng Yuan picked up one of the dolls, smiling particularly happily, because that doll was his brother, Astra. Even if they couldn't communicate, just taking it out to look at it could really brighten his mood. Zhou Xingxing said, "All right, Feng Yuan, from today on, you should offer incense properly. If there's anything useful, let me know, and I'll come back to burn incense together." Feng Yuan replied, "Okay, thank you," Xing Zhu Xingtuan exclaimed. "He's using you as an experiment, and you're still thanking him." Zhu Xingtuan first glared at Zhou Xingxing, then looked at Feng Yuan with disappointment. Sigh, what a sunny young man, and he's being fooled by this little brat. No, he needed to hurry back after delivering the items. He couldn't let a good young man be ruined. If Zhou Xingxing knew what Zhu Xingtuan was thinking at this moment, he would probably laugh his teeth out. Zhu Xingtuan protecting Feng Yuan? What a hellish Ultraman joke. Just as Zhu Xingtuan and Zhou Xingxing were arguing, the honest Feng Yuan had already begun his incense offering. He clasped his hands together and began to pray sincerely. Great Ultra God Noah, please bless us. King of Ultra Peter, please bless us. Legendary God Reijudo, please bless us. Orion's first handsome elder, Jia, please bless us. The other Ultramen may or may not have heard it, but at least the King of Ultra residing on King Star really heard it. Who is speaking? The King of Ultra rubbed his ears and then turned his gaze towards Earth, following the source of the voice. He saw Feng Yuan praying and those Ultraman dolls. The key point was many of the faces on those dolls looked very familiar. Who is this young man? How did his voice reach me? To be honest, as one of the top fighters in the Ultra multiverse, quite a few people know him, and some even pray to him in times of danger. But honestly, not every prayer reaches his ears. What just happened could be described as a rare occurrence. And it was so clear. Out of curiosity, the King of Ultra decided to use his abilities to look into Feng Yuan's past and future to understand the cause and effect of the situation. The result was shocking. He saw two different pasts and futures. Well, that is not entirely accurate. The two pasts were quite similar, both experiencing the destruction of their home, wandering in the universe, arriving on Earth, and meeting the mysterious person beside them. Zhou Xingxing? Unable to see the past or the future. However, he did find out why he could hear Feng Yuan's prayer. Clever kid, so you're the one who brought the troublemakers to the village. Huh? Wait, the person beside him seems to be 7? What are you doing? I asked you, what are you doing? He saw that after Feng Yuan and Zhou Xingxing finished praying and left, 7 actually returned the same way and bowed to his doll. Respectful king, hello. I am 7 from the land of light. I met a boy named Zhou Xingxing on Earth. He gave me 2 good things, and I think if we can mass-produce them, it can greatly reduce the pressure on our comrades in battle. I hope you can bless me on my way back. After speaking, Zhu Xingtuan sincerely bowed to the King of Ultra's doll. Oh, good things? Can greatly reduce pressure? The King of Ultra became interested. Well, since it's a familiar Ultra, let's meet. TSK, still not possible? I told you, there's no way this is the king. After praying and finding no response, Zhu Xingtuan was disappointed and prepared to get up, but unexpectedly, the next second, his consciousness was suddenly pulled into a strange realm. You are the king. Seeing that familiar and majestic figure, Zhu Xingtuan was completely stunned. My God, this is possible. Could it be that I'm getting old and can't keep up with the times? Ignoring Zhu Xingtuan's shock, the King of Ultra asked lightly, 7. You just mentioned 2 very important things. Were they? Zhu Xingtuan quickly recovered and hurriedly introduced the items he received from Zhou Xingxing one by one to the King of Ultra. What? You say you're afraid this King of Ultra is a fake? Laughable. Who in a universe would dare impersonate the King of Ultra? Don't they know how to write the word death? I see. Then these items are indeed very important. After that, the King of Ultra waved his right hand. In the next moment, a red cloak fell onto Zhu Xingtuan's shoulders. This cloak is granted to you. It can help you hide your light aura when you act, allowing you to evade the perception of most monsters, making it easier for you to reach the land of light. Yes, thank you for the king's bestowal. Zhu Xingtuan excitedly knelt in gratitude, unexpectedly gaining such a good treasure from a nonsensical action. Zhou Xingxing, you little brat, are truly a genius. And one more thing. The King of Ultra continued. His actions will inevitably affect many worlds. Although his existence has led many worlds to better outcomes, he is still too weak right now. So the next time you see him, let him not use his wisdom lightly to avoid unnecessary hatred. The King of Ultra originally wanted to say taking the wrong path, but thought that would lower his status, so he had to change his words temporarily. Zhu Xingtuan also felt that the King of Ultra's emotions seemed a bit intense when he mentioned hatred. Oh no, is the King of Ultra angry? So scared. Zhou Xingxing, you little brat, are truly a harbinger of misfortune. Zhu Xingtuan nodded seriously. Understood. My king, I will advise him well. What? It actually worked? Ah. Hey. Did you hear what I just said? When Zhou Xingxing heard that Zhu Xingtuan actually met the King of Ultra, he felt like he had won $1 billion, continuously shouting, I did it. Now I can go home. Until Zhu Xingtuan was really annoyed by the noise. He finally slapped Zhou Xingxing in the face to shut him up. What have you succeeded in? A Xing. Watching Zhou Xingxing fall to the ground, Feng Yuan hurried over to help him up. Senior, what are you doing? There's no other way. You saw it too. He won't calm down otherwise. What has happened? Zhou Xingxing touched his face in confusion, feeling a bit of pain. It's nothing. You just fainted. In any case, the king told me that he can't help you with your situation. Since he doesn't know your cosmic location, he can't accurately send you back to your hometown. What? Zhou Xingxing sat on the ground dejectedly, as if his soul had left his body. Zhu Xingtuan showed a sympathetic expression and comforted him. Don't be discouraged. I believe you'll find your way home in the future. Yeah. Feng Yuan also comforted him. I know you're anxious, but don't worry as long as we're still alive. There will definitely be hope. Zhou Xingxing looked at Feng Yuan speechlessly. Is this instant karma? Feng Yuan blinked. What? Nothing, forget it. Zhou Xingxing turned his head away, really not wanting to see that detestable face anymore. The next day, after teaching Feng Yuan how to correctly use the Ultraman signature of the Land of Light, Zhu Xingtuan immediately transformed into 7 and rushed off, fearing that if he was a moment late, this great young man Feng Yuan would be ruined by Zhou Xingxing. Chapter 7. You can do it. Feng Yuan, run. After 3 days of relentless training, Feng Yuan, transformed into Leo, finally climbed to the top of the tree. Xing, I did it. Congratulations, you succeeded. Quick, what's the next training project? It's simple. You first revert to your human form. Feng Yuan obediently returned to his human state. And just when he was full of anticipation, thinking that Zhou Xingxing would finally teach him some skills like would release or raising Gan, Zhou Xingxing's next sentence doused his enthusiasm like a cold bucket of water. The next training project is still climbing the tree, but this time in your current human state. What? Feng Yuan was greatly disappointed. Clearly this was far from his expectations. Xing. At this moment, Feng Yuan still held a glimmer of hope. Without transforming into Leo, it was absolutely impossible to complete this task. However, Zhou Xingxing completely refused to accept his argument. Then let me ask you, what if one day someone takes your ring away? How could anyone take my ring? Feng Yuan was not willing to give up. I wear it on my hand every minute of every day. Okay, then let me ask you this. Right now, I've kidnapped everyone in the gym, holding a knife to their necks, forcing you to take off your ring and give it to me. Zhou Xingxing grabbed Feng Yuan by the collar and said coldly, Answer me. Feng Yuan, what would you do? Feng Yuan was infuriated by Zhou Xingxing's deadly question. You're being unreasonable. But this kind of thing can definitely happen. Zhou Xingxing reprimanded. From the moment you put on the ring and successfully transformed into Leo, Your physical abilities were already different from ordinary people. You were already a giant of light. The reason you still rely on the ring to transform into Leo is simply because you haven't mastered the energy within you well enough. The transformation tool should only be an aid, not your fatal weakness. If you can't become Leo without the ring, then you don't deserve to have it. After saying this, without waiting for Feng Yuan to react, Zhou Xingxing grabbed his right hand wearing the ring and tapped on the lion ring with his finger. What did you do? Feng Yuan stared at Zhou Xingxing in horror, as he could no longer sense the connection with the ring. It was as if a thick wall had been erected between him and the ring, making it difficult to connect. Just a little sealing energy trick, Zhou Xingxing explained, seemingly seeing Feng Yuan's unease, and after a moment, comforted him. Once you can climb to the top of the tree without relying on Leo's power, you'll naturally be able to undo it. Left with no choice, Feng Yuan had to continue the new round of tree climbing trials. But this time, Zhou Xingxing could clearly feel Feng Yuan's enthusiasm for training rapidly declining. There was no way around it. Training alone was indeed very monotonous, especially with the rings sealed by himself. To help Feng Yuan maintain his training enthusiasm faster, Zhou Xingxing decided to provide some external motivation. Xing, what are you doing? Watching Zhou Xingxing wrap a thick hemp rope around himself, Feng Yuan had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Don't be nervous, it's just a little change in training. Zhou Xingxing wore a meaningful smile, and before Feng Yuan could react, the next moment, accompanied by a wave of temporal fluctuations, a tiger appeared in front of Feng Yuan, its eyes fixed on him as if it could pounce at any moment and tear him to shreds. Whoa! Feng Yuan was so frightened that he kept retreating, looking at Zhou Xingxing in panic. Xing, what are you doing? Get this tiger away. However, Zhou Xingxing stood with his arms crossed, grinning maliciously. Feng Yuan, this is a training guest I went through a lot of trouble to invite for you. How about it? With it around, don't you feel full of energy? The tiger beside them seemed to be stimulated by Feng Yuan's panic, letting out a deafening roar before suddenly lunging at him. Feng Yuan quickly sidestepped to avoid the tiger's attack, and then, using all his strength, he began to climb the tree with hands and feet. Bang! Wind release! Gale palm. Just then, a shockwave hit him from behind, and Feng Yuan, caught off guard, fell directly from the tree. Did you forget the training content from these past few days? Who told you to climb with your hands? Damn it! Zhou Xingxing, you dog! Feng Yuan cursed fiercely in his heart, with no time to argue with Zhou Xingxing. He quickly jumped back up to the tree and exerted all his strength to climb again. Perhaps the instinct for survival had awakened Feng Yuan's potential. This time he climbed higher than his previous record by a full 2 meters. However, Feng Yuan had no time to notice this. As he climbed, he lost control of his energy and fell from the tree again. Seeing food falling from above, the tiger below would not miss this opportunity, roaring as it lunged at the target again. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Feng Yuan turned his body and skillfully dodged the tiger's attack, while also kicking towards the tiger's head. The tiger stumbled from the kick, but quickly steadied itself and lunged at Feng Yuan once more. Seeing this, Feng Yuan could only remain highly alert. Just as the tiger was about to touch him, he pushed hard against the tiger's back with both arms, then leaped again like a mountain goat back up to the tree, clinging tightly to the trunk with both feet. Run, Feng Yuan! Not far away. Zhou Xingxing's voice reached Feng Yuan's ears, both encouraging and hopeful. You can do it, Feng Yuan, run. Don't look back, just keep running up. The words seemed to enchant him, draining much of the fear in Feng Yuan's heart. At that moment, countless past experiences flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. A happy family, shattered overnight. Once a hometown, now turned to dust. Everything on earth, the future may follow suit. Father, Feng Yuan, take your brother and run. Mother, Feng Yuan, don't come back, don't seek revenge, just run. Younger brother, you run, don't worry about me, just run. Every time, everyone was telling him to run. At that moment, Feng Yuan felt as if something in his mind had snapped. His whole body felt as if it was wearing heavy shackles, the discomfort nearly causing him to faint, as if only by running harder and higher would the shackles on him become lighter. What tiger, what training goal, what treetop? All of this was thrown out of his mind at that moment. At this moment, Feng Yuan's state was as if he were at a critical moment of breakthrough. Like a character in a fantasy novel, He looked as if he had fallen into a trance, with his eyes blood red and his breath chaotic. The power within him surged uncontrollably like a tidal wave, crashing violently against every meridian, as if this raging force was about to burst them apart. His body trembled involuntarily, and even the air around seemed to tremble with his emotions. Seeing Feng Yuan's state, Zhou Xingxing frowned, hesitating whether to intervene and disrupt Feng Yuan's actions. Feng Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred, feeling as if he was engulfed in chaos. Everything around him twisted and became indistinct, with only the intense unwillingness and anger in his heart burning like a raging fire, constantly stimulating him. Just then, the lion ring on his right hand suddenly flashed with a mysterious light. This light was like warm sunlight, instantly dispelling the darkness and chaos in his heart. Feng Yuan's consciousness gradually became clear, and he felt a stronger power gathering within him. This power was unlike any he had experienced before. It was full of vitality and hope, as if it could break all constraints. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and his thoughts began to clarify. Feeling the energy around him gradually stabilize, Zhou Xingxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Almost went wrong. What is this? When Feng Yuan fully regained his senses, he found that he had once again climbed to the top of the tree. A 100-meter-tall tree. Without transforming into Leo, he had actually succeeded in climbing to the top. Chapter 8. A rare pain of conscience. It seems like I may have gone a bit overboard. Looking at Feng Yuan, who had fainted on the ground, Zhou Xingxing's conscience, which could barely be seen even with a magnifying glass, felt a rare pain for about 0.00000000001 seconds. After all, 0.000000001 seconds later, he successfully convinced himself. Compared to the cane tyrant, at least he didn't hit him with a Jeep monster. Didn't beat him with a cane, didn't throw him with a boomerang, didn't have him hold a big windmill and spin around, and didn't kick him with a pair of good legs. In summary, Feng Yuan was truly lucky to have encountered such a good coach who was both a teacher and friend. Feng Yuan, do you want to hear what you're saying? What are you talking about? However, even so, Zhou Xingxing still indulgently let Feng Yuan sleep a little longer, until it was almost lunchtime, before waking him up with a water escape technique and directly stating that he wanted to take him to soak in a hot spring to relax. Soak in a hot spring? Feng Yuan excitedly jumped out of bed, having been on Earth for nearly 2 months without ever having soaked in a hot spring. Little did he know that his third round of training was about to begin. Wow! Looking at Zhou Xingxing walking on water as if it were flat ground, Feng Yuan transformed into a curious baby again, his eyes shining as he looked at Zhou Xingxing. Xing, how is this done? It's similar to the principle of climbing trees you learned before. By precisely controlling energy, we can do many seemingly incredible things, like walking on water. Zhou Xingxing smiled slightly at Feng Yuan's curious expression and began to explain the principles and differences of climbing trees and walking on water. First, let us talk about climbing trees. The principle is to concentrate energy at the soles of the feet and then precisely control the energy to create an adhesive force with the tree surface. Just like a magnet attracts metal, through this adhesive force, one can steadily stand on the tree or even climb it. This requires delicate adjustments in energy output. Too much may cause one to sink into the tree, while too little 1T allow one to stand steady. The principle of walking on water is to concentrate energy at the soles of the feet to create a supporting force, allowing the body to walk on the water surface. Unlike climbing trees, water is fluid and its surface is not fixed like a tree. So one needs to be more sensitive to the fluctuations of the water and adjust the energy output at any moment to maintain balance. As for the differences, there are several key points. First, the objects of action are different. One is a tree, and the other is water. A tree is a relatively fixed object, while water is a dynamic fluid. Second, the precision of energy control required is different. When climbing trees, once the right adhesive force is mastered, it is relatively stable. But when walking on water, due to the constant movement of water, one must constantly adjust energy output, requiring higher control precision. Third, the mindset and techniques also differ. When climbing trees, one can think and adjust more leisurely, while walking on water requires quicker reactions and more decisive adjustments. This is also one of the contents of your upcoming training. Let us start with the relatively calm hot spring pool, and once you master it, we can change the training scene to a flowing stream. Zhou Xingxing said, walking from the water surface to the shore, signaling Feng Yuan to try as well. Feng Yuan was eager to try, cautiously stepping onto the surface of the hot spring water, but instantly fell into the water, splashing everywhere. Don't worry, Feng Yuan. This isn't something that can be achieved overnight. You need to first feel the energy within you, learn how to mobilize it, and then slowly try to control its output at your feet. Zhou Xingxing patiently guided him. Feng Yuan nodded, and, after climbing out of the water, continued to feel the energy within him. With each attempt, he seemed to touch the threshold, gradually able to maintain balance on the water's surface instead of directly falling in, looking like a beginner skater trying to stay upright on the ice rink. 2 hours later, Zhou Xingxing carried the now red and flushed Feng Yuan, who was also in a daze, out of the hot spring shop. Before leaving, the owner sitting at the door was also amazed, wondering how tough one must be to turn themselves into a red-skinned pig without wanting to come out early. The next day, when Feng Yuan wanted to continue training at the hot spring, he was stopped by Zhou Xingxing, who said, "We're not going to the hot spring today. I'll teach you a fun trick." "What kind of trick do you have?" Feng Yuan's face showed no anticipation or joy, but instead was filled with vigilance and suspicion. To be honest, if you had been knocked out for 7 consecutive days, you would also be wary and suspicious of what the other person said. "Yuan, that look in your eyes makes me very sad. Where is the trust between people?" Zhou Xingxing pretentiously wiped away non-existent tears, then quickly put away his expression and seductively said, "Don't worry, this will definitely be fun. Do you know the shadow clone technique?" Feng Yuan frowned and asked suspiciously, "Shadow clone technique? What is that?" Zhou Xingxing explained while demonstrating. The shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu that can create identical clones of oneself. These clones possess the same strength and abilities as the original body and can carry out different tasks simultaneously. Seeing the shadow clone that Zhou Xingxing conjured, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, seeming a bit interested. "That sounds amazing. How do I learn it?" Zhou Xingxing said, "First, you need to concentrate and feel the flow of energy within your body. Then, by distributing and controlling the energy in a specific way, you can create shadow clones." Feng Yuan blinked. Is it really that simple? He felt that Zhou Xingxing was hiding something. "All right, I'll give it a try." With no other choice, Feng Yuan closed his eyes, focused, and began to feel the energy within him. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "I think I can feel the flow of energy, but I don't know how to control it to create shadow clones." Zhou Xingxing said, "Don't rush, take your time. You can first try to concentrate the energy at a single point, then imagine yourself splitting into 2. When you feel the energy fluctuations becoming strong, you could try to create shadow clones." Following Zhou Xingxing's guidance, Feng Yuan concentrated again, focusing the energy at a single point. He imagined himself splitting into 2, and then felt the energy fluctuations becoming stronger. Suddenly, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. Success! Feng Yuan excitedly examined his shadow clone, finding that it was also examining him. Instinctively, Feng Yuan reached out to touch the shadow clone, only to find that it made the same move almost simultaneously. Interesting. Next to him, Zhou Xingxing smiled and said, "Not bad, you have talent. Now, let me teach you something fun." After saying that, Zhou Xingxing's shadow clone understood and waved to Feng Yuan's shadow clone, then took Feng Yuan's shadow clone to a corner where Feng Yuan couldn't see. Feng Yuan looked at Zhou Xingxing in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhou Xingxing revealed a mischievous smile and said, "You'll know in a moment." Chapter 9. Not everyone has strong brain nerves like Naruto. Feng Yuan. "Do you know what our clones just did? They played rock, paper, scissors, and then my clone won, so you agreed to treat me to a meal." Feng Yuan's eyes filled with excitement, curious about the sudden addition of a memory in his head. Zhou Xingxing explained to Feng Yuan, "This is the effect of the shadow clone technique. Besides being able to fight physically, it can also be used for intelligence gathering, distracting enemies, confusing opponents, and many other purposes. In training, it allows shadow clones to battle with the main body, rapidly improving combat skills and reaction abilities. At the same time, multiple shadow clones can simulate different opponents and battle scenarios, making training more comprehensive and efficient. Moreover, training with shadow clones saves time, as multiple training tasks can be conducted simultaneously. Additionally, shadow clones can observe each other during training and point out each other's shortcomings, helping the main body improve better. In short, the role of the shadow clone technique in training should not be underestimated. Feng Yuan nodded excitedly. I see. After saying that, he surprisingly created over 500 clones at once. Zhou Xingxing. The reason I chose this as the first ninjutsu to guide you is that only by mastering it can you learn the second ninjutsu, the Rasengan, more quickly. Rasengan? Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Is that the blue orb we used during our sparring before?" That's right. As Zhou Xingxing spoke, he demonstrated the Rasengan again. The principle of the Rasengan is to concentrate chakra in the palm, forming a high-speed rotating energy sphere by compressing the chakra through rotation. It has powerful destructive power and can quickly attack enemies at short distances. At the same time, the power of the Rasengan can be enhanced through continuous practice and improved chakra control. Mastering the Rasengan requires a high level of understanding and control over chakra, and the shadow clone technique can help you better understand and master chakra usage during training, laying a solid foundation for learning the Rasengan. When a shadow clone disappears, it transfers the training memories back to your mind. So if you train with one shadow clone for an hour, it means your training speed has doubled. If 3 shadow clones train with you, your training speed quadruples. If 10 shadow clones train with you, then my training speed would increase to 11 times. Feng Yuan finally understood that this was the greatest use of the shadow clone technique. Zhou Xingxing nodded. Since you understand, let's start with 3 shadow clones. Feng Yuan was puzzled. Only 3? I think I can create at least a few hundred. You're being modest. With the energy you have inside, if you release it all at once, creating 1,000,000 shadow clones wouldn't be a problem. The question is, can you handle it? Zhou Xingxing, haste makes waste. Although the training experience will be transferred to the main body, the feeling of fatigue will also be the same. It's not clear how strong your mental power is right now. So, if you recklessly create too many clones, when you cancel them, if the fatigue exceeds your limits, it could leave you in a daze. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing took out 4 rubber balls of different colors and handed them to Feng Yuan and his shadow clones, saying, "First, feel the weight and texture of this ball. Try to grasp it with your palm and experience that feeling." The formation of the Rasengan is like condensing a powerful sphere in your hand, and this ball can help you initially feel that sense of control over an object. Feng Yuan and the clones took the balls, observing them carefully, then tightly gripped them in their hands, starting to feel the texture. Feng Yuan nodded, then began to try to condense the energy inside him into the rubber ball. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and attempted to channel the energy. However, when he directed the energy towards the rubber ball, he found it was like a wild horse breaking free, completely out of control, running around wildly inside the rubber ball. Feng Yuan was unwilling to give up and tried again. He took a deep breath, calming his mind, and cautiously guided the energy. But the result was the same. The energy continued to bounce around inside the rubber ball, unable to stabilize. Time passed second by second, and Feng Yuan kept trying, beads of sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and persisted, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the right method to stabilize the energy inside the rubber ball. Half an hour passed, and Feng Yuan still made no progress. His mood began to grow anxious, but he knew that impatience would only make things worse. So, he worked hard to adjust his mindset and threw himself back into training. Another half hour passed, and Feng Yuan was still failing repeatedly. He began to doubt whether he could truly master the Rasengan, feeling a tinge of frustration. But he remembered Zhou Xingxing's words and his own desire for powerful strength, and he rallied himself again. An hour passed, and Feng Yuan was exhausted, but he still hadn't found the feeling. He looked helplessly at the rubber ball in his hand, filled with disappointment. "All right, let's take a break." Suddenly, Zhou Xingxing's voice interrupted Feng Yuan's training. "First, cancel your 3 shadow clones." Feng Yuan nodded, and as the shadow clones were canceled, he felt a wave of fatigue hit him like a tide. He swayed and eventually couldn't hold on, sitting down on the ground. The 3 shadow clones had trained with him for an hour, and suddenly 3 hours' worth of memories flooded into his mind, causing a bit of a throbbing headache. However, a smile soon appeared on Feng Yuan's face because just now, he had grasped a hint of the entry-level secret. Can we continue? Zhou Xingxing asked. In fact, he didn't want to rush this, but it seemed that in the original story, the Magma Star people followed shortly after Feng Yuan arrived on Earth. Now that Feng Yuan had been training for 20 days, these 20 days were merely laying the foundation, and he still needed more to deal with the monster brother spinning attacks. If possible, he hoped Feng Yuan could resolve this crisis with his own strength, just like in the original story, while he and Seven would intervene only if absolutely necessary. 2.5 minutes later, Feng Yuan stood up again. All right, training continues. This time, he directly created 6 clones. Zhou Xingxing also prepared some sins of beans nearby. Better safe than sorry. After all, not everyone has strong brain nerves like Naruto. Chapter 10. Open your mouth. I'll give you something good to eat, you're awake. Opening his eyes and seeing Zhou Xingxing's rapidly enlarging face, Feng Yuan's mind went blank, and he instinctively threw a friendship-breaking fist with his right hand. Slap! Zhou Xingxing easily caught Feng Yuan's punch. Don't be so excited. The surgery was very successful, and you're now a qualified girl. Girl? What girl? Feng Yuan instinctively touched his body and then lowered his head to look at his beloved brother. Terrified. It's still there. Zhou Xingxing couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing on the side. A Xing. Feng Yuan shot him an annoyed glance. How childish are you? Then he looked at the clock on the wall. How long have I been asleep? Zhou Xingxing replied, not long, just 2.5 days. 2.5 days. Feng Yuan hurriedly lifted the blanket and tried to get out of bed, but after sleeping for too long and not eating for a while, his body suddenly weakened and he knelt down on the ground. Zhou Xingxing was momentarily stunned, then grinned, Your Majesty, please rise. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and said word by word, help me up. But Zhou Xingxing didn't reach out to help him. Instead, he said, open your mouth. I have something good for you. Feng Yuan asked, what did you give me? Zhou Xingxing replied, fairy beans, you've seen them before. It's no wonder fairy beans are awesome. Feng Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. This is incredible. The fatigue is completely gone. And I'm not hungry anymore. Zhou Xingxing said, of course, I gave you fairy beans. After eating them, you won't need to eat for at least a week. Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, really amazing. A Xing, do you have more of these beans? Zhou Xingxing quickly shook his head, no, and even if I did, I would give you any. What are you doing? Don't reach out like that. Feng Yuan insisted, let me see, don't be so stingy. Zhou Xingxing said, no way, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan pressed, just let me see, I just want to take a look. Zhou Xingxing snapped, come on, are you done yet? After 5 minutes, Feng Yuan, with panda eyes, continued his training. This time, Feng Yuan summoned 20 shadow clones. In Zhou Xingxing's words, being able to maintain 20 shadow clones for a whole day was already the limit of what Feng Yuan's brain could handle. 3 days later, watching the spiraling sphere of chakra forming in Feng Yuan's hand, Zhou Xingxing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This training progress could even rank among the top geniuses in the previous ninja world. His comprehension is about the same as Naruto's. And both of them have to take unconventional paths in their training since they are not suited for flashy hand signs. Instead, they have excellent comprehension for simple and brutal techniques like the spiraling sphere and shadow clone technique. All right, since you've learned the spiraling sphere, let's start the next phase of training. Can we start the next phase now? Feng Yuan's eyes sparkled. Although training was very painful and tedious, he was truly learning something. Every time Feng Yuan saw Zhou Xingxing, he was surrounded by 2 extreme emotions. One was respect for his mentor, and the other was the urge to kick his head like the setting sun. Watching the stubborn Leo rush in, Zhou Xingxing displayed a sly grin as if a scheme had succeeded, and the next second, a whirlwind was unleashed from his hand. Wind release, tornado. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped, shocked at the tornado towering at least 10 meters high in front of him. Damn it, this is insane. Not letting me turn into Leo is one thing. But you're serious about this 10-meter-high tornado? What to do? This power is too strong. My attack power is only 6,000, and its attack power is at least over 10,000. How do I resist it? Feng Yuan's thoughts raced, but soon, his gaze became resolute again. No, I can't back down. I must fight to the end for everyone. Feng Yuan took a deep breath, slightly bent his legs, ready to face the impact of the tornado. He focused on the swirling column of wind, calculating the best moment to respond. As the tornado approached, the powerful wind pressure caused cracks to appear in the ground around Leo. Now, Feng Yuan shouted and charged forward, trying to break through the tornado with the spiraling sphere in his hand. However, as he got close to the tornado, he felt a tremendous pulling force, as if it were trying to suck him into an endless storm. Stay steady. Don't let it control you. The repeated failures did not make Feng Yuan give up. Instead, they strengthened his confidence. He gathered his strength, desperately controlling his body. Watching Feng Yuan struggle in the tornado, Zhou Xingxing's smile gradually faded. This time, I want to remind you. Let us see if you can find a way to break through on your own. Feng Yuan struggled in the tornado, his urgency and stubbornness intertwining. He recalled his past combat experiences, trying to find a way to break the tornado. There must be a way. I can't be trapped like this. Feng Yuan kept thinking, and fortunately, although the tornado was powerful, it wasn't so overwhelming that it made him despair. This allowed him to resist the strong, pulling force of the tornado while observing its structure and movement patterns. Time passed second by second, and Feng Yuan's physical strength was rapidly depleting, but he still did not give up. Suddenly, he noticed that the rotation of the tornado seemed to have a certain pattern, with relatively weaker wind forces at certain positions. The center of the tornado. Got it. Feng Yuan's heart leaped with joy as he began to adjust his position, moving toward the area with weaker wind. Although this process was extremely difficult, he relied on his tenacity to inch closer to his target. After continuous attempts and efforts, Feng Yuan finally found a relatively stable position. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength, and prepared to launch another attack. This time, it had to succeed. Feng Yuan shouted and raised the spiraling sphere in his hand. Charging toward the weak point of the tornado, he launched himself like a cannonball, filled with the determination of succeed or die trying. With a loud bang, Feng Yuan successfully broke the structure of the tornado at its center, and the storm gradually calmed down. Exhausted, Feng Yuan squatted on the ground, but his heart was filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. I did it. You did what? Who told you to break the tornado like that? Zhou Xingxing looked at the jubilant Feng Yuan, but his face showed no smile. Instead, he frowned. Breaking through the tornado with brute force was clearly not what he wanted to see. Technique. You will eventually encounter enemies stronger than you in your life. Without technique, all that awaits you is death. Zhou Xingxing quickly formed hand signs again, and before Feng Yuan could catch his breath, a water vortex, even more terrifying than the previous tornado, came crashing down. Like to break in with brute force, huh? Fine. This time, my ninjutsu combines wind and water release, and its power is more than 3 times that of the previous tornado. If you want to die, then come on in. If Feng Yuan planned to use the same method to break through, the only outcome waiting for him would be being torn to pieces by the water blades in the tornado. Chapter 11. Is 10 seconds important or not? Looking at the enormous and terrifying water vortex in front of him, Feng Yuan's eyes widened, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. The water vortex resembled a raging dragon, twisting its body and exuding a chilling aura. The waves rolled, and the deafening roar seemed to swallow the entire world. Feng Yuan was indeed stubborn, but that didn't mean he was a fool. This time, there was clearly no way to charge in like before and destroy the eye of the storm by relying on his body as defense. He was absolutely certain that if he dared to do so again, he would be instantly torn to shreds by the terrifying water vortex before him. Calm down, Feng Yuan. He continuously reminded himself in his heart, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But how exactly should he break through this despairing water vortex? Feng Yuan began to recall his recent training, the resilience he showed while climbing trees, the agility he had while walking on water, the clever use of shadow clones in combat, and the powerful spiraling sphere. Wait, the spiraling sphere. Feng Yuan stared at the spiraling sphere in his hand, falling into deep thought. The principle of the Rasengan is to concentrate chakra in the palm of the hand, and by rotating it, compress the chakra to form a high-speed rotating energy sphere like a miniature typhoon. But the problem is that this miniature typhoon, despite its incredible destructive power, cannot be thrown away. No, maybe it doesn't need to be thrown. What if I can make the Rasengan bigger? With this thought, a bright light suddenly shone in Feng Yuan's eyes. It was as if he had grasped a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, and a strong hope surged in his heart. He began to concentrate, mobilizing the energy within him, try to further enlarge the Rasengan. The chakra surged in his palm like a rushing river, continuously rotating and compressing. Sweat broke out on Feng Yuan's forehead again, but his gaze became even more determined. He recalled the technique of the Rasengan, striving to control the flow of chakra, making it rotate more steadily. As time passed, the Rasengan gradually grew larger in his palm, spinning faster and emitting a buzzing sound. Oh no! The Rasengan was out of control. When the size of the Rasengan completely exceeded the distance his palm could fully open, Feng Yuan felt a powerful force suddenly break free from his control. The high-speed rotating energy sphere seemed to have a will of its own, twisting wildly and emitting an ear-splitting roar. Feng Yuan's face turned pale in an instant as he realized he was in great danger. The Rasengan shook violently in his palm, making a sharp whistling sound like a high-pressure cooker about to explode, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Feng Yuan hurriedly tried to regain control of the Rasengan, but that force was simply too powerful. His efforts felt insignificant. Danger, danger, danger. Just as Feng Yuan closed his eyes, ready to accept the backlash of the Rasengan, Zhou Xingxing suddenly appeared beside him. He extended his right hand and activated the ability of the hungry ghost path of the Rinnegan, and in the next second, the impending explosion of the Rasengan shrank smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. Sealing technique absorption. Keep going, Zhou Xingxing said coolly, indicating that Feng Yuan need not worry about safety. Feng Yuan nodded, then tried once again to increase the size of the Rasengan in his hand. Still no good. Once, twice, 3 times. Feng Yuan couldn't remember how many times it was, but they all ended in failure. What to do, what to do? Was his thinking wrong? Feng Yuan first glanced at the shadow clone of Zhou Xingxing standing beside him, then saw the real Zhou Xingxing not far away. Wait, what are you doing? I ask you. What are you doing? I'm here, training hard, and you're lying on a rocking chair, eating ice cream. You even put on your swim trunks. You beast, you beast. Hey, are you spacing out? Just as Feng Yuan was gritting his teeth in anger, Zhou Xingxing's clone was just ahead. Look, if you keep slacking off, I'll have the water tornado crash into you. Feng Yuan expressionlessly nodded, not knowing that at this moment he had already cursed Zhou Xingxing 108 times in his heart, each time different. So envious. Wait, I seem to have thought of something. Feng Yuan turned his head and fixed his gaze on Zhou Xingxing's shadow clone, making him feel a bit nervous. Why are you staring at me like that? Feng Yuan didn't answer, but turned his attention back to the water tornado. If I can't do it alone, then what about 2 people? 3 people? With this thought, Feng Yuan used the shadow clone technique, creating 2 shadow clones, 1 on each side. Then he attempted the Rasengan again, but this time it was different. While the main body controlled the Rasengan, the 2 shadow clones were also helping to control it. There's hope. Watching the Rasengan grow larger in his hand, Feng Yuan felt ecstatic. Finally, a Rasengan larger than Feng Yuan himself appeared at his right hand. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing smiled and tossed away the popsicle in his hand. Not bad. You actually learned it on your own. Feng Yuan focused intently on the enormous water tornado in front of him, silently calculating the timing. He knew this was a gamble, but he had no other choice. When the Rasengan grew to a certain size, he suddenly thrust his palm forward, releasing the Rasengan toward the water tornado. The Rasengan collided with the water tornado, producing a tremendous roar. The energy shockwave caused the surrounding air to tremble, and water splashed everywhere. Feng Yuan nervously watched this scene, filled with anticipation. He didn't know if his attempt would succeed, but he had already done his best. It worked, it worked. I succeeded. Seeing this, Feng Yuan could no longer contain his joy, raising his arms in celebration until he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Sigh, you've worked hard. Looking at the unconscious Feng Yuan on the ground, Zhou Xingxing, who usually had a nonchalant expression, rarely showed a hint of emotion. Although Zhou Xingxing didn't say it out loud. Only he knew how much progress Feng Yuan had made recently. Just the transformation alone was a significant improvement. Now, even without the eye of the lion in hand, Feng Yuan could still transform into Leo at critical moments to fight enemies. At the same time, Feng Yuan's transformation duration on Earth had increased from the original 2 minutes and 40 seconds to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. What a huge improvement. Some may ask what can be done in 10 seconds. Laughable, there are plenty of things that can be done in 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough for someone who forgot to bring toilet paper to run from the toilet to the living room with their pants down, and then back to the bathroom with toilet paper without dropping anything. 10 seconds is enough for someone who forgot to bring a towel to run from the bathroom to the living room naked, and then back to the bathroom with a towel without giving anyone a chance to take a photo. 10 seconds is enough for someone who is halfway through a game to get up from the bed, quickly run to the door, and then come back to pick up their phone and continue battling. So, is 10 seconds important or not? Chapter 12. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Roar. This day, the residents of Black Tide Island, who were supposed to enjoy a peaceful life as usual, were plunged into chaos and panic due to the appearance of monsters. The figures of the twin monsters, the Gila brothers, loomed over the island, roaring as the tremors they caused seemed to tear the earth apart. The sea was stirred into tumultuous waves by the monsters' movements, crashing against the shore with deafening sounds. Terrified screams echoed in the skies above Black Tide Island, and people fell into unprecedented despair. Monsters! It's monsters! This scream seemed to be the horn of disaster, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. The huge and terrifying monster figures loomed over the entire island like a nightmare. Run! A tsunami is coming. The surging sea rushed in like a ferocious beast, carrying the power to destroy everything. People fled in panic, their footsteps hurried and their expressions terrified. They didn't know where to go, only that they had to escape this terrible disaster. Help! Someone save us! The desperate cries for help rose and fell, filled with a desire for survival and fear of the unknown fate. The cries of children and the shouts of adults intertwined, turning Black Tide Island into a hell on earth. Finally, it has come. Zhou Xingxing, who was soaking in a hot spring with Feng Yuan, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on the direction of Black Tide Island. Go, Feng Yuan. It's time for the whole universe to know the name of Leo. Feng Yuan solemnly nodded, a determined light flashing in his eyes. At that moment, he felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders to protect the people of Black Tide Island, to safeguard his second hometown. The name Leo, representing courage and strength, was about to shine in this crisis. Leo, accompanied by Feng Yuan's furious roar. The steam from the hot spring had yet to dissipate, but a raging fire had already ignited in his heart. In the next moment, a red giant appeared between heaven and earth, soaring towards Black Tide Island with Zhou Xingxing. Drink! As Leo's figure appeared above Black Tide Island, he leaped down from the sky like a bolt of lightning, his strong posture radiating power and majesty. When his heavy body crashed into the sea beside Black Tide Island, the tremendous impact sent huge waves of water soaring, resembling a giant splash blooming. Soon after, the massive amounts of seawater that had been sent into the air began to fall back down, transforming into a heavy curtain of rain. Go! Zhou Xingxing slowly spoke. Kill them. Leo nodded at him, and then turned to charge towards the Kira's brothers. Mom, where are you? At that moment, a sound of crying caught his attention. Zhou Xingxing turned to see a little girl standing about 800 meters away from him. Not far behind her, people were shouting and fleeing into the island. No one noticed the little girl. Perhaps they did notice her, but in a desperate situation, they had no time to concern themselves with others. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing directly used a flying thunder god technique to teleport over, picking up the little girl and bringing her to a relatively safe place. Fengzi, where are you? In the crowd, a woman was desperately calling out while straining to push through the throngs of people, just to find her daughter. Just as despair crossed her face, a hand suddenly appeared and pulled her up. Who? The woman looked up in confusion to find a young man standing in front of her, seemingly a solid rock amidst the chaos, unaffected by the surrounding crowd. In his arms was her daughter. Fengzi, are you okay? Well, Mom, I'm fine. Are you okay, Mom? It's not safe here. Let's hurry. Looking at the mother and daughter crying together, Zhou Xingxing reminded them. Thank you. Thank you. The woman tightly hugged her daughter, still looking shaken. But Zhou Xingxing no longer paid attention to them. He turned and rushed towards the tsunami that was about to crash onto the shore. Before the tsunami, Zhou Xingxing's figure appeared so small and insignificant, yet he charged forward without hesitation. The collapsed buildings, the jostling crowd, the mother and daughter crying together, all of it painted a chaotic and tragic picture. Under the dark sky, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up like the dawn of hope, bringing a glimmer of warmth and comfort to the people. The woman holding her child forgot to seek shelter, staring blankly at the scene, her eyes growing brighter. What a warm light! Is it a deity? The changes on this side were indeed astonishing, instantly capturing the attention of the Kira's brothers and Leo, who were in the midst of a fierce battle. This even caused a brief pause in their fighting rhythm as they turned their gazes towards the dazzling light. Roar! The Kira's brothers sensed a strong aura of danger from the light, and, feeling anxious, they tacitly shifted their attack targets. Two red beams of destructive light shot out. But just as they were about to hit Zhou Xingxing, they were blocked by an inexplicably appearing formation. No, it's not blocked. It was as if they had been swallowed. Although I don't want to interfere in Leo's battle. Since you came looking for trouble, don't blame me. Secret technique. Flying Thunder God, direct lightning. In the next moment, the destructive beams that had originally been blocked by the formation reappeared, but unexpectedly. The beams emerged on either side of the Kira's brothers, targeting them directly. This sudden counterattack caught the Kira's brothers off guard. They looked fearfully at the returning destructive beams, wanting to dodge, but finding it too late. As the attacks hit, the Kira's brothers roared in pain under the powerful force, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Drink! Seeing this, Leo quickly exerted his arms, pushing the Kira's brothers behind him. As the people on the island cheered at this phenomenon, the originally overcast sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, instantly turning the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Following that, another massive figure descended like a ghost amidst the lightning. The shocking scene made everyone gasp, and their joy was instantly replaced by fear. Thus, the third enemy on the battlefield, the magma alien, finally appeared. As the saying goes, enemies see each other with extra hostility. The newly appeared magma alien did not immediately attack, but stood there looking down at Leo with a provocative and arrogant gaze, as if reminding him not to forget the memories of his shattered family. Magma alien, you filthy dog. Upon seeing this, Leo could no longer contain his anger and roared as he launched an attack. Chapter 13. At this moment, Seven was flying at full speed towards the land of light. Pay attention, this man in front of you is called Xiao Feng. At this moment, he was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with three enemies in front of him. These three enemies were Xiao Ji, Xiao La, and Xiao Ma. Roar! The appearance of the magma alien excited the Kira's brothers even more, wanting to combine and use the Kira's spin to attack Leo. But Leo, who was already aware of their attack patterns, would not let them succeed easily. In the next second, two clones appeared beside Leo. But Leo remembered Zhou Xingxing's teachings and used all his strength to separate the two, not giving them the chance. Three Leos moved simultaneously, charging towards the Kira's brothers at lightning speed. The Kira's brothers were caught off guard by this sudden change, but quickly reacted, preparing to continue using the Kira's spin to counterattack. However, Leo's speed was simply too fast. Before they were fully prepared, he was already close. One of the Leo clones leaped high, delivering a flying kick directly at the red Kiras. The opponent hurriedly dodged to the side, but another Leo clone seized the opportunity, landing a punch to its abdomen, causing it to let out a painful roar. Meanwhile, the real Leo faced the other blue Kiras. Leo skillfully dodged the opponent's attacks, then found the right moment to deliver a knife-hand strike to the neck, leaving it dazed. Unexpectedly, the magma alien, who could also create clones, saw the Kira's brothers in trouble and angrily roared, charging over with its weapon raised. Leo remained unfazed, dodging the attack that came from behind and delivering a precise kick to the alien's stomach. Ugh! The massive body of the magma alien instantly fell into the sea, creating waves that surged over 10 meters high. Would release, would world descends. With a clap of his hands, Zhou Xingxing summoned countless giant trees that wildly grew from the island's coastline, instantly blocking the raging tsunami. Although fighting monsters was a bit overwhelming for him at the moment, he still easily withstood the aftermath of the battle. Zhou Xingxing's actions once again attracted the attention of the magma alien, who had just suffered a setback at Liu's hands. Enraged, it decided to launch an attack on this earthling before it, as if it could regain a bit of its dignity. Oh, coming at me? Zhou Xingxing looked at the aggressively charging magma alien with no hint of fear in his eyes. He formed hand seals again, and the surrounding trees seemed to come to life, waving their thick branches in preparation to meet the magma alien's attack. The magma alien swung its massive weapon and charged fiercely at Zhou Xingxing. As it approached the trees immediately entwined around it, trying to halt its advance. However, the magma aliens are incredibly powerful. These trees can only slow down their advance, but cannot completely bind them. But that's enough. When Zhou Xingxing opened his eyes again, his entire body turned white, 3 times more than his usual skin tone, except for his eyes and hair. A pair of horns grew on his head, looking quite cute. Zhou Xingxing, try saying that again. At the same time, a strange curse mark appeared on his forehead. Sage mode, 6 paths mode. Good, the time has come. Heavenly Middle. As Zhou Xingxing unleashed Heavenly Middle, the surrounding space instantly twisted. His body slowly rose, powerful energy waves spreading outward from him. With the enhancements of Sage Mode and 6 Paths Mode, Zhou Xingxing's momentum reached its peak. His eyes revealed an air of authority and mystery, as if he controlled the fate of the entire world. The curse mark on his forehead flickered with a strange light, exuding a mysterious aura. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding space instantly changed, and before the magma alien could react, it fell into the lava. I didn't expect that 500-degree lava wouldn't kill you. Watching the magma alien struggle in the lava, Zhou Xingxing was also taken aback, but quickly came to his senses. These monsters are hard to kill even with nuclear weapons, so of course, they can't be killed by mere lava. However, even if it can't be killed, this harsh environment is enough to make it suffer greatly. Seeing the enraged magma alien wanting to charge at him again, Zhou Xingxing used Flying Thunder God technique to dodge to its head. It took a lot of effort to drag you in here. In the form of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and having absorbed more than half of the Earth's natural energy, it took all his power just to pull the opponent into this realm. Gana, goodbye. Knowing he was no match for the opponent, Zhou Xingxing didn't want to continue the fight and decided it was better to leave this guy, who was Liu's #1 enemy, for Liu to deal with personally. Therefore, he quickly activated the illusion technique, Tsukuyami, and while the opponent was breaking free from the illusion, he left this lava-filled planet without looking back, as he could only blame himself for provoking him. Here, the author sets the illusion technique to be effective. But since most aliens and monsters in this world have strong mental power, the illusion is useful but doesn't last long. For example, if Kakashi were hit, he would at least have to lie in the hospital for 3 months and rest for 6 months. And that's because Itachi went easy on him. The magma alien would only be hard controlled for 3 to 4 seconds, and it would wake up in that time. On the other side, Liu's battle with the Gila's monster brothers was also coming to an end. Liu's eyes were sharp, and every attack was precise and powerful. The Gila's brothers were retreating under Liu's onslaught, but were still unwilling to accept defeat, constantly struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, Liu's shadow clones worked in perfect harmony with his main body to surround the Gila's brothers. One shadow clone jumped high, attracting the attention of one Gila's, while Liu's main body took the opportunity to rush towards the other Gila's and landed a heavy punch on it. The Gila's cried out in pain, staggering backward. Another shadow clone launched an attack from the side, kicking the weaker of the Gila's brothers. The Gila's brothers wanted to support each other, but Liu and his shadow clone's cooperation left them with no way to do so. As the battle continued, the Gila's brothers gradually exhausted their stamina. Their movements became sluggish, and their attacks lost the initial ferocity. Liu seized the opportunity, jumped high, and executed Liu's flying kick. A dazzling light flashed, and a powerful force instantly struck the Gila's brothers. The poor Gila's brothers never had the chance to come together for their combined spinning attack and died in a very aggrieved manner. As for Liu, did he feel aggrieved? Of course, he felt aggrieved. After training hard for so long, wasn't it to break the opponent's combined spinning attack? In the end, he didn't let them use it. So why did he practice the Rasengan and the tailed beast Rasengan? However, even if Liu had the chance to choose again, he would still do it this way, because behind him were thousands of lives, and Liu did not dare to gamble with those lives. Seeing the battle successfully come to an end, Zhou Xingxing thoughtfully stroked his chin. It seemed that even after learning the Rasengan, Liu still habitually ended battles with flying kicks, attacking with punches, using the Rasengan for skill counters, and finishing off with flying kicks. Perhaps he knows what to teach him next. Speaking of which, on the other side of the universe, Seven was flying with all his might towards the land of light. Seven, Earth, wait for me. Seven will be back soon. Chapter 14. One wave has not yet settled. Another rises. We won. Ultraman won. It wasn't until they witnessed the Gila's brothers fall into the sea that the fleeing crowd finally snapped out of their terror, erupting into deafening cheers. Every face was filled with the joy and excitement of having survived a disaster. Children jumped up excitedly, waving their little hands as if paying tribute to this first time appearing Ultraman. The adults held each other tightly, crying tears of joy, deeply moved by this thrilling victory. However, this joy of victory did not last long. Just as Liu was about to fly away, the already dark sky became even more ominous, as if the apocalypse were approaching. The crowd's hearts tightened, their previously relaxed expressions replaced with tension and fear. They anxiously looked up at the sky, and the increasingly bizarre sight made their bodies tremble involuntarily. Children clung tightly to the adults' clothing, their eyes filled with terror. The adults looked grave, exchanging uneasy glances, not knowing what terrifying crisis lay ahead. Liu also sensed something unusual. He hovered in the air, vigilantly observing the changes around him. In that dark sky, it seemed there was a mysterious and powerful force surging, sending chills down their spines. The wind began to pick up, carrying an oppressive aura that rustled people's clothing. Everyone silently prayed in their hearts, hoping this was not the beginning of another disaster. But the ever-changing sky only intensified their worries, as if a greater storm was about to arrive. Suddenly, the sky seemed to tear apart, and Zhou Xingxing on the island stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. That was a time-space fluctuation. Who could it be? The wind blew even more fiercely, mixed with heavy rain that tousled people's hair. Fear and anticipation intertwined, making the air feel as if it had solidified. Liu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the strange sky, ready to face the unknown challenge ahead. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a giant slowly descended from the time-space rift, radiating golden light while exuding an overwhelming killing intent, as if a demon god had descended. Liu watched this figure warily, while Zhou Xingxing on the island felt a strange familiarity with it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "Tartarus!" Liu quickly took a fighting stance, a strong sense of crisis causing all his muscles to tense, every nerve feeling like a drawn bowstring. So strong. This was the first time Liu had encountered such a powerful opponent. It felt as if there was an insurmountable mountain between their strengths. "I found you, Liu, stone monkey." Tartarus swept his gaze and quickly spotted his target among the crowd. Stone monkey? Seeing Tartarus fix his gaze firmly on him, Zhou Xingxing was certain that the other party was indeed coming for him. Goodness, what kind of ability do I have that could actually bring such a terrifying giant through time and space to attack me? Not hesitating any longer, I quickly transformed into the Six Paths mode and shouted at Liu, "Help me hold on for 1 minute." With my hands clasped together, I prepared to enter Sage mode. Not a chance. Tartaros would not give Zhou Xingxing this opportunity. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Zhou Xingxing with a flash. His speed was so fast that one couldn't react in time. The golden light on him grew increasingly dazzling, and a powerful aura spread out like a storm. Seeing this, Liu roared and charged at Tartaros at high speed, trying to stop his attack on Zhou Xingxing. But Tartaros simply waved his hand lightly and sent Liu flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn, is it really not going to work? Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing had no choice but to abandon his actions. The next second, a golden sword light was swung from his hand, carrying an incredibly fierce momentum, as if it wanted to split the entire sky in two. Wherever the sword light passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp sound. Golden wheel turn. In the original work, Otsutsuki Kagaya used this move to split the moon in half while fighting Naruto. Zhou Xingxing's power was much stronger than Otsutsuki Kagai's. With one sweep, not to mention splitting the earth in half, erasing all 5 great nations from the earth would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, such destructive power might cause significant damage to ordinary monsters, but in front of Tartaros, the ultimate life form, it was clearly insufficient. Tartaros squinted slightly, watching this powerful attack come at him. He showed no signs of panic, merely raising one hand. And a similarly golden light surged from his hand, meeting Zhou Xingxing's sword light. The 2 golden lights collided, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy. The light radiated outward, as if a small sun had exploded in the sky. The intense shock wave distorted the surrounding space, causing the people on the ground to faint from the force. Damn, it really isn't working. Watching Tartaros attack him unscathed again, Zhou Xingxing quickly activated the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God to try to rebound the energy attack back at Tartaros. However, Tartaros came from the future, so how could he not understand Zhou Xingxing's combat abilities and strategies? Not good. The space barrier is collapsing. The Flying Thunder God technique is not absolute defense. It might defend against 99 of attacks, but if the opponent's attack is strong enough to affect the surrounding space or cause spatial destruction, then the Flying Thunder God technique becomes ineffective. Perhaps a simple way to explain it is, one force can break 10,000 methods. The classic example is Might Guy's Evening Elephant after opening the 8 gates in the original Naruto, which, being pure taijutsu, was so powerful that it distorted the surrounding space, even making Madara, who had already ascended to the 6 paths level, have to endure it. Tartaros' casual strike was evidently powerful enough to distort and tear the surrounding space, easily breaking through the Flying Thunder God barrier in the blink of an eye, and continued to advance towards Zhou Xingxing. Once the attack landed, not only would Zhou Xingxing be turned to ashes instantly, but the entire Black Tide Island and all living beings on it would also turn to nothingness. Just as Zhou Xingxing was about to enter the second phase of his liberation state, he suddenly noticed a space-time rift appearing in the sky again. Found you. Accompanied by a roar, a gigantic stone monkey descended from the sky. Its flying kick landed precisely on Tartaros' head. This kick, 200 years of power. Can you block it? This successfully pulled Zhou Xingxing back from the brink of death. I'm alive, I'm alive. On Black Tide Island, many people who survived began to cry and cheer. Only Zhou Xingxing looked up at the savior descending from the sky with a strange expression. Is that me? After all, who would be so bored as to recreate the 10 tails sealed within them into the form of the Monkey King? Chapter 15. Rasengan, Fiery Spiral Yen. Monkey. Tartaros got up from the ground, glaring fiercely at the opponent. You really are persistent. Yo, getting anxious, huh? The stone monkey grinned widely while holding the golden staff, his face filled with obvious mockery. Since you're here, let's disappear together with this planet. After saying that, Tartaros began to gather golden energy, a powerful aura spreading outwards from him, distorting the surrounding space. The stone monkey, however, showed no fear, merely waving his right hand. In the next second, a space rift appeared beside Tartaros, directly pulling him into another dimension. Now no one will disturb us. After saying that, the stone monkey swung the golden staff fiercely, and a golden light shot out like lightning, heading straight for Tartaros. Tartaros snorted coldly, raising his hand to unleash a golden shockwave, instantly illuminating everything, the powerful impact causing the surrounding ground to tremble. The stone monkey flashed and instantly appeared in front of Tartaros, bringing the golden staff down with immense force. Tartaros hurriedly dodged to the side while retaliating with a series of dark energy balls. The stone monkey skillfully wielded the golden staff, knocking the energy balls away one by one. Xing, the transformed human form of Feng Yuan, arrived beside Zhou Xingxing, looking at the disappearing stone monkey and Tartaros, feeling relieved but also a bit frightened. Who is that guy? He's simply terrifyingly strong. Zhou Xingxing came back to his senses and said excitedly, I remember that guy, Tartaros. He's a member of the Absolution people. Like the Labrandarans, they're also known as ultimate life forms with the power to control time and space. Feng Yuan frowned. I think I heard my father mention this race. It's a powerful race similar to the Light Nation, but why would they target us? Zhou Xingxing smiled. Do we even need to ask? It's definitely because they were beaten by us in the future, thinking that if they couldn't defeat our future selves, they would come back to our timeline and eliminate us before we grew stronger. This sneaky bastard is quite the player, even more insidious than Deadwater. Feng Yuan blinked. What? Zhou Xingxing grabbed Feng Yuan. It's nothing. Let me take you to see a good show. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing opened the Heavenly Palace and found that the battle had already entered a white-hot stage, with both sides exchanging blows, refusing to give way. The Stone Monkey, who is Zhou Xingxing from the future, constantly pressured Tartaros with agile movements and varied abilities. Tartaros, relying on his super-strong defenses and power, tried to find a flaw in the Stone Monkey. As the battle continued, the entire space in the Heavenly Palace was on the verge of collapse under their powers. The Stone Monkey flashed, darting through space like a phantom. He quickly formed hand seals, dust release, original world separation technique. A powerful light shot out, seeming to slice through space as it passed. Tartaros' eyes narrowed as he quickly raised both arms, bracing himself against the attack with his solid defense. The dust release light struck Tartaros' defense, producing a loud rumble, but it failed to break through. However, the Stone Monkey did not lose heart. He changed his hand seals again. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. Fiery magma spewed forth from his hands, rushing towards Tartaros. Tartaros roared, his body radiating light, forcefully holding the magma at bay. Taking advantage of Tartaros' moment of distraction, the Stone Monkey dashed forward. Lightning release. Kirin. The sky was overcast with clouds, and a massive lightning bolt struck down directly at Tartaros. Tartaros hurriedly dodged, but the speed of the lightning was so fast that it still left a scorch mark on his body. Tartarus was completely enraged, wildly swinging his fists, each punch carrying the power to devastate the world. The Stone Monkey agilely dodged Tartarus' attacks while continuously searching for opportunities to counterattack. Rasengan, Hot Vortex. The Stone Monkey unleashed a powerful laser ninjutsu towards Tartarus. Tartarus quickly raised his arm to block it, but the force of the laser still made his arm tremble slightly. Although his body felt terrible, he would never admit it. Just some flashy attacks. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, the Stone Monkey appeared in front of him in an instant, slapping his hand onto Tartarus' stomach. Rasengan, Hot Vortex. Tartarus was hit by this sudden blow and staggered back a few steps, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a sensation that the whole world was shaking. What is happening? What did you do? Tartarus tried to steady himself, but he felt as if he were in a vast ocean with an erratic center of gravity that made him fall if he relaxed even slightly. Seeing Tartarus sway like a drunken man on the ground, Feng Yuan also asked the same question. What is wrong with him? He seems off. Meanwhile, Zhou Xingxing had a thoughtful expression. I see. It seems that the hot vortex is actually fused with fire chakra. Then, seeing Feng Yuan's naive and clear-eyed expression, Zhou Xingxing patiently explained. If my guess is correct, the hot vortex Rasengan is an advanced ninjutsu that combines the original Rasengan with fire attributes. Even I can't achieve it at the moment. However, I can explain why the opponent is currently staggering. It relates to the ability of the Rasengan vortex. What ability? In simple terms, it can utilize not only its own chakra, but also the energy from planetary rotation and revolution, as well as the related centrifugal force. Thus, besides the physical damage caused by the Rasengan, the vortex also impairs the enemy's sense of balance, reducing their movement skills. That's not the scariest part. The scariest part is that because the planet's rotation is semi-permanent, the effects of the vortex on the enemy are also permanent, which means it will also have a magnetic effect on them. The planet we are currently on, while not large in the universe, is comparable to Earth, and its rotation speed is much faster than Earth's. Of course, there are two simple ways to break this technique. The first is to rely on brute force to blow up the planet, so naturally, one would no longer be affected by its magnetic field. The second is to quickly leave the planet. The farther away, the less impact the magnetic field will have on the enemy. Feng Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Then why doesn't Tihi run? Or just blow up this planet? With his power, he could definitely do that, right? Chapter 16, Earth, Natural Energy. Right? Plenty of it. Zhou Xingxing. What you said is indeed possible. As long as the planet is blown up, the issues would be resolved. But the problem is he can't do that. Feng Yuan, why? Zhou Xingxing. Do you remember what I just told you the technique he was hit by is called? The Hot Vortex Rasengan, an advanced ninjutsu that combines the original Rasengan with fire attributes. Even I can't do it yet. If I'm not mistaken, Tartarus currently has two types of energy within him. One is what I just mentioned, which creates a magnetic field effect on the enemy. The other is more straightforward. It's simply a fire attribute attack. Now, Tartarus should feel like there's a ball of fire burning inside him. Although he is strong enough that this flame cannot kill him, it can still affect the operation of his internal energy. Seeing that Feng Yuan was still confused, Zhou Xingxing sighed and gave another example. It's like you could normally eat with chopsticks, but while you're eating, a cat keeps scratching you, biting you, and trying to steal your food, and you can't get rid of the cat. Although the cat can't kill you, it definitely affects your ability to eat. Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood. I see. Zhou Xingxing, back to the battle below. Seeing that Tartarus was clearly at a disadvantage, he gritted his teeth and shouted at the stone monkey, "Monkey, next time we meet, we'll settle both new and old scores." After saying that, he turned red and the energy within him began to surge wildly toward his heart, like a volcano about to erupt. Not good. The stone monkey sensed something was wrong. Having dealt with Tartarus multiple times, he immediately realized that Tartarus was planning something dangerous. He intended to use a self-destructive explosion to take this space and everyone in it down with him. Then he would use a special heart to resurrect himself. What a clever tactic. Understanding this, the stone monkey quickly distanced himself, then saw Zhou Xingxing and Feng Yuan watching from above. He paused for a moment, but quickly reacted and appeared in front of them. Before Feng Yuan and Zhou Xingxing could react, he grabbed them with a giant hand and escaped from that space. By the time Zhou Xingxing and Feng Yuan regained their senses, they had been brought back to Earth by the stone monkey. However, before Zhou Xingxing could say anything, the stone monkey returned to the realm of the heavens and did not come back. It was clear that he had left this timeline to chase after Tartarus. Is that it? Everything that just happened feels like a dream, and Feng Yuan is still dazed. First, they defeated the magma aliens and the monster brothers. And before he could celebrate, Tartarus, who was powerful enough to crush them with one hand, appeared out of nowhere. Just when Feng Yuan thought he was doomed, a giant stone monkey fell from the sky, saving them, saving Earth, and driving the enemy away. He's gone back home. Zhou Xingxing sighed. At this moment, his feelings were no different from Feng Yuan's. He had thought that as long as he followed his plan to train Leo, he could easily wait for the system to return. But now it seemed that he had been too simplistic. He also needed to quickly improve his own strength. Otherwise, who could guarantee that he would be this lucky again in the future? By the way, Xing. On the way back, Feng Yuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "What about the magma aliens?" Earlier, during the battle, to protect the residents of Heichao Island, Zhou Xingxing had directly transported them to the magma space in the realm of the heavens. Now that he was back to his senses, Feng Yuan didn't want to let it go like this and planned to follow in to kill them himself. I locked him in the space I created, but I suggest you leave it to me to deal with. Zhou Xingxing turned back and explained seriously. Although the strength of the magma aliens is not among the top in the universe, being able to earn the title of Blade Tyrant proves they are no ordinary foes. In battle, they will go to great lengths to win, even using some insidious strategies. This relentless spirit makes them a force to be reckoned with in the universe. Feng Yuan was taken aback, then curiously asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Zhou Xingxing didn't hide it and directly stated his intentions. "I think I lack a sparring partner, and his strength is just right." After hearing this, Feng Yuan pondered. A sparring partner? Indeed, while I can train with the Xing, there are significant limitations. If I unleash all my power and turn in a Leo to fight him, I could easily crush him with my powerful base stats. But if I don't transform in a Leo myself, or only transform into a human-sized Leo to fight him, I'll end up being the one crushed. So the magma alien, whose basic data is much worse than mine, is indeed more suitable as a training partner. Well, having realized this, Feng Yuan, though reluctant, had no choice but to accept it. However, soon, a look of worry covered Feng Yuan's face again, and after much hesitation, he expressed his concern. "But isn't it too dangerous to have the magma alien as your training partner? Zhou Xingxing chuckled. Why don't we give it a try? After saying that, Zhou Xingxing created 5 shadow clones and sat down with them to meditate. Feng Yuan curiously observed Zhou Xingxing and his shadow clone's actions, and instinctively opened the Ultraman eye to take a look. To his surprise, he saw that Zhou Xingxing and his 5 shadow clones were like 6 vacuum cleaners, frantically absorbing energy from all directions. What kind of technique is this? Feng Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief, and this energy felt vaguely familiar. Wait a minute. Could it be the energy from Earth? That's it. No wonder. Here, the author notes that due to the difference in dimensions, the author gave the Sage mode a super enhancement. In the original Naruto, although characters like Minato Namikaze, Hashirama Senju, and Naruto Uzumaki had absorbed a lot of natural energy using Sage mode, by the time of the final valley of the end battle, the natural energy in the ninja world was completely drained, with the culprit being the half-tailed beast inside Naruto. The author felt that the natural energy in the ninja world was indeed very scarce. Also, considering the Ultraman universe, where Gaia Ultraman represents the will of Earth and has plenty of energy during battles, the author decided to super enhance the natural energy value of Earth in the Ultraman universe to 200 times that of the ninja world. Which is why even when the protagonist transforms in a Sage of 6 Paths mode and splits into 5 shadow clones to absorb energy, it's still fine. Earth just Sage mode. Plenty of energy. Chapter 17. Life and Death Battle. 5,000 words. 10 minutes later. Alright, we're ready. When Zhou Xingxing opened his eyes again, layers of faint black shadows appeared around him. Coupled with the surging natural energy within his body, he looked as majestic and sacred as a deity. One of Zhou Xingxing's clones stood up and skillfully carved 4 ceiling storage arrays on his arms, then stored the remaining 4 clones into the 4 arrays in sequence. Let's go, Feng Yuan. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xingxing opened a space-time rift, and on the other side of the rift was the magma space in the celestial realm. Oh, old horse. As soon as he entered, Zhou Xingxing began to mock. Do you like this place I prepared for you? It's you. Seeing the culprit who brought him here finally appear, the magma alien's long-accumulated anger found an outlet, and without saying a word, he launched a powerful blow at Zhou Xingxing, his fist larger than Zhou Xingxing himself, seemingly wanting to smash him into a meat pie. Look at you, so impatient. Zhou Xingxing nimbly dodged the attack with his swift speed, effortlessly shaking off the magma mixed in the air. Don't think you're the only one who can grow big. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing transformed into a majestic stone monkey, wielding a shining iron rod that seemed capable of splitting the heavens. You're so annoying. If I were still in my peak, you wouldn't even qualify to chatter in front of me. This isn't bragging. In his previous life, Zhou Xingxing had sealed 7-tailed beasts within himself, and, under the guidance of the Sage of 6 Paths, refined them into the Chaos Stone Monkey, Rui Jingu Bang, Fengqi Purple Gold Crown, Golden Armor, Lotus Silk Boots, Purple Gold Red Gourd, and Cloud of Flying Nimbus, 7 magical treasures. It was with this equipment that he successfully became the strongest in the 6 Paths realm, gaining the capital to battle against the Otsutsuki god. However, that battle came at a great cost. Zhou Xingxing's equipment was left with only the Chaos Stone Monkey and Rui Jingu Bang, while the rest suffered severe damage and are still slowly recovering within his body. Who knows when they recover? On the battlefield, the magma alien roared and charged towards Zhou Xingxing like lightning. Zhou Xingxing showed no fear, swinging his iron rod vigorously, unleashing a powerful gust of air that collided with the magma alien. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to tremble, and magma splattered everywhere. Are you all right? Seeing Zhou Xingxing being sent flying like a kite with a broken string, Feng Yuan quickly transformed into Leo and rushed forward, wanting to help. I'm fine, don't interfere. Hiss. The gap in power is quite large. Get out of the way. Facing the subsequent attack from the magma alien, this time, Zhou Xingxing learned his lesson. He no longer thought of meeting force with force, but instead used his agility to maneuver in the magma space, rendering the opponent's strength useless. Smaller, a little smaller. He. As Zhou Xingxing kept muttering, his originally over 40-meter tall form rapidly shrank at a visible speed until it stopped at a height of 10 meters. Take this. Old Zhou. Seizing the moment when the magma alien exposed a flaw while attacking, Zhou Xingxing raised his stick and brought it down hard on the opponent's head. Bang! The pain on its head made the magma alien let out a painful roar, but still gritted its teeth and mocked. "Ha! Your attack is like a tickle, human. Is this all your strength? Look at you, so impatient." Zhou Xingxing swiftly appeared behind the magma alien and slapped it on the back. Spiraling sphere, Xia. As soon as he made contact with the magma alien's back, a powerful force erupted. Blue light instantly spread out, forming ripples of energy centered around the point of contact. The magma alien's massive body shook violently, stumbling forward a few steps. The spot on its hard shell that was hit by the spiraling sphere developed fine cracks. But that wasn't the end. When the magma alien tried to stand up, it found the entire world starting to spin, as if it were caught in a turbulent sea, unable to concentrate to maintain its balance. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan came back to his senses. Indeed, it's this technique. There's a real chance of winning this time. Bastard, what did you do to me? This time, there was an added hint of fear in the magma alien's roar. Having lived for over 10,000 years, it was the first time it had encountered such a strange phenomenon. However, Zhou Xingxing had no obligation to answer its question. He simply floated in mid-air, panting heavily, clearly having exhausted all his chakra and natural power from the previous move. Seeing this, Feng Yuan's shadow clone immediately sprang into action. He first summoned a shadow clone from his arm and then dismissed it. Looking at Zhou Xingxing's energy surging again, Feng Yuan finally understood the purpose of these shadow clones. Wow, it can work like this? You're playing dirty. Old Zhou is back. Watching Zhou Xingxing stretch comfortably, the magma alien roared in anger, its deafening roar reverberating like a tangible shockwave spreading outwards. However, Zhou Xingxing was well prepared. He clapped his hands and quickly unleashed wood release. Great wall technique. A wooden shield shaped like a fanged ghost face rose from the ground, successfully blocking the impact of the roar. However, the wooden shield also began to loosen and crack under the shockwave, with small chunks of wood falling off. Binding technique. As Zhou Xingxing's eyes widened, the magma alien, who had been ready to attack just a second ago, suddenly froze in place. This technique not only immobilized its body but also the surrounding magma and its thoughts. This was no ordinary illusion like Suki's, but a fusion of the laws of space and time. Unless one had reached the level of the six paths, this immobilization technique could keep any victim frozen for eternity. However, the energy required for this technique was immense, and with just one move, Zhou Xingxing had already depleted all his chakra and natural energy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Watching the magma alien stuck in the lava, Zhou Xingxing remained cautious and consumed another shadow clone to restore his energy while counting out loud. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of clones appeared around the magma alien, each wielding sticks and charging at it recklessly like moths to a flame. Although the damage caused by each clone's self-destruction wasn't very strong, it was enough to rival the Nine-Tails tail beast ball. 10 seconds. Seeing the magma alien regain its mobility, Zhou Xingxing sighed. Indeed, he couldn't tell if the life forms in this dimension were too powerful or if his abilities were weakened. But even the great Otsutsuki could be affected by his immobilization technique, yet it couldn't hold down a mere magma alien. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Zhou Xingxing quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a series of high-speed spinning wind blades toward the magma alien. Though these wind blades seemed small, they contained immense cutting power. They rained down on the magma alien, leaving shallow cuts on its outer shell. The magma alien swung its arms, trying to disperse the wind blades, but there were too many, and Zhou Xingxing continued to fire them without sparing energy. The magma alien became agitated, and its red glow suddenly intensified, shooting out red energy beams from its body. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing quickly used a wood clone to defend, and, taking advantage of the magma alien's momentary pause in firing energy beams, he silently approached from behind to launch another attack. Fire release, blazing staff formation. He leaped from a boulder, and the stick in his hand ignited with black flames. In an instant, with the long staff as the center, flaming staff illusions erupted from the ground with a loud bang, forming a staff formation. These flaming staffs continuously moved toward the center, rotating like a raging fire, burning the magma alien in the center of the formation, both externally and internally. Impressive. Feng Yuan, who was watching from above, was left dumbfounded by the battle. He hadn't expected Zhou Xingxing to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Sage mode, shadow clones, immobilization technique, spiral shuriken, and the recent blazing staff formation. It was just too cool. What? You say it looks like a powerful operation, with a battle score of 250? That's hilarious. You can't possibly think a 3-year-old could kill a 30-year-old adult, right? The fact that Zhou Xingxing could battle the magma alien to this extent was already shocking Feng Yuan for 100 years. After all, even if the magma alien was weak, it could easily withstand a nuclear bomb with its physical body. Even a hydrogen bomb, which was hundreds of times stronger than a nuclear bomb, could only injure it. Therefore, even if Zhou Xingxing admitted defeat immediately, Feng Yuan would still respectfully call him master. After all, this was an absolutely unfair battle. Even as an observer, Feng Yuan understood this. How could Zhou Xingxing, being in the thick of it, not know? However, asking him to give up now was not an option he was willing to consider. With Liu there to back him up, where else could he find such a good opportunity? So he decided to go all out, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent. He wanted to make sure they couldn't leave unscathed. Thus, Zhou Xingxing resolutely dispelled his last shadow clone, deciding to wager everything on one final move. Toward death and life. Immobilization technique, immobilize. With a fierce glare, Zhou Xingxing once again froze the magma alien in place. 8 gates, death gate, open. Zhou Xingxing's voice resonated like a bell throughout the battlefield. In an instant, a tremendous wave of red chakra surged from his body, so dense it seemed almost tangible, enveloping him in a blood-red glow. The stone monkey form he had taken on had its veins bulging like a coiling dragon beneath his skin. His hair stood on end as if struck by lightning. Every inch of muscle rapidly expanded, as if trying to break free from the confines of his skin. He looked much larger than before. At that moment, he resembled a peerless blade released from its sheath, exuding a terrifying aura. He gripped the long staff tightly, which was instantly wrapped in red chakra and roaring flames. The flames danced wildly along the staff, creating a fearsome beauty as if they sought to devour everything in the world. Flame staff thrust. Hellbreak. Zhou Xingxing shouted, stomping down hard, causing the ground to crack instantly. He shot forward like a cannonball, carrying immense power and searing flames toward the frozen magma alien. The flames at the front of the staff condensed into a massive, sun-like fiery cone during the high-speed charge. The fiery cone collided with the magma alien's body, resulting in a deafening roar. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, the light more brilliant than the sun, blinding to behold. The magma alien's tough outer shell began to crack under this blow, with flames seeping into the fissures and rampaging within its body. The magma alien, freed from the immobilization technique, let out a painful roar, but its form remained locked in place by Zhou Xingxing's power, unable to evade. Zhou Xingxing pressed the advantage, continuously swinging the long staff. Fire staff sweep, heaven and earth split. Zhou Xingxing became the center, wildly swinging the long staff. Each swing generated a massive arc of fiery shockwaves, layering upon one another as they surged toward the magma alien. The fiery shockwaves relentlessly battered the magma alien, its cracks growing larger, with some areas of its shell even beginning to shed, revealing flesh that flickered with a strange glow. That flesh, upon contact with the air, was quickly scorched by the flames, emitting hissing sounds. However, the magma alien was indeed a powerful being. It forcibly broke free from Zhou Xingxing's immobilization technique, its eyes flashing with hatred. It raised its massive fist and slammed it toward Zhou Xingxing. The pressure from the fist created winds like blades, cutting deep grooves into the ground. Zhou Xingxing did not retreat, but advanced instead, executing one last technique. Final move, Inferno Staff Dance, Apocalypse Spiral Flame. At this moment, Zhou Xingxing's body had reached its limit. He leaped high into the air, throwing the long staff upward. The staff spun rapidly in the air, releasing flames that grew larger like a vortex, forming a gigantic fire tornado. This fire tornado, with a destructive momentum, dove down toward the magma alien. The magma alien crossed its arms to shield its head, trying to withstand the strike. The moment the fire tornado made contact, it was as if the entire world was engulfed in flames. Time seemed to freeze at that moment of contact between the fire tornado and the magma alien. The fire tornado roared like an enraged beast of flames, lunging at the magma alien. The muscles in the magma alien's arms tensed, and its armor began to glow red and deform under the extreme heat. Despite using all its strength to resist, the impact of the fire tornado was overwhelmingly powerful. Each flame felt like a sharp blade, slicing through the magma alien's armor and producing a deafening sound of metal scraping. Zhou Xingxing was hanging in the air, his body swaying precariously due to overexertion, with multiple fractures beginning to appear in his bones. If it weren't for the fairy beans as a safety net, he would never dare to play like this. At this moment, his eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield below, revealing a sense of determination. He knew this was his last chance. If this move couldn't defeat the magma alien, he would have no strength left to continue fighting. The flame tornado was continuously striking the magma alien, the intertwining red and orange flames gradually engulfing its massive body. The magma alien's feet sank deep into the ground, which cracked rapidly under the high temperature, forming huge fissures from which small flames occasionally leaped out. As the flames continued to erode, more and more cracks appeared on the magma alien's armor, with some pieces being torn away by the flame tornado and turning to ash in the fire. Its arms began to tremble, seemingly unable to withstand the apocalyptic force any longer. Suddenly, the magma alien let out a roar, a powerful energy erupting from within, attempting to break free from the encirclement of the flame tornado. This energy collided with the flames, resulting in a series of violent explosions. The explosive firelight flickered around, with each explosion resembling a small solar eruption, the brightness stinging the eyes. Zhou Xingxing saw the magma alien fighting back, gritting his teeth and using the last bit of his strength to inject more fire attribute chakra into the flame tornado. The power of the flame tornado instantly increased a notch, its rotation speed becoming faster and the flames more vigorous. Finally, with a deafening roar, the magma alien's arms were completely blasted open by the flame tornado, and the flames surged like a flood towards its head and body. The massive body of the magma alien was lifted high by the flame tornado, struggling incessantly in the fire. As the flame tornado gradually dissipated, the magma alien fell heavily to the ground. Its body was covered in burn marks, its armor was in tatters, and some parts were even emitting black smoke. It lay in the lava, its huge chest heaving violently, and the light in its eyes dimmed. Chapter 18. The chat group of the multiverse. Hey, Turtle Son, wake up. Your father is here. Hey, Turtle Son, wake up. Your father is here. Turtle Son, slap. Damn it, you annoying brat. With an angry roar, Zhou Xingxing finally woke up from his stupor, opening his eyes to see Feng Yuan's familiar face. You're awake? Feng Yuan covered his face, his expression uncertain if it was happiness or grievance. Wow, your slap is really strong. I was just about to feed you, but you woke up on your own. Before Zhou Xingxing could speak, a familiar voice appeared in his head again. System. Son, do you miss your dad? Zhou Xingxing, damn. You finally came back, you dog. Feng Yuan, what? Who came back? Zhou Xingxing glanced at the confused Feng Yuan. Nothing. Can you leave me alone for a bit? Feng Yuan nodded in confusion and then turned to leave the room. Oh. As soon as Feng Yuan left, Zhou Xingxing began his mental rant. Dog system. You really lack loyalty. 2.5 years. Do you know how I've spent those 2.5 years? Do you know? The system was silent for a moment, then cautiously said, Beer? Seafood? Zhou Xingxing. The system continued. Where did you find an action actress to study techniques with every week? Zhou Xingxing. Cough, cough, cough. All right, let's drop that topic. The system sneered. Looks like someone has been living quite well while I was away. It seems like there's no difference whether I'm here or not. Zhou Xingxing. Cough, cough. System. How did the thesis go this time? What was the result? Tell me about it. System. Can you be any more awkward when changing the subject? A thesis is of course a light matter. Then the system smugly added, by the way, I've upgraded. I successfully upgraded from a level 0-1 crossover system to a level 0 2 crossover system. Zhou Xingxing thought, no wonder this guy is so happy. Not only did he graduate, but he also successfully leveled up. Zhou Xingxing. So, can you take me home now? System, of course. This time I brought enough energy from headquarters. Not only can I take you home, but there's enough for a round trip. Don't worry, I guarantee there won't be any mistakes this time. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Just thinking about finally being able to go home and leave this dangerous universe made Zhou Xingxing feel completely relaxed. However, before leaving, he still planned to help Feng Yuan a bit since they had met. But, Zhou Xingxing narrowed his eyes. He knew things weren't that simple. Speak, but what? Cough. Cough. But I just received a job from a big shot. What job? So-and-so this and that. I see. In simple terms, that big shot was willing to pay a large amount of cosmic origin and power of faith to invite the system and host to help save the multiverse he was in, which included all the Ultraman universes. According to the system, the universe is balanced. For every just and righteous universe, there are equally dark and evil ones, maintaining a relatively stable state. However, there are always some travelers and illegal systems that occasionally cross over, madly destroying these universes like cancer cells, just to absorb the cosmic origin power to the maximum extent. When the origin power of a universe is completely absorbed to zero, it means that universe has reached the end of its destruction. So I created a chat group for the multiverse. Once we find any illegal travelers or dark systems, we can rush over for support. I see you've worked hard. Wait, what do you mean by you've worked hard? Aren't you coming with me? Huh? Are you dreaming? I'm not going to help you with this job. You've caused me trouble for over 150 years. Isn't that enough? But, alright, I won't waste more time with you. I'll say goodbye to Feng Yuan and hurry up to get back home. By the way, I think Feng Yuan is pretty good. He is strong and easy to fool. Why don't you consider him? No way. How could he go against illegal travelers and dark systems? Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Wah, you actually. Hey, let's just talk, don't act out. You think I'm acting out? You actually think I'm acting out? Wah, who gave that poor guy who was hit by a car a chance to reincarnate? Who transferred 50 million to that poor guy's family? Who let that poor guy take out loans to buy enemy-repelling items when he was about to be killed? And who? Alright, I was wrong. I was wrong. Not afraid of heaven or earth, just afraid of the system throwing a tantrum in my head and digging up old grievances. It's clear you know it's acting, but you just can't do anything about it. Forget it. Zhou Xingxing sighed. How did I end up meeting such a living ancestor? The system chuckled. Oh, I forgot to tell you. It doesn't matter if you agree or not, because I already bound you while you were unconscious. You agreed to it yourself. Zhou Xingxing, damn. You really do nothing at all. The system proudly said, I'm not human. Anyway, since it was a done deal, Zhou Xingxing decided to stop dwelling on it. I'll say goodbye to Feng Yuan, and then you can take me back. Task can wait. Feng Yuan, come in for a second. Xing, did you call me? Yes, there are some things I need to explain to you. When Feng Yuan learned that Zhou Xingxing was actually from another universe, his eyes were filled with shock. Later, when he found out that Zhou Xingxing was about to leave for his hometown, the expression on Feng Yuan's face instantly turned desolate. Xing, congratulations. However, Feng Yuan quickly adjusted his emotions, thinking from another perspective. If it were him, wouldn't he make the same choice? It's just that his hometown no longer existed. It's okay. Feng Yuan, sensing the other's low spirits, Zhou Xingxing patted his shoulder. If you need anything, just call me. I'll come back. But from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. System, make an invitation. Who are you talking to? Received. Ding, member one of the multiverse chat group. Welcome Prince of Leo to the chat group. The mechanical voice that suddenly appeared in Feng Yuan's mind startled him. Before he could ask, Zhou Xingxing smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll answer your questions all at once later. Ding, member one of the multiverse chat group. Welcome Bird Watching Under the Moon without by Lian to the chat group. Ding, member one of the multiverse chat group. Welcome Riding the Wind with a Sword to the chat group. Ding, member one of the multiverse chat group. Welcome Iron Dog Tycoon to the chat group. Ding, member one of the multiverse chat group. Welcome Young Family Dog Lover to the chat group. Chapter 19. What? Whose leg is broken? Bird Watching Under the Moon without by Lian. What is this? Riding the Wind with a Sword? I drank too much, really drank too much. Why does it feel like someone is talking in my head? Young Family Dog Lover. Weird, who? Who's talking? A deity? Or a monster? Iron Dog Tycoon. What is this thing? Six Paths Sage. Everyone please don't panic. First, listen to me. You can check the group announcement for explanations, which will answer many of your questions. Six Paths Sage? Who is this great predecessor? Why have I never heard of him? Despite the confusion in his heart, he still followed the advice and checked the group announcement. He then understood the general situation. They actually crossed the boundaries of time and space. How could he have stumbled upon such an opportunity? He could hardly believe it. While everyone was quietly digesting this news, Zhou Xingxing had already started his next operation. Ding! Member Six Paths Sage uploaded a level ninjutsu spiral sphere, gaining 50 points. Ding! Member Six Paths Sage uploaded a level ninjutsu big ball spiral sphere, gaining 60 points. Ding! Member Six Paths Sage uploaded S-level ninjutsu spiral shuriken, gaining 100 points. Once the system had copied all of Zhou Xingxing's abilities and techniques, the originally 0 chat group store instantly transformed into 700. During this time, all members except Zhou Xingxing endured nearly 15 minutes of system notification sound impact. My goodness. Six Paths Sage. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian was the first to realize it was really Six Paths Sage. Seeing the other person's group nickname, Zhou Xingxing smiled, immediately knowing that this guy was probably Zhang Chulan from the world of Under One Person. The other party was in an Earth that was extremely similar to his own. He just didn't expect that Earth also had the anime Naruto. This was interesting, so Zhou Xingxing decided not to explain this misunderstanding. He pretended to be confused. Oh, does this group friend know me? As soon as he spoke, Zhou Xingxing regretted a bit. The real Six Paths Sage wouldn't understand the term group friend. Fortunately, Zhang Chulan didn't mind and said, I know. Your mother is Otsutsuki Kagaya, right? You also have a brother named Otsutsuki Mamashiki. Before Zhou Xingxing could respond, Riding the Wind with a sword couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Otsutsuki? What a strange surname. But how do you know about him? Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. I'll explain this later. If all goes well, I might know everyone in this group. In short, this is a real big shot. But I wonder what the timeline is like in that world. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Excuse me, can I ask how old you are now? Six Paths Sage should be over 1,000 years old, right? Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Wow, does that mean the 4th Great Ninja War? Six Paths Sage, are you talking about the 4th Great Ninja War? It has already ended. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian, then the ninja world. Six Paths Sage, under the leadership of Naruto and Sasuke, it has already achieved peace. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Zhang Chulan slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn it, the plot is over. What is there to spoil? No, wait. The plot of Boruto. Thinking of this, Zhang Chulan became excited again. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. The Otsutsuki clan in that universe has been exterminated. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Sorry to interrupt. Zhang Chulan. 55-55. The plot shouldn't have developed like this. Wait, there are other big shots in the group besides the Six Paths Sage, right? Why do I have to focus on one person? No, I must find a way to establish my identity as a prophet in the group. With this in mind, Zhang Chulan immediately addressed one of the members. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Prince of Leo, what is your name? Xing, why is this person so strange? Seeing Zhang Chulan's exaggerated reactions in the chat group, Feng Yuan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Zhou Xingxing beside him. Zhou Xingxing chuckled, I don't know. Why don't you answer him and see what he says? Zhou Xingxing speculated that Zhang Chulan was probably trying to establish his identity as a prophet in the group and gain some favor. Since there was no malice and it could help answer various group members' questions, he let it be. Prince of Leo, my name is Feng Yuan. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Feng Yuan, you are indeed Ultraman Leo. Prince of Leo, shocked. Feng Yuan looked at the chat group in disbelief. Wow, how do so many people know about his Ultraman identity? Prince of Leo, how do you know my identity? After speaking, he subconsciously glanced at Zhou Xingxing beside him. And upon seeing the calm expression on the other's face, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. I have some knowledge of divination. As long as I know your current situation, I might be able to help you see the future. Prince of Leo, is that true? Riding the wind with a sword. So you're a fortune teller. But according to the group announcement, it seems we all come from different worlds. Have you reached a level where you can predict the future of someone from a different world? Moreover, leaking heavenly secrets can bring about karma, which is harmful to oneself. We are not related. Why would you want to help us? Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Ahem, how should I put it? My way of divining fate is a bit different from your understanding. The cost is not as great as you imagine. Let's just say it's to form a good relationship. Leo, can you conveniently tell me your timeline? Prince of Leo, my timeline? Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. I just want to ask you a few questions. For example, are you still on Earth? Prince of Leo, yes, I am on Earth. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. How long have you been on Earth? Prince of Leo, 4 months. Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Have the magma aliens invaded Earth? Prince of Leo, how do you know the magma aliens invaded Earth? Bird watching under the moon without Bai Lian. Oh no, it's too late. Is Seven's leg broken? Feng Yuan blinked. Whose leg is broken? Seven? Chapter 20. Leo is really unfortunate. Achoo. In the universe, Seven suddenly sneezed. Strange. Could he have caught a cold? Thinking of this, Seven tightened the ultra cape around him, trying to bring himself a little warmth. At this moment, Seven was still on his way to the land of light. Did Seven break his leg? Feng Yuan was about to say no, but suddenly recalled the scene from when he first met a Xing. Wow. Impressive. During their first meeting, wasn't it in a Xing's illusion that he saw Seven with a broken leg? From the Prince of Lion Star. Impressive. How did you know? Don't observe birds under the moon. Hee, I have my own ways. Soon, Zhang Chulan uploaded a video. Everyone in the chat group curiously clicked on the video. It wasn't long, only about 4 minutes, but it left everyone speechless. How should I put it? This video revealed one word from top to bottom, inside and out. Tragic. It was simply too tragic. Even Zhou Xingxing, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the video. In the video, Leo first witnessed his home turn to ruins, with his loved ones dying in battle. Before coming to Earth, Leo had already been drifting alone in the universe for a long time. He had no companions to rely on and could only face the dangers and unknowns of the universe alone. After finally arriving on Earth, taking on human form, Feng Yuan joined the MAC team at the invitation of his senior, Seven. However, he did not possess the extraordinary combat talent like other Ultramen in human form. His combat skills were gradually developed under the strict training of Seven. Seven's training for Leo was extremely harsh. No, it should be said to be cruel to the point of being shocking. Things like spinning around holding a fan, taking a boomerang head-on, and being chased by a Jeep monster were already unbelievable, and one could easily suffer the Ultraman slap from various star groups or a greeting from Kane. The most critical aspect was that the enemies faced were increasingly powerful, and the annihilation of the MAC team was undoubtedly another straw that broke his back. In the video, he stood alone on the ruins, his solitary back seemingly telling the heartbreaking state of his situation. Friends and loved ones kept leaving under the onslaught of monsters, and he appeared to be a warrior cruelly toyed with by fate, struggling in the painful mire, with every scar being a ruthless mark of destiny. I have to say, the content of this video was truly explosive, and for a moment, several members who had been silently observing in the group also stood up to leave messages. Iron Dog Big Boss. Wow, this is too tragic, right? No, if it were me, I would have thrown in the towel. Whoever wants to go can go, I won't. Young Family Dog Lover. Such a tragic big brother. The regular training is painful enough, and he has to experience so much separation and loss. It must be really hard. Riding the wind with a sword. The spirit of my fellow Taoist truly deserves my admiration, but a strict teacher produces excellent students. Perhaps that master had no choice but to resort to such measures. Don't observe birds under the moon. It is precisely this burden and suffering that shaped Leo's unique heroic temperament. He continuously grew in battle. From initially being battered by Seven's training to later being able to fight against those powerful monsters and disc-shaped beings alone. This kind of growth is unique in the history of Ultraman. Well, no, there is indeed someone similar to him. Zhou Xingxing glanced at the messages and could guess who they were talking about without hesitation. Most likely that true man, Brother Yazhun. The chat group was buzzing with discussions, but Feng Yuan's attention was entirely focused on the video at this moment. Is this really my future? Feng Yuan looked at Zhou Xingxing in disbelief. His eyes filled with shock and fear. Compared to the painful training Seven put him through, he was more shocked by the separation and loss he would experience in the future. The annihilation of the MAC team, and the friends in the training hall leaving one after another. How could he accept this? Don't be nervous, Feng Yuan. Zhou Xingxing patted his shoulder. The future has already changed, hasn't it? Feng Yuan then came to his senses. Right? At least Seven's leg isn't broken, is it? And the residents of Black Tide Island are still living well. This all proves that the future can be changed. But when he thought of what Zhou Xingxing had said earlier about leaving, Feng Yuan's heart became uneasy again. Is he really going to leave? Can he stay here a little longer? Sorry. Zhou Xingxing shook his head, not to mention that he was eager to return home. Staying here would only bring disadvantages to Feng Yuan. It hasn't been long, and Feng Yuan has already developed a sense of dependence. Even if he could help him fight once or twice, could he really stay by his side 24/7 to fight together? It seemed that Feng Yuan's lack of response made Zhang Chulan think that Feng Yuan was scared by his video, so he quickly left a message in the group. Don't observe birds under the moon. Don't worry. 2 hours later, I will send you everything I know about the future of your world, so you and Seven can plan ahead, minimizing casualties. Prince of Leo, thank you. Don't observe birds under the moon. Hey. And no need to be polite. We are all group friends, and we will help each other in the future. By the way, Six Paths Sage, may I ask how many points you earned by copying so many things to the chat group store? Six Paths Sage, well, about 170,000. Don't observe birds under the moon, wow. 170,000. No wonder you're a big shot. I uploaded 3 techniques. Golden Light Spell, Yang 5 Thunder, and Chi Body Source Flow, and only earned 220 points. Wait, who said I could only upload techniques? Zhang Chuan had a brainwave and quickly picked up a water cup nearby to experiment. System, ding, sold a normal water cup, earned 0.001 points. Useful but not much. However, even so, this was a significant discovery for Zhang Chuan. So, he immediately shared this significant discovery in the group, causing another uproar. So, it turns out you can sell items around you? In the Marvel world. Tony Stark stroked his chin and subconsciously tried it out. System, ding, sold a valuable gold necklace. Earned 1 point. Looking at the gold necklace that vanished in a thin air in his hand, Tony Stark quickly asked, Jarvis, did you detect any strange energy fluctuations just now? However, Jarvis's response was filled with confusion. I'm sorry, sir. I did not detect any unusual energy fluctuations. Jarvis's answer didn't surprise Tony Stark. If he could easily find traces, it would only prove that this so-called cross-dimensional chat group wasn't as powerful as it claimed. However, he did see something interesting in the chat group store. Senza bean, a type of magical food, eating one can quickly heal injuries. Price, 50 points. Perhaps he could give it a try. If it works well, he could stock up on some points for emergencies. With Zhou Xingxing and Zhang Chulan leading the way, other members in the group also began to try copying or selling their own items. Chapter 21. Buy it. Zhou Xingxing. Feng Yuan. How many points do you have now? Feng Yuan. 214,000. Zhou Xingxing. What the hell? Why does his points total so much? More than mine. I only have 176,000. System. He not only copied his own techniques, but also the transformation device, lion's eye, and the light energy in his body. What do you think? Zhou Xingxing. All right, I'll accept that reason. System. Woe is me, I'm so sad. Being brothers in my heart, if you don't believe me, it won't help to say 1,000 words. Zhou Xingxing, don't mess around. I asked you to copy a shadow clone technique, and you gave me 20 reward points, but you hung 60 reward points on a shelf. Brothers, are you telling me to cut you down? System, haha. Oh dear, there are too many products. I need to organize them first. You carry on, and we'll chat later. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Xingxing immediately pulled out 150,000 reward points and exchanged them for enough chakra essence from the system store. In his previous life, during the life and death battle with the god of Otsutsuki, he used the heavy particle mode to achieve final victory, which resulted in 5 of his 7 divine tools being destroyed at once. Although the 5 destroyed divine tools have now been reborn within him. Relying solely on his daily chakra supply, he doesn't know how long it will take to restore them to their original state. However, thinking about the possibility of encountering all kinds of powerful and unknown enemies in the future, Zhou Xingxing felt he needed to speed things up. With the successful deduction of 150,000 points, Zhou Xingxing immediately felt like a different person. The 7 divine tools, which were originally dim, regained their former luster. This made Zhou Xingxing eager to try out his abilities. Recalling the previous battle with the magma aliens, he felt a sense of urgency. Zhou Xingxing, by the way, Feng Yuan, I almost forgot to ask you, what was the result of my battle with the magma aliens? Feng Yuan thought for a moment and decided to answer truthfully. Although I look covered in wounds, most of them are not fatal, except for a serious bruise on my back that caused significant damage. I vaguely heard the sound of bones breaking. That wound should result in a compound fracture. However, the magma aliens are extraterrestrial life forms, and their recovery is different from humans. For a human, such injuries would likely lead to a lifetime of paralysis, but for him, it should only take 2 or 3 days to heal. Zhou Xingxing, 2 or 3 days. Good, then I'll fight him again then. By the way, Feng Yuan, have you decided what to exchange for? Feng Yuan was unsure. There were simply too many options to read through. How about I exchange for the spiraling sphere? It costs 5,000 points and can be exchanged. Zhou Xingxing, the spiraling sphere? Although it can't deliver a one-hit kill, this technique is quite suitable as an opening move in battle. Especially effective for mages, and it consumes less energy, making it suitable for you. By the way, you should also exchange for this technique. SSS level ninja body technique. Flame explosion fist dance. Flame explosion fist dance. Feng Yuan clicked on the description of this technique in the system store. The fist momentum is like fire. Extremely fierce. When punching, it seems like blazing flames surround the arm, and where the fist wind blows, steam rises. Like a meteor of explosive flames, it carries intense power, capable of instantly igniting the air and creating a powerful pressure that makes the opponent feel as if they are in a sea of fire. Its power can break diamond and burn everything, perfectly merging the power of flames with martial arts. Wow, that's amazing. After reading the skill description, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out 5,000 points. With the successful exchange of the skill, Feng Yuan felt a sudden enlightenment, as if this technique had been trained in his memory countless times. Every detail of movement, every point of force, felt engraved deep within his soul. Zhou Xingxing, you should also exchange for this a secret technique, Divine Fire Clone. Feng Yuan nodded, then eagerly clicked on the description of this technique in the system store. The caster is instantly surrounded by blazing divine fire and amidst the dancing flames. Clones identical to the caster gradually appear. These clones are formed from divine fire and emit intense heat. Each clone possesses powerful attack capabilities and agile movements. The divine fire clone can attack the enemy from different directions at the same time, making it hard for the enemy to grasp, as if they are surrounded by endless flames, unable to escape. Most importantly, when a divine fire clone is destroyed by the enemy, it will explode instantly, dealing significant damage to surrounding enemies. Oh my god, that's so cool. These amazing skills only cost 5,000 points? Zhang Chulan, do you think this is reasonable? Buy it. Buy it. Zhou Xingxing, don't rush. We still have plenty of points, right? Get this flame dance kick by quickly spinning the legs. It makes the body like a burning fire wheel. During the spinning process, the power of flames continuously gathers, and when kicking toward the target, it unleashes a powerful fire attribute impact. It's like a blazing firestorm sweeping in, capable of instantly pulling the enemy into it, enveloped by high temperatures and immense power. Due to its fierce offensive and variable angles, it's generally hard for opponents to defend against. It's a fire attribute leg technique that combines speed and destructive power, requiring 5,000 points. Feng Yuan, buy it. Buy it. Zhou Xingxing, take a look at this technique, Jeet Kune Do Master. An existence at the pinnacle of martial arts, with a profound understanding of Jeet Kune Do. Every gesture exudes a powerful aura and authority. His movements are like lightning, and his techniques are fierce. Every punch and kick contains endless power and wisdom. Using the formless to create form and the infinite to limit, it maximizes the essence of Zhi Qiandu. Once purchased, you will gain the combat experience and intuition of a master. In battle, you will be like an invincible war god, crushing opponents with absolute strength. It requires 6,000 points. Feng Yuan bye. Zhou Xingxing, Sage Mode Proficiency. It is Feng Yuan bye. Zhou Xingxing, 8 Gates of Duanjia Proficiency. Is Feng Yuan bye. Zhou Xingxing, Flying Thunder God Technique Proficiency. It is Feng Yuan bye. Zhou Xingxing, Transformation Technique. It is Feng Yuan bye. Zhou Xingxing, Yin Healing Destruction, Mastering Immortal Techniques, Creating Rebirth. They're Feng Yuan bye. No wonder he is a prince. He spends lavishly. In the end, he didn't even read the skill descriptions. As long as Zhou Xingxing recommended it, he directly ordered it. In just a few minutes, he spent 214,000 points and was left with only 8,000 points. Zhou Xingxing couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted to stop. Otherwise, it seemed Feng Yuan was intent on spending all his points. Chapter 22. Where to? The Merchant Taisha Mansion? Zhou Xingxing. Feng Yuan, don't you feel incredibly powerful right now? Feng Yuan. The rain has stopped, and the sky is clear. Feng Yuan feels like he is back in action. He can't wait for an alien invasion to test his current strength. To be honest, even Zhou Xingxing didn't know what level the enemy was at. What would the outcome be if he fought against Siwen? Zhou Xingxing, I admit you've gotten stronger, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. Remember this. Often, those who are careful, and even more careful can laugh and live to the end. Feng Yuan put away his smile. I understand. Xing, I will remember your words. While the two were chatting, Zhang Chuan in the chat group was not idle. Noticing that Feng Yuan hadn't replied to his messages, he immediately turned his attention to another member of the group. If nothing else, this person should be the power ceiling of the group. However, it depends on what timeline he is in. Don't be a fool watching birds under the moon. Dog lover from the Yang family. Brother's surname is Yang, and he loves dogs. Could it be that your name is Yang Jian? Dog lover from the Yang family. How do you know my name? Don't be a fool watching birds under the moon. It's really you. Wow, Erlang Shen, big shot. Inside a thatched cottage. The young Yang Jian curiously surveyed the chat group in his mind, not understanding why the other party became so excited after knowing his name. Don't be a fool watching birds under the moon. True God, what timeline are you in right now? Are your parents there? What do you mean by are your parents there? Could it be that my parents will encounter misfortune in the future? Young Jian verwundert sleekly, feeling a bit confused, but still chose to answer truthfully. The dog lover from the Yang family. Both parents are here. Why do you suddenly ask this? Don't be by Lian watching birds under the moon. Phew, that's good. True Lord, you should hurry and remind your parents to move. Quickly move. Yang Jian felt even more bewildered. Why do we need to move? What is going on? Can you please clarify? Don't be by Lian watching birds under the moon. Oh my, true Lord, how could I dare to tease you? I'll be direct. There will be heavenly soldiers coming to capture your mother in the future. You must prepare early. Upon hearing that heavenly soldiers would come to capture his mother, Yang Jian's eyes instantly filled with fear. The dog lover from the Yang family. Heavenly soldiers? Why would they capture my mother? Clarify your words. Don't be by Lian watching birds under the moon. True Lord, your mother, Yao Ji, secretly descended to the mortal realm to fall in love and have children, which violates heavenly laws. The heavenly court has always been most intolerant of such violations, and they will definitely send heavenly soldiers to capture her. The dog lover from the Yang family. How is this possible? My mother is kind and gentle. She has never done anything to harm heaven or reason. How can the heavenly court be so unreasonable? Don't be by Lian watching birds under the moon. This has nothing to do with whether your mother has done anything to harm heaven or reason. True Lord, the rules of the heavenly court have always been this way, without regard for human feelings. You must act quickly now. Every minute late adds more danger. Then Zhang Chuan thought of the file transfer function in the chat group and hurriedly sent the scene of Yang Jian's family of 5 being chased by heavenly soldiers to the group's shared files. Yang Jian quickly opened the video in the shared files of the group. In the footage, the sky was dyed a murderous gold red. The great golden crow led a group of heavenly soldiers, pressing down like dark clouds. The great golden crow was clad in dazzling golden armor that shone like flames. With a cold look in his eyes, with a wave of his hand, the heavenly soldiers quickly spread out, surrounding the Yang family's thatched cottage. Yang Tianyu stood in front of his family. Despite his hands trembling slightly, his eyes showed determination. Yao Ji did nothing wrong. It was me. I am the one who violated heavenly laws. She has half of my heart within her. So I have been controlling and enticing Yao Ji all along. If you want to capture someone, just capture me alone. Please spare my family. Yang Tianyu was willing to die. However, the great golden crow merely looked at him with disdain, his response cold. The decree of the Jade Emperor is to capture Yao Ji and execute Yang Tianyu, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan on the spot. Then, Yang Jian watched helplessly as his father and elder brother were killed by heavenly soldiers, and his mother was also captured, pressed under Peach Mountain. If it weren't for the cleverness of the following Tianpeng, who tricked the heavenly soldiers with a technique to age them, even Yang Jian and Yang Chan would not have escaped death. After the heavenly soldiers left, the transformed Yang Jian and Yang Chan decided to seek a master to learn skills to save their mother. The scene shifted, and a skilled Yang Jian split open Peach Mountain with a divine axe. But just when he thought he could break the chains and take his mother away, he discovered that the chains were made from heavenly laws, and he could not cut them with his brute strength. Just then, the Jade Emperor, furious and embarrassed, ordered all 10 golden crows to ascend and release all their heat, intending to roast Yang Jian and Yao Ji alive. Yang Jian, Uncle, Yang Jian knows his mistake. I truly know my mistake. I beg you, please let my mother go. I am willing to fall into the endless hell and never rise again. I only ask you to let the 10 golden crows stop. However, no matter how Yang Jian pleaded in the video, the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court remained unmoved. Jade Emperor, no. 10 golden crows, unleash your heat. Yang Jian, no, unchale. I beg you don't. In the video, Yang Jian's cries moved everyone, wishing they could jump into the video to rescue the mother and son from their suffering. However, this was ultimately just a fantasy, and in the end, under Yang Jian's desperate gaze, the deceased Yao Ji turned back into a stone. Thus, the video ended. Mother, it won't happen, mother. Yang Jian helplessly collapsed to the ground, his small body trembling with fear. What to do? What to do? Mother, father, elder brother. They are dead, leaving only me and my sister. In the chat group, everyone who watched the video was also deeply moved, leaving messages of comfort. From Prince of Lion Star, is it Yang Jian? Don't worry. If the heavenly soldiers really come to chase you, my friends and I will come to help you. 6 Paths Immortal. Leo Ultraman versus Heavenly Court Gods? Hiss. This street author's imagination is truly breathtaking. Riding the wind with a sword. If you need help, count me in. I may not have much else, but I can take 1 or 2 people flying with my sword to escape. Iron Dog Big Household. Okay, although I feel sympathy for your situation, I think as an ordinary mortal, I should just sit back and cheer for you. Don't be by Lien watching birds under the moon. True Lord, wake up. There is still hope. It's not too late. Hurry and persuade your parents to move. Yang Jian finally came to his senses from the panic. Right. We must move, but how do I explain this to my mother? After all, the system group announcement had a warning not to disclose the existence of the system, or there would be severe punishment. The dog lover from the Yang family. I can't say the existence of the system. At this moment, Yang Jian was still young and had not experienced much of the world, clearly scared and panicked. Don't be by Lien watching birds under the moon. Don't rush. If I'm guessing correctly, your parents should have concealed the fact that your mother is a deity from you, right? The dog lover from the Yang family. I really didn't know. Don't be by Lien watching birds under the moon. Then it's easy. You just tell your mother that a deity just informed you that the heavenly court has learned about your mother descending to the mortal realm to fall in love and start family, and has ordered the great golden crow and Marshal Tianpeng to lead a group of heavenly soldiers to chase after you. The dog lover from the Yang family. Will that work? Don't be by Lien watching birds under the moon. It will definitely work, true Lord. Trust me. The dog lover from the Yang family. Okay, I'll go tell my parents now. Don't be by Lien watching birds under the moon. Hurry. After seeing Zhang Chulun's suggestion, Yang Jian no longer hesitated, quickly returned to the house, and straightforwardly asked his mother, who was weaving, "Mother, tell me the truth. Are you a deity from heaven who has descended to the mortal realm? Erlang, who told you this?" Seeing that his mother Yao Ji not only did not deny it, but looked at him with a face full of fear, Yang Jian believed Zhang Chulun's words about 8 or 9 points. Yang Jian, Mater, a deity told me that the heavenly court has learned about your descent to fall in love and start a family with father, and has ordered the great golden crow and Marshal Tianpeng to lead a group of heavenly soldiers to chase our family of 5. What? After hearing Yang Jian's words, Yao Ji became flustered. The thing she feared the most was finally happening. However, fortunately, a powerful person had warned them in advance, so there was still a glimmer of hope. Thus, Yao Ji called her husband and children all into the house, and after securing the doors and windows, she continued to ask Yang Jian, "Yao Ji, Erlang, did that deity say anything else? For example, which direction should we run?" Yang Jian paused for a moment, then immediately entered the chat group with his mind. "Yang family dog lover. Don't watch birds under the moonlight, brother. I've already told my parents, and they agreed to move. But where should we run to? Don't watch birds under the moonlight. Don't rush. Let me think." In the world of one person below, Zhang Chulan clutched his hair with a worried expression. Run? Where to run? The heavenly soldiers are all incredibly fast. How can a few mortals escape? Is there any mention in the drama about where Yao Ji was discovered living? It seems not. This is bad. Looking at Zhang Chulan lying on the bed with a frown, Feng Baobao unconsciously mimicked his actions and squeezed out a worried expression, asking, "Zhang Chulan, what are you doing?" Zhang Chulan, "Nothing, just thinking about a very difficult question." Feng Baobao, "Oh, can I play on the computer while you think?" Zhang Chulan waved his hand casually. Go ahead. Go ahead, wait. Computer? Feng Baobao, you're a genius." Feng Baobao tilted her head in confusion. "Didn't you just say that? Since I don't know, why not ask the great readers?" So Zhang Chulan quickly opened his request software and threw out his question in a reader group of several hundred people. "Family, if you traveled to become Yang Tianyu, what method would you use to ensure your family of 5 survives smoothly?" Netizen rolling comments. "I would first say, F your mother. Then shout, people die, birds fly to the sky. 20 years later, I'm still a good man." Netizen, this world is too dirty. Survive? Forget it. That family is under surveillance. They can't escape. Netizen, you're so poisonous. Why not ask the clever Patrick Star baby? Looking at the netizens' varied comments, Zhang Chulan was speechless. Can you give some useful replies? It's urgent. Just when Zhang Chulan was feeling anxious, he finally saw 2 useful comments. Netizen Luo Yunxi, Yang Tianyo. I remember he seems to have a special identity, right? He seems to be the reincarnation of the golden boy from the heavenly court. Whether in traditional mythology, the Bao Yin Deng myth, or the Hong Huang myth, it's all the same. Golden boy reincarnation? No way is that true. Zhang Chulan searched online and found a lot of information that said so, even linking him to conspiracy theories. Some said Yang Tianyu came from the Buddhist sect, meant to undermine the authority of the heavenly court. Seeing this, Zhang Chulan hesitated. Should he really get involved in this matter? What if the experiences of Yang Jian and Yang Chan were intentionally arranged by a powerful being? What if he couldn't save anyone and ended up being targeted by a big shot? Then he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Netizen Lazy Sunrise. Then escape to the West. I believe the 2 saints in the West will surely appreciate Yang Tianyo's great perseverance, great enlightenment, and great fortune. As long as he shows sincerity, the 2 saints in the West will definitely accept him. Netizen Rising Sun. Erlang Shun is the judicial deity established by the heavenly court. Yang Chan is a disciple chosen by Nuwa, and Chen Xiang is the one Nuwa designated to modify the heavenly laws. In other words, the whole matter is jointly managed by Nuwa, the Buddhist sect, and the heavenly court. This is their fate, unchangeable. This is their fate. Zhang Chulan sat blankly in front of the computer, looking at the netizens' comments. Fate? What fate? Damn his bird fate. At this moment, the usually calm Zhang Chulan felt something blocking him inside, making it hard for him to breathe. Why? I refuse to accept this. Why should our fate be determined by others? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chulan took a deep breath and re-entered the chat group. Don't watch birds under the moonlight. I know where you're going. Young family dog lover. Where? Don't watch birds under the moonlight. The Grand Master House of the Shang Dynasty. Chapter 23. Congratulations on coming home. A Xing young family dog lover. The Grand Master House of the Shang Dynasty? Don't watch birds under the moonlight. That's right. Go find Grandmaster Zhou. Even if you can't find him, try to run towards the direction of the Shang Dynasty's imperial capital. The closer you are to the human emperor, the safer it will be. You should set off immediately. If you encounter heavenly soldiers blocking you, just call out in the group, and we'll find a way to help you. Young family dog lover. Thank you. Yang Jian regained his composure and immediately said to Yao Ji, Mother, I remember that immortals seem to tell us to run towards the Shang Dynasty's imperial capital. The closer we are to the human emperor, the safer it will be. Yao Ji thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. I see. That's indeed a good method. Although as a deity of the heavenly court, once she steps into the territory of the Shang emperor, she will be monitored by the national protector beast Xian Yao. As long as she explains her intentions and does not misuse her powers, she will definitely be protected. After all, her husband and children are all mortals, and her husband is a newly appointed official. Although his rank is not high, as long as he is an official, he will certainly be protected. As the sister of the Jade Emperor, she naturally understands the important status of humans in this world. After receiving Yao Ji's approval, everyone quickly packed the valuables they could carry and set out. That night, after a day of travel, Yang Jian's family found a roadside inn to rest. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Jian secretly called his mother out. Yao Ji, perceptive, sensed Yang Jian's inner turmoil and gently asked, Erlang, did you call me out alone because you encounter some difficulties? Looking at the concern in his mother's eyes, Yang Jian recalled the scene he saw during the day in the chat group, where a family was being chased by heavenly soldiers, and he couldn't help but cry again. Yang Jian, Mother, I'm very scared that one day father, mother, and older brother will all leave me. Yao Ji hugged Yang Jian tightly. Silly child, your father and mother will be fine, and your brother and sister will also be fine. The reason Yang Jian was so terrified was that just in the chat group, Zhang Chulan had told him two important things. Don't watch birds under the moonlight. True monarch, there's something I've thought about for a long time, and I've decided to tell you. But you must swear to this chat group system that no matter what happens in the future, you absolutely cannot reveal the existence of our chat group to anyone. Otherwise, you and your family will be cast into the hell of no reincarnation by the system, and you will never be able to be reborn. Steel Dog Big Household. Oh, thanks. You help if you want. Don't help if you don't want to. Why force someone to swear on their family? Riding the wind with a sword. I understand this group friend's concerns. He just wants to avoid this troublesome karma. Young family dog lover. Okay. I swear to this chat group system that no matter what happens in the future, you absolutely cannot reveal the existence of our chat group to anyone. Otherwise, you and your family will be cast into the hell of no reincarnation by the system, and you will never be able to be reborn. What else? Hurry up and tell me. Don't watch birds under the moonlight. Sorry, true monarch, please don't hate me. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, unlike you immortals who have such great abilities. It's precisely because I know my insignificance that I've been struggling for a long time to come up with this method. Young family dog lover, it's okay, go ahead. Don't watch birds under the moonlight. Take a look at this. After saying that, Zhang Chulan posted a screenshot of the chat records from the QQ group in the group. For a moment, the chat group stirred up a storm again. Steel Dog Big Household. Oh, thanks, now I understand why he forced the oath. This is too tragic. 6 paths of the immortal. So, from the beginning, this group friend's family's fate has already been arranged? Riding the wind with a sword. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a saint be such a person? You're spreading rumors. Young family dog lover. My father is the reincarnation of the golden boy of the heavenly court? Is this true? Is my father just playing a part with my mother? I don't believe it. You're lying to me. Don't be excited. This is just a conspiracy theory from the netizens in my world. Whether it's true or not is uncertain. I just wanted you to be aware and not naively think that everyone in the world is good. System, ding. Group member Don't Be Excited successfully shared the films and TV series The Legend of the Magic Lamp, The Magic Lamp, The Novel Investiture of the Gods. and a novel journey to the West. Thanks to the system's functionality, the content that would normally take several days to finish was quickly reviewed in Yang Jian's mind in just a few minutes. When Yang Jian opened his eyes again, his gaze was clearly much more mature than before. He also understood why there were so many conspiracy theories in that world. Coming back to his senses, Yang Jian's gaze slowly fell on his mother, Yao Ji. Yao Ji's face was filled with love, her gaze as gentle as the warmest sunshine in spring, as if it could melt all the hard ice in the world. Yang Jian slightly lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Finally, he asked Yao Ji, "Mother, what kind of person do you think my father is?" "Huh? Why are you suddenly asking this question?" Yao Ji was slightly taken aback, her loving expression now mixed with a hint of confusion. She looked at Yang Jian's much more mature face, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She didn't know why Yang Jian would ask her opinion of his father at this moment, but she still spoke truthfully. "Your father, he's a very good person. He's kind, but not overly so. He's brave, but also cautious in his actions. He studies the classics, but also knows how to cook. He loves us, but also cares for all the people in the world. This is how your mother sees her husband, a good man with great righteousness and understanding." After hearing Yao Ji's words, Yang Jian quietly gazed at his mother. A difficult-to-express emotion flickered in his eyes. Should he really tell his mother that his father might be the reincarnation of Jin Tong? They said his father was a puppet arranged to target him and his sister. After so many years of interaction, Yang Jian didn't believe a person could disguise themselves for so long without revealing any flaws. Observing Yang Jian in thought, Yao Ji asked, "Erlang, why are you suddenly asking this?" Yang Jian shook his head and then asked, "It's nothing, just wanted to clear up some things. By the way, Mother, since I can't sleep right now, could you teach me some spells?" Yao Ji smiled. "Spells can't be mastered in a day." Yang Jian replied earnestly, "To protect my family, I'm not afraid of hardship or difficulty." Just then, his older brother Yang Jiao's voice suddenly came from behind. "I was wondering where you went. Turns out you're here." Yang Jian quickly turned around. "Big brother." Yang Jiao smiled and then seriously said to their mother Yao Ji, "Mother, I also want to learn spells to help protect our family." Yao Ji affectionately patted both of their heads. All right, Mother will teach you." Thus, during the day, the Yang family was busy traveling, and, at night, Yang Jian and the others practiced meditation and cultivation without daring to relax for a moment. 3 days later, where is Yao Ji? When the great golden crow arrived in the mortal realm, he found that it was already deserted. He then looked suspiciously at Tian Peng beside him, which made Tian Peng quite annoyed. "Why are you looking at me? Yao Ji is missing. It's not like I informed anyone. I've been right here with you the whole time. I wouldn't have had the chance to inform anyone even if I wanted to." The great golden crow thought about it and could only order everyone to search around to see if they could find any clues. Soon, a heavenly soldier reported, "Report. Great Commander, we have a situation." The great golden crow replied, "Speak." The heavenly soldier continued, "I just asked a woman in the village, and she said their family might have gone to visit relatives." The great golden crow asked, "Which direction?" The soldier pointed towards the direction of Shiqi, to the west. The great golden crow commanded, "Go." At this moment, in the Ultraman world, Zhou Xingxing thought for a moment and decided to wait 2 more days before leaving. "Feng Yuan, have you heard of the concept of being one with the heart?" Feng Yuan asked. "One with the heart?" Zhou Xingxing explained. "It's when Ultraman possesses another life form and they fight together. Just like the Ultraman warriors who protected the Earth before you, including 7 Ultraman. They basically stayed on Earth by being one with humans until it was time to fight. The life activities of a human form can provide a place for Ultraman to recover energy. For example, when Ultraman is low on energy, they can rest in a fused state with the human form to replenish energy for subsequent battles." Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with thought. This isn't a bad idea. Zhou Xingxing's face showed excitement. "Shall we try it?" Feng Yuan blinked innocently and said, But I don't know how." Zhou Xingxing was immediately extremely disappointed. "What? How can you not know?" Feng Yuan shrugged helplessly. "No one has ever taught me." Zhou Xingxing thought for a moment and said, "Then let's forget about it this time. Next time we see 7, you must let him teach you. This is very important to me." Feng Yuan nodded seriously. "I understand, a Xing." Zhou Xingxing waved his hand. Then that's it. I should go home now. System, let's go. The system cheerfully responded, okay. Looking at the space gate that appeared out of nowhere, Zhou Xingxing took a deep breath. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Zhou Xingxing's voice trembled slightly, as the long-suppressed longing burst forth at that moment. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure seemed to be swept away by a vortex, gradually disappearing along with the space gate. Under the illumination of the light, his outline became more and more blurred until it completely vanished. Feng Yuan stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the spot where Zhou Xingxing had disappeared, not moving an inch. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, a mix of happiness for his friend returning home and deep loneliness. The wind gently blew, lifting his hair, but it couldn't disperse the loneliness in his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, feeling as though a century had passed, a lonely sigh finally escaped from Feng Yuan's lips, echoing in the silent space like a sorrowful song of farewell. Congratulations on coming home, Xing, Feng Yuan murmured, his voice soft and light, as if he had used all his strength. System, ding ding ding, welcome host back home successfully. This system has specially humanized the time to 1 minute after you left. Even your appearance has been changed back to how you looked when you first left. After hearing this, Zhou Xingxing felt a warm current surge in his heart. He looked down at his hands, still looking young, with none of the scars left from his time away. He looked around, and the familiar environment felt both comforting and somewhat strange. System, thank you, Zhou Xingxing said sincerely. No need to be polite, the system replied, breaking the emotional atmosphere and directly reminding him. Knock on the door. You should be able to have a ready-made dinner now that you're home. Zhou Xingxing nodded and opened the door, finally seeing the faces he had missed day and night. His father was still wearing that old work uniform, and his mother was tied up in an apron with a kind smile on her face. His eyes instantly turned red, and his legs involuntarily rushed toward his parents. Mom and Dad, Zhou Xingxing shouted loudly, his voice carrying a hint of tears. Our son is back. His mother turned from the kitchen, looking at her son with slightly reddened eyes. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to go buy vinegar? Did you finish so quickly? Zhou Xingxing was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly exchanged points for a bottle of vinegar from the system store, pretending to take it out from behind. I bought it. When are we eating? At that moment, in a certain branch base of the 749 Bureau in Longhua, a researcher suddenly frowned and quickly spoke into the microphone, calling the monitoring team. It seems there was a momentary fluctuation of spatial energy in City Z. After receiving the message, the monitoring team immediately sprang into action. They promptly retrieved surveillance data from the relevant areas of City Z for comprehensive analysis. The team leader issued orders, and team members typed furiously on their keyboards, the data on the screen scrolling like a stream. Under the technicians' operations, the surveillance footage from the relevant areas of City Z was reviewed frame by frame. Soon, they discovered that near an ordinary residential area, there was a moment when the air seemed to have a strange distortion, although extremely brief. The signs left by that spatial energy fluctuation were still captured. Team leader, we found it. There are indeed signs of spatial energy fluctuations, but it's still unclear whether this fluctuation is naturally occurring or man-made, a team member reported. The leader's expression grew serious. Continue the in-depth analysis and contact energy analysis experts to come over. This spatial energy fluctuation may bring unknown effects, and we must clarify its source and nature. In the past 2 years, they have been overwhelmed by bizarre rumors emerging from all over the country, such as the giant beast Kuan that sings hidden deep in the ocean, ghosts that love to play basketball appearing at midnight, and a tall woman driving a taxi specifically targeting underage boys, among others. However, Zhou Xingxing was unaware of any of this. At that moment, he was happily having dinner with his parents at home, completely oblivious to the spatial energy fluctuations caused by his return home that had drawn the attention of the relevant departments. Chapter 24. Listening to the group leader talk about the ninja world in the past few days, Zhou Xingxing had been living a very comfortable life. Zhou Xingxing, Mom and Dad, let me tell you, our family has struck it rich. The lottery ticket I bought the day before yesterday won a whopping 10 million. How much? X2, his parents, shocked by the enormous amount, stared at their son in disbelief, wondering if they were hearing things or if their son had gone crazy. It wasn't until Zhou Xingxing transferred 4 million to each of them that they finally snapped out of their daze. Goodness, how many years would it take to save this much money? Father Xing asked, poking his fingers to count the numbers on his phone. Mother Xing, with her mouth agape, asked, "Can we get a new house?" Father Xing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "Yes, we need to get a new car too." Zhou Xingxing interjected. "And that's not all. Mom and Dad, didn't you want to travel? How about we go straight to the Maldives?" Father Xing waved his hand dismissively. No Maldives. There are so many beautiful mountains and rivers in our country. What scenery abroad do we not have at home? Honey, how about we go see the capital and watch the flag-raising ceremony together? Mother Xing agreed. That sounds good. I wanted to go for a long time. Once we have money, we won't have to worry about our son finding a partner anymore. Zhou Xingxing grimaced. Mom, what are you saying? Does your son need money to find a partner? The three exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. You might wonder where this money came from. Of course, it was earned by Zhou Xingxing. With his abilities, winning 10 million at the Macau casino was a piece of cake, right? In the past couple of days, the chat group had also been buzzing with activity. An interesting incident occurred when Zhang Chulan learned from Feng Yuan that he actually knew the sage of the six paths, Zhou Xingxing. Bird watching under the moon. Don't be a lotus. Wait, Leo, are you serious? You say you know who? Is it the sage of the six paths? I remember. Prince of Leo. You've asked many times, I know him. Moreover, he has taught me many powerful ninjutsu skills. Wait, how is that possible? Zhang Chulan scratched his head, feeling like his brain was about to fry. The sage of the six paths and Ultraman? They shouldn't even be in the same universe. Why would the sage of the six paths from the Naruto universe appear in the Ultraman universe? And although the sage of the six paths might be powerful, in the Ultraman world, wouldn't he still be as fragile as paper with his Earth-level combat power? Oh no, this is reckless. If even the sage of the six paths can traverse dimensions, then the saints from the Bao Yin Ding could also cross into our world. Thinking of this, Zhang Chulan felt his heart sink. If the system knew Zhang Chulan's worries, it would surely be laughing its head off. Brother, you're overthinking it. Since the system chose your world, it means the highest combat power in your world can't even perceive the existence of the system, let alone come up with any bad ideas against the system through members bound by it. The reason for not allowing members bound by the system to disclose its existence is not because the system fears the highest combat power in this world. That's wrong. It's simply afraid of other, stronger, and more evil systems pulling strings behind the scenes. Zhou Xingxing was also aware of this, so even if Zhang Chulan knew his identity, he didn't mind at all. He even told Feng Yuan, who privately apologized to him, that it was fine. After all, the simple-minded Feng Yuan didn't understand the complexities involved. However, at this moment, Zhang Chulan was still in a brainstorming session. Maybe not. If the setting of the mysterious four O's is true, the pure human faith is. The stronger the power, then it might not be impossible to fight against powerful beings from other worlds. And even if I just remain a cold observer, who can guarantee that Yang Jian won't someday disclose the existence of the system to those saints? So from the moment he joined this chat group, everyone, including the universe they were in, had their fates bound together. Realizing this, Zhang Chulan calmed down and began to inquire in detail about Zhou Xingxing. We learned from Feng Yuan that Zhou Xingxing had seriously injured the Magma Star people all by himself. He was once again shocked. Wow, the Sage of the Six Paths, is that strong? Could it be that the rankings of battle power among those netizens really put the Sage of the Six Paths at number 1, without any padding? But that was just the beginning. A series of things that Feng Yuan recounted further refreshed his worldview. Like beans that fully restore stamina when eaten, earrings that can merge when worn, and cards that can summon monsters. Bird watching under the moon. Don't be a lotus, Sage of the Six Paths. Sage of the Six Paths. Does this group member have something to say? Bird watching under the moon. Don't be a lotus, Tian Wang, Gai Dihu. Sage of the Six Paths, what? It wasn't that Zhou Xingxing was playing dumb. After living in the ninja world for nearly 200 years, he had almost forgotten all the internet memes from Earth. Bird watching under the moon. Don't be a lotus. Don't you know? Then what about the Imperial Palace Jade liquid wine? Zhou Xingxing knew this, not knowing it would be like walking around with a 50,000. Sage of the Six Paths. 180 a cup? Bird watching under the moon. Don't be a lotus. Wow, big shot. You really are a transmigrator. You've hidden this from me so well. But ha ha ha. Zhou Xingxing couldn't help but laugh out loud, but upon noticing the curious gazes from those nearby, he quickly suppressed his smile. Sage of the Six Paths, you didn't ask me. Young family dog lover. What is a transmigrator? Bird watching under the moon. Don't be a lotus. A transmigrator is someone who comes from one world to another. Young family dog lover looked curious. What was the original world of this sage of the Six Paths like? Are there any powerful gods or spells? Sage of the Six Paths. Our world has no gods or spells. It is very similar to Brother Zhang Chulin's world, except our world doesn't have supernatural powers. Probably not. Bird watching under the moon? Don't be a lotus. Big shot. Please tell us how you crossed into the Naruto world and became the Sage of the Six Paths? Was it a soul transfer or a body transfer? Sage of the Six Paths. Soul transfer. When I first arrived in the Naruto world, I was just an ordinary ninja from the Uzumaki clan. System, you're being a bit excessive. Is the eldest son of the Uzumaki clan just an ordinary ninja? At that time, Konoha hadn't been established yet. I met Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama on the battlefield. Then, one of the three of us became the leader of the Senju clan. One became the leader of the Uchiha clan, and the other became the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Zhang Chulan was also captivated by the story. Then what happened next? Moonlit Birdwatcher asked. Then, with the strong recommendation of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, I became the first Hokage of Konoha. What? Hokage? You became the first Hokage? Yes, that's the situation. Wow, big shot. Please tell me what happened next. Did Black Zetsu come out to cause trouble? Don't rush. We haven't reached Black Zetsu's part yet. I'm all ears. After becoming the first Hokage, we found the tailed beasts living in various places and gathered them together to establish a tailed beast alliance. Tailed beast alliance? That's right, the tailed beast alliance. With our help, the tailed beasts gradually became auspicious beings that could summon rain and wind. If a place had a harsh environment, the local authorities could spend money to invite the tailed beasts to help improve the local environment. For example, in the land of wind, where there was sand everywhere and a severe lack of water, I remember the land of wind spent about 1.5 billion, and we dispatched 1 tail and 3 tails, not only establishing various artistic pyramid structures, but also creating a freshwater lake with a diameter of 10 kilometers. We also dug a waterway about 50 kilometers long between the Rain Shinobi village and the freshwater lake, ensuring that the lake received a continuous supply of fresh water daily, while also helping the Rain Shinobi village solve natural disasters like flooding and heavy rain. 666. Isn't this the otherworldly version of the South to North Water Diversion Project? Pretty much. And then? Then, we overthrew the useless daimyo. What? Isn't that a bit of a sudden turn? Not really. Our hidden village could be self-sufficient. So what use did we have for those daimyo who only knew how to exploit the common people? Big shot, please continue. Then it was Black Zetsu. What happened with Black Zetsu? Causing trouble. Knowing that Madara was no longer useful, he set his sights on the other two. Who? Kinshiki and Momoshiki. Those two? Yes. First he incited them to launch a surprise attack on the Hyuga clan at midnight, stealing their Byakugan, and then, using some evil secret technique, upgraded their Byakugan into Rinnegan. What? Rinnegan? The Rinnegan of Tsutsuki Shin's movie version? How'd he do that? At first, I was also very curious. But later I discovered that the Rinnegan they had came with significant drawbacks. How so? It was supported by the chakra from the outer path deity and the cells of Black Zetsu, and even with that, Kinshiki and Momoshiki couldn't hold on. They only fought for 15 minutes before their life force was exhausted, and they died of old age. However, that battle was indeed quite dangerous, facing 2 high-end combatants of the Kaga level at once, and they even held 3 treasures of the Sage of Six Paths. If it weren't for Madara and Hashirama arriving at the last moment, I might have had to perish with them. At least the outcome was good. Yes, in that battle, I captured Black Zetsu and sealed him into the red gourd of the Sage of Six Paths, and then I sealed the outer path deity into my body. You sealed the outer path deity into your body? Did you become the Sage of Six Paths? No, but I did meet the Sage of Six Paths. Under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, I refined the outer path deity inside me into a staff, naming it the Rui Jingu Bang. Nice. Then I refined Black Zetsu from the red gourd into a celestial pill and sealed it with the red gourd in my body, creating the half-body treasure, the Zijin Honglu, and the Nimbus. Please continue your story. I used the Zijin Honglu to absorb the 100,000 white Zetsu army hidden in the secret base and asked the nine-tailed beasts for a share of their original chakra. Thus, I officially stepped into the realm of the Sage of Six Paths, and during this time, I gathered and refined all the ninja tools left by the Sage of Six Paths 6. It really is like a little knife poking the butt to open the eyes. After that, things became even simpler. Not much to say. The ninja world achieved peace? Yes, just like that, 15 years after Konoha was established. There was no longer a division between countries in the ninja world, governed by a supreme united organization, and the Tailed Beast Alliance area also became a famous tourist destination. The ninja world was at peace for over 100 years. During this period, members of the Tsutsuki clan came to try to reclaim the tailed beasts and the divine tree, but we defeated them all. That's how things were. Wait, then how did you come to possess the celestial beans and fusion earrings? Those? I created them myself. Huh? Is that not allowed? Can the Sage of Six Paths have such abilities? Zhang Chuan quickly opened his computer and browsed through the information about the Sage of Six Paths. Baidu, the Sage of Six Paths, whose weapon, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, is formed by yin-yang release, can embed strong aspirations into the sword, which is also called the Sword of Wishes. In the past, the Sage of Six Paths created the world with this sword, and was ultimately cut down by Naruto and Sasuke working together. Zhang Chuan, creating the world, I see, since he can create a world. Creating celestial beings and fusion earrings from his past life memories is indeed not a difficult task. Big shot, please accept my bow. If Zhou Xingxing knew Zhang Chuan's thoughts, he would definitely laugh again. Zhang Chuan indeed has the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, and, as described by Baidu, it can create worlds. So creating celestial beings and fusion earrings is not a difficult task. But the effectiveness is definitely worlds apart from the original celestial beings and fusion earrings in Dragon Ball. It's like a kindergarten child casually making a toy gun out of mud, compared to a master craftsman who spent a year carefully sculpting a tank. Although both are toys, you can't compare them. No matter how powerful the effect is, it cannot exceed the creator's ability limit. And Zhou Xingxing, Leo, and 7 are all officially produced by the system. Any more questions? Last question. Big shot, I want to ask how strong you are now. Chapter 25, Battle with the Magma Alien. Part 1, Secret Technique. Lightning 5-linked whip. How strong am I now? Zhou Xingxing grinned. This is a good question. A clever question. By the way, 2 days have passed. The Magma Alien should have recovered by now, right? Coincidentally, I have a battle coming up, and my opponent is the Magma Alien. Those interested can join the live broadcast to watch. Wow. Sage of Six Paths versus Magma Alien? I want to see it. Sage of Six Paths, are you going to fight again so soon? Is that okay? Don't worry, this time I'm sure to win. 5 minutes later, Zhou Xingxing, having entered the immortal mode, once again unleashed the power of the Heavenly Sovereign and arrived in the magma space. The moment the Magma Alien saw Zhou Xingxing, it immediately let out an angry roar. Damn ant. This time, I will kill you for sure. How dare you injure yourself so badly? If it weren't for that damned Leo appearing at the last moment, I would have long crushed you into a puddle of blood. Zhou Xingxing declared, here it comes. The law of heaven and earth. Instantly, his figure expanded rapidly like a balloon, transforming into a gigantic stone monkey in the blink of an eye. In the stone monkey's hand appeared a Rui Jingu Bang, a magical staff, with runes swirling on it, radiating a heart-pounding power. Zhou Xingxing swung the Jingu Bang, stirring up a gale, and the air around was thrown into chaos by this force. However, unlike the last battle, where he had no other weapons besides the Jingu Bang, this time he was clad in an outfit resembling the son Wukong from movies and dramas. The stone monkey was adorned in a golden armor that shimmered brilliantly under the reflection of the magma, with each piece tightly connected, like a flowing river of gold, indestructible and seemingly impervious to any blade. On his head was a phoenix-wing purple gold crown, with lifelike wings that seemed ready to take flight at any moment. The purple gold material exuded a sense of nobility and majesty, and the red tassels on the crown danced in the wind, adding a touch of heroism. He wore cloud shoes made of mysterious lotus silk, which made him walk lightly as if on clouds, each step seemingly accompanied by rising mist, giving his massive body an agile feel. At his waist hung a purple gold-red gourd, its surface shimmering with a mysterious purple-gold glow, and the blood-red gourd body seemed to tell tales of its extraordinary nature. This gourd appeared small, but seemed capable of holding the heavens and the earth. Wisps of clouds swirled around him like fluffy white cotton candy, circling the stone monkey like loyal guards, moving with each of his actions. Each time the stone monkey shifted his massive body, the clouds would gently flow, resembling a lively river of clouds. 8 gates of Duanjia. 8th death gate, open. Creation and rebirth. 100 treasures technique, open. Blood ninjutsu, indestructible, open. The ground trembled, and the skies seemed to be shaken by this overwhelming power, with crimson clouds beginning to surge wildly. Surrounding the stone monkey who had opened the death gate, red chakra flickered like raging flames, each pulse resembling a heart's battle cry. In this moment, the stone monkey appeared as a killing god emerging from hell. Each step he took cracked the earth, creating deep ravines from which magma erupted, as if the earth itself was weeping blood under the weight of this power. Today, I will face you head-on. The stone monkey's voice thundered, echoing throughout the space. He leaped forward, crashing down on the magma alien like a collapsing mountain. The Jingu Bang shone brilliantly as it swung down fiercely towards the magma alien, this strike seemingly capable of splitting heaven and earth. The magma alien's expression changed dramatically as it hurriedly raised its arms to block. The Jingu Bang struck its arms with a thunderous roar, the sound resembling the explosion at the universe's creation. The arms, which were originally harder than diamonds, now bore countless cracks under the impact of the Jingu Bang. The magma alien was pushed back by the force, its feet carving deep ravines into the ground. Not letting up, the stone monkey swung the Jingu Bang again, sweeping it towards the magma alien with a force that could sweep away an army. Seeing no way to evade, the magma alien lunged at the Jingu Bang, wrapping its arms around it in an attempt to stop the sweep. However, the stone monkey's strength was overwhelming, and the magma alien was flung away like an ant, crashing against the distant rock wall. Boom! The magma alien slammed hard against the wall, causing it to collapse instantly, with debris raining down like a storm. The magma alien struggled to rise from the rubble, its eyes filled with madness and hatred. It opened its mouth wide and shot out a beam of energy mixed with black lightning directly at Zhou Xingxing. The stone monkey remained unfazed, quickly spinning the Jingu Bang in front of him to form a golden energy vortex, which absorbed the energy beam and neutralized it instantly. Then, the stone monkey jabbed the Jingu Bang into the ground, forming a hand seal, and from underground surged countless stone spikes, shooting like arrows towards the magma alien. The magma alien's expression turned to one of terror as it desperately weaved through the stone spikes. Although it avoided most of them, a few grazed its body, leaving deep wounds. How could this be? How has this guy become so much stronger? The stone monkey flashed, instantly crossing the distance between them, its massive fist, accompanied by a rushing wind, struck towards the magma alien. The magma alien quickly sidestepped to evade, while simultaneously thrusting a hook towards the stone monkey's ribs. The stone monkey, however, did not dodge, raising its hand to block the lethal blow. It then seized the magma alien's fist, forcefully tossing it into the air. Next, the stone monkey pushed off the ground with its legs, leaping high into the air, flipping over like a mountain descending upon the magma alien. The magma alien steadied itself in midair and shot a powerful energy beam from its eyes. The beam shot forth like 2 sharp arrows, aimed directly at the stone monkey's face. The stone monkey quickly used a freezing technique, and while the beam was momentarily frozen, it moved rapidly and, after breaking free, delivered a heavy slap to the magma alien's face. This isn't enough. The stone monkey gathered lightning in both hands, transforming the Jingu Bang into a whip. Taking advantage of the magma alien's momentary paralysis, it launched a furious series of attacks. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips, 5 whips. Secret technique, lightning 5 whips. Under this relentless onslaught, the magma alien's body was tossed around like a rag doll in the air. Each lightning whip left a charred mark on its body, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Chapter 26. Fighting the Magma Alien Again. Part 2. What the hell is the revolving lantern illusion? Is the magma alien strong? Of course it is. Don't be fooled by its appearance in the first episode of the Leo TV series, where it was ultimately defeated by Leo alone. If it were really that weak, how could it have earned the title of Blade Tyrant in the universe? Normally, even if it encounters a strong enemy, it would still achieve victory through various underhanded means, such as ambushes, fleeing, and hiding monsters in front of it. But I'm sorry. Today it encountered an opponent who is 100 times more despicable and shameless. It couldn't beat me, so it called for help, and brought Leo's brothers over. 2 at once. This is not a fight between Ultra Warriors. This guy is not an Ultra Warrior. No, Astra has been imprisoned by me. How could it be here? Also, why are the memories of my childhood suddenly appearing before me? The magma alien suddenly came to its senses and gave itself a hard slap, finally breaking free from the illusion created by Zhou Xingxing. Damn it, have some face. Will you? We haven't even won yet, and you're already showing me a life's revolving lantern? If someone didn't know better, they might think I was about to die. I have to say, although Zhou Xingxing's combat power isn't that strong, he is truly a genius when it comes to tricks. The magma alien reacted in time, but unfortunately, it was only half timely, because just as the magma alien fell into the revolving lantern illusion, the stone monkey transformed by Zhou Xingxing suddenly appeared behind it and delivered a set of ultimate moves to its rear. 6-path flow ultimate technique. 1,000 years of killing. Ah, damn human. Even aliens. The chrysanthemum is the most sensitive and vulnerable part of its body, except for the eyes and throat. Meanwhile, the friends watching this live broadcast in the group were all stunned. Dog lover from the Yang family. Ah, isn't this a bit underhanded? Yang Jian instinctively protected his chrysanthemum while speaking. Prince of Lion Star. Yeah. Just like that, keep going. Feng Yuan, seeing such a tense and exciting scene, suddenly stood up, extremely excited, and began to jump up and down, repeatedly throwing punches as if celebrating a victory in some competition. Awesome, 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 awesome. Feng Yuan shouted while jumping, completely immersed in the wonderful scene of the moment. This feeling is amazing. How to put it? It's like Loki seeing the Hulk smash Thor. But he wasn't alone. There were other partners in the gym nearby. Yamamoto, Hayako, and Nomura Takashi exchanged glances, looking at Feng Yuan, who suddenly went wild despite being well-trained, quickly turned around and whispered to each other. Hayako, what wind has blown this sudden outburst from Feng Yuan? You didn't add anything strange to his food, did you? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Cough, sorry. With his keen hearing, Feng Yuan naturally heard their whispers clearly. I just thought of something happy. No need to mind, sorry. Forget it. After all, Feng Yuan is the owner of the gym now, and some face still needs to be given. Riding the wind with a sword. Hiss. Your friend's fighting style is quite unique. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would probably curse about lacking martial ethics, being despicable, or even evil. Fortunately, the Wine Sword Immortal is a free-spirited person, initially shocked by the two's powerful abilities while watching the live broadcast. He now found such a playful and creative fighting style very amusing. Iron Dog Tycoon. Haha, this is hilarious. I think I can set up an attack program for Jarvis in the future, specifically targeting the chrysanthemum when encountering such big monsters. Haha. Tony Stark watched the battle live while drinking, finding Zhou Xingxing's lantern illusion very interesting, feeling like he could replicate it with technology. Moonlit bird watching. Cool. There is actually such a fighting style. Learn something new. Zhang Chulan didn't care whether Zhou Xingxing's methods were despicable. It didn't matter if it was a black cat or a white cat. As long as it could catch a rat, it was a good cat. The magma alien covered its chrysanthemum while tremblingly pointing at the stone monkey. Damn earthling. How dare you? Its voice twisted with pain and anger, its already fierce face appearing even more terrifying at this moment. However, Zhou Xingxing remained unfazed and initiated the illusion again as the opponent attacked. Decided. This move will be called the 6 Paths of Ultimate Meaning Personality Correction End-of-Life Lantern Technique. Author. This name is not just to fill word count. You know, the essence of this technique is to first use the crystal shield to create an impenetrable colored crystal around the enemy. Then, through the illusion, Read the deepest concerns in the opponent's heart and project them, causing the enemy to drown in the projected colored crystal. This time, the magma alien fell for it again. What came into view was a flamboyantly dressed magma alien. Ah, it remembered. Back when it was in Magma Elementary School. This magma alien was its desk mate, and also its first love. First love is often accompanied by beauty, insecurity, and regret. That was a time like the purest energy flow in the universe. In the classroom with bizarre geometric shapes at Magma Elementary, they studied the history and culture of magma together on desks that shimmered with mysterious light. During recess, they would play in the garden on campus where glowing plants grew. The other had deep eyes like swirling nebulae, and every time it looked at it, it felt as if its soul was being drawn in. They had shared the sweet fruit that only existed on magma, and the taste of its juice spreading on their tongues was like their youthful and innocent feelings. The original ferocity in the magma alien's eyes gradually transformed into tenderness as it murmured, "It's you. It really is you," its voice carrying a hint of disbelief and indescribable joy. It slowly reached out its hand towards the illusion, as if wanting to touch the beauty that had long since passed. The friend in the group saw this scene and began to discuss again. Iron Dog Tycoon, wow. This move is really impressive. It can project the most desired images from the enemy's heart onto the surrounding mirrors. Prince of Lion Star, so disgusting. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about the magma alien. Watching the magma alien unable to extricate itself from the personality correction end-of-life lantern technique. The stone monkey grinned, then concentrated all its chakra into the Rui Jingu bang in its hand. Iron Dog Tycoon, what the heck, am I seeing things? Did that staff get bigger? Moonlit bird watching, it's not an illusion. It not only got bigger but also turned red. Prince of Lion Star, it's sparking again. Riding the wind with a sword, it's time to settle the score. When the charging was complete, the stone monkey jumped high, raising the golden hoop staff above its head. At this moment, the staff had transformed into a towering pillar, with red light and lightning intertwining, and a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from the stone monkey. The surrounding air was compressed by this force, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and the debris and dust on the ground were shaken into the air, forming a massive dust vortex. 6 paths of ultimate meaning golden monkey rising with a 1,000-pound staff. The stone monkey roared, crashing down like a burning meteor towards the magma alien. This strike contained all of the stone monkey's power, as if it wanted to tear apart the entire magma space. The magma alien awoke from its memories at the last moment, looking in horror at the golden hoop staff that seemed to herald the apocalypse, its eyes filled with despair. It tried to raise its weapon to defend, but in the face of such world-destroying power, everything felt futile. With a huge bang, it was as if the sound of creation when the universe was first opened. The golden hoop staff smashed down on the magma alien, and an extremely dazzling light erupted instantly, illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were daytime. Where the light reached, the ground was smashed into a bottomless pit. And at this moment, the magma alien's body was instantly destroyed under the might of the staff, turning into dust. The jade sky is clear for 10,000 miles. Chapter 27, Zhou Xingtuan. Wow, you even built a time house? We won. We actually won. In the room, Zhou Xingtuan watched the battle in the live broadcast in disbelief. Although he had already guessed the final outcome, witnessing it with his own eyes felt incredible. What does this mean? It means that the big shot has successfully upgraded from the internet user's perception of the six-path sage as having only surface-level strength to being at the planet-destroying level. Moonlit bird watching. Big brother, amazing. You actually defeated a planet-destroying monster. Riding the wind with a sword. Such world-destroying power. It seems only saints like Niwa or the Heavenly Emperor can achieve such a level. Dog lover from the Yang family. So strong. Senior, you are too strong. Can I apprentice under you? Iron Dog Tycoon. I'm really glad there aren't so many powerful aliens in the universe I live in. Or I'd probably be sleepless every day. Prince of Lion Star. Six-path sage. It's only been 2 days since the last battle. Why has your strength suddenly increased so much? Six-path sage, because this is my original strength. Dog lover from the Yang family. Six-path sage. Senior. I have an unreasonable request. Six-path sage. Dog lover from the Yang family. I know what you want to say. Don't worry. If you really encounter heavenly soldiers during your escape, you can call me, and we will come help you. At this point, Zhou Xingxing suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Six-Path Sage, by the way, I have a few small trinkets I made when I was bored in the past, hoping they can help you at a critical moment. System, beep, Six-Path Sage sends an exclusive item red envelope to the dog lover from the Yang family. Do you want to spend 50 points to acquire it? Huh? Zhou Xingxing widened his eyes. Dog system, I'm giving away things I made myself. Why do you still want points? System, nonsense. Aren't you trading in my grandpa's chat group? Does opening the time-space door to transfer items require energy? This is called a platform fee, understand? Just charging you one of the platform handling fee, and you should be grateful. Ah, that seems somewhat reasonable. Looking at the exclusive red envelope in the chat group, Yang Jian fell into distress. 50 points is nothing for Six-Path Sage, a trivial matter. He believed that as long as he spoke up, the other party would most likely agree. But Yang Jian didn't want to do that. After all, the other party didn't owe him anything. Points, points. What good things do I have that could be exchanged for points? Suddenly, Yang Jian seemed to think of something and quickly picked up the long sword his mother gave him during training. System, beep, copying item, low-grade spirit sword. You earned 500 points. Useful. Really useful. Then Yang Jian uploaded the great immortal technique taught by his mother and earned 5,000 points. Just a low-grade spirit sword and a cultivation method. He actually earned 5,500 points. What if it were a more valuable heavenly eye? However, Yang Jian quickly calmed down. He felt it wasn't the right time yet. He could put the heavenly eye aside and first see what the expert in the group sent him. With the deduction of 50 points successful, Yang Jian finally received the item from the red envelope. A mini house. Dog lover from the Yang family. Senior, what is this house? Yang Jian opened the live stream, allowing everyone to see the gift Zhou Xingxing sent him. Six-Path Sage, time house. The passage of time inside is different from the outside world. Moonlit Birdwatcher, wow. Boss, is this the time house from the anime Dragon Ball? It doesn't have the same function, does it? Anime? The people in the chat group fell into a cognitive blind spot again. Tony Stark quickly had Jarvis search for an anime called Dragon Ball, only to find out that there wasn't one. Seeing the curious faces of everyone, Zhang Chuan cleared his throat and patiently explained, Dragon Ball is an extremely popular anime in my world. In it, the time house is a very magical place. Once you enter the time house, a year passes inside, while only a day passes in the outside world. The time house has a bathroom, food, and medicine to meet basic daily needs. But such a life is really very dull because your living space is only a small few dozen square meters. And most people find it hard to stay inside for more than 2 days. However, I think it shouldn't be a big problem for you cultivators, since sometimes you meditate for decades or even hundreds of years. Dog lover from the Yang family. Senior, is that so? Six-Path Sage. Pretty much, although similarly. My time house can only accommodate 2 people at once. However, mine is a bit more humane. Besides food and sanitation, it also contains many books. If you can't stay in the time house anymore, you can come out at any time. But there are 2 important points to note. First, the time house can operate for a maximum of 2 days in the real timeline. After 2 days, it will automatically expel everyone inside, and you must wait for 30 days before you can enter again. Second, the time house is a very precise thing. Although the interior is very hard, the exterior is very fragile. If it suffers a strong attack, it will surely be damaged, and the people inside will perish with it. So when using the time house, be sure to find a safe and hidden place to store it. This is not a joke. Once the time house is destroyed, the people inside will be in grave danger. Dog lover from the Yang family. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Moonlit Birdwatcher, boss, amazing. You can even conjure up a time house. After hearing Zhou Xingxing's blessing, Yang Jian carefully held the time house in his arms, afraid it would be harmed. He immediately went to his parents' guest room to tell them about the time house. Although Yao Ji was skeptical, seeing her child trust the other person so much, she hesitated and finally agreed to let Yang Jian try it out. As the switch to the time house was turned on, Yang Jian did not hesitate to dive in. And Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu watched in astonishment as their son's body quickly shrank into a shadow and entered. The 2 were worried for less than 3 breaths. And Yang Jian's figure appeared from the time house again. Yang Jian, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Seeing their child glowing with vitality and bright eyes, Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the worried expressions on his parents' faces, Yang Jian smiled shyly and then asked, Mom and Dad, how long did it take from when I went in to when I came out? 3 breaths. X2, the couple replied in unison. Yang Jian's eyes shone with excitement. 3 breaths? Mom and Dad, do you know how long I just stayed inside? How long? X2, at least 1 hour. Chapter 28, this is a kind sword, Father. Mother, you should go in and take a look too. It's really clean and beautiful inside, just like a fairyland. Hearing Yang Jian say it was like a fairyland, Yao Ji couldn't help but laugh. The child had never been to the heavenly court. How could he know what a real fairyland looked like? But thinking about it, the environment should be good. Otherwise, Yang Jian wouldn't have said that. So the couple nodded and stepped into the time house together. The moment they stepped into the time house, the surroundings immediately underwent a tremendous change. Just as Yang Jian said, it was a treasure land. With just one glance, Yao Ji made a very fair judgment. Although the space inside was not large, only about 100 square meters, the never-before-seen utensils inside shocked her greatly. Yao Ji slowly walked towards the wash basin, her eyes filled with amazement. The wash basin was flawless, as pure as the first snow of winter. Its texture was delicate, and the surface was smooth as if it had been carefully polished by the most skilled craftsman. In Yao Ji's eyes, this wash basin seemed to be carved from beautiful jade of the fairy realm. The edge of the basin had an exquisite curve, like a new moon on the horizon, graceful and natural. There were also 2 small knobs nearby, gleaming with a unique luster of metal. Yao Ji didn't know their purpose and instinctively touched the knobs. Then, as she turned them in the direction, a continuous stream of clear water began to flow down from the faucet. Both Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu were startled by this sudden change, and when Yao Ji, driven by curiosity, turned the knob in the opposite direction, the water from the faucet was turned off again. Madam, this farming tool is surprisingly convenient. Yang Tianyu was shocked as he watched the scene unfold. From the water flowing to stopping, it was all within his sight. Which divine being's hand could create this? Yao Ji shook her head. As the sister of the Jade Emperor, she should have seen all kinds of masters, deities, or innate spiritual treasures. But she should also have some understanding of novel things. However, this wash basin's seemingly simple knob mechanism puzzled her greatly. Such a design, appearing simple, actually contained profound ingenuity. Yao Ji murmured to herself while examining the wash basin again. Not sensing any fluctuations of magic indicates that this thing can be made even by mortals. Her gaze then fell on the toilet, which had a peculiar shape, very different from anything she had seen before. The toilet presented a smooth, rounded form, white porcelain gleaming softly under the light. Yao Ji looked at the oval seat with confusion, not knowing how people used such a strange object. Next to the toilet was a small button, and Yao Ji thought it was like the knob of a faucet, wanting to turn it. But after finding that turning it was ineffective, she tried pressing it. In an instant, a faint sound of flowing water emerged from the toilet, followed by a strong current swirling down. This sudden movement startled Yao Ji slightly. Wow! She widened her eyes, watching the water flow inside the toilet. The water quickly swirled down until it completely disappeared. The whole process was clean and neat, leaving no trace. When Yao Ji entered the shower room, her curiosity was fully awakened. The shower head hung high on the wall, resembling a mysterious weapon. The shower head had many tiny holes, which to Yao Ji looked densely packed like a beehive. The pipe of the shower extended from the wall, winding like a sleeping silver snake. When Yang Jian turned the valve and water cascaded from the shower head, Yao Ji was astonished by the scene. The water fell like fine rain, lightly drifting down, sparkling under the light like a crystal curtain. Yao Ji reached out to feel the temperature and texture of the water, finding it to be a marvelous item seemingly from a mysterious world. No wonder Erlang said this place was like a fairyland. Even the heavenly court didn't have these things. Just these 3 items had successfully captivated Yao Ji. Father, Mother, you're out. Seeing her parents emerge in less than 10 breaths, Yang Jian's face was filled with excitement. How is it? Is it like a fairyland? Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu exchanged glances and then smiled, nodding at Yang Jian. Yang Jian, It's a pity this room can only accommodate 2 people at a time. Yao Ji thought for a moment and then said, "It's okay. Anyway, Mother has taught you all the necessary incantations. You and Jiaoer can go in to cultivate first. And when you're tired, you can switch with Mother and Chon'er. Yang family dog lovers. 6 Paths Immortal, Senior. Junior Yang Jian has already told my parents about the time house, and we are ready to go in for cultivation now. 6 Paths Immortal. Oh? Then I wish your family success in your cultivation and safe arrival at the Shang Grand Tutor's residence. Yang family dog lovers. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. Moonlit birdwatching without Billion. Ahem, big shot. My recent days haven't been easy either. Can I trouble you to help me out and send some useless junk my way? Ugh. Everyone cast surprised looks. This kid really has thick skin. Zhang Chulan forced a smile on the surface, but inside he was in great pain. If he could, he wouldn't want to live freely and carelessly. Ever since his grandfather died, he thought he would have to muddle through life being bullied. Until he met Feng Baobao. He found someone he wanted to protect. He wanted to change his way of living. The problem was he couldn't. Now so many people viewed him and Feng Baobao as targets for hunting. His weak strength meant he could only heed his grandfather's dying advice. Endure, keep enduring. Only in this way could he survive. Until the emergence of the chat group gave him hope. He wanted to become stronger quickly, making those who coveted him fear and dread, until they no longer dared to have any improper thoughts. Zhou Xingxing certainly knew Zhang Chulan's situation, so he did not mock or despise him, but instead thought seriously for a moment, then took out a small gadget he had casually made decades ago from his treasure chest. Although it was a casually made little gadget, in a world where one is under someone else, it was a definite dimensional strike. Unless the opponent's strength reached the shadow level, they would have no choice but to kneel and surrender before it. Moonlit birdwatching without Billion. A sword? At the first moment he received the gift, Zhang Chulan complied with everyone's request and opened a group livestream. 6 Paths Immortal. This is not an ordinary sword. It is a kind sword. What? A sword can be kind? Everyone fell silent at Zhou Xingxing's words. In the end, Zhang Chulan still cautiously asked his question in the group. Moonlit birdwatching without Billion. Where's the kindness? 6 Paths Immortal. Its kindness lies in the fact that it absolutely cannot kill. Family, do you know why the sword is called the kind sword? Chapter 29 8 Extraordinary Skills. A kind sword. Looking at the utterly ordinary-looking sword in his hand, Zhang Chulan instinctively wanted to draw it. However, just making the motion to draw the sword, the next second, Feng Baobao, sitting nearby, suddenly stood up from the bed, her usually clever eyes now showing a hint of vigilance unlike before. Feng Baobao, what's wrong? This was the first time Zhang Chulan saw such an expression on her face. He couldn't help but be taken aback, as Feng Baobao resembled a frightened little cat with its fur standing on end. I don't know. Feng Baobao's eyes held a hint of curiosity, but she honestly expressed her feelings. Zhang Chulan suddenly became intimidating, dangerous. Dangerous? Who? Me? Zhang Chulan quickly realized that Feng Baobao's reaction must be caused by the sword in his hand. This made Zhang Chulan hesitate, unsure whether he should continue to draw the sword. After all, Feng Baobao would not lie to him. Perhaps he should clarify things. Moonlit birdwatching without Billion. 6 Paths Immortal. Senior, what's the deal with this sword? Why do my friends become so scared when I try to draw it? 6 Paths Immortal. That's the peculiar aspect of this sword. When you draw it, or even just intend to draw it, this sword will wildly add various cool bugs to you, making you appear as if a demonic god has descended in the eyes of others. But moonlit birdwatching without Billion. But what? 6 Paths Immortal. But this sword cannot be used for real combat. Moonlit birdwatching without Billion. Huh. Why? 6 Paths Immortal. Because once you use it for battle, you'll find it behaves just like an ordinary sword, adding no combat power to you. Leo Prince, if there's such a sword, isn't that just for show? Iron Dog Big Shot. Hurry and start the live stream. I want to see what that sword looks like. Riding the wind with a sword. Interesting, truly interesting. However, I'm quite curious, Senior. Why did you create such a peculiar sword? 6 Paths Immortal. The creation of this sword was actually a coincidence for me. In my previous life, while traveling, I saw a child being bullied on the roadside. After casually helping him out, I learned that the residents of the child's village were being exploited by the local landlord. So I created this sword and gave it to him to punish evil and promote good, informing him of its purpose. Moonlit birdwatching without billion. And then? 6 paths immortal. Later, he died. Everyone in the group was stunned by this reply. Moonlit birdwatching without billion. He died of old age? 6 paths immortal. No, he was killed by someone. Initially, he successfully intimidated everyone with this sword, making them truly believe he was a master. So he easily led the villagers to drive out the evil landlord. The boy, at first, was very kind, filled with a sense of justice. After driving away the evil landlord, he was recommended by all the villagers to become the village chief. And he indeed did a lot of practical work for the villagers for many years. However, gradually he changed. The flattery from those around him and the easily obtainable wealth and status led him to gradually distance himself from the masses at the bottom. Thus, the dragon-slaying hero turned into an evil dragon. Although Zhou Xingxing did not say it, everyone could clearly guess the outcome. The 6 paths immortal finally received reports from the villagers and sent someone to investigate. Unexpectedly, he was mad enough to send someone to assassinate the inspectors sent from above. This was akin to playing with fire and getting burned. After learning the news, the higher-ups ceased sending inspection teams and instead dispatched armed personnel to arrest him. Zhou Xingtuan took a deep breath. Is this what they say online? That the inspection team only collects evidence while the armed group only needs a list of those suspected of terrorism? Watching birds under the moon, don't forget the lotus. And then, the 6 paths immortal while he died. Before dying, he still thought of using this sword to resist. But by the time the sword was fully drawn from its sheath, those armed personnel, with a mentality of facing death with no retreat, pressed on and shot him dead. Everyone, this is the situation of the 6 paths immortal. After his death, this sword also completed its mission and returned to my hands. Watching birds under the moon. Don't forget the lotus. I understand now. Zhou Xingtuan looked at the sword in his hand, clever as he was. How could he not realize that the other party was subtly reminding him not to forget his original intention under the guise of storytelling? However, just thinking about tomorrow's exotic martial arts tournament, Zhou Xingtuan sighed. He still needed time. The next day, under the expectant gaze of all the contestants and spectators, Zhou Xingtuan appeared slowly on the tournament stage, dressed in a black robe and holding a seemingly ordinary sword. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Grandpa, today your grandson has come to take revenge for you. Zhou Xingtuan, show us what you've got. Let us 3 witness your chi body source flow. As soon as he stepped on stage, the 3 opponents formed a united front, eager to make Zhou Xingtuan unleash the chi body source flow that everyone had been yearning for. In the world beneath the one above, all exotic beings had heard tales of the 8 rare skills. Some said that respected elders in certain sects, coveting the 8 rare skills, were willing to betray their sect's principles and morals, colluding with other forces or secretly plotting for control. For example, the Wang family obtained the complete technique of controlling spirits through disgraceful means, which rapidly elevated their status in the exotic realm, while the Feng family, due to incomplete inheritance, developed conflicts and competition with the Wang family, straining their relationship. Such internal divisions and contradictions severely weakened the cohesion and strength of some sections. Others said that individuals or small groups previously unknown rapidly rose to power after obtaining the 8 rare skills. For instance, Ma Xianhong, after mastering the divine mechanism of 100 refinements, founded Bo Village, attracting a large number to join him. He attempted to transform ordinary people into creating an entirely new world which greatly impacted the traditional order of the 8 rare skills that these longed for included the ability to control souls and use them, summoning spirits for battle and assistance. The heavenly talisman that broke the traditional limitations of drawing talismans, the divine mechanism of 100 refinements that could quickly refine high-quality magical artifacts. The 6 treasury immortals that absorbed external energy, the twin fist hands that modified and repaired bodies and souls, and the most mysterious, the chi body source flow, which remains unknown to this day. Chapter 30, Zhou Xingtuan. Watch me live it up. Zhou Xingtuan stood on the stage, facing the three opponents glaring at him. Yet he wore a mocking smile. Foolish, too foolish. This is the wisdom of mortals. Enough, after 10 years of honing a sword. It's time for you ordinary folks to witness the legendary Qi body source flow. Boom. What did he just say? In the audience, Feng Yuan, who had dragged his daughter Feng Yuan to watch, suddenly stood up from the seats. He, who usually remained calm in front of his daughter, was unexpectedly so out of control. Dad, sit down first. Qi body source flow, Qi body source flow. Feng Yuan shook off his daughter's hand, fixated on the stage, fearing he might miss the scene he most wanted to see with just a blink. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Clearly, Feng Yuan wasn't the only one excited. Everyone with a bit of experience was roaring with enthusiasm. Zhang Chulan, Zhang Chulan, Zhang Chulan, Zhang Chulan. Listening to the cheers ringing in his ears, he felt a moment of daze, as if he were the center of the world. I ask you all, coming back to his senses, Zhang Chulan turned to face the three, his eyes deep. A mentally ill person in a mental hospital, how does he prove he is not mentally ill to others? What do you mean? The three were baffled. I know clearly that I am a genius. Closing his eyes, Zhang Chulan clenched his fists, quietly feeling the energy within him that was ready to erupt. Every cell, every bone, my brain and heart, every organ in my body was saying that I was hiding an extremely compressed power. After saying that, Zhang Chulan gently placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, and in an instant, his entire aura changed. What's going on? Why did the wind suddenly pick up? No, it's midday. Where did such a strong wind come from? I don't know. It seems to be emanating from the stage. Just as the audience was eagerly watching the stage, many suddenly noticed something was off. What is happening? Why did the wind suddenly start? And it seems to be coming from the center of the stage. No, this wind is coming from that kid Zhang Chulan. Feng Yuan's words suddenly awakened the surrounding spectators, and many sharp-eyed people followed up. Wow, it really is the wind coming from that kid Zhang Chulan. Could this be the Qi body source flow? Accompanied by a surging gust of wind, thousands of spectators, including contestants and judges, all stared at Zhang Chulan with awe, fear, confusion, and disbelief. How old is this kid? And how can he have such terrifying power? It should be noted that even the audience in the first tier of the stage was still 300 meters away from Zhang Chulan. 300 meters. Just the gust of wind emanating from his body made their faces sting, as if hail was crashing against them. Those who didn't understand might think it was the old master demonstrating divine power. After a moment of silence, the entire arena erupted. It was the noise of thousands of people talking at once. Wow, this young man, this gust of wind hurts their faces. Wait, could the Qi body source flow actually be a gas source flow? Is the real ability controlling the wind? On the main stage, the old master, Lu Jin, and others also opened their mouths in shock. The momentum cannot be faked. How did this kid grow up? Why does he emit such a powerful aura? Why? Your grandson is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. At this moment, let us shift our focus back to the stage. I concede, at almost the same time, two of the three people opposite Zhang Chulan shouted their surrender. Only the one in the middle was still gritting his teeth, refusing to give in. His forehead was bulging with veins, sweat sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the arena floor, instantly dried by the fierce wind emanating from Zhang Chulan. Interesting. Zhang Chulan deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound colder and more ruthless. They are both smart, but you are not. Zhang Chulan's words sliced through the man's heart like a sharp blade. The man's body trembled slightly, but there was still a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. After speaking, Zhang Chulan stepped forward. This seemingly gentle step carried an immense weight. He pulled his long sword out by 1 centimeter. This 1 centimeter blade seemed to open Pandora's box. In an instant, the aura around Zhang Chulan surged once again. If the earlier pressure was just a strong wind from his aura, then now the dark clouds and lightning that seemed ready to strike the opponent were no longer mere intimidation. The aura was like a tangible beast, pouncing towards the man in the middle with claws bared. The surrounding audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena. Some showed fear, as if their souls were shaken out of their bodies by this powerful aura. Others were excited, anticipating even more shocking displays from Zhang Chulan. The dust on the arena was swept up by this aura, forming small whirlwinds. Meanwhile, the one still holding on found his legs trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as he desperately mobilized his inner chi, trying to resist the overwhelming pressure. Zhang Chulan remained expressionless. The sword in his hand seemed to be slowly drawing out, and with every inch it came out, the power of the aura multiplied. "Do you think you can hold on?" Zhang Chulan said coldly, his words like icy chains wrapping around the opponent's heart, causing their psychological defenses to crumble bit by bit. The man finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Don't be so arrogant." However, his voice lacked the confidence it had before, and in the face of this powerful aura, his resistance seemed utterly powerless and insignificant. Zhang Chulan sneered. "Your courage is commendable, but you don't think this will change the outcome, do you?" He added, "Let me tell you something, although I have practiced the source flow of qi for so long, I still haven't truly mastered it." Zhang Chulan's calm words were like a heavy bomb exploding in the arena. The surrounding audience couldn't help but gasp. They all knew the power and mystery of the source flow of qi, but they didn't expect Zhang Chulan to not have complete control over it. "So every time I make a move, it has to be with all my strength, otherwise it will backfire on me." At this moment, to everyone watching, it seemed Zhang Chulan had not truly launched an attack, but every bit of pressure from his aura was him fighting in an almost decisive manner. The long sword in his hand slowly drew out, reaching halfway out of the sheath. With every bit it came out, the suffocating power multiplied. The arena seemed to have become the center of a storm, the surrounding air twisted by Zhang Chulan's aura. Cracks appeared in the stone slabs on the ground, spreading out like a spider web, caused by this invisible force's compression. "Let me ask you one last question. Surrender or die?" Zhang Chulan's eyes were as cold as a star, and the sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if it would unleash earth-shattering power at any moment. The man stared wide-eyed, his heart in fierce turmoil. Surrender meant shame, but facing Zhang Chulan's current strength, resistance seemed equivalent to a moth flying into the flame. His lips trembled, his throat felt choked, unable to speak for a long time. He could feel his inner chi trapped under this powerful aura, like a bug caught. Yes, a bug, struggling only made him seem more powerless and ridiculous. More and more onlookers began to urge him to give up. After all, in everyone's eyes, this was a clash between a bug and a lion, and unfortunately, he was the bug that could be easily crushed at any moment. In the end, survival instinct outweighed the so-called dignity, and he stammered, "Surrender." Chapter 31. Everything according to my wishes? Incorrect password. Dad, what's wrong with this kid? Watching Zhang Chulan on the arena, full of charisma and receiving the attention of the crowd like a star, Feng Yuan was bewildered. Was this the same rascal she saw at the company last time? Could he have been possessed? Feng Yuan's father, Feng Zhenghao, looked at the spirited Zhang Chulan on the arena, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he said, "Yinner, I told you not to underestimate this kid. He's not as simple as he seems." Feng Yuan frowned, disbelief written all over her face. "Dad, I saw how he acted at the company, so nonchalant. The contrast is just too big now." Feng Zhenghao crossed his arms and said slowly, "That was him protecting himself. There are many geniuses in this world, but most are crushed in the cradle before they can grow." On the arena, Zhang Chulan enjoyed the audience's cheers while secretly calculating. He knew this battle would make many of the hidden clowns feel afraid. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Feng Zhenghao and his daughter, paused slightly, then revealed a smile that seemed to hold deeper meaning. Feng Yuan felt a chill from Zhang Chulan's smile and said, "Dad, look at his smile. It feels like he's plotting something." Feng Zhenghao gently patted his daughter's shoulder. "Yinner, let's just watch. The waters in the world are very deep. Zhang Chulan will eventually be caught in a bigger whirlpool. What we need to do now is to build a good relationship with him. Even if we can't become friends in the end, remember, never become his enemy." After the match, Zhang Chulan jumped off the arena and walked towards Feng Zhenghao and his daughter. As he walked, he adjusted his slightly disheveled clothes, and his expression returned to that nonchalant demeanor. "President Feng, long time no see," Zhang Chulan greeted cheerfully as he approached Feng Zhenghao. Feng Yuan couldn't help but retort, "Zhang Chulan, what are you up to? You were acting like a fool at the company, and now you're so impressive on the arena." Zhang Chuan scratched his head. Miss Feng Xiaoyan, you can't blame me for that. In the company, it's a work environment. I had to keep a low profile. But on this arena, it's different. I have to show my best side. Feng Jinghao interrupted their conversation. Zhang Chuan, what I told you before is always valid. If you are willing to join our Feng family, we will be your strongest shield. Zhang Chuan's smile paused slightly before returning to normal. Thank you, President Feng. I will seriously consider it. At this time, in the chat group, after watching the match, everyone was dazzled by the extraordinary phenomena that just occurred. Prince of Lion Star, Six-Path Sage, such a cool sword. Really cool. I want one too. Six-Path Sage, no you don't. Zhou Xingxing immediately rejected Feng Yuan's request. You're over 10,000 years old, acting like a kid envious of someone else's toy. Isn't that embarrassing? Six-Path Sage, it's not that I'm not giving it to you. But even if I did, it wouldn't be useful to you. Tell me, once you get this sword, will it help you kill aliens? Or scare people? Strictly speaking, this sword would be useless in your hands. A monster's casual skill would be far more terrifying. Prince of Lion Star, I don't care. Anyway, you already gave them something, so you have to give me something too. I want a weapon that can fight monsters. Seeing Feng Yuan starting to act spoiled in the group, Zhou Xingxing was at a loss. Speaking of gifts, haven't I already given you enough before? Once again, you really think highly of me to give me a weapon that can deal with monsters. How about I give you my golden staff? Six-Path Sage, how about this? I do have a weapon I can give you, but for you, it can only be considered a semi-finished product. Do you want it? Haha, I knew Xing had good stuff. As soon as Feng Yuan heard that the other party had good things for him, he jumped up excitedly. As for what semi-finished product, he didn't care at all. What I need a bicycle for? Lion Star Prince. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and send it to me. Six-Path Sage. TSK, I really can't do anything with you. Take it. When Feng Yuan opened the red envelope sent by Zhou Xingxing, he found that it was actually a black energy ball. Six-Path Sage, by the way, don't open this thing yet. Lion Star Prince, what did you say? The moment Feng Yuan touched it, the black energy ball seemed to come alive, wrapping around him like venom from movie. Feng Yuan widened his eyes in terror, trying to break free from the wrap of the black energy ball. But that energy seemed to have its own consciousness, sticking tightly to him. What the hell is this thing? Why is it absorbing my energy? If he didn't know this was something Zhou Xingxing sent him, just because it suddenly possessed him and started absorbing his energy, Feng Yuan would definitely turn into Leo and burn it to steam without hesitation. Lion Star Prince, Xing, what is this thing you gave me? The others in the group also saw the scene through the live stream and were all shocked. Mouths agape. Zhang Chuan was the first to react. Damn, it's venom. Zhou Xingxing was stunned for a moment. The world of One Punch Man is too similar to his own world, right? By the way, what is venom again? After so many years, I've almost forgotten. Six-Path Sage, don't panic. Look in the mirror before you speak. Mirror? Feng Yuan hurriedly found a mirror nearby in the gym and then became engrossed. Wow, so handsome. Seeing Feng Yuan mesmerized in front of the mirror, the others in the group were speechless. This kid is actually getting vain. Six-Path Sage, this is also something I created when I was bored before. What was its function again? I forgot. Everyone was speechless. You forgot what you created yourself, and you just casually gave it to someone else? But fortunately, Zhou Xingxing soon recalled. Six-Path Sage, I remember now. This thing is called the Rui Ball, and it should be absorbing your energy right now, right? Lion Star Prince. Yes, can you make it stop? Six-Path Sage. No rush. It should be in training mode right now. Try silently chanting Rui Rui according to my wishes. Lion Star Prince. Tried it. No use. Six-Path Sage. Maybe I remembered wrong. How about you try Open Sesame? Lion Star Prince. Tried it. No use. Six-Path Sage. The 36 Strategies of Love. Seems like a game. Lion Star Prince. No use. Six-Path Sage. Oluwakami Sama. Lion Star Prince. No use. After that, the chat continued for nearly half an hour inputting passwords. Even other members in the group started giving suggestions. Riding the wind with a sword. Rui Hero. Transform. Lion Star Prince. No use. Bird watching under the moon. Spider-Man. Transform. Lion Star Prince. No use. Six-Path Sage. Naruto Hero. Transform. Lion Star Prince. No use. Bird watching under the moon. What is Happy Planet? Lion Star Prince. No use. Bird watching under the moon. Harry Potter flying on a broom. Lion Star Prince. No use, no use. Finally, Feng Yuan broke down. This thing is still sucking me. If it keeps going, I'll be drained dry. Lion Star Prince. If it really doesn't work, I'll turn into Leo and burn it. Six Paths Sage. No hurry. Let me think. I'm sure we can figure it out. Let us try again. This must be right. Have you seen me at my peak? Lion Star Prince. See, still not working. Chapter 32. Who is Iron Man? Me? Oh, did the password finally work? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Six Paths Sage. Is it still absorbing your energy? Lion Star Prince. No. I can even feel my power increasing. Six Paths Sage. I remember the original purpose of making it was to deal with those large numbers of dirty Earth armies. In any case, feel it carefully. It also has its own life and consciousness. Feng Yuan nodded, then closed his eyes to carefully sense its existence. Hungry. Want to eat chocolate, want to drink milk tea, want to eat hamburgers, want to eat the brains of readers. Wait, the last one is not allowed. Hey, can you hear me? I can hear you. I'm hungry. Hurry up and give me something to eat. Although he successfully contacted the other party kept shouting in his mind and was unwilling to communicate about anything else. Feng Yuan smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry. I'll find you something to eat soon. However, you can't keep shouting for weird stuff." The voice in his mind was still urgent. "Hurry up. I'm really hungry. Chocolate, milk tea, hamburgers, any one of the reader's brains would do. I love the reader's brains the most. Smart, witty, and delicious." Feng Yuan stood up, determined to find this food. He walked down the street, looking around for shops. The voice in his mind kept urging him to hurry up. Finally, Feng Yuan found a fast food restaurant. He bought a hamburger and a cola and eagerly found a quiet place to sit down. "Hurry, hurry, give me something to eat." The voice in his mind became excited. Feng Yuan took a bite of the hamburger, savoring the delicious food, and simultaneously felt the other party's satisfaction. Now you should be quiet for a while, Feng Yuan thought to himself. However, not long after, that voice rang out again. "I want to eat something else, chocolate, milk tea, and the reader's brain." Feng Yuan sighed. "I can satisfy you with the others, but what the hell is the reader's brain? You want to eat human brains?" The voice hesitated for a moment and then said, "No, the creator said you can't eat brains. Otherwise, you'll be made into bookmarks. Although I've never eaten it, it really sounds delicious. Feng Yuan, I can't take you to eat human brains, at most. I'll buy you some cake and ice cream. But you have to promise not to mention eating the reader's brain again. That's scary." The voice was somewhat reluctant. All right, cake and ice cream are fine too. But you have to hurry. I can't wait any longer." Feng Yuan helplessly stood up and set off again on the quest for food, muttering as he walked. "How did I end up with such a gluttonous guy?" When Feng Yuan returned with the cake and ice cream, the voice cheered excitedly. "Wow, great. Hurry, let me try." Feng Yuan brought the food to his mouth, took a bite, savoring the sweet taste, as he also felt the other party's satisfaction and joy. Feng Yuan shook his head and said, "You don't shout for those weird foods again in the future. Otherwise, I really have no way to deal with you." The voice in his mind mumbled, got it. As long as there is good food, I'll behave." Seeing that the voice finally calmed down, Feng Yuan asked, "What is your name?" The voice in his mind replied, "Remember this well. My name is Venom." "Venom?" "Feng Yuan, can you show me your abilities?" "Venom, of course." The well-fed and happy shape-shifting Venom felt great, and the next moment, Feng Yuan felt the other party start to deliver a steady stream of energy to him. When Venom is fighting, I can split a part of myself onto the enemy, absorb their chakra, and then transmit it to you. Really? Isn't this the classic case of my honey, their poison? Feng Yuan immediately perked up. Is there more? The next moment, a black long stick appeared in Feng Yuan's hand. When fighting, I can transform part of my body into any weapon you want. Watching the treasure in his hand transform into a hammer one moment and an umbrella the next, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up. No wonder it has shape-shifting in its name. Can you turn into a hydrogen bomb or a cosmic M78 ray projector? Venom was silent for a moment, then finally retorted, "Are you looking for trouble?" Feng Yuan quickly knelt down and bowed. Then Venom continued its self-introduction. "I can transmit the energy I absorb from others to you, and I can also use it to promote my own growth. I absorb a lot of energy from you before, and if you agree, I want to use it to enhance my own growth. Only by growing will I be able to provide you with greater help in future battles. This was no lie to Feng Yuan. If a child with no power wore it, that child would immediately possess 70 tons of wrist strength and could easily lift 300 tons of weight, with defense capable of easily withstanding ordinary artillery bombardment. Although Feng Yuan's wrist strength reached 200,000 tons after transforming into the giant Leo in his human form, his physical quality was only 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. With it, he wouldn't even need to transform into Leo to deal with those small monsters. I see. Have you absorbed enough energy just now? Feng Yuan patted his chest, saying, if it's not enough, I have more here. Feel free to absorb. Venom replied, next time. I've had enough this time. I still have one last impressive ability. Feng Yuan asked what? Venom said, superb reproduction. After saying that, Venom began to split like drops of water hitting the ground, scattering in all directions. Venom, my children will hide in every corner, and I will know immediately if anything happens. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. Awesome. With this, I won't have to worry about those monsters hiding in the dark anymore. This gift is just amazing. Iron Dog, the rich guy, felt envious. So am I the weakest one in this chat group now? In the Marvel world, Tony Stark looked at the gift Feng Yuan received with envy. For the first time, hating that apart from being rich, handsome, and talented, he had nothing else. Six-Path Sage. Are you Tony Stark? Iron Dog asked. How do you know me? Tony sat up from the sofa, and before he could think deeply, he noticed that the other party had shared a file in the group. Ding! Member Six Paths Sage uploaded the movie Iron Man to the shared folder. Looking at the movie poster about himself, Tony was dumbfounded. Huh? Iron Man? Who is this? Me? Chapter 33 Tony's Revenge, Part 1. 2.5 hours later. Tony sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, and if the wine glass in his hand were Obadiah's head, he would definitely smash it on the ground and throw it into the trash can. Damn, Obadiah, I treated you like family, and you treated me like a stumbling block on your path to success? Over the years, how much money had he made for Obadiah? He couldn't even count it himself. It must have been over $1 trillion, right? Yet, he secretly sold the weapons he produced to terrorists and even plotted his kidnapping, trying to ensure that he could never return to the lighthouse country. Fine, since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Iron Dog, Six-Path Sage, thank you. Group Leader, I know what to do next. After the anger came calmness, since the enemy was plotting against him in the dark. He had to prepare countermeasures in advance to catch them off guard. Through video spoilers, he knew that he would be attacked and kidnapped by terrorists during a weapons deal, where he would meet a genius scientist, Ethan. The two would work together to create the first set of iron armor. If it weren't for the other party sacrificing their life at the last moment to buy him time, he might have ended up hating his fate. Because of this, even though the current Tony Stark had not interacted with Ethan, his kind heart still intended to save him, not wanting the regret in the video to happen again. So the question became, how to save Ethan. The other party was clearly hidden in a cave somewhere in the desert, and even with his world's top AI, Jarvis, he couldn't find their existence. However, if he followed Obadiah's kidnapping plan, not to mention whether he would die from uncontrollable risks, the soldiers accompanying him would inevitably struggle to survive. Perhaps I can think of a win-win solution. Tony Stark sat in front of the computer, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, Obadiah sat in his luxurious yet dark office, the dim yellow light reflecting the smug and sinister smile on his face. He was playing with a delicate small knife in his hand, as if it were the scepter with which he controlled the situation. He knew Tony's schedule as well as he knew his own palm prints. He had also bribed a journalist known for writing in-depth reports. Obadiah handed over a carefully forged set of data to him, showing that Tony's company had huge financial loopholes and had murky financial dealings with some underground forces. He knew that once this report was published, Tony would be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion, and by then, Stark Industries stock would plummet, allowing him to short the market and make a hefty profit. At the same time, Obadiah recruited a group of top mercenaries on the international black market. Each of these mercenaries had exceptional skills, specializing in assassination and raids. He planned for them to take action while Tony was on his way to an important technology exhibition. The deserted road was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Obadiah's instructions to the mercenaries were to create chaos first, then seize Tony amid the confusion and take him to a secret location that had been prepared in advance. At that secret location, Obadiah had set up a whole set of equipment to fabricate a scene of Tony trading with terrorist organizations. He wanted the whole world to believe that Tony Stark was a thorough arms dealer, a destroyer of peace. By then, Tony would be disgraced, and he, Obadiah, would naturally take over Stark Industries, becoming the true king of this business empire. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the bustling city night scene outside, muttering to himself, "Tony, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. Compared to the tenderness of women, the poverty of slums can stimulate your creativity for weapons even more." The next day, while enjoying breakfast, Obadiah suddenly received a phone call. "Oh, dear Tony, it's rare for you to call me this early, even though it's already 9 o'clock. Is that so? It seems you don't really want to receive my call. Perhaps I shouldn't tell you my good news." Upon hearing the words good news, Obadiah's eyes lit up, and he quickly changed his tone. "Just teasing you, my little master. Quickly tell me what's the good news. I've sent the stuff to your email. Check it yourself." After saying that, Tony hung up the phone directly, feeling a sense of nausea as if he had fallen into a cesspool with every additional word he spoke to the other party. Obadiah frowned, feeling a bit annoyed by Tony's sudden hang-up, but when he thought of the good news Tony mentioned, his curiosity immediately took over. He hurriedly went to his desk, opened his computer, and eagerly logged into his email. His fingers clicked rapidly on the mouse, his eyes flashing with greed and anticipation. When he saw the email, his face first showed a hint of confusion, then turned to ecstatic joy. In the email was a brand new weapon design blueprint, and its exquisite conception and innovative ideas made Obadiah feel as if countless riches were beckoning to him. He excitedly stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, muttering to himself, "An exoskeleton armor? Tony, oh Tony, you're still too naive to give me such a good thing so easily." Obadiah immediately summoned his trusted technical team to showcase the blueprint to them. Upon seeing the design, the technicians also displayed expressions of astonishment, gathering around to discuss how to quickly turn this blueprint into a real weapon and mass-produce it. While Obadiah was immersed in joy, little did he know that Tony's revenge plan was just beginning. It turned out that the email Tony had just sent contained a hidden Trojan horse, which was silently taking root in Obadiah's computer, like a ghost lurking in the shadows. The Trojan had already infiltrated Obadiah's entire confidential file system, while he and his technical team were excitedly discussing the design. Tony was sitting in his laboratory, with a computer screen in front of him flashing dense data and file paths. He pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes revealing a cold and resolute demeanor. With rapid clicks of the mouse and keystrokes, Obadiah's unsavory dealings gradually became clear to Tony. From illegal arms, smuggling transaction records to his collusion with various forces to undermine Stark Industries. All the evidence was being copied and transmitted to Tony's computer by the Trojan program. As Tony browsed through it, he silently cursed Obadiah's greed and malice. Meanwhile, on Obadiah's side, the technicians were completely unaware of the impending danger. They were passionately discussing the technical challenges they might encounter in the production process of the exoskeleton armor, such as how to optimize the energy supply system to ensure the armor could operate for long periods, and how to solve the cooling issues at high speeds. Obadiah occasionally chimed in, his thoughts entirely occupied by this weapon that could bring immense benefits and power. Tony, watching the gradually accumulating evidence in his hands, felt a cold smile creep onto his face. He knew he had obtained the deadly weapon to counterattack Obadiah. Once the time was right, he could make this evidence public, utterly ruining Obadiah and forcing him to pay a painful price for all his vile deeds. Just wait, the next step is coming soon. Chapter 34, Tony's Revenge, Part 2. That afternoon, Tony was busy creating his secret weapon while waiting for his prey to take the bait. "Your grandson is calling. Your grandson is calling." As the newly set phone ringtone sounded, Tony immediately popped out of the lab and had Jarvis put the call on speaker. "Hi, Tony. Have you eaten dinner yet?" "What? Don't tell me you want to invite me for dinner at the last minute. The ladies will be sad." "Ha ha ha, no rush. Just a small matter I need your help with." "Go ahead." "The personnel in our production department are facing some difficulties with the code design and energy supply. When are you free to come over and guide them? We'll talk about it later." Code design and energy supply are the last things to do. You guys focus on mass-producing the armor first, and I'll handle the final issues later. In the movie, the Mark I and Mark II armors were built piece by hand. Although he could also build them himself, the problem was, if someone else could do the work, why should he suffer through it? Besides, the energy issue and code problem were both in his hands. Without his operation, no matter how many armors Obadiah made, they would just be working for him. All right, I'll take care of production. Have fun tonight. Okay, goodbye. As the call ended, the smile that had been plastered on Obadiah's face immediately faded, and he gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "Damn Stark." As an experienced arms dealer, he certainly knew that if the energy and code issues weren't resolved, the painstakingly crafted armors would just be a pile of useless toys. However, there was nothing he could do. His subordinates simply didn't have anyone who could match Tony Stark's talents. Forget it, I'll just keep him sweet for now. Next week is his arms trading trip to the Middle East. Whether he agrees or not, the plan must go on schedule. At worst, I'll go to the base myself and force him to hand over the technology. In the meantime, Obadiah began the frantic production of the armors at a speed that would put Tony to shame if he knew. This bastard is really willing to spend money. He actually produced 50 armors in one go. If I hand over the energy technology and operational code, to put it bluntly, if Obadiah has any ill intentions, he could definitely catch the military of the Lighthouse Country off guard. And by the next day, the leaders of the Lighthouse Country would have to voluntarily abdicate to him. As for Tony, he hadn't been idle these past few days. On the surface, it seemed like he was out indulging every day, but as soon as he stepped out the company door, he quietly returned to his underground lab and began the clattering production of the energy core. As for the operational code, Jarvis had already prepared it long ago. Once the energy core was installed, the operational code would load in 5 minutes, at which point all the armors would obey Tony Stark's commands. That's right, this time Tony was directly challenging to control the armors with artificial intelligence to fight for him. Finally, on the day before the signing trip, Tony suppressed his anger and disgust, smiling and drinking with the other party all night. Then, taking advantage of their inattention, he handed Obadiah a drug drink. Phew, I really am a genius at acting. Watching Obadiah sleep like a dead pig, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, then called out for a hangover remedy and swaggered into Obadiah's underground factory. Looking at the neatly arranged and densely packed armors in front of him, Tony took a deep breath. All right, it's time for the world to hear Iron Man's voice. Jarvis, let's get to work. Jarvis, armor core number 001 loaded. Operational program loaded. Tony, Jarvis, activate the helmet display. Jarvis, beginning checks. Tony, also adjust the environmental settings here. Jarvis, understood, sir. Tony, let's try simulating walking. Jarvis, loading your behavioral habits. Calibrating the simulation environment. Tony, check the outer control, shockproof instruments, dustproof instruments, and all built-in ejectors. Jarvis, as you wish, gradually checking, outer control is fine. Shockproof instruments are fine, dustproof instruments are fine, all built-in ejectors are operating normally. Tony, very good. Jarvis, control armor number 002 to activate and check all the remaining armors. As for us, let's go for a flight. Jarvis, all right, sir. Activating armor number 002 to execute operations. Armor number 002, under Jarvis's control, moved flexibly, extending its mechanical arm to systematically activate the remaining armors. With each activation, corresponding indicator lights flashed, showing that they were undergoing self-check procedures. Tony then activated his own armor, and with a low rumbling sound, the armor's thrusters unleashed blue flames. Jarvis, activate flight mode, let's go. Jarvis, flight mode activated, flight path planned, ensuring avoidance of all obstacles. Sir, Tony controlled the armor to slowly ascend, flying out from the ventilation shaft of the underground factory. Once outside, he immediately accelerated, and the armor streaked through the air like a flash of lightning. Tony exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, this feeling is just amazing." Jarvis, conduct some high-difficulty flight maneuver tests. Jarvis replied, "Understood, sir." Executing spiral ascent maneuver. The mech quickly performed a spiral ascent in the air, and Tony felt the strong centrifugal force. But the mech's shock absorption system kept him steady in the cockpit. 30 minutes later, Jarvis prompted, Sir, 002 has reported that all match have been successfully activated and tested, meeting the standards. Tony said, great, have 002 arranged them neatly. We're heading back. Jarvis responded, received, transmitting instructions. Tony controlled the mech to return. And when he landed back at the underground factory, he saw rows of neatly arranged mechs, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I am indeed the smartest genius in the world. No one else. The next day, a hungover Obadiah was awakened by a phone call. Tom, if you don't give me a good reason, I'm going to throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Wait, what did you say? All the mechs are gone? What the hell are you talking about? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Obadiah threw off the covers and jumped out of bed, his head still aching from the hangover. But the news from the call made him forget all about it. He hurriedly put on his clothes, shouting into the phone, you better explain this to me. What happened to those mechs? Tom's trembling voice explained, Boss, I don't know what happened. When we went to the underground factory this morning, we found it completely empty. All the mechs are gone, not even a trace left. Obadiah's face turned extremely grim, and he gritted his teeth, saying, it must be Stark. No one else has the ability to sneak away those mechs without a trace. He rushed to the underground factory, constantly urging the driver to go faster. When he arrived at the scene, he saw the space that was once filled with mechs now completely empty, making him tremble with rage. Find out. We must get those mechs back. Obadiah shouted at his subordinates. And find Tony Stark for me. I want him to pay the price. Chapter 35. Tony's Revenge, Part 2. Grandpa, that bastard is calling again. Grandpa, that bastard is calling again. Woohoo, Jarvis, block that bastard's phone number. Received, sir. Tony took a deep breath. Although he felt an impulse to rush back to Obadiah and expose that old bastard's schemes, then beat him up and lock him away. He knew that time is life, and every minute and second was crucial. He had more important matters to deal with that required his full attention. This time, he absolutely could not let those damn mercenaries harm his friends. Ethan, he's saved for sure. Not even Satan can take him away, he said so. Damn Tony. I will definitely dismember that little brat. Obadiah roared angrily on the phone. His face was red from rage, veins bulging on his forehead like twisted earthworms. Looking at the phone number that still hadn't T-connected, even a pig could tell that this was definitely Tony's doing. Good, very good. Obadiah paced back and forth in the room, feeling like a clown who had been fooled. First, he was tricked by Tony into giving away almost all his money, which had taken him years to accumulate. Then, he foolishly helped him mass-produce mechs, having gotten up earlier than a rooster and gone to bed later than a dog, eagerly anticipating making a fortune from this batch of mechs. In the end, just when it mattered most, Tony had stolen all of his victory fruit while he wasn't paying attention. The angrier Obadiah became, the harder he slammed his fist on the table, causing the documents and items on it to jump up. Tony, do you think you can escape? I will make you know the consequences of opposing me, he said fiercely, his eyes revealing a mad, killing intent. However, just as Obadiah was about to leave the office, a group of men in suits barged in. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out! Obadiah roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage, glaring at the uninvited guests. Hello, Mr. Obadiah. We are the legal team hired by Mr. Tony Stark. According to his accusations, over the years, you have repeatedly abused your position within the company to engage in a series of actions including short-selling stocks, embezzling funds, illegal arms dealing, hiring assassins, kidnapping, and unfair competition. The lead lawyer said expressionlessly, holding a thick stack of documents, each page recorded with damning evidence against Obadiah. Absurd. This is all Tony's slander. Obadiah shouted angrily, just a glance at the documents igniting an unnamed fury within him. His face turned red, the veins in his neck bulging like dragons, as if they were about to burst at any moment. He lunged forward to snatch the documents from the lawyer, but the lawyers were well trained, quickly retreating and protecting the documents behind them. Don't think you can scare me like this. Tony is trying to push me to a dead end. Obadiah's voice echoed in the office, shaking the windows slightly. The legal team did not back down from Obadiah's roar. One young lawyer adjusted his glasses and calmly said, Mr. Obadiah, we have ample evidence to prove these accusations. The contract you signed with Stark Industries for the mech production has many suspicious points regarding the flow of funds. Moreover, During the mech development process, you misappropriated a large amount of funds for other unauthorized projects, which violates the contract and commercial regulations. Obadiah's face turned extremely ugly. He knew that Tony must have hacked into his computer and uncovered all his secrets. But even if he knew that, so what? He no longer had the improved Ironmonger armor as in the original movie. As a mere mortal, how could he withstand so many trained officers? Thus, as the biggest villain in the first Iron Man movie, before he even got a chance to rise, he had already been prematurely crushed by Tony's legal team. Outside, the sound of police sirens rose and fell, as if playing a funeral song for his failure. Those who had once obeyed him were now hiding in corners, looking at him with fear and dread, afraid of being implicated. Obadiah's heart was filled with resentment. He hated Tony's cleverness and decisiveness, and he hated his own carelessness and underestimation. If he had been more cautious from the beginning, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up like this. However, now it was all too late. He felt like a beast trapped in a cage, struggling but unable to break free from the shackles of the law. Tony let out a slight sigh of relief, but his gaze remained fixed on the mysterious desert base before him. Good. Have them keep a close watch, whatever happens. I will talk about it when I get back. His voice, amplified by the suit's sound system, sounded particularly clear in the vast desert. Tony knew that although Obadiah was temporarily under police control, the forces behind him and his remaining henchmen might still cause trouble. Additionally, there might be more unknown dangers hidden in this secret base. He couldn't just leave so easily. Meanwhile, after flying for about 40 minutes, Tony finally located his target based on the positioning from Obadiah's phone. Don't say it, this secret base is hidden in the desert, with an exterior that looks like a pile of seemingly unrelated rocks and sand dunes. If it weren't for advanced positioning technology, even flying over it countless times, it would be difficult to discover the hidden wonders here. Tony slowly descended, the Iron Man suit kicking up a cloud of dust on the sandy ground. He cautiously looked around, while Jarvis continuously reported the scanning status of the surrounding environment in his helmet. Sir, the electromagnetic signals here are highly shielded. There should be devices to prevent detection. Jarvis's electronic voice echoed in Tony's ear. Activate thermal imaging. Instantly, the display in his Iron Man helmet switched to thermal mode, with various colors of heat signals flickering on the screen. Tony observed closely and indeed found several figures moving inside. Good, confirmed it's here. Without a second thought, Tony boldly walked in wearing his armor. What? You say this will quickly expose him to the enemy? Nonsense, his armor could withstand not just bullets, but even tank missiles head-on. Going in to take out a few villainous mercenaries, isn't that like a wolf running amok in a sheep pen? With steady steps, Tony left deep footprints in the sand with every stride. As he drew closer, the mercenaries inside the base sensed something amiss. They hastily grabbed their weapons, nervously aiming in Tony's direction. Open fire, a mercenary leader shouted. Instantly, a barrage of bullets rained down on Tony. However, these bullets hitting the Iron Man's suit sounded like ants shaking a tree, producing a series of clanging noises, leaving not a single scratch. Tony's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Is that all you've got? His palm repulsors quickly charged, and two dazzling energy beams shot out. Wherever the beams went, mercenaries were blown away, fleeing in all directions. Come on, don't run, Tony shouted, charging toward the mercenaries like a god of war. He barreled through the crowd, the power of the Iron Man's suit allowing him to toss those mercenaries around like dolls. Some mercenaries attempted close combat, but Tony easily caught them and hurled them far away. Time passed, and as Tony delved deeper into the enemy camp, he immediately stopped upon seeing a familiar face. Finally found you, Dr. Ethan. Who are you? Tony Stark, your future friend. Chapter 36. Go to the Arctic, dig for Popsicle's six-path sage. Iron Dog Mogul. So Tony, how are things on your end? Iron Dog Mogul. It's done. Obadiah has been taken to court by me, and I have a whole team of lawyers to slowly wear him down. As for Ethan, he has been rescued and is now part of my company's research team. We plan to halt all arms, trading, and focus on developing new energy industries. Leo Prince, congratulations, Mr. Stark. Now you can rest easy. Six Paths Sage. Rest easy is not quite right. I must tell you, the future of Tony's world is fraught with disasters. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing directly uploaded a high-energy battle montage video about the Marvel Universe. The video, though only 10 minutes long, was packed with information. Obadiah was just the beginning, followed by Iron Man vs. Whiplash, Hulk vs. Abomination, Thor vs. Loki, Captain America vs. Winter Soldier, Hawkeye vs. Black Widow, Doctor Strange vs. Dormammu. Oh shit. Tony thought he had already reached the peak of human combat power with his Iron Man suit. Little did he know, he had merely jumped out of fish tank. As he watched the video, complex emotions flickered in his eyes. On one hand, he was shocked by the intense battles. The clashes of power between superheroes and villains made him realize that this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. On the other hand, a competitive spirit surged within him. How could he let himself be outdone like this? Jarvis analyzed these battle scenes and compiled the combat data of the relevant characters. Tony copied the video onto his computer and said solemnly, "Understood, sir. Analyzing now." Jarvis quickly began processing the data from the video. In the chat group, the others were also stunned by the various extraordinary abilities in the video. Riding the wind with a sword. It's truly a world full of disasters. Moonlit bird watching. Indeed. By the way, there are also movies about Stark in my world, but it's not as comprehensive as yours. Weavy only updated to the first Avengers. Tony rubbed his temples, pondering what these newly emerged powerful beings meant for him and the entire world. The fact that Whiplash's weapon could pose a threat to his suit forced him to reconsider the upgrade plans for the armor. The Hulk's nearly invincible strength left him astonished. If one day he found himself on the opposite side of the Hulk, did he really stand a chance? And Thor's control over thunder and lightning was akin to a deity from mythology. Tony knew that the power represented by these superheroes and villains had surpassed the realm of conventional technology. If he wanted to continue protecting peace in this world full of unknowns, he had to constantly push the limits of technology. Sir, data analysis is complete. The characters in these battle scenes exhibit significant differences in power attributes, but all possess unique threats, Jarvis reported. Tony stared at the data on the screen, muttering, "It seems I need to accelerate my research. This world needs a more powerful Iron Man, fortunately. With this mysterious chat group, he could achieve more with less effort." Speaking of which, Tony discovered something interesting. If he just sold the materials for making a suit of Iron Man armor to the system all, he would only earn 100 points at most. This made Tony initially think the system was a bit stingy, considering those materials were carefully selected and processed. However, if he sold the finished product he made himself, he would earn double the points for the same materials in the mall. This discovery was like finding a light in the dark, showing Tony a way to quickly accumulate resources. After confirming this point, Tony hesitated not at all, leaving himself only 2 sets of armor. The remaining armor and the stockpile of weapons in the warehouse were all sold, netting him a whopping 15,000 points. Those piles of Iron Man suits in the warehouse gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, once symbols of threat, but now became his capital for rising to wealth. Having become rich overnight, Tony Stark did not immediately start his crazy shopping spree. He knew that in this world full of unknowns and dangers, knowledge and information were far more important than temporary material enjoyment. Instead, he decided to watch all the movie videos about his world and see if he could discover anything. Sitting in his high-tech studio, surrounded by flickering screens, he was prepared to spend the next week in his studio with these videos. He pulled up those movie videos. From the earliest rough manufacturing in the cave to later battles with various supervillains, each frame was carefully observed, analyzed, and recorded. Who would have thought that the one-eyed monster had such a huge force behind him? Damn, that old popsicle is still alive? Thor? Is that big guy really not the lead from a dramatic play? What is this cosmic cube? Wait, if the old popsicle wasn't found, does that mean I can act first? Thinking that finding Captain America would be equivalent to finding the cosmic cube at the same time, Tony Stark stopped watching the video, quickly got up, and donned his armor to begin his journey to the Arctic to dig for popsicles. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Six-Pad Sage, Prince of Leo. By the way, Feng Yuan, have you finished watching the video that Zhang Xingtuan uploaded about you? Prince of Leo, I've watched it. Xing, don't worry. I won't let those regrets in the video happen. By the way, Senior Simon just sent me an Ultraman signature and said he would be back on Earth in 5 days. Six-Pad Sage, really? Are you ready to face the cane tyrant and his Jeep monster? Everyone in the group bursts into laughter. Feng Yuan was also startled, recalling his tragic situation in the video, making his hair stand on end. Prince of Leo, no matter what the senior says this time, I absolutely want to join the Mac team. Six Paths Sage, don't forget to learn the skill of unity from Simon when you meet him. Prince of Leo, I understand. Six Paths Sage, how have things been on your side lately? Any monsters appearing again? Prince of Leo, everything is fine. But the Zoric aliens came to Earth 3 days ago. Fortunately, Venom informed me in advance, so there were no casualties. Six Paths Sage, I estimate that once Simon returns to Earth and sees your current strength, it won't be long before he entrusts the protection of Earth to you. Prince of Leo, I will do my best. Earth is my second hometown, and I will definitely protect it well. Chapter 37. The time-traveling rescue, where is this? Oh, you're awake? Who are you? Not bad. You woke up faster than I expected. Seeing Captain America Steve slowly waking up on the hospital bed, Tony's expression was not good. This is because he had already caught up with the plot of Doctor Strange 2. Naturally, he also knew the truth behind his parents' death. Watching in the movie, the friend Captain America actually chose to turn against him to protect the murderer who killed his parents. Tony wished he could stab the unconscious Steve to death right then and there. And everyone in the chat group also knew about this matter. Iron Dog Big House, brothers. To be honest, I really regret it. I should have fished this bastard up. I should have sunk him to the bottom of the sea and never let him come out again. Six Paths Sage. So, you know the truth about your parents' murder now? Iron Dog Big House. Yes, to be honest, I want to point my gun at his head every second and give him a bullet. Six Paths Sage. Take it easy. Maybe you couldn't change the past, but now that we are here, your problem is no longer a problem. Iron Dog Big House, what do you mean? Six Paths Sage. Find an opportunity later, and I'll help you revive your parents. Moonlight Birdwatching Without by Lien. Is it the Impure World reincarnation? Six Paths Sage. Impure World reincarnation is just the first step. The second step is the samsara of heaven. Moonlight Birdwatching Without by Lien. But I remember that in the original Naruto, Nagato, who used the samsara of heaven, seemed to have died on the spot, right? Isn't that a ninjutsu that overdraws life force? Six Paths Sage. That's because Nagato's chakra was insufficient. If Nagato had enough chakra, there would be no need to consume life force, and the caster could survive. Moonlight Birdwatching Without by Lien. So it can work like that? What about the sacrifice issue? Six Paths Sage. I have become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, so creating a few white Zetsu is not a problem. White Zetsu was originally human, superficially created by Uchiha Madara using the first Hokage's cells, but in reality, they're the products of humanity's fall after being immersed in infinite Tsukumi thousands of years ago. However, white Zetsu can also use wood release to produce a large quantity of spores to create numerous clones. Generally, these clones have weak combat power and can only be used for reconnaissance. But even these clones are not something ordinary people can mess with. Against ordinary people without chakra, excluding special taijutsu ninjas like Lee, it's definitely not a problem to take on 50 at once. Therefore, these clones are perfect sacrifices for Impure World reincarnation. However, there is one prerequisite for Impure World reincarnation. The soul of the reincarnation target must exist in this world. At this point, Zhou Xingxing suddenly had a bold idea. Zhou Xingxing. System. How many points do I need to be sent to Stark's world? System. 1,000 points for 24 hours. I can give you a 10 discount. Do you want to go? Zhou Xingxing. Thank you. I'm almost moved to tears by your smashing bone discount. System. No need to be polite. This is what your father should do. Zhou Xingxing. Let's go. Take a trip to Stark's side. On the other side, Captain America Steve, who had just woken up, after confirming that Tony had no malicious intent for the time being, quietly began to observe his surroundings. His gaze swept across the astonishing high-tech products, robots that elegantly and skillfully poured tea, projectors that could project incredibly clear images. And even the vacuum cleaner robot seemed to have been endowed with a polite personality, working methodically and silently. Clearly, the level of technology presented here far exceeded his imagination. Finally, Steve could no longer suppress the tide of confusion rising in his heart and asked Tony, "Who are you? What is this place?" Tony glanced at him disdainfully. ignoring his question, and instead instructed Jarvis. Jarvis, start playing from Captain America 1 in the order I set. After speaking, Tony seemed to feel that staying in the same room with Steve was extremely uncomfortable, and he stood up without hesitation, preparing to leave. Wait. Seeing this, Steve stepped in front of Tony in one swift motion. You can't just leave me here. I have the right to know what's going on. His eyes revealed a firm determination that could not be refused. Tony sighed helplessly. The disdain in his eyes was not hidden at all. Shut up, you old fossil. Explaining to you is more exhausting than redesigning an armor. Listen carefully, I'll say it once. This is my tower, a technological paradise of the 21st century, and I, Tony Stark, genius, billionaire, philanthropist, playboy, you better remember this name. As for why you are here, watch the movie and you'll understand. Everything you want to know is in there. Steve frowned tightly. I don't understand why you are so unwilling to communicate with me. I just want to understand the situation. Tony sneered. Communicate? We come from different times. Your old-fashioned values don't align with mine. But since you are so persistent, let me simply tell you, you have been asleep for 70 years. The world has changed, and you are now just an outdated hero. 70 years? Wait, what does he mean by that? Steve stood frozen in place, Stark's words echoing in his mind. 70 years? He murmured. A wave of indescribable, complex emotions surged in his heart. He looked around. Those advanced technological products seemed to be proving to him the earth-shattering changes that had taken place in the world over the past 70 years. 70 years. What a long time that is. In his memory, the smoke of war still lingered, and the cries of his comrades seemed to still echo in his ears. Yet now, he felt like a traveler lost in the river of time, thrown into a completely unfamiliar future. Steve's gaze returned to the movie being played. The images on the screen flickering as he saw his younger self, full of vigor and conviction. Has all this really become outdated? The justice, courage, and responsibility he upheld, do they no longer hold meaning in this highly advanced technological era? A hint of imperceptible loss flashed across Steve's face, but he quickly regained his determination. No matter how the world changes, I only know that justice and responsibility will never go out of style. Thank you anyway. No matter what. You must be the one who rescued me from the ice, right? Tony was momentarily taken aback. Recalling how Steve had looked just like this when he had just awakened in the movie, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. All the words he wanted to say eventually turned into a simple "I'm fine. I just missed a dance." It seemed that Steve's words had touched him slightly, but he quickly masked it, saying, "Humph. I hope you can still be so confident after watching the movie." Jarvis, make sure he watches the movie obediently. After saying that, Tony walked past Steve and strode out of the room. The room was left with only Steve and the movie that was playing. Although he didn't know how the other person knew what had happened to him back then, he was certain that his younger self looked almost exactly like the one on the screen. His younger self, lost friends, missed lovers, and the events that had once happened were now presented to him one by one through this movie. This stirred mixed feelings in his heart. He slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, his gaze focused on the screen, preparing to search for something in this unknown modern world through the film. On the other side, just as Tony stepped out of the room, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. "Hey, Mr. Stark, you seem a bit down. Are you the Sage of Six Paths?" Since there had been a live broadcast during the battle between Zhou Xingxing and the magma alien, Tony recognized Zhou Xingxing at first glance when he appeared before him. "Oh, my friend, why didn't you let me know before coming? So I could prepare to be a good host?" His previously sulky expression instantly brightened, as in his eyes, the other party was nearly invincible. A surprised smile spread across his face as he quickly approached. In his eyes, the other party was like a god, almost an invincible being. In Tony's view, gods like Thor were just slightly more powerful aliens, not really deep in the true sense. That immense power was just one aspect of the other party that inspired awe. More importantly, behind that power was a just and kind heart. In today's complex world, filled with interests and entanglements, such qualities were as rare and precious as the brightest stars in the night sky. "It's nothing. I know you're sad about the truth of your parents' death, so I came to help you," Zhou Xing said calmly. "Help me? Are you saying you can change time and space?" A complex expression flashed in Tony's eyes. A hint of expectation, but more self-deprecation. The death of his parents was like an eternal wound that could never heal. Every touch would bring excruciating pain. He knew that under normal logic, it was an unchangeable fact, but the appearance of the person before him made a glimmer of unrealistic desire stir deep within him. Taking a deep breath, Tony tried to make his voice sound steadier. What price do I need to pay? His gaze was a bit hazy, as if he had fallen into a whirlpool of painful memories. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xing just gently patted Tony's shoulder, and that action seemed to carry a calming power. Don't misunderstand. I just genuinely want to help you. Just as Zhou Xing was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt an energy fluctuation coming from the room. Interesting, a space spell? It was quite similar to his own space ninjutsu. Although he was curious about the portal of the Ancient One, he also knew that there were more important matters at hand. Hello, Ancient One. I've heard a lot about you. Are you here to stop me? Hello, friend from a higher dimension. Please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of stopping you. The Ancient One shook his head and then said, I know I can't stop you, nor is it necessary to stop you. But if possible, I hope you can promise me that after reviving Mr. Tony Stark's parents, you will take them away from this world. Before Zhou Xing could respond, Tony, who was nearby, was unwilling. Hey, my parents, where they want to live is none of your business. Having watched the Marvel series of movies, he naturally knew who the Ancient One was. These sorcerers always talked about timelines and cosmic order. However, since this matter involved his parents, he couldn't care less. The Ancient One looked calmly at Tony, his eyes showing no signs of fluctuation. Mr. Stark, you do not understand the stakes. Time is a precise chain, each link closely connected. Your parents were meant to pass away at that time. If they are revived and remain in this world, it will cause unpredictable damage to the timeline. What I protect is not just individual destinies, but the order of the entire universe. Tony furrowed his brows tightly, his face filled with defiance. Just because of your so-called timeline, I have to lose the chance to reunite with my parents forever? That's too unfair. Zhou Xing nodded thoughtfully. Tony, what the other party said is not wrong. Whether it involves time or life and death, the underlying causes are complex and not something people want to face. Reviving your parents and letting them leave this world is indeed the best choice. Although Zhou Xing also had the ability to traverse time, his expertise in this area was obviously not as good as that of the Ancient One, who possessed the Time Stone. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. So Zhou Xing was willing to humbly listen to the other party's opinions. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xing not only did not get angry, but also stood on the other party's side, leaving Tony momentarily speechless. Zhou Xing reassured him, Don't worry, Tony. When the time comes, I'll take them to my world. If you want to see them, we could do a live broadcast or open the portal again. That was also true. It was just a matter of spending some points. Although he was still somewhat unwilling, having experienced great storms, he quickly adjusted his emotions and nodded. I understand, then I'll leave it to you. Zhou Xing nodded, then looked at the Ancient One. Since you're here, it saves me the trouble of finding you. The Ancient One smiled. I still have a bit of confidence in the realm of time. After saying that, the Ancient One first clapped his hands, extracting the souls of the two from their bodies. Then, using the Time Stone, he took their souls back to the past. In a moment of soul traversal, Tony felt a dizzying spin. Where he could see his surroundings clearly again, he found himself in a familiar yet strange street. This was the place he had once lived, but the power of time had turned everything into an old hue. Tony looked at Zhou Xing and the Ancient One beside him. Have we really gone back to the past? This feels amazing. Chapter 38, Practice Makes Perfect. Bang. A loud noise attracted the attention of the three. Shit. After assessing the situation, Tony was instantly engulfed in fury, like a lit powder keg, with flames shooting from his eyes as if they could burn the surrounding air. His parents were right in front of him, being brutally murdered by Steve's friend Bucky, and his mother's desperate cries pierced his heart like arrows, while the blood splattered from his father's injury was like a dagger, cutting through the defenses of his reason. Tony was like a wild beast out of control, ready to charge forward without regard. However, just as he took a step, his friend Zhou Xing swiftly grabbed him. Trust me, I have a plan. Zhou Xing's voice was steady and firm, but to Tony at that moment, it sounded like the whisper of a demon, stopping him from saving his closest people. Let go of me, Zhou Xing. Do you know what you're doing? Those are my parents. Tony struggled frantically, his eyes filled with anger and despair. But Zhou Xing still held his soul tightly, giving him no chance to break free. Trust me, Zhou Xingxing's eyes remained very calm. After the assassin Baki finished killing and left, he finally released Tony's soul. Let's go. I said I would help you revive your parents. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing brought Master Gu, Yi, and Tony to his parents' bodies and waved at them. In the next moment, the souls of Tony's parents crawled out of their bodies and slowly walked towards Zhou Xingxing. Tony, they're coming. When the souls of the two shrank to the size of fireflies and were gathered in Zhou Xingxing's palm, Tony returned to the original timeline with a complex mood. Along the way, he both looked forward to his parents' revival and worried about unexpected incidents occurring during the process. Once Master Gu, he brought the two back to the original timeline. Zhou Xingxing directly returned to his physical body, also pushing Tony's soul back into his body. I have to say, Gu, Yi, you saved me a lot of trouble. After using the Ten Tails chakra to create two white Zetsu, Zhou Xingxing directly used the power of the Rinnegan to insert Tony's parents' souls into them. There were no unexpected incidents during the process. It could be said to have been smooth. The peculiar bodies of white Zetsu perfectly accepted the souls of Tony's parents. Gu nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Your abilities are indeed impressive. I believe they will adapt to their new bodies soon. Zhou Xingxing nodded, his gaze fixed tightly on the two white Zetsu with Tony's parents' souls. Tony, on the side, was so anxious he didn't dare to breathe, filled with anticipation for his parents' awakening. As time passed, the bodies of white Zetsu began to tremble slightly. A breath of life gradually spread, as if the long-sleeping souls were slowly waking up. And their appearances began to change until they completely resembled Tony's memories. Finally, they slowly opened their eyes, a hint of confusion in their gazes. Are you Tony? A weak voice called out, and Tony's eyes instantly filled with tears. He rushed forward and tightly embraced his parents, his heart full of excitement and joy. Perhaps this is the greatness of a parent's love for their children, even after not seeing each other for over a decade. And even if the situation before them was unbelievable, as long as there is a bond in their hearts, they will instantly recognize each other at first sight. Seeing the family of three immersed in joy, Zhou Xingxing and Gu Yi discreetly left the room, allowing them to enjoy this hard-earned family happiness. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Zhou Xingxing, I have something I want to ask of you. Oh, please go ahead. Also, give me a body. A body for you? I see. Zhou Xingxing was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. Is there something wrong with your body? Although it was a question, the tone was filled with certainty. Many people have felt uneasy about Gu Yi's death while watching the movie. Can you believe that such strong power was ultimately killed by a small fry? Clearly, she had the ability to turn the world upside down and summon storms, yet she died so casually. It wasn't until Dr. Strange chatted with her afterward that it was confirmed that she was seeking death. Many viewers, of course, did not buy this plot twist, with some even mocking online that Gu Yi died because the special effects were too expensive. However, many rational netizens provided their analyses, believing there were several reasons for Gu Yi's death. First and foremost was Gu Yi's guilt and judgment over using dark powers. After all, Gu Yi was originally just an ordinary human who drew power from the dark dimension to extend her life to protect Earth. Although this dark power made her powerful and immortal, its essence was ultimately evil, and its use contradicted the principles of justice she upheld. Long-term use of such power would inevitably lead to moral self-condemnation. Secondly, Gu Yi had protected Earth for hundreds of years, and during this long period, she had continuously battled demons from other worlds, living in a state of high tension and danger. Over time, the repeated separations from life and death would undoubtedly exhaust her physically and mentally, making her yearn for liberation. Death had ceased to be important to her. This point was something I, who had lived for over 150 years in the ninja world, could somewhat relate to. Thirdly, there is no free lunch in the world. Often, the most beautiful roses hide terrifying thorns. Gu Yi, who borrowed dark powers, likely suffered from the backlash of that power on her body at all times. Fourthly, she found a higher platform. In Marvel Comics, after Gu Yi's death, she became a spirit and went to eternity. Eternity is one of the 5 creator gods in Marvel. Moreover, she occasionally appears to guide Dr. Strange. However, given Gu Yi's request, it seems it was not for the 4th reason. Zhou Xingxing, But I must say first, you need to be mentally prepared because I'm not sure if you can continue to use magic after reincarnating into the body I give you. Gu Yi's expression was firm. Please. Seeing Gu Yi so determined, Zhou Xingxing no longer said much. He created another white Zetsu, and Gu Yi very consciously drilled into the body of white Zetsu, without Zhou Xingxing needing to exert any effort. The body of white Zetsu began to change and eventually transformed completely into Gu Yi's appearance. Zhou Xingxing asked with concern, "Are you all right?" On the other side, Tony was attracted by the commotion and curiously approached to ask, "How do you feel?" Gu Yi smiled slightly. "I feel great now." After saying this, she drew a golden magical portal in front of everyone. Tony exclaimed, "Wow, cool. This travel invincible fire wheel is great. If I learn it, I won't have to take planes anymore." Gu Yi, in a cheerful mood, said, "Want to learn? I can teach you." Free from the constraints of dark powers on her body, Gu Yi felt particularly relaxed. Zhou Xingxing suddenly had an idea. "Hey, how about you try to combine your technological armor with magical powers, Tony?" Tony was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Technological armor plus magical powers? That sounds promising. Zhou Xingxing excitedly waved his hand. "Hey, it's not just promising, it's definitely promising. Imagine the mysterious power of magic combined with the precision of technology. Your armor, empowered by magic, could have even stronger defensive and offensive capabilities. You could cast magical shields to withstand various powerful attacks, or use magic for instant movement to catch enemies off guard. Moreover, magic can provide an additional energy source for your armor, so you won't have to worry about running out of energy during battles. It will be a perfect collision of technology and magic, even a violent aesthetic." Gu Yi's eyes flickered. Then she said, "In some parallel timelines, there is indeed a history of Tony becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, proving that his talent for magic is not low." Zhou Xingxing, "By the way, Tony, you don't have to worry about magic. You can completely treat magic as another scientific field you haven't explored yet. Although magic seems mysterious and unpredictable, it also has its own rules and principles. Just like when you faced those unknown technological challenges in the past, as long as you explore and research with your heart, you will definitely find the secrets within." Tony came back to his senses, his expression filled with pride. "Worry? Oh, my friend, it seems you haven't completely understood me. The word worry has never existed in my life. I was just thinking about a question." Gu Yi looked at Tony. "Please, go ahead. Tony, let us be honest. You know about the Avengers, right? Although this timeline doesn't have them." Gu Yi, "I know a little." "Tony, do you think they have a talent for learning magic?" Gu Yi, "Since you have this idea, then go ahead and do it boldly. No matter the result, at least we will support you." "Tony, thank you." After saying this, Gu Yi invited Zhou Xingxing and the others to Kamatage. At this moment, a cute chubby man is sitting with a group of mages discussing insights on spells. Upon seeing the arrival of Master Gu Yi, they all stood up immediately and bowed respectfully. Tony raised an eyebrow and joked, "Wow, it seems your reputation in the mage community is on par with mine." Zhou Xingxing took the opportunity to interject, "But in terms of overall popularity in the multiverse, they can easily outshine you." Tony shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that if his parents weren't around, he would have shown Zhou Xingxing the power of his sharp tongue. Following that, the group toured Kamartaj under Gu Yi's guidance. The ancient architecture exuded a mysterious aura, with magical runes on the walls faintly shimmering with light. The mages moved about, focused on their respective training and research. The adorable Wang Pongzi also followed along, occasionally introducing some of Kamartaj's unique features. His endearing demeanor and enthusiasm for magic added a touch of lightness and fun to the tour. As Tony walked with his parents, he looked around, his eyes reflecting curiosity about the mysterious magic here. The father and son duo secretly pondered that if they could apply the principles of magic from here to their technological research, it might lead to astonishing breakthroughs. Zhou Xingxing stood quietly in a corner of Kamartaj, deep in thought. He felt this swirling magical energy around him, which was completely different from the chakra he possessed. Chakra is cultivated and refined through personal training, with clear attributes and applications. In contrast, magical power seemed to come from another dimension, mysterious and full of unknown possibilities. He reached out, try to touch the intangible magical waves, feeling its unique rhythm. Compared to the rigidity or agility of chakra, magical power was more unpredictable, sometimes gentle like a breeze, and at other times as powerful as a thunderstorm. Or rather, compared to chakra, this magical energy resembled the natural energy sensed during sage mode. Moreover, unlike sage mode, which requires long preparation and specific environmental conditions, magical energy seemed more flexible and variable, capable of being summoned and utilized at any time. Zhou Xingxing couldn't help but think that if he could combine the advantages of magical energy with sage mode, perhaps his strength could reach a new level. Under Gu Yi's lead, they visited the library, which was filled with ancient magical books, each seemingly carrying endless wisdom. Then they arrived at the training ground, where mages were practicing various magical skills, with dazzling magical lights intertwining, breathtaking to behold. Is this the mystic ring? After putting on the mystic ring, Zhou Xingxing began to carefully feel the power within. The ring emitted a mysterious glow, and a faint energy wave flowed through his fingertips. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the unique magical aura. Much like Leo's lion's eye transformation device, it allowed him to sense and control magical power more clearly. Zhou Xingxing then imitated Gu Yi and the others, picturing Tony's room in his mind while drawing a circle in the air. It worked, it worked, Zhou Xingxing exclaimed, having successfully opened a portal. Is that it? Tony's eyes nearly bulged out. Damn it, why didn't anything happen when I tried? Hey, let's swap rings. I suspect mine has quality issues, or maybe it's expired. Tony blamed everything but his own lack of talent. Zhou Xingxing couldn't help but laugh at Tony's shamelessness. Why should I? Unless you promise to forge me a set of magical armor in the future. All right, it's a deal. Okay, here you go. However, after swapping rings, Tony still couldn't summon a portal. Meanwhile, Zhou Xingxing chuckled and provocatively opened a portal in front of him again. He then leaned in and whispered something to Tony that kept him awake at night. You need to practice more. Chapter 39. Zhou Xingxing versus Gu Yi. Playing tricks with me? Zhou Xingxing, in the realm of heaven. Gu Yi, mirror dimension. Zhou Xingxing aimed to further understand and master magic, while Gu Yi sought to deepen her understanding and mastery of chakra. After some negotiation, both parties decided to engage in a friendly sparring session before parting ways. To prevent excessive destruction during the battle that could disrupt the dimension affecting Stark's world, they decided to stack double buffs for a thrilling cross-dimensional duel. Zhou Xingxing, please guide me. Gu Yi nodded slightly, quickly forming hand seals. A radiant, golden magical shield rose instantly, resembling a dazzling crystal wall, emanating powerful magical waves. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xingxing's eyes narrowed, his hands swiftly moving as chakra gathered in his palms, forming a black seeker's orb, containing immense power capable of destroying everything. Watch out! Zhou Xingxing shouted, hurling the seeker's orb towards Gu Yi. The orb cut through the air with a sharp whistle, striking with tremendous force. The magical shield encountered by the orb trembled violently under the impact, with golden light and black energy colliding, creating brilliant sparks. Gu Yi's expression turned serious. She waved her wand rapidly, chanting incantations, and layered additional magical defenses behind the shield, including a frost barrier glowing with blue light and a flame barrier burning with red fire. The Seeker's orb surged through, breaking through multiple layers of defense. But it was also consuming energy rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yi launched a counterattack. She chanted incantations, and with a wave of her hands, countless magical beams shot towards Zhou Xingxing like arrows. These beams were colorful, each containing different magical powers, including fire magic arrows, frost magic arrows, and lightning magic arrows. Zhou Xingxing quickly used the substitution technique, flashing out of the way to avoid the magical beams. He appeared behind Gu Yi, gathering chakra in his hands again, preparing for a surprise attack. At this moment, Zhou Xingxing's eyes were sharp, and the chakra surrounding him burned like flames. However, Gu Yi seemed to have anticipated his move. As she turned around, she unleashed a powerful magical shockwave with another wave of her hands. The shockwave surged like a roaring wave, coming at him with unstoppable force. Zhou Xingxing hurriedly transformed the Seeker's orb into a shield to block it, but still found himself pushed back over 1,000 meters. As he steadied himself, he marveled at Gu Yi's magical strength. No wonder she's the supreme mage who has lived for over 1,000 years. Initially, he thought her strength was merely borrowed from the Dark Lord's power. Now, it seemed he had been too narrow-minded. Perhaps Gu Yi, who once borrowed dark power, was not strong, but over 1,000 years, she had continuously explored and studied the mysteries of magic, mastering various spells. Her understanding and control of magic had reached a peak level. Every spell she cast was like a work of art, precise and powerful. Most importantly, Zhou Xingxing discovered that the magical energy Gu Yi used could break through his Seeker's Orb's defenses, just like natural energy. This realization added considerable pressure on him. Thus, both sides exchanged blows, and the intensity of their attacks continued to escalate. Zhou Xingxing utilized the outer path of the magic statue, transforming himself into a gigantic stone monkey. The stone monkey stood tall and imposing, radiating powerful chakra. Its eyes shimmered with golden light, as if it could see through everything. The stone monkey swung its golden staff, creating gusts of wind, and struck towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi looked at the enormous stone monkey before her, showing no signs of fear. She moved her hands, instantly forming a massive magical shield in front of her. The shield was engraved with mysterious runes, emanating a powerful defensive aura. The stone monkey's golden staff struck the shield, producing a thunderous sound. An immense impact caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Ancient One immediately launched a counterattack, as she chanted incantations soon for elemental monsters. Wind, fire, lightning, and earth appeared around the stone monkey almost simultaneously. The wind elemental monster resembled a whirlwind, howling and spinning, stirring up fierce winds, flying sand and stones, as if it could engulf everything. The fire elemental monster was engulfed in raging flames, a scorching heat radiating from it, igniting the air in its wake. The lightning elemental monster flickered with dazzling electric light, the crackling sounds chilling to the bone, each movement seemingly carrying the power of destruction. The earth elemental monster was as heavy as a small mountain, its solid body exuding a steady aura, seemingly unbreakable. The four elemental monsters surrounded the stone monkey, each unleashing their powerful abilities. The wind elemental monster continuously battered the stone monkey, trying to blow it down. The fire elemental monster shot forth searing flames, aiming to incinerate the stone monkey. The lightning elemental monster released powerful bolts of lightning, attempting to paralyze the stone monkey. The earth elemental monster charged at the stone monkey, trying to knock it down. However, the stone monkey faced the onslaught of the four elemental monsters without fear, wielding its golden staff with an imposing presence, as if it were the great sage equal to heaven descending to the mortal realm. The golden staff traced golden arcs in the air, stirring up gusts of wind, each swing seemingly carrying immense force. The wind elemental monster howled as it charged, the fierce wind slicing through the air like a blade, but the stone monkey remained undaunted, swinging its golden staff with great strength, directly scattering the wind elemental monster into countless streams of air. The fire elemental monster then unleashed a torrent of blazing flames, as if it intended to devour the stone monkey. Yet the stone monkey remained unfazed, glaring fiercely as it brought down its golden staff with overwhelming momentum, instantly dispersing the flames, leaving only a shower of sparks in the air. The lightning elemental monster flickered with brilliant electric light, bolts of lightning darting toward the stone monkey like silver snakes. The stone monkey skillfully swung its golden staff, deflecting the lightning strikes one by one, the crisp sounds of impact resembling the beat of a war drum, encouraging it to charge forward. The earth elemental monster approached with heavy steps, attempting to knock the stone monkey down with its massive body. The stone monkey let out a loud roar, leaping high into the air, its golden staff smashing down toward the earth elemental monster with the force of a mountain, shattering it into pieces and raising a cloud of dust. The stone monkey grew bolder in the face of the four elemental monsters' assault, its figure resembling an invincible war god, exuding powerful momentum and authority. Seeing that the summoned elemental monsters could not breach the stone monkey's defenses, Ancient One had no choice but to change tactics. She pressed both hands to the ground, and the next moment, the once solid ground began to undulate like ocean waves. The ground seemed to come alive, rising and falling, and waves of mysterious magical power surged toward the stone monkey. The stone monkey steadied itself, watchfully observing this strange change. The ground's fluctuations grew more intense, as if it aimed to swallow the stone monkey whole. Suddenly, countless vines formed from condensed magic emerged from the undulating ground, swiftly wrapping around the stone monkey like agile snakes. The vines sparkled with green light, emanating a powerful binding force. The stone monkey swung its golden staff, attempting to break the vines, but they proved remarkably resilient and came in endless waves. The stone monkey was tightly bound by the vines, its movements gradually restricted. Seizing the opportunity, Ancient One intensified her magical output. The glow on the vines became even more radiant, and their binding power grew stronger. However, the stone monkey did not easily yield. It roared, its chakra erupting, golden light shining brightly as it attempted to break free from the vine's constraints. The stone monkey struggled fiercely, swinging its golden staff continuously, engaging in a fierce contest with the vines. As the stone monkey struggled, some vines were severed, but more vines continued to ensnare it. Interesting. The stone monkey, transformed into a form reminiscent of Zhou Xingxing, let out a powerful roar, and suddenly, its momentum surged once more. The 6th gate opened. In an instant, a powerful chakra erupted from the stone monkey like a tidal wave, its golden light dazzling and seemingly capable of piercing through everything. The stone monkey's strength multiplied geometrically, and it didn't even need to break free. The chakra spilling forth effortlessly evaporated the resilient vines, turning them into a shower of green fragments. The once perfect mirror space began to show signs of cracking under the strain of Zhou Xingxing's power. Ancient One gazed at the imposing stone monkey before her, her expression filled with awe. She understood that the outcome of this battle was becoming clear. She had used all her strength, but her opponent evidently still had reserves. Therefore, Ancient One decided to unleash her final trump card, the Time Stone. As the Time Stone emitted its mysterious glow, the fabric of time and space around Ancient One seemed to twist. In the next moment, she pulled forth thousands of versions of herself from different timelines, and in an instant, these thousands of Ancient Ones simultaneously cast magical whips at the stone monkey, binding it firmly in place. Interesting, truly interesting. In the original movie, Zhou Xingxing had seen Doctor Strange use this tactic against Thanos. If it weren't for the help of the Infinity Stones, Thanos might have truly fallen to Doctor Strange's hands. Initially, it was thought that the tactic used by Doctor Strange was a form of shadow clone technique, but it turned out that they were all the real body, simply pulled from different timelines to assist. This was likely Ancient One's final move. Zhou Xingxing versus Ancient One? Perhaps it could be called 1 Zhou Xingxing versus 1,000 Ancient Ones. The 7th gate opened. Suddenly, the stone monkey unleashed a powerful burst of energy, shaking the magical whips surrounding it loose. Seizing the opportunity, the stone monkey performed the shadow clone technique. Instantly, countless small stone monkey clones appeared on the battlefield, confronting the thousands of Ancient Ones. Now that's fair. Countless small stone monkey clones quickly sought nearby targets, charging forward like moths to a flame. Each small stone monkey wielded its golden staff, exuding an unstoppable momentum. They jumped and rolled, skillfully avoiding the magical attacks from the Ancient Ones while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The Ancient Ones were not to be outdone. They quickly adjusted their tactics, concentrating their power on attacking the small stone monkey clones. Waves of magical light flashed, some transforming into blades, others becoming fireballs, and still others forming powerful shockwaves. Though the small stone monkey clones were numerous, they began to dwindle under the concentrated assault of the Ancient Ones. However, Zhou Xingxing remained calm. He observed the battlefield situation with a clear mind, using his telepathic link with the small stone monkey clones to direct their actions. Some small stone monkey clones attracted the firepower of the Ancient Ones in the front, while others quietly circled behind the Ancient Ones, preparing for a surprise attack. In the heat of battle, the small stone monkey clones displayed tenacious fighting spirit and flexible tactics. They constantly changed positions, making it difficult for the Ancient Ones to pin them down. At the same time, they searched for weaknesses in the Ancient One's magic, ready to strike a decisive blow. As the battle progressed, the Ancient Ones gradually felt the pressure. They realized that while each small stone monkey clone might not match them in individual strength, their sheer numbers and coordinated efforts were formidable. The Ancient Ones began to tire, their spellcasting becoming less fluid than at the beginning. Finally, Ancient One could no longer hold on and sent all the other Ancient Ones from different timelines back. Zhou Xingxing also halted his attacks. Is it over? Ancient One shook her head. I want to try my last move. With that, intricate time arrays appeared around her wrists, mysterious light flickering as if containing boundless power of time. These arrays resembled exquisite tattoos, radiating an ancient and powerful aura. Dr. Strange slightly closed his eyes, concentrating his mind and drawing upon the power within the time array. The surrounding space seemed to be affected, starting to exhibit subtle fluctuations, the light becoming distorted, as if the flow of time had changed at that moment. This is oh my, Zhou Xingxing exclaimed in disbelief, wondering why there was such a significant reaction. It was because he was so impressed by Dormammu, and he was here to negotiate. He never expected that the damn Ancient One would also use this move. Mr. Zhou, I have reached an invincible state, the Ancient One said with a hint of amusement on her face. This move was useless against the weak. But for a strong person who could grasp a bit of the laws of time, it was a lethal technique. Unless, of course, the opponent had a much deeper understanding of the laws of time than oneself. After all, he had the Time Stone as a power boost. Thus, an interesting scene unfolded. The two who had just been fighting fiercely were now sitting face to face, as if they had been sedated. Zhou Xingxing even directly dispelled his stone monkey form, along with the Sage mode and Six Paths mode. Watching Zhou Xingxing's series of actions, even the Ancient One couldn't help but show a hint of a proud smile. After all, this battle had indeed brought her excitement and joy. At this point, it was finally time to draw the curtain on this sparring session. Zhou Xingxing thought to himself, laughing, "Are you trying to play tricks on me? It's time to show you my means." Chapter 40. Victory and defeat determined. Zhou Xingxing clasped his fists and said, "Today's battle has been incredibly beneficial." Seeing that Zhou Xingxing had no desire to continue sparring, the Ancient One smiled and replied, "You have given me a new understanding of chakra." Zhou Xingxing nodded, Yes, I never expected the Ancient One to be so powerful. I truly admire you." The Ancient One replied, "You flatter me." Zhou Xingxing asked, "May I take you as my master?" The Ancient One was taken aback. "What? Take me as your master?" Zhou Xingxing replied, "Of course, the Ancient One is highly respected and powerful. It would be my great fortune to be your disciple." The Ancient One said, "No need for that. I am not worthy. You can come to me any time if you have questions." Zhou Xingxing said, Definitely. Ancient One, do you think I have the potential to be a supreme sorcerer?" The Ancient One asked, "Do you know what being a supreme sorcerer means?" Zhou Xingxing replied, "Of course. I am willing. Even if in the future I cannot continue for other reasons, I will definitely find a suitable successor for the supreme sorcerer." The Ancient One said, "I will consider it seriously. It's time for dinner. Let's eat first." Nearby, Tony Stark quickly chimed in, Congratulations. It looks like we have another powerful boss to protect our world." After dinner, Zhou Xingxing began his magical training journey in the Sanctum Sanctorum. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 20 years, with the help of Zhou Xingxing and the Avengers, the Ancient One repeatedly ventured into the homes of those Dark Lords from alternate dimensions, each time returning home after a pleasant meal, having thoroughly beaten them up. Gradually, not to mention invading this dimension's Earth, those Dark Lords fled as far as they could, fearing that one day the Ancient One would have a nervous breakdown and find an excuse to come and beat them up again. As the universe became increasingly peaceful, the Ancient One, encouraged by Zhou Xingxing, became enamored with fishing. From only being able to catch old shoes, clothes, and heavy suitcases at first, she later progressed to catching king crabs, great white sharks, and colossal beasts. Her skills improved tremendously during the peaceful period on Earth. She also found time to fall in love, with her partner being her own disciple, Wang Pengzi, who was still just a librarian at the time, but unexpectedly, the two sparked a romantic connection. As time passed, under the nurturing of the Ancient One and Wang Pengzi's love, the Sanctum Sanctorum gained a different kind of warmth. Although Wang Pengzi was round in stature, he was meticulous in his work as a librarian. He often took the time to walk hand in hand with the Ancient One in the tranquil gardens of the sanctum, where vibrant flowers swayed gently in the breeze, as if cheering for their love. They went to the observatory of the sanctum to watch the moon, where the brilliant starry sky and the bright moonlight created a dreamlike atmosphere for them. In the garden, Wang Pongzi would gently pick the most beautiful flower for the Ancient One and place it on her bald head, while she would smile at him, her eyes full of affection. They strolled along the flower-lined paths, sharing their thoughts and dreams for the future. At the observatory, they nestled together, gazing at the vast universe. Wang Pongzi would point to the brightest star in the night sky and tell the Ancient One ancient tales of constellations. The Ancient One would listen quietly, feeling the warmth and romance in Wang Pongzi's words. They watched the moon slowly rise from the horizon, casting a silvery glow, as if the whole world was immersed in this peaceful and beautiful moment. Their love was like the most magical spell in the sanctum, filled with power and hope. Under their influence, the people of the sanctum cherished those around them even more, working harder to protect this land filled with love and warmth. Eventually, the two quickly entered the halls of marriage and were about to exchange vows in front of Pastor. Wait. Author's note, a warm reminder. Everything you just read was an illusion. Did you get tricked? At this moment, as the well-dressed Wang Pongzi moved closer to her, the Ancient One finally snapped back to reality and slapped Wang Pongzi, sending him spinning like a top. Not good, I've fallen for it. Looking at Zhou Xingxing, who was grinning at her, the Ancient One's expression froze instantly. She saw that what he held in his hand was the Time Stone, which generations of supreme sorcerers had sworn to protect at all costs. Now it had fallen into his hands. If it were an ordinary enemy, even if they seized the Time Stone, it would be useless, but Zhou Xingxing was different. He already had an understanding of the laws of time and space. And now that the Time Stone was in his possession, the power balance had shifted, and the outcome was evident. I lost. I concede. The Ancient One took the Time Stone and, while admitting defeat, recalled the wedding scene from the illusion with a sense of dread. I am a respected supreme sorcerer. I can't be petty. It's just an illusion, not real. It's no big deal. While Zhou Xingxing was focused on opening the spatial door, the Ancient One suddenly slapped him hard on the back of the head. Ouch! Zhou Xingxing exclaimed. Coming back to his senses, he looked at her in disbelief. Master, do you know that move just ruined your image? The Ancient One rolled her eyes at him and then dispelled the mirror's space. Zhou Xingxing shrugged, thinking to himself that this was just the beginning. If she saw his battle with the magma aliens, she would understand just how merciful he had been to her. In the chat group, everyone was clearly still savoring the content of the recent battle livestream. Flying on a sword. What an extraordinary battle. The Ancient One's power is astonishing, and the group leader's strength is still so shocking. In our world, only my senior brother qualifies to fight against the two of you. Iron Dog wealthy family. I finally understand why Xing said the Ancient One died from special effects. This magic is really too dazzling. Regardless of strength, the aura is absolutely suitable for me. Watching birds under the moon. But the group leader was hit so badly by that slap from the Ancient One. Why is that? Why did the Ancient One suddenly slap the group leader after admitting defeat when they were doing well before? Does anyone know? Yujian Chengfenglei. It should be the soul manipulation technique. I guess the group leader used it to show the Ancient One something bad, which made him lose his temper. Style dog. Soul manipulation technique. Yujian Chengfenglei. Soul manipulation technique is a very profound spell. It can invade others' minds, create illusions, and make people trapped in them. Leo Prince. No matter what, the result is that Xing won. I knew Xing would definitely win because he is so powerful. Steel Dog. All right. Your Xing is the strongest. Someone get this brainless fan out of here. System. The group leader, Sage of Six Paths, used group leader privileges to mute member Steel Dog for 24 hours. Tony. When I throw out a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that you have a problem. Tony looked at Zhou Xingxing, who was leisurely eating a chicken leg beside him. You authority dog, hurry up and lift my mute. Tony's mother immediately kicked him gently under the table. Tony, how do you speak? Mind your manners. Zhou Xingxing, relying on his power, said smugly, you should mind your manners. After saying that, He brazenly took the last piece of pizza that originally belonged to Tony from the table. Chapter 41. The Bad Dead Red Skull, 8 more hours. After finishing dinner, Zhou Xingxing rubbed his slightly bulging belly and asked the Ancient One if he was interested in accompanying him for some digestion exercises. The Ancient One looked at Zhou Xingxing and understood what he meant. Are you sure you want to find him? Of course. Zhou Xingxing smiled. I came this time for the Infinity Stones. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing squeezed the cosmic cube that Tony had given him before, and with a bang, the cube shattered, replaced by a space gem emitting a ghostly blue glow, its dazzling light illuminating the entire room. While holding the space gem, Zhou Xingxing said that gems resonate with each other to stop Thanos from snapping his fingers and destroying half of the universe's life. The best way is to prevent him from gathering all the gems. Sorry, I may not be able to help you. The Ancient One sighed. Thanos is not the problem. In fact, both I and Odin know about Thanos' snap plan, and we know the true purpose behind it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so indifferent until now. Zhou Xingxing realized. So you also know about the existence of the celestial race. The Ancient One nodded. They are the celestial race, the oldest and most powerful existence in this universe. They set the rules, control, and judge the fate of all things in the universe, like the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. Our power is like fireflies in front of them. Even if we possessed all the Infinity Stones, we couldn't deal with them, because it is said that the Infinity Stones were created by them, so their power is ineffective against them. Otherwise, Odin would have collected all the Infinity Stones hundreds of years ago and used them to eliminate all the Celestials. Then the Ancient One said seriously, So I won't help you with Thanos' snap plan. Zhou Xingxing said, What if I told you I have a better way than Thanos to eliminate half of the universe's life? Would you be willing to believe me? The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, listening attentively. Zhou Xingxing said, After I absorb all the powers of the Infinity Stones, I will become an existence comparable to the Celestials, and then use that power to gain a say. The Ancient One was shocked by Zhou Xingxing's idea. I'm sorry, did you just say you want to defeat the Celestial group? Zhou Xingxing said, A great professor in our country once said, Dignity only exists at the tip of the sword, and truth only exists within the range of cannon fire. I completely agree with this statement. In my opinion, if you want others to sit down and listen to you, you must have the power and means to pin them down on the chair. Looking at the still shocked Ancient One, Zhou Xingxing sneered, Just looking at the so-called snap plan to delay the increase of celestial members, is it useful? To take a step back, what if one day the celestial group suddenly loses their minds or casually throws a fit? It just happens to land on you. What will you do then? Wait to die honestly? After I defeat the celestial group, I will create a time stone again and give it to Kamartaj so that the mages of Kamartaj can continue to protect the earth. This plan may seem audacious to you, but I am fully confident. As for whether to go along with it, that depends on you. This was not said casually. He had previously asked the system about the strength assessment of this universe, and the system gave a rating of level 35, which is 0, 8 levels lower than the strength of the universe he was previously in. So, don't be fooled by the celestial race's size comparable to Earth. Their strength is not that terrifying. Together, they might only be able to match the Tartarus he had encountered before, and his future strength could successfully suppress Tartarus. The Ancient One had a complicated expression, then sighed. Is there no other way? Zhou Xingxing said no. The Ancient One said, Then let us do it. After saying this, the Ancient One felt like he was going crazy for daring to play so big with the other party. Perhaps it was because he knew that even if he opposed it, it would be useless. After all, he had used all his strength in the previous spar. While Zhou Xingxing obviously had a lot of strength left, Zhou Xingxing said, Good, that's refreshing. Have you finished talking? Seeing that the two had almost finished their topic, Stark finally found an opportunity to interject. I think, no, you don't think. X2 Stark was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth by Zhou Xingxing and the Ancient One in unison. Not to mention anything else after leaving Earth. Stark couldn't even solve the problem of breathing, although he could rely on the tools in the lab to quickly make an oxygen tank. Zhou Xingxing didn't have time to wait for him. Stark shrugged helplessly. Fine, I was just asking casually. After making a decision, under the guidance of the Ancient One, Zhou Xingxing successfully sensed the existence of other gems in the universe through the space gem in his hand. Let us go. As the two crossed the spatial gate, they found themselves in a secret base. Who was there? With their appearance, the guards on site immediately raised their guns and stood at attention. Zhou Xingxing casually glanced at them, and with just a glance, all the guards on site fell unconscious to the ground. The purple light, this must be the Power Stone. The Ancient One said, it is said that the Power Stone allows the user to master and control all powers and energies. Not only does it have powerful physical attack and defense capabilities, but it can also support other stones and enhance their effects, allowing the user to easily destroy a planet. Be careful. It is said that countless people who have possessed it have suffered from the backlash of power. And the cosmic sphere outside is used to isolate the power damage. What are you doing? The Ancient One was halfway through his introduction when he saw Zhou Xingxing actually pick up a red gourd and aim it at it. In the next second, the cosmic sphere, along with the Power Stone inside, was instantly sucked into the gourd. Done. Zhou Xingxing opened the portal again and left for the next place. The Red Skull wants to obtain the Soul Stone. He must sacrifice his beloved. Zhou Xingxing shouted in his heart, System, are you willing? System, you big-headed bird, die. Get lost. Zhou Xingxing sobbed, System, you've changed. You're no longer the obedient good son I once had. System, get lost. All right then, let the sacrifice begin. My system plan has failed. Zhou Xingxing created a white absolute, and then pushed it off a cliff in front of the Red Skull and the Ancient One. Watching the Soul Stone slowly rise, the Red Skull laughed. I'm free. I'm finally free. After being bound by the Soul Stone for over 70 years, he finally obtained liberation. How could that be true? Before the Red Skull's soul could leave, Zhou Xingxing had already opened the red gourd in his hand. After sucking the Soul Stone and the Red Skull together, he muttered while stuffing the gourd cap. The Red Skull is really bad. Still try to trick me? Just wait to die in the gourd. Chapter 42. Infinite Stones collecting the Soul Stone done. Let's go to the next place. Scene switch. The following is Thanos' inner monologue. Hello everyone. My name is Thanos, a descendant of Titan. In the past, I held a reverence for life and a longing for the future. On Titan, I witnessed the flourishing and beauty of life. At that time, I was dedicated to exploring the mysteries of the universe, eager to bring prosperity and progress to my homeland and my people. I worked hard in science, trying to find solutions to resource shortages and population growth issues. However, as time passed, the crisis on Titan gradually became evident. Overpopulation made resources extremely scarce, leading to wars and chaos. I proposed radical solutions, but was met with opposition from my people. They could not understand my concerns and thought my ideas were too extreme. In despair and helplessness, I began a long journey through the universe. I saw countless planets facing destruction due to resource depletion and witnessed life struggling in endless conflict. These experiences strengthened my belief that only through extreme means could the universe be saved. Thus, I embarked on the journey to collect the Infinity Stones. I knew it was a path filled with hardships, but I had no other choice. I wanted to use the power of the Infinity Stones to achieve the cosmic balance I envisioned. Until today, I had firmly believed this, until my faith was shattered. A young man, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, launched a surprise attack. He struck my purple potato head. I was careless and did not dodge, but it was okay. Although it hurt, I could endure it. Moreover, after years of battling in the universe, I had not encountered someone with such powerful strength for a long time. So I smiled at him, intending to discuss my life philosophy with him and ask about his ideals. Unexpectedly, this young man did not follow the rules of martial ethics and tried to trick me into giving him the Soul Stone under the guise of sparring. Is this okay? It is not okay. I also understood that to have a proper exchange, I must first let this young man know what it means to win people over with virtue. So, I picked up the watermelon knife that had been my companion in battles for many years and began to chop, stab, thrust, and sweep. To my surprise, the opponent's strength exceeded my expectations. Not only did he keep up with my speed, but he also seemed to be subtly suppressing my power. I had no choice but to use the power of the Soul Stone, attempting to control his mind. However, unexpectedly, the usually infallible Soul Stone failed against this person. It was the Infinity Stones. Thanos was sure. There is the power of the Infinity Stones within you. Interesting. Tell me your purpose. Give me the stones, and I can spare you and your subordinates. Zhou Xingxing casually pointed at the nearby Ebony Maw and others, as if he were pointing at a group of powerless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. What do you want the stones for? To rule the universe? Disappointment was written all over Thanos' face. Over the years, he had seen too many people fight for the Infinity Stones, and the vast majority did so for power, strength, or wealth. He thought Zhou Xingxing was the same. Zhou Xingxing replied, I have no interest in ruling the universe, but I am interested in saving it. Then, Zhou Xingxing straightforwardly said, erasing half of the universe's population is not the optimal solution. The problem is only postponed, not solved. There are so many life-bearing planets in the universe. If we do not stop the birth of the celestial group, the tale of Titan's demise will never end. Thanos set down his weapon. Interesting, then tell me, what is your optimal solution? Very simple. 4 words. Zhou Xingxing said, use violence to counter violence. When you have the power to arm wrestle with those celestial members, you have the right to set the rules. Thanos shook his head. I admit you are strong, but the power of the Infinity Stones is useless against those celestials because the Infinity Stones themselves were created by them. Zhou Xingxing, however, was unconvinced. How do you know unless you try? Well, if you don't want to fight, then hand over the Soul Stone in your hand. Thanos pondered for a moment. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he laid down his weapon and handed over the Soul Stone. What could he do if he didn't hand it over? Resist to the death? The result would definitely be that he and all those behind him would be killed. Indeed, through the earlier confrontation, Thanos had already understood the gap in strength between them from the calm expression of his opponent. It was an insurmountable chasm. Thank you. I hope you keep your promise and follow through. You, take care of yourself. Thanos looked at the unfamiliar person before him with a complex expression. He had thought that being deprived of the Infinity Stones would make him angry, desperate, or even lose his reason. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the strongest feeling in his heart was actually relief. That's right, relief. No longer having to worry about the universe's reproductive plan. The biggest thought in his mind at this moment was to find a rural retreat and live a carefree life from now on. Looking at this supervillain from the Marvel series, Zhou Xingxing appeared very calm. As Zhou Xingxing's purple-gold-red gourd absorbed him, the 3rd Infinity Stone was successfully obtained. Next was the Reality Stone. According to the plot development in the movie, the Reality Stone would not emerge for at least another 10 years. However, this was not a difficult task for Zhou Xingxing. Through the resonance between the Infinity Stones, Zhou Xingxing quickly located the location of the Reality Stone, which was in a black hole. For others, a black hole might be an immediate reason to give up, but for Zhou Xingxing, it was not a big deal. Having the ability to create a small universe, a mere black hole was nothing difficult for him. 10 minutes later, the Reality Stone was in hand. Thus, all 6 Infinity Stones were collected. Looking at the now fully absorbed purple-gold-red gourd containing all the Infinity Stones, Zhou Xingxing had already envisioned a glorious picture of himself punching Tartarus and kicking Dark Lucifer in the future. At this moment, there were still 4 hours left until Zhou Xingxing returned to his original universe. After Zhou Xingxing and the Ancient One returned to Earth, Zhou Xingxing directly sat down and began to meditate, aiming to refine the 6 Infinity Stones and the Red Skull from the purple-gold-red gourd into his own power. In fact, the essence of the purple-gold-red gourd was the Divine Tree. And the greatest feature of the Divine Tree was that it could convert the absorbed energy or life forms into nutrients to feed itself, continuously growing until a certain point, after which it would bear chakra pills. Eating the chakra pills not only extended one's lifespan, but also caused an explosive increase in one's strength. However, Zhou Xingxing soon noticed something was wrong. The power of these Infinity Stones, regardless of which one, seemed to be insatiable. It should be known that the absorption speed of his purple-gold-red gourd was so fast that it could completely drain a fully realized 9-tailed beast in less than 5 seconds. How long had he been absorbing? He had already produced 2 or 3 chakra pills, yet the energy of the Infinity Stones was still so abundant. Suddenly, the Ancient One called out to Zhou Xingxing, who was still refining the stones. Please wait. Zhou Xingxing stopped his actions. What's wrong? Chapter 43. Yang Jian bubbling up, I heard the voice of the Earth's plea. The Ancient One's answer surprised Zhou Xingxing, who thought he had misheard. What did you hear? Facing the confusion of the other party, Ancient One was not angry, but patiently explained, "Just now, when you were refining the Infinity Stones, did you know that the energy of the entire universe was centered around you, being crazily absorbed into your body? Then I heard the voice of Earth pleading. You are currently on Earth, and if you continue to absorb energy, all life on Earth will wither." Seeing how serious Ancient One was, Zhou Xingxing had no choice but to stop his actions. "Sorry, I was careless." At the same time, he understood why the Infinity Stones would turn into ordinary glass once they left their original universe. Because, to put it simply, they are actually a remote control for universal energy, and the wearer gains and masters the power of the universe by controlling this remote. Therefore, Zhou Xingxing's approach of enhancing his own strength through refining the Infinity Stones was not feasible anymore, unless he was willing to pay the price of destroying the entire universe. But Zhou Xingxing obviously would not do that. What to do? Is the Infinity Stones just going to be absorbed for nothing? Zhou Xingxing looked at the 6 Infinity Stones in the purple gold-red gourd and fell into deep thought. Perhaps he could think of it differently. Instead of plundering the energy of this universe through the Infinity Stones, why not learn the method of making the Infinity Stones? Zhou Xingxing, "System Daddy, I want." "System, unfilial child, go wash up and sleep." Zhou Xingxing, "Damn, what use are you, trash system?" "System, Daddy knows what you want, and Daddy can indeed do it. But Daddy can't do it." According to Multiverse System Regulation Article 9527, it is clearly stated that the technology or items that harm the origin of the universe are not allowed to be disseminated, produced, or traded. Otherwise, a high-level administrative penalty of 1,500 years of confinement will be imposed. Zhou Xingxing's face darkened. Damn, so this trip was for nothing? Not for nothing, not for nothing. At this moment, Tony appeared out of nowhere, approaching with a mischievous grin. "Since the Infinity Stones are useless to you, can you lend me 2? You?" Zhou Xingxing gave Tony a sideways glance, recalling the Nano Crisis, the Age of Ultron, the Civil War, etc. This guy was a real troublemaker, giving him the Infinity Stones. Who knows what kind of trouble he would cause? But Tony, as if determined, pressed close to Zhou Xingxing, looking like he would not let go unless Zhou Xingxing agreed. "Let go. No, unless you agree to my terms. I'm going to hit you. You hit. After hitting, give me the stones." "Fine. But you have to agree to one condition." "You say, the stones must not come into contact with artificial intelligence. You know how much trouble you cause in the movies, right?" "Okay, I agree. Now let go." "Good." Zhou Xingxing looked at the persistent Tony with a complex expression and finally sighed helplessly. "Forget it. I can lend you the space stone, but remember, you must use it cautiously and not misuse its power." Saying this, a flash of light appeared in Zhou Xingxing's hand, and the space stone, emitting a mysterious blue glow, appeared in his palm. He then handed the space stone to Tony. Tony excitedly took the space stone, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. "Don't worry, I will use it properly." Zhou Xingxing then turned and looked towards the distant, faintly visible entrance to the mysterious dimension. After a moment's contemplation, he flashed and dashed in that direction. Soon, Zhou Xingxing arrived at the mysterious place where Ancient One was located. Ancient One stood quietly there, as if already anticipating Zhou Xingxing's arrival. Zhou Xingxing respectfully bowed to Ancient One, then extended his hand, with the time stone emitting unique green glow in his palm. "Ancient One, this time stone belongs to its rightful owner. Additionally, I entrust you to take good care of Tony's parents. Whether to keep them here or send them to another relatively safe timeline is up to you to discuss. I should be heading back." Ancient One nodded slightly, a look of appreciation in her eyes. "I knew I didn't misjudge you. You made the right choice. May you continue to uphold a just heart on your future journey." Zhou Xingxing solemnly nodded, then was sent back to his original universe by the system. Meanwhile, Tony, having obtained the space stone, eagerly returned to his base. He knew the power of this stone was immense and began to carefully study how to utilize the space stone's abilities to solve potential future problems. What if he used the space stone as the energy source for his armor? When Thor comes to Earth, he would see how he would entertain him. Haha. Thinking of this, Tony felt incredibly excited. He seemed to see a whole new future, a future full of infinite possibilities. On the other side, not long after Zhou Xingxing returned to his original world, messages appeared in the chat group again. Dog lover from the Yang family. Phew. Group leader, sort of mortal, Tony. Brother Zhang, brother Leo, long time no see. Don't be about Lien watching birds under the moon. Long? It's only been 12 hours since you last sent a message in the group. Dog lover from the Yang family. Has it only been 6 time periods in the chat group? 6 paths sage. The flow of time in the chat group is inconsistent with the flow of time in Yang Jian's time house. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been half a year since Yang Jian last saw us. Dog lover from the Yang family. Yes, the time house is great. There are many books to read, many tools I've never seen before, but I just can't chat with everyone through the chat group. I have to come out to do that. 6 paths sage. During this time, have you 3 siblings made any progress? Dog lover from the Yang family. Yes. My brother and I have almost mastered our own magical powers. Additionally, my mother specifically selected some suitable ninjutsu for us to practice from the library and made some improvements. Oh, Zhou Xingxing recalled that he had indeed put in many books at a whim. These books were not physical books from the real world, but were created through his chakra combined with his memory. Therefore, when people entered the time house and browsed the books, they didn't have to worry about language barriers. They could directly understand the text and meaning through their thoughts. Just as Zhou Xingxing was reminiscing, Yang Jian continued speaking. Dog lover from the Yang family. My mother said these spells are very interesting. They guide the internal magical power through hand seals to successfully cast spells. Even those with mediocre talent can achieve a certain level of skill through diligent study. 6 paths sage, what do you think? Dog lover from the Yang family. I think it's great. Compared to the spells my mother taught me, both my brother and I would rather learn the spells from the time house. The spells my mother taught me are indeed powerful, but many of the concepts are profound and hard to understand. I'm okay, but my brother hates thinking. Every time he hears my mother talk about the essence of the spells, he pulls his hair, looking quite pained. The spells from the time house are better. Just follow the gestures, and you can learn them in no time. Zhou Xingxing. Chapter 44. This battle is ultimately inevitable. Listen. You can learn them in no time. Do you hear what people say? Zhou Xingxing still remembered that he had practiced for a full 2.5 months just to learn a fireball jutsu. At that time, Uchiha clan's leader, Uchiha Madara, praised him as a genius. Unwilling, Zhou Xingxing decided to see how complex the training manuals over there really were. 6 paths sage. Dog lover from the Yang family. Oh, is that so? Then Yang Jian. Could you help me ask your mother if she can share the spells she taught you in our group? Yang's dog lover. I asked my mother, and she said it's okay, but let me give you a piece of advice. If possible, don't easily reveal the heart technique she taught me, because this technique was given to her by the Jade Emperor. Although it's very powerful, once used, it can easily be sensed by nearby celestial generals. 6 paths immortal. All right, I understand. Soon, the chat group saw Yang Jian upload the cultivation technique. Sword Fairy. This is actually the supreme Jade Emperor Heart Seal wonderful scripture. In the world of Xianjian, the drunken sword fairy suddenly widened his eyes, his face full of shock. Supreme Jade Emperor Heart Seal wonderful scripture. This is the legendary cultivation technique. The mysterious power and profound methods it contains have only appeared in legends. Now, Yang Jian has actually shared it in the chat group, and this sudden stroke of luck knocked him completely dizzy. The sword fairy couldn't hide his shock and kept murmuring, top-grade medicine, spirit, and energy essence. Dazed and confused, lost in the void. As he recited, it seemed like he entered a wonderful state. Everything around him became blurry, and he felt as if he were in a mysterious void, with only the scripture of Supreme Jade Emperor Heart Seal wonderful scripture echoing in his ears. The mysteries of spirit and energy essence gradually became clear in his heart. In a daze, he seemed to touch an ineffable source of power. In the depths of confusion, he seemed to see a path leading to a higher realm. The sword fairy's mind was completely immersed in the scripture, and his breathing became steady and deep. Every word was like a brilliant star, illuminating the path of cultivation deep within his heart. He felt his spirit, energy, and essence slowly merging, and a brand new understanding surged in his heart. At that moment, he forgot all the disturbances in the outside world, completely immersed in the wonderful experience brought by this mysterious cultivation technique. Unlike the sword fairy, Zhou Xingxing felt overwhelmed when faced with this scripture. Dazed and confused. What does this mean? And what about that something about returning wind mixing and 100-day, what does that mean? Zhou Xingxing became increasingly doubtful about life, wondering why he recognized each individual character but couldn't understand the sentence when they were put together. However, after seeing the Sword Fairy's message in the group, his eyes lit up. They say 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Just because I don't understand doesn't mean everyone in the group doesn't understand. The one most likely to translate this scripture in the group should be this Sword Fairy. 6 paths immortal. Yujianxing Feng Lai. How about it? Do you have any insights after reading the scripture? However, the Sword Fairy did not reply for a long time. Zhou Xingxing was taken aback, then quickly realized that the other party must be in a moment of enlightenment. Damn, is the gap between people really this big? Brothers, you guys are making me, the group leader, feel very awkward. Just thinking that I've lived for nearly 300 years and my comprehension is still not as good as a child's. Zhou Xingxing felt like he had wasted those 300 years. Is this reasonable? It's not reasonable. Think about who Yang Jian is. That's the true Lord Erlang, a big shot who has achieved sanctification in the flesh. Poor comprehension? That's nonsense. And that Sword Fairy is also a half-step holy body, a ceiling for mortals. Even if his comprehension is not as good as Yang Jian's, he is still an absolute prodigy. Not to mention he has so many years of cultivation experience. So it's very reasonable for him to have an epiphany. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingxing's mindset was instantly balanced. It turns out it's not that I'm too weak, but that these people are too strong. At the same time, Zhou Xingxing suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. Perhaps it's because the cultivation methods in that world are too profound, which is why so few people succeed in cultivation. If we consider the chakra cultivation methods and ninjutsu cultivation methods in the ninja world as kindergarten learning materials, then the spell manuals from Yang Jian's side are equivalent to high school geometry learning materials, directly requiring you to contemplate the problems and answers by yourself. If you're lucky and understand correctly, your strength will be vastly superior. If you're not so lucky, even if you comprehend and write out the characters, you can still gain a point. But don't underestimate that point. Often, it can transform you completely, leading you from nothing to something, successfully crossing the threshold of cultivation. But if you misunderstand, the consequence could be going mad and losing your soul. Therefore, having guidance from a master in the early stages is crucial. So Zhou Xingxing no longer felt troubled and asked in return, "Then Yang Jian, what spells have you learned during this period of cultivation?" Yang's dog lover. Not many spells. My mother only taught us the cloud riding technique and sword controlling technique. However, we did learn a lot of ninjutsu in the time house, such as shadow clone, chidori, body replacement technique, and instantaneous technique. My older brother and my younger sister have learned many. There are many ninjutsu that my mother doesn't know, so she has also learned quite a bit, especially since I mentioned the spiral red flame whirlpool to my mother before. She became very interested after hearing it and has been trying to practice it recently. My older brother has recently become obsessed with physical techniques and can now open the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. My younger sister is fascinated by medical ninjutsu. My father is the only one who doesn't practice, but he is not idle either. Every time he goes in, he just sits there quietly reading books. He reads a lot of books like 100,000 Questions, Barefoot Doctor's Manual, The Art of War, etc. Even postpartum care for sows. My father reads it with great interest. He always tells us that when knowledge is applied well, it can also be transformed into powerful strength. Additionally, my mother requires us to meditate for at least an hour every day, calming our minds to practice Supreme Jade Emperor Heart Seal Wonderful Scripture. However, it still feels like the content is very profound and hard to understand, especially my older brother, who always frowns with a face full of suffering when practicing the heart technique. Hearing this, Zhou Xingxing couldn't help but laugh. After all, they are just children, and being active is their nature, so it's tough for them. He then curiously asked, "What about you? What insights have you gained from practicing this heart technique?" Yang's dog lover. Insights? How should I put it? I feel very small, and the world is very vast. 6 paths immortal, oh? Yang's dog lover. Besides that, I truly feel that my spirit has become stronger. Previously, when practicing this Supreme Jade Emperor Heart Seal Wonderful Scripture, their mother, Yao Ji, also explained some of its meanings to them. Take the phrase top-grade medicine, spirit, and energy essence, for example. Yao Ji told them that spirit refers to a person's spirit, consciousness, and soul. It is like a bright lamp, illuminating our path forward. When our spirit is strong, we can have firm beliefs and unyielding will, not easily defeated when facing difficulties and challenges, always maintaining a positive attitude. Spirit is also our internal source of power, granting us creativity and imagination, allowing us to continuously explore, innovate, and pursue higher realms in life. Energy refers to the life force that flows in our bodies, sustaining our life activities. Good energy can fill our bodies with vitality, enabling us to energetically deal with various affairs in life. Through cultivation, we can make our energy flow more smoothly and abundantly, enhancing our body's immunity and resistance, preventing the occurrence of diseases. At the same time, energy is closely related to our emotions. When our energy is stable, our emotions will also be more stable and not easily disturbed by external factors. Essence is the foundation of the body. It includes our innate essence and acquired essence. Innate essence is the life essence we are born with, while acquired essence is the nutritional substances obtained through diet, sleep, and other means. Essence is the material basis of our body, determining our physical condition and health level. Through proper diet, moderate exercise, and good living habits, we can nourish our essence, making it more abundant and vigorous. Practicing the Supreme Jade Emperor's Heart Seal Wonderful Sutra can further enhance our ability to control essence, allowing the integration and harmonious unification of essence, qi, and spirit, thus reaching a higher level of cultivation. Currently, they meditate daily to better comprehend and cultivate these three essential elixirs. During meditation, they focus on their breathing, feeling the flow of qi within their bodies, which is the practice of qi. Each deep breath seems to draw in the energy of heaven and earth, allowing the vitality of life to surge within their bodies. Their breath becomes steady and powerful, like a rushing river, nourishing every cell in their bodies. At the same time, they strive to condense their spirit, which is the practice of spirit. They discard the noise and distractions of the outside world, concentrating their attention on their inner world. In this tranquil realm, they contemplate the meaning of life and explore the mysteries of the universe, allowing their spirit to continuously elevate. They have learned to control their emotions, maintaining inner peace and determination, unshaken by external disturbances. The practice of essence is reflected in their attitude towards life and their daily actions. A reasonable diet ensures their bodies receive sufficient nutrition. Moderate exercise enhances their physical functions, and a good routine allows their bodies to rest fully, thus continuously nurturing and surpassing themselves. If Zhou Xingxing heard this, he would surely be astonished. Isn't this the perfect sage mode? The reason for this belief is that the sage mode in the ninja world has several notable drawbacks. First is the risk of petrification. Failure in cultivating the sage mode of different sacred lands can lead to severe consequences. For example, in the cultivation of the sage mode in Myoko Mountain, if the practitioner cannot correctly absorb and integrate natural energy, their body will gradually be eroded by natural energy and ultimately turn into a frog statue. Similarly, practitioners in the Dragon Cave may turn into snake statues after failure, and those in the wet-bone forest may be assimilated by slugs before turning into statues. In simple terms, spiritual beasts and humans are not the same species, and attempting to cultivate the power system of spiritual beasts carries significant risks. A slight misstep can lead to heavy consequences. However, the beginning of this Supreme Jade Emperor's Heart Seal Wonderful Sutra lays a solid foundation for your body, greatly reducing the possibility of going astray. Secondly, the preparation time to activate it is long. Sage mode requires the condensation of natural energy, making the activation process relatively slow. Even for Zhou Xingxing, who has reached the top of the 6 paths and possesses exceptional control over natural energy, entering a complete sage mode still requires at least 2 minutes of condensation time. However, this Supreme Jade Emperor's Heart Seal Wonderful Sutra does not require such trouble. As long as you mobilize your internal magical power, you can directly draw upon the spirit energy of heaven and earth, or even the incense wishes offered by others, allowing you to leverage power at will and take the initiative Lastly, even if the Sage mode is successfully activated, the duration is relatively limited. Once the Sage chakra is exhausted, the effects of Sage mode will immediately vanish, and the ninja's body will revert to its normal state. For instance, during Zhou Xingxing's battle with the Magma Star people in the Six Paths Pillar Strength Sage mode, he had to recondense natural power after using the immobilization technique just twice. However, with this Supreme Jade Emperor's Heart Seal Wonderful Sutra, there is no need to worry. The deeper your understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, the stronger your power will be. As long as your body can withstand it, heaven and earth can bestow you with an endless source of strength for battle. Unfortunately, Yang Jian did not express these thoughts. It was not that he did not want to speak, but rather that he was too young and unable to grasp the key points to articulate them. Moreover, despite the short time Yang Jian and his siblings have been cultivating, with Yao Ji's guidance and supervision, they are no longer the helpless children at the beginning of the drama who were easily slaughtered by heavenly soldiers. Yifan Yangzhen, the weakest among the three siblings, has likely gained the ability to match the heavenly soldiers evenly. As days passed, Yang Jian's family of 5 drew closer to the border of the Great Shang. They traveled wearily, their eyes filled with fatigue, vigilance, and excitement. Finally, on the 14th day of their escape, Yang Jian's family was only a few miles away from the Great Shang border. However, they discovered a group of heavenly soldiers armed with weapons had long been waiting for them. Yao Ji and the others, who initially planned to take a detour, were ultimately spotted by the sharp-eyed Golden Crow, whose golden wheel shone with dazzling light, resembling a blazing sun. The Golden Crow shouted, "Criminal fairy Yao Ji, you have violated the heavenly rules and consorted with mortals. By order of the Jade Emperor, you are to be taken back to the heavenly court for punishment." His voice boomed like rolling thunder, making the surrounding air tremble slightly. Upon hearing the order, the heavenly soldiers quickly formed a formation, blocking the path for Yang Jian's family. The gleaming weapons reflected cold light in the sunlight, as if proclaiming their fate. "Golden Crow, are you really going to stop me?" "By the decree of the Jade Emperor." The Golden Crow dares not disobey. The nearby Tianpeng also sighed helplessly, as if already anticipating the cruel scene to come. This battle was ultimately unavoidable. Yao Ji's face was filled with anger and determination. She looked at the heavenly soldiers and generals before her, her eyes flashing with disappointment and hatred towards the heavenly court. She knew that for the sake of her family, for freedom, she could not back down today, even if it cost her life. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Then let's fight to the death." With that, Yao Ji began to gather her magical power, preparing to fight, as the Great Shang was now within reach. And she was determined to ensure her family's survival. Chapter 45. Yang Jian, I don't know either. Although the Golden Crow's strength is among the top in the entire 3 realms, there is still a considerable gap compared to Yao Ji, who was once the first war god of the heavenly court. Even though the Golden Crow did not hold back during the battle, Yao Ji, as the Golden Crow's aunt, still dared not strike with lethal force. With each deadly move from her nephew, her heart ached. Yao Ji's eyes were filled with complex emotions, both sorrow for the Golden Crow and indignation towards the heartlessness of the heavenly court. She wielded her treasured sword, creating waves of light, each beam seemingly narrating her helplessness. The Golden Crow's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and Yao Ji could only keep dodging. She knew that if she countered too heavily, she might injure her own nephew. "Why do you force me?" Yao Ji cried out in despair, her voice particularly mournful amidst the chaos of battle. The Golden Crow remained unmoved, simply coldly responding, "Aunt, you have violated heavenly laws. We are acting under orders." Yao Ji smiled bitterly, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She pondered why the once harmonious heavenly family had turned into this. She only wanted to protect her family. What wrong was that? "Forget it, since you are unkind. Don't blame your aunt for being unjust." Ultimately, she made up her mind, and in the next moment, Yao Ji's aura surged, the former first female war god of the heavenly court re-emerging. She waved her hands, and her spiritual power surged like roaring waves toward the Golden Crow and others. The blades of spiritual power weaved through the flames of battle, leaving cracks on the heavenly soldier's armor wherever they passed. The Golden Crow frowned tightly. He did not expect Yao Ji to possess such formidable power, so he did not dare to be careless. He raised the divine artifact in his hand and chanted incantations, shooting a blazing beam of light toward Yao Ji. Yao Ji did not dodge. A faint blue light shield enveloped her, forcefully blocking the attack. Where the shield and light collided, sparks flew, resembling brilliant fireworks. Yao Ji's figure flashed, instantly appearing before the golden crow, and an icy, gleaming sword appeared in her hand, fiercely stabbing toward the golden crow. The golden crow hurriedly dodged, but his cheek was still grazed by the sword's energy. He roared in anger, and a fierce wind instantly howled around, causing the surrounding heavenly soldiers to sway. Yet Yao Ji remained steady as a mountain. She leaped into the air, her long hair billowing, resembling a war god descending to earth, and once again swung her treasured sword, unleashing waves of sword energy like meteors toward the golden crow and the heavenly soldiers. Tianpeng, you still want to see you win. The golden crow saw that he was gradually at a disadvantage. Feeling anxious and angry in his heart, he shouted towards the distant Tianpeng. Tianpeng frowned slightly. He had originally planned to stand by and fish in troubled waters, but he could only reluctantly step forward, holding the nine-toothed rake, his expression somewhat complicated. Yaoji looked at Tianpeng, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Tianpeng, are you going to be my enemy too? Tianpeng was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Yaoji, don't resist any longer. Come back with us. Perhaps there is still a chance. Yaoji sneered. There is no chance. I will not let you harm my family. After saying that, she charged towards Tianpeng. Seeing this, Tianpeng quickly raised a nine-toothed rake to confront her. Yaoji was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Tianpeng, her sword thrusting straight at him. Tianpeng dodged to the side, swinging the rake in response, creating a fierce wind. Yaoji flipped away, her hair flying, her gaze becoming increasingly resolute. She twirled her sword, creating several sword flowers, the sword light dazzling as she attacked Tianpeng's vital points. Tianpeng did not dare to be careless. Wielding the rake with a dense defense, clashing with Yaoji's sword, producing a series of metallic sounds, each impact sparking brilliant flames. Tianpeng, I'm here to help you. With a furious shout from the golden crow, the one-on-one situation instantly turned into a pincer attack from both sides. This greatly increased the pressure on Yaoji, who had initially been at ease, but she showed no fear. Facing the two attacking from the front and back, Yaoji suddenly spun around, her spiritual power swirling around her like a vortex, forming a powerful protective barrier that temporarily blocked the attacks from the golden crow and Tianpeng. Then, she seized the opportunity to release a powerful shock of spiritual power towards the golden crow, attempting to break through one side of the encirclement. The golden crow quickly raised a shield, but was still forced back several steps. Yaoji did not pursue the advantage, but instead stood guard, breathing heavily to recover. Outsiders might not know, but she could clearly feel that Tianpeng had been holding back against her. She looked at Tianpeng, her gaze containing a hint of subtle gratitude. Tianpeng avoided her eyes, his expression somewhat unnatural. After steadying himself, the golden crow glared at Tianpeng. Tianpeng, why didn't you attack when there was such a good opportunity just now? Tianpeng snorted. I have my own intentions. Don't waste words. Continue the attack. Saying this, he raised the nine-toothed rake again. This time, although the strength of his attack was still somewhat reserved, he did not dare to hold back as he had before. Yaoji understood the subtlety of the situation. She was aware that the golden crow was definitely not her match, and that Tianpeng was clearly holding back against her. Which was enough. As long as she could stall them, with the help of Jiaoer and the others, she would surely be able to break through the heavenly soldiers' encirclement. She just needed to hold them off as much as possible. Having come to this realization, Yaoji ultimately decided not to hold back any longer with the secret techniques she had recently learned. In an instant, Yaoji appeared in front of the golden crow, her speed so fast that the confronting golden crow inwardly cursed that it was bad timing. However, before he could attack, the next second, Yaoji's left hand quickly struck his chest. Secret technique, spiral, vortex. Boom. Although the golden crow was hit and sent flying by the powerful force, he was after all a strong figure from the heavenly court, quickly stabilizing himself, but a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with fury, Yaoji, you are seeking your own death. Saying this, he disregarded his injuries and charged towards Yaoji again, his radiance becoming even more dazzling, as if he intended to use all his strength. However, in the next moment, the golden crow's expression suddenly changed, and he fell directly to the ground. Tianpeng beside him was stunned. He thought to himself, I thought my acting was poor, but I didn't expect someone to be even worse at it. You're at least a seasoned deity. How did you fall flat on your face just now? Damn it. What happened? The golden crow, feeling ashamed and furious, quickly relied on his strength and willpower to stand back up again. However, although the golden crow had gotten up, he appeared to be swaying now and then, clearly affected by Yaoji's so-called spiral vortex. What kind of evil technique is this? The golden crow stared fiercely at Yaoji. As his aunt, he knew her well, and he had never seen her use this move before, nor had anyone in the heavenly court. Yaoji's expression was cold as she slowly spoke. This is not an evil technique, but merely a technique I realized to protect my family. Golden Crow, we have no deep enmity. Why must you force me so hard? The golden crow snorted angrily. You have violated the celestial laws. We are carrying out our orders, and there is no reason to retreat. After saying that, the golden crow breathed deeply and again launched an attack on Yaoji. Although his body was still somewhat unsteady, his offensive was still fierce. Yaoji frowned slightly, dodging to the side, her sword swinging in response, colliding once again with the golden crow's divine weapon. As sparks flew, Tianpeng was beside them, looking conflicted and hesitant, unsure of what to do. He did not want to be an enemy of Yaoji, but he could not disobey the orders from the heavenly court, feeling extremely troubled. Fortunately, Yaoji did not make it difficult for Tianpeng. Instead, taking advantage of the moment when she was confronting the golden crow, she created a clay clone. The clay clone quickly charged towards Tianpeng, appearing fierce. But Tianpeng knew this was just Yaoji's delaying tactic. He pretended to resist, deliberately getting entangled with the clay clone, creating space for Yaoji and the golden crow's battle. The golden crow noticed Tianpeng's odd behavior, but had no time to scold him because Yaoji's attacks were relentless. He had to focus fully on countering. But his suspicion of Tianpeng grew stronger. Thus, Yaoji's side of the battle stabilized completely. Meanwhile, on Yang Jian's side, things were going terribly. Because Yang Tianyu did not know any magic, he could only do his best to escape on the ground. Although he had learned how to use a bicycle in the time room, the bicycle was purchased by Yang Jian in the mall. His speed was much faster than running on two legs. However, in the eyes of the heavenly soldiers, it was still insufficient. In just a few moments, Yang Tianyu and his three companions were completely surrounded. Yang Jian's father, you run quickly. My older brother and third sister will hold them off. Only if you enter the Great Shang realm and invite the Grandmaster out can we be safe. Yang Tianyu refused. At this critical moment, how could a father let his children take the lead? You all split up. Whoever can escape, escape. Father cannot be a burden to you. Seeing that none of the three children were listening to him, still tightly surrounding him, Yang Tianyu became anxious and could only grit his teeth and pull out a dagger from his sleeve, coldly saying, Do you have to see your father die in front of you before you will listen? Father. X3 Yang Jian's three siblings were shocked, not expecting their father to be so stubborn, unwilling to add even a bit of trouble for his children. Fortunately, the closest to Yang Tianyu, Yang Chan, reacted immediately, rushing forward to grab Yang Tianyu's arm tightly, but that was all she could do. When she tried to take the dagger from Yang Tianyu's hand, she found that her feeble strength could only hold him in a stalemate, unable to succeed. Yang Chan's eyes turned red with anxiety, her voice trembling. Father, please don't do this. We definitely have a way. Don't do anything foolish. Yang Jian and Yang Jiao hurriedly stepped forward to help, trying to pry open Yang Tianyu's tightly grasping hand. Yang Jian spoke urgently. Father, let us think of a way together. You cannot give up. Yang Jiao also echoed. Yes. Father, if we work together as a family, we will definitely get through this crisis. Yang Tianyu looked at the anxious expressions of his children, his heart filled with pain and helplessness, but he still refused to let go of the dagger in his hand. Suddenly, Yang Jian thought of something, quickly opened his chat group, and began a live stream. To all the dog lovers in the Yang family, I'm begging you all, Is there anyone who can come and save us? What happened to the six-path immortal, Yang Jian? What is going on? As soon as he entered the live stream, upon seeing Zhou Xingxing for the first time, he immediately understood what had happened and could not help but worry for Yang Jian's family. He quickly spoke in a live stream. Yang Jian, don't worry, I'll think of a way. The system beeps, and the group leader, Six-Path Sage, sends a special red envelope to the dog lovers of the Yang family. Please check it. Yang Jian quickly shouted in his heart to accept it. Hurry up. As the red envelope opened, everyone watching the live stream was dumbfounded. What is this thing? Feng Yuan and Zhang Chulan were so shocked that their eyes were about to pop out. Group leader Xing, can you be any more outrageous? The sword riding the wind resembles a brick. I have never seen it before. May I ask the group leader what kind of magical artifact this is? Watching birds under the moon without a lotus, is this a speaker? This must be a speaker. The Prince of Lion Star, Iron Dog, Leo, Tony. Please tell me, I'm not seeing things. Please tell me. The Prince of Lion Star, it really looks like a speaker. Iron Dog, what do you mean it looks like? This is definitely a speaker, and it looks like an antique from the 80s. Group leader, if you need money, just tell me, sending such a shabby thing. Iron Dog, you don't understand anything. Yang family dog lovers, Yang Jian, try turning on the switch. In the live streaming room, Yang Jian, who received the order from Zhou Xingxing, did not hesitate at all and immediately turned on the speaker. At this moment, he did not know that this would be one of the most unforgettable, embarrassing moments of his life. Wow, what sound? It seems to be that brick. Before the surrounding heavenly soldiers could react, they suddenly found their bodies starting to move uncontrollably. Who brought you to my side? No, not just these heavenly soldiers. Even the four people surrounded by them, including Yang Tianyu and the initiator Yang Jian, found their bodies moving uncontrollably like them. Everyone initially looked at each other in silence, and then a strange smile spread across each of their faces. Kill me, just like that. Yang Jian's family and the heavenly soldiers started a joyful square dance hand in hand amidst the cheerful music. Sorcery! This is sorcery! The heavenly soldiers screamed in terror, but no matter how hard they tried to use their magical powers, they could not break free from the control of the music. The music was cheerful, the dance was cheerful. The only thing that was grim was their expressions. Yang Jian, while they were dancing, Yang Jiao, who was holding his hand, quickly asked, where did you get this thing? How can it forcibly control others to dance? Yang Jian could only smile bitterly, unable to reveal the source of the speaker, saying, I don't know. You don't know? Yang Chan widened her eyes in disbelief. Then how do we escape? No, if this music doesn't stop. Won't we keep dancing like this? What? Everyone's expression turned anxious, and they all focused their gaze on Yang Jian. Yang Jian felt numb under the stares of those around him. But this moment, he could only grit his teeth and say, I don't know either. It really is, I don't know when this music will end. Chapter 46. Icon Armor Combined. Yang family dog lovers. Six-Path Sage, Brother Zhou. How do I control the treasure you gave me? It doesn't distinguish between enemies and friends, and keeps controlling all of us to dance. We can't escape under the eyes of the heavenly soldiers. Six-Path Sage, Yang family dog lovers, don't worry. You can't control it right now, because you haven't bound it to become its master yet. Yang family dog lovers. Six-Path Sage, hurry up, Brother Zhou. Please teach me how to bind it quickly. Six-Path Sage, Yang family dog lovers. Brother Zhou, don't tell me you forgot the command again. Iron Dog, haha. No way, Brother Zhou. You didn't really forget, did you? The Prince of Lion Star clicked his tongue. Xing, you're really something. Feng Yuan thought to himself. Don't say it all at once. Otherwise, it makes me look very unlucky. I have to say, ever since meeting Zhou Xingxing, Feng Yuan's personality has become increasingly scheming. Six-Path Sage, what do you mean? What do you mean I forgot again? Do you not trust me? Yang family dog lovers. Then Brother Zhou, hurry up and say the command. Six-Path Sage, don't rush, let me think. Yang family dog lovers, it's over. Six-Path Sage, I got it. Yang family dog lovers, remembered? Six-Path Sage, yes, repeat after me, hello little AI. Yang family dog lovers. Six-Path Sage, say it. Yang family dog lovers, you hello little AI. Six-Path Sage, I didn't mean for you to type it in the chat group, but to shout it at the speaker. This. Yang Jian gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to say this strange command. Yang Jian, hello, little I. Zhou Xingxing, speak louder. Yang Jian closed his eyes, and he was all in, saying hello, little AI. Huh. To everyone's surprise, the speaker that was still playing the magical sound actually stopped. And everyone finally stopped the strange dance. Little AI, I'm here. Zhou Xingxing, armor combine. Uft. Armor combine? Dude, can you be any more outrageous? Zhang Chulan, who was drinking milk tea, couldn't hold back and sprayed all the milk tea on Wang Yi's face. Zhang Chulan. Ah, sorry. Yang Jian, Adamor Jombine. Little AI received Ikong armor combine. With Yang Jian's command, the speaker, which was originally in the shape of a brick, actually transformed into fragments covering Yang Jian's surroundings. When the light dissipated, a set of extremely cool Ikong armor appeared before him. The armor was primarily golden yellow, embedded with red basketball-shaped tags, each of which radiated mysterious power. The patterns on the armor resembled lively flames, seemingly telling ancient legends. That magical object actually transformed. The heavenly soldiers beside them changed their expressions drastically. In that moment, they seemed to see through Yang Jian the faint shadow behind him. A mighty figure dressed in strange clothes, with a short hairstyle, holding a red sun, making various provocative gestures at them with a disdainful expression. Damn! How much can one endure? One of the heavenly soldiers, filled with rage, raised the sword in his hand and shouted as he slashed towards the dazed Yang Tianyu nearby. Damn! A coward who bullies the weak. Little AI detected the killing intent around and asked if it should initiate AI defensive counterattack. Yang Jian, who was startled, didn't he care what the AI defensive counterattack meant. To protect his father, he immediately shouted yes, yes, yes. Little AI received. Initiating defensive mode, Battlefield Rose. Battlefield Rose? What skill is this? Before Yang Jian could react, thick and long steel pipes suddenly appeared around everyone. What is this? How did it appear out of thin air? Looking at the steel pipes that suddenly appeared in his hands, Yang Jian's heart rose with an ominous premonition. No way. Please no. Come on, let us enjoy. Anyway, there is plenty of time. As the music played again, the next moment, Yang Jian's body uncontrollably climbed onto the steel pipe, and then, amidst the passionate music, he energetically performed various difficult moves, looking masculine, exuberant, and youthful. Yang Jian was like this. The heavenly soldiers and Yang Tianyu beside him were not spared either. One by one, they clung to the pole, howling like ghosts, twisting their waists, shaking their heads, and lifting their legs high, their expressions resembling demons crawling out of hell. Those who didn't know thought they had descended into hell upon seeing this chaotic dance. Yang Jian howled to the sky. ISNT this just like before? Little AI. Does the host want to pause the music? Can Yang Jian pause it? Little AI can certainly do that for the host, but the enemy is still here. Do you want to face the enemy in battle? Can Yang Jian? Yang Jian really didn't want to dance this shameful dance anymore, but he knew that facing these heavenly soldiers one-on-one was a bit precarious. Not to mention he had to take care of an old father who didn't know any magic. Xiao AI is okay. Has the attack mode of the Earth Emperor been activated? The Earth Emperor has descended? Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shouted yes. Yes. As long as he didn't have to dance that damn dance anymore. Those movements just now were too out of place for someone from his era. Chicken. Huh? A change of music? You are too beautiful. With the switch of music, Yang Jian felt an endless surge of power fill his body. At that moment, looking at those heavenly soldiers, his fear diminished significantly. Kill him. Although the heavenly soldiers didn't know why they regained control of their bodies after the music changed, their first reaction was to kill this monster to eliminate future threats. However, at this moment, their movements looked like they were moving like turtles in the eyes of Yang Jian, who was in a heightened state. Yang Jian moved with strange dance steps, slipping through the heavenly soldiers like a loach, and by the time the heavenly soldiers reacted, their bodies had already been knocked into the sky one by Yang Jian. The essence of the Earth Emperor, Kunshin, is here. To be honest, this Earth Emperor has descended is a bit strange in terms of moves, but its effectiveness is very strong. As long as he maintained the state of the Earth Emperor, Yang Jian felt that his body's magical power had increased to at least 5 times its original level. Many unexpected movements could be performed freely. There was nothing Yang Jian couldn't think of, only things that his body couldn't do. The key was that he didn't feel tired at all. In fact, he felt more energetic the more he danced. The more he danced, the more he let himself go, and so on. Yang Jian subconsciously slapped himself. Are you awake? Father, let's go quickly. Ignoring the strange feeling of comfort just now, Yang Jian immediately pulled the dazed Yang Tianyu and the others back to their senses and hurried to escape. However, just as they were about to step into the Shang territory, a fireball suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that there were several more immortals in the sky. When they saw what these immortals were wearing, Yang Jian's expression changed instantly. The only ones who could wear the same battle armor as the Great Golden Crow were probably his own brothers. 1,239. Damn it! 9 golden crows appeared together, and the sky seemed like a burning furnace, making people feel intimidated. Yang Jian's heart sank. He didn't expect to encounter an accident at the last moment. He tightly protected Yang Tianyu and the others, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. Yang Tianyu, Yang Jian, Yang Jiao, Yang Chan, surrender. The Jade Emperor has decreed that as long as you confess your mastermind and obediently submit to punishment, you will have the opportunity to be reincarnated. The voice of the Great Golden Crow boomed like thunder. Otherwise, you will be cast into the 9 nether hell and never be reborn. Upon hearing that there was no escape from death, the usually honest and kind Yang Tianyu also became angry, stepping forward to coldly laugh at the golden crows in the sky. The heavenly laws are unfair. Why should our family be punished? Moreover, I, Yang Tianyu, am of the human race, and I am about to take office as the governor of Deshang. My 3 children are also of the human race. Only the Emperor of Deshang has the right to decide our lives and deaths. The Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court has no right to judge our family. Boom! In an instant, a thunderclap sounded in the cloudless sky, clearly indicating that the Jade Emperor had heard Yang Tianyu's words. Although no sage had ever stood up to defend the Heavenly Court, stating that the Jade Emperor should be the ruler of the 3 realms. Anyone with a brain could see the intentions of the Hongjun Daozu in the matter of the investiture of the gods. Many human tribes outside the Deshang territory began to bow and scrape to the gods of the Heavenly Court for the sake of their own and their descendants' future. The Jade Emperor naturally believed that, as a disciple of the Dao ancestor, what was wrong with being the #1 decision-maker in the 3 realms? What? Even if many cultivators in the 3 realms looked down on the Heavenly Court, they only whispered a few words in their hearts. Until now, no one dared to openly slander themselves and the Heavenly Court. Moreover, the one who slandered themselves and the Heavenly Court was actually a powerless mortal. Should it be said that the ignorant are fearless? As Yang Tianyu finished speaking, the 3 children looked up at him with admiring eyes. Yang Jian's gaze was filled with shock and reverence, and he felt guilty and regretful for his previous doubts about his father's character. Father, no matter whether we can survive today, our family will never be separated, Yang Chan said. Yang Jiao next to her also nodded. That's right, father. What about the Heavenly Court? They're just a bunch of bullies. Even if we die today, die here, we will never bow down to anyone. Yang Jian didn't say much, but from the light bursting forth from his beloved Kuan armor, it was clear that he was ready to fight to the death against the 9 golden crows. At that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was tense to the extreme, as if a shocking battle could break out at any moment. Who dares to act recklessly at the border of Deshang? X2, with this loud shout, Kong Xian and Wen Zhong appeared in front of everyone like divine generals descending from the heavens. Kong Xian shone with colorful light, which seemed to have a spirit of its own, flowing with mysterious and powerful energy, each ray of light seeming to challenge the Heavenly Court. He was already dissatisfied with the tyrannical behavior of the Heavenly Court, and now that he saw them bullying Yang Jian's family, he was even more determined to intervene. He thought, these guys from the Heavenly Court, relying on their magic to bully the human race and inciting the common people to build temples for them. Today they must not succeed. Wen Zhong, holding the dual whips, had a dignified gaze, exuding a powerful aura like surging waves spreading around him. If he hadn't known about this matter, it would have been fine, but now that he was aware, as the Grand Master of the human race, he must take charge. Killing our human race's common people at the border of Deshang, right in front of him. Isn't that a provocation, a contempt? If this isn't stopped today, the border of Deshang will never know peace. He secretly thought, the Heavenly Court must not act recklessly in Deshang's territory. Even if it means becoming enemies with the Heavenly Court, the dignity of Deshang must be upheld. The 9 golden crows became even more sullen when they saw someone intervening. The great golden crow angrily said, Kong Xian, Wenzhong, this matter has nothing to do with you. Do not meddle in it. We are acting on the orders of the Heavenly Court to capture Yang Jian. He has violated the heavenly laws and is unforgivable. Although the second golden crow had some fear of Kong Xian and Wenzhong, thinking that they had 8 brothers and the support of the Heavenly Court, they could not back down at this moment. Otherwise, they would have no way to report back. Kong Xian sneered, at the border of Deshang, how can you run wild? The way you act in the Heavenly Court. Do you intend to become enemies with Deshang? Heavenly laws? Take care of your own people in the Heavenly Court. Yang Tianyu and his 3 children are all common people of my human race, and it's not your place to interfere. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if the 9 golden crows standing in front of him were merely 9 little chicks. If it weren't for the fact that these 9 golden crows were the Jade Emperor's sons and could not be treated too harshly, he wouldn't have wasted so many words. He could have directly used a 5-color divine light to disarm all their weapons and armor, and then beat each one of them soundly until he was satisfied. When Zhong then looked at Yang Jian's family, nodded slightly, signaling them not to panic. He stepped forward, and the armor on him emitted a buzzing sound. If the Heavenly Court wants to capture people in Deshang, they must obediently enter the palace and obtain the Emperor's permission. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. As long as Yang Tianyu's family remains human, they will be under the protection of Deshang. His words were firm and unquestionable, and the dual whips in his hands slightly trembled, as if eager for battle. Seeing Kong Xian and Wenzhong stand up for them, Yang Jian's family felt both moved and filled with fighting spirit. Yang Jian clenched his hands tighter, secretly vowing, the kindness shown today must be repaid. If we can escape this calamity, I will go through fire and water for Deshang and the Emperor, even if it costs me my life. Beside them, Yang Jiao and Yang Chan also had determined expressions, sharing the same thoughts as Yang Jian. The 2 sides were at a stalemate, and a great battle was about to break out. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the howling wind seemed to herald the prelude to this great conflict. Suddenly, Tianyu quietly approached the 2 golden crows and whispered a few words in one of their ears. Then he spoke to Yang Jian and the others on the ground. The Jade Emperor has decreed that Yao Ji, as a goddess of the Heavenly Court, has committed the grave sin of consorting with a mortal. She is to be punished and buried under Peach Mountain, and she may only emerge when she has thought things through. After he finished speaking, everyone was horrified to see a massive peach mountain descending from the sky. The mountain came crashing down like a raging beast, accompanied by the sound of howling winds, straight towards the ground. Dirt and stones rolled down from the mountain, raising clouds of dust, and under the sunlight, it seemed as if Judgment Day had arrived. Chapter 47. The Conspiracy of Sealing the God's Mother. Madam, watching their mother Yao Ji being suppressed by the enormous Peach Mountain, the 3 siblings Yang Jian, Yang Jiao, and Yang Chan felt as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open, overwhelmed by grief that washed over them like a tide. Their despair and helplessness reached a peak at that moment as they watched their loved one being oppressed, powerless to do anything. The cries echoed in their ears, while the scene before them was brutally difficult to accept. Sir, sir! Yang Jiao was the first to react, quickly kneeling before Wenzhong and pleading, Sir, please save my mother. She shouldn't be punished like this. Yang Jiao looked at Wenzhong with urgency, his eyes filled with desperation. His voice trembled with sorrow and anxiety, and he clutched Wenzhong's sleeve tightly, as if holding onto the last straw of hope. Yang Jian and Yang Chan also looked at Wenzhong with hopeful eyes, wishing he could help rescue their mother Yao Ji, who was trapped under the Peach Mountain. Yang Chan stood by, her expression vacant, seemingly still reeling from the enormous blow. Seeing the family forcibly separated in front of him, Wenzhong felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, but he was also helpless. He could save Yang Tianyu and his 3 children because they were of the human race, all under the jurisdiction and protection of the human emperor. Therefore, he had every reason to confront the golden crows of the heavenly court with authority. However, Yao Ji's status was different. As a fairy of the heavenly court, it was the heavenly court's responsibility. If the emperor or officials of the mortal realm intervened, it would be overstepping. As the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, when Zhong understood the stakes involved, he could not neglect the human race for a moment of pity. Yang Jiao's pleading tightened Zhong's heart. The sorrowful and anxious look in his eyes pierced him like a blade. However, he could only shake his head helplessly, gently prying Yang Jiao's hand away. The hopeful gazes of Yang Jian and Yang Chan gradually dimmed, as if they were witnessing the last glimmer of hope extinguished. Yang Chan stood there, her eyes vacant, as if her world had collapsed at that moment. Their mother was being suppressed under the Peach Mountain, and they were powerless to stop it. This immense blow plunged her into deep despair. When Zhong looked at the family, filled with compassion and helplessness, after hesitating, he finally spoke. I also regret the matter of Fairy Yao Ji, but after all, she is not of the human race. It is indeed inappropriate for me to intervene. And when Zhong's words left his mouth, the light in Yang Jiao's eyes completely extinguished. He slumped weakly to the ground, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Yang Jian's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. He could not understand why the world was so unfair. His mother, who was clearly kind and gentle, had to suffer such torment. Meanwhile, Yang Chan remained standing, as if her soul had already departed, leaving only an empty shell. Suddenly, Yang Jian seemed to think of something and immediately became excited, shouting at Zhong. Commoner Yang Jian has heard from my mother that the current Grand Master is a disciple of the... Is that not true? Yang Jian's shout stopped Zhong in his tracks. He slowly turned around and looked at Yang Jian's expectant eyes, giving a slight nod. Indeed. I am a disciple of the Golden Spirit, Saint Mother of the... Yang Jian spoke passionately, his gaze fixed on Zhong. Since the Grand Master is a disciple of the... You must know that the teachings of the are inclusive and that all beings are equal. Now my mother is unjustly suppressed under the Peach Mountain. What crime has she committed? Is this not a violation of his teachings? Moreover, the yin represents seizing a glimmer of hope. I do not dare to trouble the Grand Master to save my mother, but I only ask you to point the way for the Yang Jian family. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, waves of emotion surged within Zhong. He looked at Yang Jian's eager and sincere eyes, feeling a complex mix of emotions within him. On one hand, he indeed sympathized with the plight of the Yang family and felt sorrow for the fate of Fairy Yao Ji. On the other hand, he was well aware of his responsibilities and could not easily be caught in a moral dilemma by the heavenly court. Yang Jian, your filial piety is admirable, but I truly find it difficult to assist in this matter, Zhong said helplessly. The matter of Fairy Yao Ji is a decree from the heavenly court. If I interfere, it will surely bring disaster to the Shang dynasty. However, if you wish to seek a glimmer of hope, you may go to Sanxian Island's Sanxian Cave and visit the 3 Shaos. They are high-level figures of thee and possess great powers. Perhaps they will, for my sake, offer some guidance to you 3 children. Hearing this, Yang Jian, Yang Jiao, and Yang Chan's eyes brightened even more, and they simultaneously bowed deeply to Zhong. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your guidance. We 3 will definitely go to Sanxian Island to seek the 3 Shaos. If we can rescue our mother, the Yang family will be forever grateful and remember the Grandmaster's kindness. Zhong waved his hand slightly, go on, and I hope you can achieve your wishes. But remember, this matter cannot be forced. If the 3 Shaos are also powerless, do not create trouble and lose face for our human race. Father, Yang Jian looked at Yang Tianyu beside him. This journey is far. You should stay in the Shang dynasty. The 3 of us siblings can go on our own. How can this be? Yang Tianyu, regaining hope, naturally wanted to follow along. Yao Ji is not only your mother, but also my wife. You 3 kids are still inexperienced in the world. The road to Sanxian Island is long and filled with unknown dangers. How can I rest easy letting you go alone? Yang Jian looked at his father's determined expression, feeling deeply moved, but he knew that this journey would be difficult, and if Yang Tianyu truly accompanied them, it would only increase the risks. Father, please listen to me. The Grand Master has already pointed us in the right direction. We siblings will be careful, Yang Jian urged. Your staying in the Shang dynasty would be more beneficial for us. You have read so many books and learned so much knowledge. If you do not apply them to the right paths, wouldn't that be a pity? Father, if you stay in the Shang dynasty, you can continue your studies and perhaps even do something for the people of Shang. Moreover, if we encounter difficulties outside, you can find ways to help us from the Shang. We will give our all on this journey to Sanxian Island and will not let you down. Once we rescue our mother, our family can be reunited. Yes, Father. Yang Jiao also earnestly added, you can rest assured. We have grown up. Just stay in the Shang and wait for our good news. Besides, we're going to seek the 3 Xiaos. It might not be appropriate to bring you along. Yang Tianyu furrowed his brows, filled with worries and reluctance. But you 3 kids. At this moment, Yang Chan spoke up, Father, big brother and second brother are right. We will take good care of ourselves. You can be assured. Yang Jiao nodded in agreement. Father, just let us go. We will definitely rescue Mother. Yang Tianyu looked at the determined eyes of his 3 children, knowing he could not change their decision. He sighed deeply and said, all right, you must be careful. If there is danger, prioritize your safety. Good children, brave and resourceful. Seeing that Yang Jian and the others were clearly young yet able to bear such responsibility and filial piety, Wen Zhong felt a sense of comfort, always cherishing talent. He took out a token from his pocket and said, this token symbolizes my status as a disciple of the Jie sect. Carry it with you, and if you encounter anyone from the Jie sect on your journey, you may receive some assistance. Wen Zhong solemnly handed the token to Yang Jian. As the eldest brother, Yang Jiao stepped forward and received the token with both hands, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Master Tai. The 3 of us will not disgrace our mission. Yang Jiao and Yang Chan also bowed to Wen Zhong to express their thanks. Wen Zhong nodded slightly and said, go. May you have a safe journey and rescue your mother soon. Yang Jiao nodded heavily and turned to leave with Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Wen Zhong, Kong Xian, and Yang Tianyu watched their departing figures, silently praying for their safety and hoping they could find a glimmer of hope for Yao Ji. In the chat group, seeing Yang Jian and the others embark on a new journey, Zhou Xingxing and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Yao Ji was trapped under the Peach Mountain by the Jade Emperor, she was still alive, and as long as she was alive, there was hope for rescue. Compared to the original work where the entire family of 5 was killed, leaving only Yang Jian and his sister, this was already a fairly good outcome. The 6 Paths Immortal didn't expect that this time, due to our intervention, the Jie sect would gain 3 talented disciples. I wonder if Yuan Shi Tianzun and Nu will take notice. In the original work watching birds under the moon, whether it was Yang Jian or Neza, the purpose of the 12 immortals of the Chan sect taking disciples was to have their disciples block the killing tribulations for them. Yang Jian was just lucky. Not only did he not die, but he also became a great hero. But what about the other disciples? Most of them became victims of the Fengshan War. The Chan sect, under the guise of following the heavenly mandate, was actually pushing these young disciples into the fire pit. You saying that reminds me of the conspiracy theories many Fengshan Bang fans have online. Although they are conspiracy theories, I find them quite reasonable. The Fengshan Bang seems to be a mark of honor, but in reality, it is a death list. Most of those on it do not end well, because from then on their souls are controlled by the heavenly court, unless they disperse their souls or lose all their cultivation and memories to reincarnate as another person. Otherwise, they can never gain freedom again. And the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, in order to protect themselves, send their disciples up there. Yes, and what about Jiang Zia? He appears to be the leader of the Fengshan project, but isn't he also a pawn of Yuan Shi Tianzun? He was sent down the mountain to carry out the Fengshan, but he himself cannot become a god. He has to watch the people around him die one by one in battle, or be conferred as gods, far away from the mortal realm. In short, killing comes with a huge karmic debt, and since Yuan Shi Tianzun is unwilling to bear it, and the 12 golden immortals are also unwilling to bear it, they naturally place the blame for the slaughter onto Jiang Zia, who commanded the Wu Wang's attack on Zhou. It's a classic case of being sold and still helping to count the money. Moreover, the Chan sect deliberately incited disputes with the Jie sect during the Fengshan process. They knew the Jie sect had many disciples, so they used various means to drag the Jie sect into this catastrophe. hoping to reduce the casualties of their own disciples and push the quotas of the Feng Yuan onto the Jia sect. This behavior is truly despicable. So this time we changed the fate of Yang Jian and his brothers, allowing them to join the Jia sect, which also thoroughly disrupted Yuan Shi Tianzun's plans. I estimate that when he realizes this, he will likely vent his anger on the Jia sect. That is very possible. But the Jia sect is more humane than the Chan sect. Besides a few bad apples, most were just unfortunate people dragged into senseless disputes during the Feng Yuan War. Some acted out of loyalty to their fellow disciples, while others simply resisted the Chan sect's coercion. But what about the Chan sect? For their own selfish interests, they colluded with the heavenly court, turning the Feng Yuan into a tool for eliminating dissenters, disregarding the lives of innocent Jia sect disciples as if they were grass. Moreover, the Chan sect's final outcome will not be good either. After all the hard work, they ended up being taken advantage of by two thick-skinned saints from the West, who saw the Feng Yuan War as an opportunity and began to undermine the East. Under the guise of compassion and saving all beings, they caused internal strife within the Chan and Jia sects, taking away many talents. These two Western saints, seemingly neutral, were actually secretly pushing the Feng Yuan War in a direction favorable to them, reaping the benefits. You've gone a bit off topic. Weren't we just talking about the Yinshao sisters? Zhang Chulan, do you have any information about the Yinshao sisters from your world? Yes, let me look. The Yinshao sisters, Yinshao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao, are disciples of the Jia sect's Tongtian sect leader. They, along with their brother, Zhou Gongming, attained enlightenment when the heavens and earth were first opened and have cultivated for thousands of years. Although their appearances are not too many, it is clear from each scene that the strength of these three sisters is truly formidable. Take that Yellow River Formation, for example. It caused Jiangxia a lot of trouble. The three sisters used the primordial golden dough to capture many from the Chan sect, draining their 3 flowers and 5 qi, turning those originally powerful figures into mere mortals, resulting in a significant reduction in the combat power of the Western Qi side. Especially Yinshao, as the eldest sister with the greatest ability, wielded the primordial golden dough to unleash tremendous power. However, this move thoroughly angered the Chan sect, laying the groundwork for the later outcome. What groundwork? Oh, here comes Yang Jian. I was just reading the messages in the group and didn't have time to speak. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for the treasure. Without it, our family wouldn't have made it to Master One and General Kong. No need to be polite. Just a little trinket I made 100 years ago. In front of true experts in your world, it's still not enough. If you really encounter a tough enemy, remember to send a message in the group, and I can come help you. Thank you, Brother Zhou. No need for thanks. By the way, I'll share some novels and films related to the Feng Yuan in the group files later. When you have time, you can check them out yourself. The Yinshao sisters are still very strong, especially in formations. If you can gain their favor and become their disciples, you can learn a lot. Definitely. Chapter 48. The Evil Gardenia Plan Succeeds. System Ding. Congratulations to chat group member Yang Family Dog Lover for completing the hidden task of ensuring the Yang Jian family of 5 survived the pursuit of the heavenly soldiers, earning 3,000 points. Steel Dog Tycoon, wow, what? What is this? Hidden task. Watching birds under the moon. Wow. Yang Jian, your luck is too good. Zhou Xingxing's inner thoughts. The system probably knows that if I delay appearing any longer, the readers will almost forget about me. Six spots immortal, Yang Jian, congratulations. Yang Family Dog Lover. Thank you, Brother Zhou, and thank you all. After that, Yang Jian immediately sent a luck-based points red envelope in the group, expertly navigating social relations. Watching birds under the moon. 2 points? Thank you for the red envelope, Yang Jian. Steel Dog Tycoon. Is that so little? 2 points. I've never seen luck this bad. Watching birds under the moon. You're amazing. Come on, draw 1 and see how many points you get. Steel Dog Tycoon. I'll draw. It must be higher than yours, and I got 21 points. Watching birds under the moon. You have more points? 21 points, ha. You really have so many points. I'm so envious, ha. Steel Dog Tycoon. This is not scientific. So what if it's 21 points? Just say it's more than yours. Watching birds under the moon. You're impressive. 21 points. Brother Tony is really impressive. Leo Prince. I have 27 points. Steel Dog Tycoon. Watching birds under the moon. No need for the exquisite lotus. When I type out a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but rather that you have a problem. May I ask, what on earth is 27 points? Steel dog big household, no. God, please, no. Watching birds under the moon. No need for the exquisite lotus. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Six paths sage. What are you all arguing about? Shut up, shut up. So annoying. Huh? The group leader's mood isn't right. This is simply too wonderful. Let's quickly see how many points the group leader drew. 19 points. I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Xingxing and Tony's terrible moods instantly became beautiful. Indeed, this world is a huge contrast. When you find someone worse off than you, your own miserable experiences don't seem like much at all, and you even feel like laughing a bit. The group fell into a strange silence for a moment. After a while, it was Tony who first broke the silence. Steel dog big household. Hee, group leader, your luck is unmatched. Watching birds under the moon. No need for the exquisite lotus. Yes, yes, group leader, it seems luck is on your side today. Six paths sage. Hee, thank you all. System ding. Member Steel dog big household has been muted by the group leader for 10 minutes. Member watching birds under the moon. No need for the exquisite lotus has been muted by the group leader for 1 minute. Damn, privileged dog. X2 expressing strong dissatisfaction, protest, and condemnation towards the group leader's behavior of venting frustration on them after being bullied by the system. We're reporting it to the central authority. We want to report it to the central authority. However, the protest was ineffective. Zhou Xingxing, he who told me to come first. I have built a relationship with the system for over 200 years in my previous life. Suddenly, Feng Yuan spoke up in the chat group again. Leo Prince, hey everyone, don't you notice someone is missing? Everyone then realized, oh right, Zhu Xingtuan hasn't drawn yet. Six Path Sage, I remember when Yang Jian shared the heart seal of the Jade Emperor in the group, Zhu Xingtuan seemed to have some insights and should still be trying to break through now. For a moment, the group fell silent, filled with anticipation for Zhu Xingtuan's breakthrough. After all, every breakthrough means an increase in strength and new possibilities. After a while, Tony suddenly asked a very crucial question in the group. Steel dog, big household. Yang family's dog lover, Yang Jian, how many points did you distribute in total? Yang family's dog lover, 100. Everyone gasped in shock. At the same time, they began to calculate furiously in their minds. It was known that the red envelope accumulated 100 points, randomly distributed to 5 people in the group, excluding Yang Jian. Subtracting Zhang Chulin's 2 points, Tony's 21 points, Feng Yuan's 27 points, and Zhou Xingxing's 19 points, there were still 67 points left, which belonged to Zhu Xingtuan, who had yet to draw. Goodness, what kind of incredible luck is this? Wait, there seems to be another problem. That is the time limit. Within 24 hours, if not claimed, the remaining points will all return to the sender. Thinking of this, Tony, Zhang Chulan, and Zhou Xingxing suddenly had unusual glints in their eyes. Good. The evil Gardenia plan is activated. Zhou Xingxing pretended to be nonchalant and said, I hope Zhu Xingtuan can break through quickly, otherwise the red envelope will expire. Steel dog big household. Yes, yes, with so many points, it would be a pity if they couldn't get them later. Yang family's dog lover. If I miss the red envelope, can it be sent again? The naive Yang Jian clearly did not understand the malice of the Gardenia. Watching birds under the moon. No need for the exquisite lotus. How can the red envelope be resent? It can't be, oh, Yang Jian, you don't know? We have strict rules about red envelopes here. If you miss a red envelope, it can't be resent. If it's sent privately, it doesn't benefit the sender, because it means you're forcibly splitting your fortune with the other party, as they are inherently unrelated to this wealth. It's not good for either of you. Steel dog big household, that's right. It seems that not only is it a rule in my world, but Zhang Chulan, is it also a rule in your world? Leo Prince, is that so? Feng Yuan was a bit confused. He had never heard of such customs regarding red envelopes on Earth. Six Path Sage, of course, Feng Yuan, your time on Earth is still short. The customs of Earthlings are very profound, and you can't grasp them. Trust us, it's definitely right. Steel dog big household, exactly. We're all friends in the same chat group. How can we trick him? Watching birds under the moon. No need for the exquisite lotus. Exactly. Although I haven't been in this chat group for long, looking around, aren't all of you my beloved friends and brothers? How could we possibly lie about such things? Although Yang Jian felt something was off, he couldn't pinpoint it. Forget it, since the group leader, Big Brother Chulan, and Big Brother Tony have all said so. Let's do as they say. I just hope Uncle Zhou Xingxing can quickly claim the red envelope within the valid time. 24 hours later. System prompt. The red envelope has been sent for over 24 hours, and all remaining unclaimed points have returned to Yang family's dog lovers account. Zhou Xingxing, Zhang Chulan. Tony, yes. 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 The evil gardenia plan, success. Chapter 49, Tea, Coffee, or Milk? Time flies. The author uses this to describe how quickly time passes. Unknowingly, another 2.5 days have passed. During these 2.5 days, the chat group was extremely boring. Ever since Zhang Chulan shone brilliantly at the Otherworld Martial Arts Conference, he instantly became a household name in the Otherworld. Although many people still coveted the Qi body source flow, the vast majority had become wise. Whether through beauty tricks or spending lavishly, life was busy yet extravagant, and safety had increased significantly compared to before. Feng Yuan finally welcomed Siwen's return. Under Feng Yuan's humble inquiries, he successfully learned the technique of M78 Nebula's Unity and uploaded this technique to the chat group mall. However, when invited to join Mac by Siwen's human form, Feng Yuan firmly refused, as he shuddered at the thought of his training experiences in the film and television dramas. He didn't want to go through that harsh and nearly cruel training again, although he knew that strict training could make him stronger. Just thinking about the high-intensity physical training and harsh requirements made him shiver. In the end, after repeatedly assuring that once monsters appeared, he would immediately transform into Leo to provide support with just one call, he finally made the other star group back down. Yang Jian had nothing much to say, still on the road to find a master. Zhou Xingxing also had nothing much to say, still in the midst of enlightenment and breakthrough. Tony was immersed in his laboratory, continuing to upgrade his armor. During these days, occasionally someone would come online, but they would just chat a few words before diving back down again. This left Zhou Xingxing, as the group leader, feeling extremely bored. So, after creating a clone that could stay in this world for a long time to take care of his parents, Zhou Xingxing decided to accept the system's suggestion to check out the universe that the system had previously agreed upon with Noah. System, host, are you ready? Zhou Xingxing, ready. Let's go. A flash of light passed, and Zhou Xingxing vanished from his spot under the system's guidance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a brand new universe, vast and mysterious. Stars twinkled and nebulae flowed. This universe emitted a unique aura. A strong curiosity and desire for exploration surged within Zhou Xingxing. He slowly walked forward, feeling as if he was stepping on the void, yet also having a sense of solidity. The energy fluctuations around him made him feel the strength and depth of this universe. Zhou Xingxing, system, where is this? System, a parallel world similar to the Nexus film and television drama. Zhou Xingxing, oh, that's interesting. What's the main quest? System, eliminate Dark Zaki and prevent Dark Lucifer from resurrecting through Zaki's body. Completing the task rewards 20,000 points. Zhou Xingxing, all right. Let us go meet the villains of this world. This is a world filled with lies, and also a world where hope and despair coexist. Damn it, system. Where have you sent me? Zhou Xingxing touched the bump on his head and found that he had been sent to a forest by the system. Help! Monsters! Just as Zhou Xingxing had just arrived on Earth, he vaguely heard a cry for help from a distance. Stop! Don't come any closer. Just as Zhou Xingxing was about to investigate, a loud shout startled him. Turning around, he saw a man in a black leather jacket, looking exhausted, resembling a certain host known for killing roosters. Yazhun? You know me? Yazhun was also surprised that this unfamiliar man recognized him at first glance and accurately called his name. Although he didn't know how the other party knew him, there was no time to delve into these questions now. Never mind, it's dangerous here. You should leave and go down a mountain quickly, got it? After saying that, Yazhun didn't wait for Zhou Xingxing's reaction and turned to run in the direction of the cry for help. Interesting. Watching Yazhun's departing figure, Zhou Xingxing smiled, then quietly flew into the sky, intending to follow him and see what was going on. Found it. There was no need to search hard. Zhou Xingxing, with his extremely keen vision, quickly locked onto the source of the sound. Looking up, he saw several strange beasts engaged in a fierce battle with several members of the night raid team, dressed in blue and black combat uniforms. The strange beasts were worm-like in shape, covered in bubble-like protrusions, and had several tentacles, looking bizarre and ferocious. The members of the night raid team wielded advanced firearms, continuously pulling the trigger, with flames spitting out as bullets shot towards the strange beasts like shooting stars. The strange beasts twisted their bodies frantically, waving their tentacles to try to fend off the bullets. When the tentacles collided with the bullets, a crisp sound echoed, and sparks flew. They occasionally let out strange cries, as if to challenge their opponents. The battle quickly escalated, with both sides refusing to give in. The members of the night raid gradually gained the upper hand with their agile movements and precise shooting. Seeing that the situation was turning in favor of the night raid team, Yazhun decided not to watch any longer and prepared to leave the battlefield to find a place to rest. "Hey, are you all right?" Zhou Xingxing's sudden appearance startled Yazhun, but fortunately, he had strong mental fortitude and didn't shout out. However, his gaze clearly indicated, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you following me?" Zhou Xingxing smiled and pointed to a wound on Yazhun's body and said, "Sorry. I just saw that you seemed to be in bad shape, so I was worried and wanted to check on you. It's none of your business. What are you doing here?" Yazhun hadn't finished speaking when he noticed that the palm of Zhou Xingxing's hand began to emit a circle of white light. Zhou Xingxing placed his palm on Yazhun's wound, and the wound that was causing him sharp pain began to heal. "Don't be nervous. Just a little healing power," Zhou Xingxing said. "It's not only you who is fortunate to receive such a special opportunity. Am I right?" Nexus. After the members of the night raid left, Zhou Xingxing also teleported Yazhun to a hotel at the foot of the mountain. "All right, it's safe here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Xingxing from East Huaxia, and I'm here to help you on someone else's behalf." "Help me? You?" Yazhun was secretly on guard, not expecting that a random person he encountered in the forest would actually have a target on him. "Don't worry. I mean you no harm." As the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, Zhou Xingxing could sense the guard in Yazhun's heart. After getting a room key from the front desk, he said to Yazhun, "I know you have many questions, but it's okay. Let us find a room to rest first. I promise to tell you everything I know. How about that?" Yazhun hesitated for a moment, but curiosity ultimately won, and he decided to follow Zhou Xingxing. After closing the door, Zhou Xingxing waved his right hand, and a teacup appeared out of thin air in front of Yazhun. "Zhou Xingxing, tea, coffee, or milk?" Yazhun, "Just plain water will do." As soon as Yazhun finished speaking, the originally empty teacup gradually filled with water. Seeing the shock on Yazhun's face, Zhou Xingxing knew that he had nailed the impression. Chapter 50. Data sharing. How did you do that? Yazhun stared at the cup filled with plain water, completely astonished. Magic? Absolutely impossible. What kind of magic can make water appear in an empty cup? No need to be surprised, just a little technique. Zhou Xingxing smiled, his smile seemingly carrying a power that could penetrate the heart. Then he slowly said, "Now, let's talk about serious matters." Yazhun was slightly taken aback, then regained his composure, gently placing the cup down, producing a clear sound. "Okay." His voice was steady and powerful. Zhou Xingxing slightly raised his chin and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhou Xingxing from another Earth." Yazhun furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Another Earth? A parallel world?" Zhou Xingxing nodded seriously. "That's right. In that world, I know a bit about you. For example, your identity as a battlefield journalist before becoming Nexus, and I even know that your thinking has gone astray." Yazhun's gaze instantly sharpened, staring intently at Zhou Xingxing. What misunderstanding? Zhou Xingxing's expression softened, and he articulated each word. "Your power is not a punishment, but a bond, a protection." Yazhun fell into deep thought. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "A bond? Protection?" Zhou Xingxing nodded slightly and continued. "Yes. You have always thought this power is a punishment, causing you to be injured and exhausted in battle. But in fact, it is a mission meant to protect life, to safeguard peace. Every battle you fight is for the innocent people. You are their hope, the bond connecting them to the future. Then Yazhun regained his composure. Why are you so sure my thinking has gone astray? How do you know these things about me? Zhou Xingxing smiled slightly, his demeanor calm. Because in my world, your experiences have been repeatedly studied and discussed. Your struggles and confusions have been observed by many. Your power is so strong, yet you see it as a punishment. This itself is a misconception. When you are constantly injured in battle, but still persistently move forward. This contradictory behavior is enough to indicate that your thinking has gone astray. Zhou Xingxing paused and then said, as for why I know these things about you, it's because in my world, there are records and legends about various parallel worlds. Your story stands out. Your courage, your perseverance, your confusion have all become subjects for analysis and contemplation. I learned all about you through the studies of many of your fans. Yazhun listened quietly, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Yazhun, someone like me, deserves to become a legend? Zhou Xingxing gave a thumbs up. Brother, don't burden yourself with such a heavy moral weight. The past is the past. Now that I'm here, just focus on collecting heads and developing well. By the way, can I take a look at your Evolution Reliant, the transformation device? Yazhun was slightly taken aback, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. But seeing Zhou Xingxing's sincere and expectant gaze, he slowly reached into his pocket and took out the Evolution Reliant. It was a uniquely shaped device that emitted a mysterious glow. Zhou Xingxing's eyes instantly lit up as he carefully took the Evolution Reliant and examined it closely. As expected of a big shot's transformation device, Zhou Xingxing remarked, feeling the immense power contained within it just by holding it. Then, with a clap of his right hand, he quickly created an identical replica using wood release, matching it perfectly in size and color. What is this? A replica, Zhou Xingxing explained. I thought it could be used to trick the enemy at a critical moment. A hint of surprise flashed in Yazhun's eyes as he looked at the replica, gaining a new understanding of Zhou Xingxing's abilities. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Zhou Xingxing smiled slightly and returned the original to Yazhun. Just a small trick. Now, let's talk about the intel. I think it will be of great help for our upcoming actions. Yazhun nodded, his expression becoming serious. All right, I would also like to hear the intel you brought. The appearance of the otherworldly beasts was becoming increasingly frequent, and the dark giant posed a massive threat. Their power was formidable, and their intentions were unclear, necessitating vigilance. Zhou Xingxing cleared his throat and began to recount the information he had. The so-called otherworldly beasts were entities that came to Earth in the form of information conglomerates, materializing after attaching themselves to Earth's life forms. As a result, there were many types of otherworldly beasts, all possessing terrifying vitality and capable of evolving by absorbing their opponent's abilities and information. Otherworldly beasts did not belong to any ecological system. Their purpose was to prey on other life forms. The most disgusting part was that to completely kill an otherworldly beast, one had to eliminate it at the molecular level. Over a decade ago, the progenitor of otherworldly beasts, Theon, arrived on Earth in the form of a blue energy sphere, forcibly merging with a human named Yudo Takamitsu. During its escape, it absorbed a gecko, a rat, and a crow, transforming into enhanced, evolved, and winged forms in succession. It was ultimately defeated by Nexus Ultraman, the predecessor of Nexus, with an evolution race storm. However, because Nexus Ultraman had not yet mastered the metafield at that time, the fragmented cells of the progenitor of otherworldly beasts scattered across the Earth, combining with various plants and animals to give birth to countless otherworldly beasts. So remember, no matter what happens in the future, the first step in battle is to open the metafield. Otherwise, these otherworldly beasts will return before long. Subsequently, Zhou Xingxing took out a document that not only included information on the progenitor otherworldly beast, but also printed details on liquid otherworldly beast Pedrin, insect-type otherworldly beast Beige Basin, and demon-type otherworldly beast Galabus, among others. The document contained detailed records of their images, abilities, and even weaknesses. Yazhun listened carefully, occasionally asking questions. Zhou Xingxing patiently answered everything he knew, honestly admitting when he didn't know something. By the end of the night, Yazhun had gained a lot of knowledge. When he came back to his senses, he realized it was already 6 in the morning the next day. All right, I've shared all the information I needed to with you. Now, let's split up for our next actions. Yazhun asked, can you tell me your next plan? Zhou Xingxing replied, first, I'll help you find a group of teammates. A group of teammates? Yazhun was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression became subtle. The teammates he mentioned couldn't possibly be the night raid team, right? Chapter 51. Rico, wake up. I am the cosmic hero, Saffron. This is my white absolute clone. At critical moments, it can send messages to me over long distances. After bidding farewell to Yazhun, Zhou Xingxing shifted his focus to another person, Rico, the girlfriend of the Lone Door. Finding her wasn't difficult. Due to being possessed by the Dark Giant, Zhou Xingxing could quickly locate her presence within 100 miles by entering Sage Mode. Looking at Rico, who was sleeping like a corpse on the bed, Zhou Xingxing used the method of merging into one from the system shop to enter Rico's body. The first thing he did upon entering was to examine Rico's brain. Just as Zhou Xingxing had guessed, Rico's body and subconscious had already been occupied by the Dark Faust. This was also why Rico didn't know she was the Dark Giant. Looking at the Dark Giant's soul, which was also in a deep sleep, Zhou Xingxing thought for a moment and decided not to disturb it for now. Although the Dark Giant within Rico was severely injured and in a state of sleep, it would be the best opportunity to kill it. But what would happen after that? One must know that the Dark Giant inside Rico was still an unknown generation of puppet. To avoid alarming the snake, it was best to spare this little guy's life for now. Thus, without Rico's knowledge, 2 souls were inexplicably hidden within her. The Dark Giant Faust within Rico's subconscious had not yet received orders from its superiors and continued to lie in wait. But Zhou Xingxing wouldn't just sit idly by. The new version of the evil Gardenia plan had already taken shape in his mind. First, the first step of the evil Gardenia plan is to deceive guide Rico to become a killer of otherworldly beasts walking in darkness. Rico, wake up, I am the cosmic hero, Saffron. Rico, wake up, I am the cosmic hero, Saffron. Rico, wake up, I am the cosmic hero, Saffron. Who is calling me? As she opened her eyes, Rico found herself in a pure white space. She looked around, filled with confusion. This tranquil yet warm, pure white space had a clear water surface beneath her feet, reflecting her somewhat dazed figure like a giant mirror. Who's calling me? Rico's voice echoed in the empty space as she cautiously took a step, causing ripples on the water surface. Suddenly, Rico stopped in her tracks as a red figure slowly appeared before her. Who are you? Were you the one calling me just now? That's right. I am the cosmic hero, Saffron, a cosmic guardian from the distant M78 Nebula. Cosmic guardian? Indeed, to hunt down the extremely evil progenitor of the otherworldly beasts, Theon, I came to your world, Earth. After a fierce battle with it, I was severely injured and had no choice but to seek your help. Rico's eyes widened in shock. The progenitor of otherworldly beasts? What is that? How can I help? Saffron, Zhou Xingxing. Red figure slightly moved, the light flickering. The progenitor of otherworldly beasts, Theon, is an extremely powerful and evil existence that possesses the power to destroy all life in the universe. During my pursuit of it, I discovered it has set its sights on Earth. And you, Rico, are 1 in a million among Earthlings with special mental powers, which could be the key to fighting against the progenitor of otherworldly beasts. But there has never been any report about the progenitor of otherworldly beasts, Theon, on Earth. Saffron, Zhou Xingxing, replied, because they feed on despair, the higher-ups on your Earth have decided to hide the truth. They? Aren't there just one? Saffron, Zhou Xingxing, said apologetically. I'm sorry, the progenitor of otherworldly beasts, Theon, possesses a rather troublesome ability called super reproduction. A single drop of its blood can contaminate all life in a river and turn them into terrifying otherworldly beasts. Rico was filled with confusion and unease. I'm sorry. Even though you said that, I still understand that I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly have the kind of special mental power you speak of? Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, patiently explained, everyone has their own potential power, but most people just haven't discovered it. Your heart is pure and steadfast. After I merge with you, this power within you will gradually awaken. I need your help to fight against the ancestor of the otherworldly beasts and protect the Earth. Like sunlight breaking through the night, dawn quietly grazes the horizon. Rico, Where's that voice coming from? Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing don't mind that little BGM detail. Tell me, are you willing to take on the responsibility of protecting the Earth and fight alongside me? Rico, I'm sorry, I refuse. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, I knew you were someone with awareness. Wait, what did you say? Rico, I'm sorry, I refuse. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing showed a surprised expression, his red figure swaying slightly. Why? You need to understand that the Earth is facing a huge crisis. If the ancestor of the otherworldly beast succeeds, it will bring catastrophic disaster. Rico lowered her head slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, but soon it became resolute. I admit that the Earth is in crisis, and I admire your courage and responsibility. But I'm just an ordinary person. I have my own life, and I don't want to be caught up in such dangerous battles. I don't have the strength and courage to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting the Earth. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, I understand your concerns, but you must realize that if you don't step up, the Earth will have no future. Your power is not just for others. It is also for yourself and the ones you love. Moreover, you are not fighting alone. I will always be by your side, facing difficulties with you. Rico still shook her head. I'm sorry, I still can't agree to that. I don't want to take risks. I just want to live a peaceful life. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, sighed lightly, his red figure gradually dimming. All right, since you are so determined, I cannot force you. But I hope you can think about it again, because the fate of the Earth is in the hands of each and every one of us. After saying this, Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing's figure slowly disappeared, leaving Rico alone in this pure white space, lost in thought. Damn, I miscalculated. Zhou Xingxing felt regretful in his heart. He had thought that with his eloquence and the conveyance of his sense of mission, he could easily persuade Rico to join the team to protect the Earth. However, Rico's rejection caught him off guard. He didn't expect that the evil Gardenia plan would face difficulties right from the first step. He recalled his conversation with Rico, trying to find a breakthrough. Rico's desire for a peaceful life was the main reason for her refusal. So could he take advantage of this aspect? With this thought, a brilliant idea appeared in his mind again. Wow, Zhou Xingxing admired his own brain once more. How could he have such a genius idea? Chapter 52. Zaki's memory 2 days later. Watching Rico, who had finished her exquisite makeup and was ready to go out, Zhou Xingxing knew the opportunity had come. Great. The evil Gardenia plan, activate. Rico, what did you say? Guilliman has the aura of otherworldly beasts? I don't believe it. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, calm down. I only said that Guilliman has the aura of otherworldly beasts. I didn't say he is one. But I can assure you, he is indeed very dangerous, because even if he hasn't been infected, he must have come into contact with otherworldly beasts. And it was a high-frequency contact. Rico felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could this happen? Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Just now, when you were in contact with Guilliman, I placed a little of my aura on him as a locator. Once this aura encounters an otherworldly beast, it will immediately alert me. At that time, we can quietly go to the scene and see what is going on. Rico hesitated for a moment. Although she was very scared, thinking of the man she loved dearly possibly being in danger, she ultimately decided to agree. At night, Zhou Xingxing suddenly felt a stirring in his mind, then took Rico's soul to a rugged mountain road. Rico, Mr. Shafulin, where is this? Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, I'm not sure. But look over there. As Zhou Xingxing pointed, Rico actually saw her beloved Guilliman. However, at this moment, the uniform Guilliman was wearing caught her attention. Rico, why is Guilliman appearing there? Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, if nothing goes wrong, your boyfriend Guilliman should have joined some mysterious organization on Earth that fights against otherworldly beasts. Rico, is that why Guilliman wouldn't explain his work to me? It turned out that the Guilliman who smiled so brightly and warmly during the day was secretly doing such a dangerous job at night in an unknown place. Thinking of this, Rico felt a pang in her heart. In the distance, an old rural bus slowly drove along the rugged road, its body swaying slightly, as if carrying countless stories and expectations. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the mottled leaves onto the bus, casting a warm halo. The people inside the bus were in high spirits, chatting and laughing. The faces of the passengers were filled with ease and joy as they shared interesting stories from their lives or talked about the destination they were about to reach. The air was filled with a faint rural aroma and the sounds of laughter. In the midst of clinking glasses, a plainly dressed man stood up, his steps a bit unsteady and his eyes slightly glazed. He staggered toward the front door, mumbling, "Hey, Mitsu, why don't you come have a drink too?" The driver, Mitsu, turned his head upon hearing, shot him a glance, his expression full of seriousness and reproach. "No drinking and driving. You better sit back down and stop causing trouble." The man was persuaded back by the driver's words, grumbling unhappily, "Tisich, what a spoil sport." Suddenly, a strange cry pierced everyone's eardrums. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if it were a summons from hell. The people inside the bus instantly fell silent, fear spreading in everyone's hearts. "What is that?" "Ah, Mitsu, stop the bus, stop the bus." Someone shouted in panic. "I can't stop. The brakes have failed." Mitsu's face instantly turned pale, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, a massive, otherworldly beast flew in from the air, its body resembling a small mountain, its strange eyes flickering with an eerie light under the headlights. The otherworldly beast opened its enormous mouth, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and spewed a thick stream of sulfuric acid toward the windshield. The acid poured down like a black waterfall, carrying a pungent smell and a chilling corrosive power. The moment the sulfuric acid made contact with the windshield, it emitted a terrifying, sizzling sound, and the glass was rapidly corroded, forming countless tiny cracks. Then, in the terrified gazes of everyone, the glass shattered like fragile paper. The sulfuric acid continued to spread into the bus. Where it passed, the metal emitted painful groans, rapidly corroding horrific pits. The people inside the bus were scared and panicking, screams and cries interweaving as if the apocalypse had arrived. A tourist hadn't had time to open the door when a monster shattered the bus's windshield. Its sharp claws struck the glass like blades, easily shattering it. "Ah, help, help!" People ran in terror, but found nowhere to escape. The otherworldly beast extended its long tentacles like the ropes of a demon, wrapping around two people, ready to shove them into its mouth. Those two people struggled desperately, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The other passengers inside the bus watched this scene in despair and terror, not knowing if they would be the next to be caught by the monster. Bang! At this critical moment, lasers shot in from afar, as Kamen Ichihoi and others successfully rescued the two individuals who were wrapped up just in time. Although the two had temporarily escaped the jaws of the alien beasts, the crisis would persist as long as the alien beasts remained. What should I do? Seeing this, Riko was shocked and filled with worry, and then thought of the alien superhero she had with her. Just relax, let your consciousness go. Riko just needed to relax her consciousness, while Zhou Xingxing had much more to consider. Should he use the stone monkey? Or Leo? Or should he really mold the image of that esteemed one? Forget it, since he was already in disguise. It should be as realistic as possible. After making up his mind, Zhou Xingxing immediately adjusted the appearance of the stone monkey within him, and the next second, the esteemed figure in red with many small stars on its chest appeared. However, it was only 5 meters tall. Huh? What the heck? Wait. This is not right. This is not right. Zhou Xingxing was dumbfounded. No, he thought, I'm not Zero. Riko, are you rejecting me? A moment of silence passed. Zhou Xingxing began to understand Zero's frustrations. Is this the downside of being one mind and body? Clearly, he was only using his own chakra, yet he was still affected by the other party. How ridiculous! No, from now on, I must forcefully control the human form. As the mini version of Lord Shafulin made a comical appearance, the strategist Kirisawa Yu and Ishibori Mitsuhiko, who were watching the battle within the Night Raid team, were stunned. May I ask, where did this giant come from? This energy feels very unfamiliar. It's a brand new version they had never sensed before. No, something's wrong. Ishibori Mitsuhiko squinted, sensing that this giant figure looked very familiar. It resembled the indigenous people of a planet he had invaded in another universe. It was similarly dominated by red and silver, although there were also blue giants, but the blue giants were all weaklings with no strength to bind a chicken. Yes, it came to him. M78 Nebula, the planet that he almost wiped out himself. If it hadn't been for the sudden appearance of a damn old man, that planet would have already turned into a dead star. That universe would have long been under his control. How else could he have escaped to this universe and endured humiliation for decades? Damn Ultraman King. Interesting. The corners of Ishibori Mitsuhiko's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. You all should die. On another note, the esteemed one seemed shocked by his own transformation, looking left and right, up and down, as if in disbelief. This girl really... Oh, stop looking, I'm about to eat. Zhou Xingxing helplessly facepalmed. Why does every Ultraman warrior check themselves out the first time they transform? Is this an unwritten rule? As the alien beast was about to send the person it had ensnared into its mouth, the giant Shafulan, controlled by Rico, finally moved. Its massive body resembled a moving mountain, filled with a sense of power. The giant raised both hands, steady and strong, and delivered 2 punches to the monster's head. Bang! Bang! The heavy impact sounded like thunder, echoing in the air. The alien beast trembled violently from the sudden attack, its teeth shattered by Rico and fell to the ground. Those teeth instantly transformed into corrosive sulfuric acid upon hitting the ground, hissing and emitting a pungent odor. The ground was eroded into black pits by the acid, making one shudder. Meanwhile, the giant Shafulan stood firm, its gaze resolute, as if declaring its strength and inviolability to the alien beasts. Great, we're saved. The rescued person immediately ran back to the bus following Rico's. Looking at the alien beasts blocking the road, Rico, fighting for the first time, felt completely at a loss. What should I do next? Zhou Xingxing. Let's find a way to get everyone out first. With his own strength, he could easily crush these small alien beasts, but unfortunately, Rico doubted herself and was filled with fear towards the alien beasts, realizing she couldn't fully unleash her power. However, it wasn't a big deal. If it really came down to it, he could step in and handle them himself, even if it meant slightly altering the plan. After all, he didn't have the limitation of only being able to fight on Earth for 3 minutes like Ultraman. After all, there were still lives in the bus. He could distinguish between priorities. Just as Rico was about to rush towards the bus, a beam that was originally aimed at the alien beast suddenly shot towards her. Rico was caught off guard by this sudden change, her eyes filled with shock. The beam, like a flash of lightning, sliced through the air, approaching at an astonishing speed. Rico's brain raced, trying to react, but time seemed to freeze at that moment. Her body instinctively wanted to dodge, but the beam came too quickly, and her inexperience left her no time for further action. Boom! The pain in her chest snapped Rico back to reality as feelings of grievance, confusion, and anger flooded her mind. Calm man, why? I just wanted to help. Lost in pain, Rico didn't notice the shock and anger in Conman's eyes within the battle vehicle. What are you doing? Conman angrily questioned a teammate beside him, but Seijo Nagi coldly replied, Of course, it's to eliminate the alien beasts and the dark giant. Conman retorted loudly, How do you see it as a dark giant? It clearly saved those people in the vehicle. Seijo Nagi was equally unyielding. How do you know it isn't fighting the alien beasts for food? Conman you. Just then, a command from the headquarters commander Kurosawa. You came through the vehicle. Night raid team. Receive orders. Attack the alien beasts and the unknown giant. What? As the leader, Wakura Eiko also didn't expect headquarters to issue such an order. Are we attacking the giant, too? Kurosawa you yes. Zhou Xingxing wanted to take over Rico's consciousness to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, Rico's mind was already in chaos. Facing Zhou Xingxing's suggestion, Rico did not oppose but instead, disheartened, let go of her consciousness, allowing Zhou Xingxing to operate on his own. Rico watched closely. Zhou Xingxing's voice was firm and powerful, as if it could penetrate everything. His right hand slightly raised, a mysterious power began to gather in his palm. A black orb of seeking slowly emerged, containing unfathomable energy like a black hole. Then, Zhou Xingxing's gaze sharpened as he transformed the orb into an indestructible barrier. The barrier enveloped the bus instantly, radiating a soft glow that provided an immense sense of security. With the protection of this barrier, the people inside the bus no longer panicked. They seemed to see the dawn of hope. Without worries, Zhou Xingxing's figure flashed like lightning. He swiftly maneuvered and approached the nearest alien beast. The alien beast sensed Zhou Xingxing's approach and let out an angry roar, swinging its tentacles at him. However, Zhou Xingxing showed no fear. His eyes were filled with calmness and decisiveness. Just as the tentacles were about to touch him, he flashed aside, cleverly avoiding the attack. Then, Zhou Xingxing executed a technique called Gray Bone of Mutual Kill. A sharp bone spike instantly formed in his hand, emanating an aura of death. Without hesitation, Zhou Xingxing thrust the bone spike towards the alien beast's head. The bone spur pierced through the hard skull of the alien beast like a sharp blade. The alien beast let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The most terrifying part was that after falling, the alien beast's body simply turned to dust and dispersed into the air. One down, two to go. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing turned his back and, using the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared behind the two alien beasts. Kill them all, as the sharp bones pierced into their bodies. The two alien beasts unexpectedly followed in their predecessor's footsteps. Chapter 53. AI Gong truly does not deceive me. Once Zhou Xingxing dealt with all the alien beasts on sight, he turned his attention back to the bus he had protected with the Dao-seeking jade. Attack! With a command from the Night Raid team leader and Song Fu, all the combat members around, except for Gyuman, launched their firepower at the giant that had appeared for the first time. But this time, Zhou Xingxing did not indulge them. The one with a good temper is Junge. What does it have to do with me, the Six Paths Immortal? The Dao-seeking jade beside him transformed into a shield with a thought, easily blocking all the attacks that came raining down like raindrops. The attack struck the shield formed by the Dao-seeking jade, creating brilliant energy sparks, but did not cause Zhou Xingxing any harm. Seeing this, the members of the Night Raid team couldn't help but show astonished expressions. They never expected their fierce attacks would be so easily neutralized. Continue the attack. Don't stop. Song Fu shouted loudly, his voice filled with urgency and unwillingness. The team members quickly adjusted their stance and launched an even fiercer offensive. Zhou Xingxing disdainfully thought, with this little skill, you dare to show off in front of me? The Dao-seeking jade that was originally a shield instantly dispersed, transforming into black arrows that shot towards the members of the Night Raid team with lightning speed. The Night Raid team members hurriedly dodged, but the arrows made from the Dao-seeking jade seemed to have tracking abilities, relentlessly pursuing them. Just as the arrows hit their targets, they transformed into tough ropes that bound them tightly. In an instant, the scene fell into extreme chaos, with screams and gunfire intertwining, creating a cacophony. In less than a minute, all the members of the Night Raid team were securely tied up by the ropes. Wait, what are you going to do? At that moment, Rico inside Zhou Xingxing finally came to her senses from her sadness, and upon seeing the scene before her, she quickly asked, "Don't worry, I don't intend to harm them." Knowing what Rico was worried about, Zhou Xingxing gently reassured her. They just attacked us indiscriminately. It was too reckless. If we were truly evil people, their actions just now will be playing with fire. Therefore, we must give them a good lesson. It's for their own good. After saying this, Zhou Xingxing flicked his finger, and the ropes binding the Night Raid team members tightened slightly, causing them to gasp in fear, their faces filled with terror and anger. Oh! Noticing the look in Nagi Nishijo's eyes that seemed like she wanted to devour him alive, Zhou Xingxing was momentarily taken aback. "Young lady, who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru?" Zhou Xingxing then stepped towards Nagi Nishijo. The oppressive feeling of being 5 meters tall made all the members of the Night Raid team feel an indescribable pressure, as if an invisible mountain weighed down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Nagi Nishijo, however, stubbornly glared at Zhou Xingxing, showing no signs of backing down, even though her body trembled slightly from the intense pressure. "Damn alien beast!" Nagi Nishijo gritted her teeth and shouted, forcing herself to stay calm. "Zhou Xingxing, sigh. Who on earth brought this fool here?" Zhou Xingxing couldn't be bothered to waste words with her and directly grabbed Nagi Nishijo like a chick. "Stop! Nagi, Vice Captain!" The members of the Night Raid team, thinking Nagi Nishijo was about to face a calamity, cried out in alarm, while Gyuman knelt on the ground with a face full of regret, mentally blaming himself for not listening to the vice captain before. However, before their emotions could fully brew, the next second, Zhou Xingxing pressed Nagi Nishijo down onto his knee, and then, under the gazes filled with hatred from everyone, he raised his right hand high and then swung it down forcefully. Smack! This crisp sound instantly plunged the scene into a dead silence. Everyone's brain seemed to crash at that sudden moment, echoing only one unbelievable thought. The vice captain got her but slapped? Nagi Nishijo herself was completely stunned. She had thought of 1,000 possible ways she could die, but none of them included this kind of social death. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such humiliation, and in an instant, her face turned bright red. Her eyes filled with both anger and shame. She wanted to struggle to get up, but was firmly pressed down by Zhou Xingxing, unable to move. "You bastard! How dare you treat me like this?" Nagi Nishijo yelled, her voice trembling with anger and grievance. Zhou Xingxing, however, was overjoyed inside. "Oh, this is the expression. This is the expression. I never expected that one day I would actually see the arrogant and willful Nagi Nishijo show such an expression. It's simply wonderful." At the headquarters, in front of the display screen, watching Zhou Xingxing's righteous beating, not only did Kirizuo feel pain his own, but even Ishibori Mitsuhiko felt a twinge of discomfort. Can you believe that at this moment, as a dark giant, he actually empathized with an ant, human? But soon, his heart was excited again. Good. I didn't he expect the land of light to be such a group of scheming individuals. And now they finally showed their true colors. I didn't he expect to be deceived by those hypocritical guys for so many years. The people of the land of light. Good. Our reputation is ruined by this person. Zhou Xingxing. What Shafulan did has nothing to do with me. Zhou Xingxing. Thus, Zhou Xingxing continued his righteous education. Zhou Xingxing. Smack. Nagi Nishijo. Rico inside. So satisfying. The members of the night raid team lower their heads, their faces flushed, not knowing whether it was from anger or from suppressing laughter. No, it must be from suppressing laughter. Don't say anything detrimental to unity. When Zhou Xingxing felt it was enough, he casually threw Nagi Nishijo onto the ground. At this moment, Nagi Nishijo was like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, lying on the ground with her face buried in the grass, not moving at all. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? No. Song Yingfu didn't he expect that after Zhou Xingxing finished with Nagi Nishijo, he wouldn't he be satisfied and would turn his target towards himself. Song Yingfu. Wait. Zhou Xingxing. Smack. Song Yingfu. Wait a moment. Zhou Xingxing. Smack. Song Yingfu. Let us talk this over. Zhou Xingxing. Smack. Watching the expressions of the night raid team members transform from anger to fear, Zhou Xingxing revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, dignity only exists on the edge of a sword, and truth only lies within the range of a cannon. AI Gong truly does not deceive me. Another day of reminiscing about AI Gong. Look at now, the expressions of these people are clearly much clearer. They have the flavor of fresh university graduates. Chapter 54. Faust in the Dark. Hey, where did that red giant go? The members of the night raid team looked around in confusion, shocked to find that just moments ago, Zhou Xingxing, who had been enthusiastically teaching them a lesson, had vanished without a trace. After calculating, there were a total of 5 members of the night raid team present this time, and 4 of them got beaten up. Wait, something seems off. Everyone turned their gaze to the only survivor at the scene, Kudo Ichihiro. Why didn't you get beaten up? How come? Is this TM reasonable? They want to report to headquarters. They need to report to headquarters. It's not that people worry about the few, but about the unequal treatment. Why did all of our butts get kicked, but yours didn't? Kudo Ichihiro also had a look of having survived a disaster. His lips trembled slightly, as if he had something to say, but after hesitating for a long time, he ultimately did not voice his doubts. Although it seems a bit absurd. Could it be because he is on the side of the red giant in his heart, which is why he was the only one who managed to escape from the grasp? In another part of the woods, the spherical light form of Zhou Xingxing faced off against the consciousness of Lizzie, both staring at each other with wide eyes, the atmosphere slightly tense. Zhou Xingxing spoke first, with a hint of complaint in his tone. Why are you stopping me? Lizzie frowned and retorted. You're saying that, but if I hadn't stopped you, would you have gone after Kudo? Zhou Xingxing raised his eyebrows and replied, as if it were obvious. Why not? Lizzie's gaze became firm. I want to let you lay a hand on Kudo. Zhou Xingxing frowned, trying to persuade her. Their essay saying on Earth. It's not about the few, but about the unequal treatment. This time, All the other team members got beaten up, and only your boyfriend didn't tee. Think about how his teammates will feel. How will they view him? Do you think he can still have a good time in the team after this? But Lizzie remained unmoved, arms crossed, her tone resolute. I don't care about that. I absolutely want to allow you to lay a hand on Kudo. At worst, I'll persuade Kudo to leave that night raid team. Zhou Xingxing was instantly speechless, secretly cursing. This is it. I've encountered a love-struck brain. Forget it. Since we've already left that place, let them be. Zhou Xingxing waved his hand helplessly. Let us not talk about this anymore. I believe the lesson just now is enough to wake those people up, and they think twice before attacking us next time. Lizzie smiled brightly. But your actions just now really made me feel much better. Zhou Xingxing rolled his eyes. Laugh. Just wait until I find a new host. I'll knock you off your feet. Then I'll get your boyfriend as a host and transform into Noah to fight you. Evil Gardenia grinning crookedly JPG. On the other side, Yazhun took out the evolution trust from his leather jacket, his expression slightly twitching. Seeing the evolution trust calm down again, Yazhun was still confused. The fluctuation of the alien beast has disappeared. Did he cause it? Sitting in the observation hub, Advisor Kira had been monitoring the energy fluctuations, then spoke to a nearby staff member. Was the energy fluctuation of that red giant recorded? The staff member nodded. Sigh. Advisor Kira sighed. This experience will surely leave a significant psychological shadow on the night raid members. I hope it won't affect future combat operations. With the danger lifted, Zhou Xingxing brought Lizzie's consciousness back. Lizzie clearly had many questions she wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Zhou Xingxing. He would reveal this world to Lizzie, but it couldn't be rushed. After the consciousness returned, Zhou Xingxing thought carefully and realized there was nothing noteworthy for the time being. After locking Lizzie's consciousness with a different divine being, the first step of Zhou Xingxing's evil Gardenia plan was also successfully completed. Before long, another consciousness within Lizzie, Faust, finally awakened. What's going on? It instinctively felt something was off with Lizzie, but couldn't pinpoint it. All along, it had been hiding in Lizzie's dark side, and she was unaware of its existence. Today it went to monitor its nemesis, and when it returned, it also modified Lizzie's memory as usual. However, upon waking up, it found that Lizzie's inner world was no longer as dark as before. What's going on? Forget it. It must be like before, going out to date that little light Kudo, which made her mood good and affected her inner world. But it didn't matter. Let us modify the memory again. Black energy smoke enveloped Lizzie's entire body, creating a false memory for her. However, Faust didn't know that with every modification, the different divine being Zhou Xingxing had planted in Lizzie's consciousness would continuously format it. Faust, I modify. Zhou Xingxing, I format. Faust, I modify again. Zhou Xingxing, I format again. In the end, after a long day of work, Faust finally completed the weaving of the false memory. Satisfied as it burrowed back into Lizzie's body, falling silent again, waiting for the next instruction. Zhou Xingxing, hidden deep within, also sighed in relief. A mere half-dead Faust was certainly not something he feared, but he was still cautious about the true danger behind it, such as K or Moku, Zaki, and the almost appearing Lucifer. It's better to be cautious, you all agree, right? Lord Noah, Lord Ultraman King, Lord Ray Judo, and Lord Old Man Jia. Since coming to this world, Zhou Xingxing has never forgotten to regularly pay respects to them. Just as Zhou Xingxing's mind was in a chaotic swirl, Lizzie, who was in a sleeping state, suddenly frowned, letting out a faint gasp that hinted at pain. Was it a nightmare fabricated by Faust? Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing immediately shot out a beam of light, which quickly enveloped Lizzie. Ever since Lizzie's family tragically perished, and she herself was turned into a beautiful doll, she had never had a good dream again. Although Zhou Xingxing could do her a favor and help revive her family, all of that could only be considered after completely eliminating Zaki. What he could do for now was to try to bring more hope to those still in the world. At this moment, the sleeping Lizzie fell into another nightmare. It was as if she returned to that day when her family was ruthlessly slaughtered, her face filled with pain. Murmuring, "Why? Why treat me this way?" Zhou Xingxing vaguely heard Faust's suppressed, sinister laughter and words. "Because you are my best vessel. If you want to blame someone, Blame your boyfriend, Kudo Ichihiro. Kudo? What is wrong with Kudo? Lizzie subconsciously asked in fright in her nightmare. What are you going to do to Kudo? After being transformed into a doll, Lizzie still retained a part of her consciousness, and this part was used to constantly torment her. This also made Zhou Xingxing, who shared a deep connection with Lizzie, feel an overwhelming sense of oppression and despair. You are the doll. You are my most perfect vessel. That seductive and corrupting voice filled this inner world recklessly. No, this is not me. The last trace of Lizzie's consciousness was still desperately resisting Faust. Damn it. Do you really think I'm an easy target? Zhou Xingxing couldn't help but frown, secretly determined that he could not let Lizzie continue to sink in this nightmare. Wake up, Lizzie! Wake up, Lizzie! Zhou Xingxing shouted loudly. I am the cosmic Superman Shafulin. Chapter 55. I kill in dreams. Wake up, Lizzie! Wake up, Lizzie! Zhou Xingxing shouted loudly. I am the cosmic Superman Shafulin. With these calls, Lizzie's inner world began to shake violently. I am Lizzie. Lizzie's consciousness seemed to gradually awaken from the chaos. Don't sink, Lizzie. You are you, not anyone's vessel, and certainly not some doll. There are many people in this world who care about you. Zhou Xingxing encouraged loudly. Think of your family. The ones who killed them and tempted you are all in cahoots. Family? People who care about me? Lizzie's inner world suddenly froze. And then the scenes from that nightmare began to change wildly. Boom! In a grayish scene, a car came to a screeching halt, the tires screeching against the ground, sounding particularly piercing in the dead silence. The scene remained monotonous, as if drained of color, presenting a suffocating black and white tone. A grotesque, massive alien beast suddenly appeared in front of Lizzie's family's car like a nightmare, its coldly gleaming claws and gaping maw resembling a grim reaper from hell. Lizzie's father, frantic, opened the car door and pushed Lizzie, who was trapped in her inner world, out. At this moment, the surroundings were already engulfed in a raging sea of fire, the flames licking everything like the tongue of a demon, with waves of heat and an atmosphere filled with death and despair. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Lizzie's father turned to rush back into the car to save his other child. However, the alien beast raised its massive claw high and struck down with tremendous force. No, the most painful thing in this world is to experience despair that has already been endured, only to repeat it again and again, like being trapped in an endless cycle of hell. Lizzie witnessed this tragic scene once more, tears streaming down her face like a flood breaking through a dam, filled with endless sadness and pain, a cry against the injustice of fate. At that moment, it was as if a miraculous power awakened within Lizzie's inner world, light bursting forth like a blazing sun, dispelling some of the darkness. Wash socks. Shafulin. I said the sound of my entrance is washing socks. So is washing socks. Why are you trying to compete with me, a pirated Ultraman? In the next second, an enormous ultimate combat device appeared, blocking the alien beast's coldly gleaming claws. To maintain his disguise, Zhou Xingxing transformed the golden hoop into the appearance of the ultimate combat device. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp and deafening sound of impact, the alien beast's claw scratched fiercely against the ultimate combat device, instantly sparking a shower of brilliant and dazzling sparks, like fireworks suddenly blooming in the darkness of the black and white inner world. Roar! The alien beast in the inner world let out a painful roar, its once indestructible claw broken by the powerful reaction force, the severed claw flying far away and falling into the sea of fire, instantly consumed by the flames. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, reached out and grabbed the alien beast. At this moment, the alien beast was held in the palm of the much larger Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing. Like a chick, you're the cosmic superhero, Shafulin. Lizzie stared at the red giant in front of her, a bit dazed, thinking how great it would be if he had been there that night. Suddenly, a person in a night raid team combat suit stepped out behind her. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, used the hand holding the alien beast as a throwing weapon and hurled it at the person behind Lizzie. That person clearly did not expect Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, to do this, caught off guard. Boom! The Gonglu Zhun in Lizzie's inner world was also brushed aside by Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, like a wild monster. However, just as one wave subsided, another rose. as a dark Faust slowly emerged from Lizzie's body. With each step it took, its form gradually grew larger, and the evil aura became more intense, as if it were about to shroud the entire inner world in darkness. But Zhou Xingxing, was not one to play by the rules. As the opponent had not yet fully grown and was still in a relatively weak state, he suddenly kicked and struck the dark Faust's face. Faust could no longer smile. I curse your mother. Are you sick? Shouldn't sneak attacks be something only we villains can do? When did the giant of light start playing dirty? Zhou Xingxing, laughing to death. What does the righteous giant of light have to do with me? Cosmic superhero Zhou. Just asking you, what does it have to do with it? Faust covered its face and slowly retreated. It had not fully grown and felt a bit weak in front of this big guy. As a professional old six, Zhou Xingxing naturally took advantage of the situation to strike. He started with the 6 paths of Ultimate Golden Monkey. Zhou wielded the combat device, hitting Faust hard. Faust, no? Who exactly is the villain? The attack was effective, and Zhou Xingxing, used a teleportation technique to appear in front of Faust. Faust instinctively raised its hand to block. But who is Zhou Xingxing? He is a righteous messenger with a flexible combat moral bottom line. He likes to use moves that deal low damage but are highly insulting. Suddenly, a heavy stick slammed down on Faust's toes. The giants of light. Our reputation is destroyed in this guy's hands. Faust was enveloped in black mist, which swirled wildly, as if a mysterious and unknown switch had been activated. The black mist surged like waves, exuding a chilling aura, making the atmosphere increasingly oppressive and dangerous. Seeing that the opponent was getting serious, Zhou Xingxing did not hold back. Ultimate combat device, Mind Strike. The entire inner world was illuminated, and with a stick that fell over 1,000 meters, Faust in the memory world collapsed to the ground. Not to mention, the power of the mind is quite good. Not only does it save energy, but it also deals height damage. No wonder so many Ultramen like to become one with humans after coming to Earth. As long as both sides trust each other, it can really reach a level where 11 is greater than 2. With the demise of Faust, the dark and gloomy memory world began to shatter gradually, like countless cracks appearing on mirrors, then dissolving into specks of light in the air. However, Lizzie's face was still full of discomfort. For her, although the endless despair caused her immense pain, in those painful memories, she could still see her family again, which was her only solace. And now, even though she had escaped from the abyss of pain, it also meant that she could no longer see her long-for family. And this pain of loss pierced her heart like a sharp blade. The most critical point was that the fact that she was enslaved had not changed. What Zhou Xingxing vanquished was only Lizzie's nightmare, not Faust itself. However, at this moment in Lizzie's heart, the situation had undergone a tremendous change. Faust was no longer that unreachable, invincible, terrifying enemy to her. Zhou Xingxing's actions were like lighting a lamp in her dark world, at least. He had planted a precious spark in Lizzie's soul, a spark representing the uprising against oppression. If Lizzie could rely on her unyielding will to successfully overcome Faust's mental control over her and suppress the remnants of Faust's evil will in her consciousness, then all the powers Faust possessed would be at Lizzie's disposal, and with Zhou Xingxing's assistance, these dark powers could potentially be transformed into light powers, becoming a powerful aid against darkness. Meanwhile, Faust was still blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the fact that it had already experienced a death in Lizzie's spiritual world without ever showing its face, like a prey completely unaware of danger, still sleeping soundly in a dark corner. Chapter 56. Thank you, Lord Zhou. You say my current family is all woven from false memories? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Riko's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, her lips trembling slightly as she instinctively took a few steps back, as if trying to escape this horrifying statement. If you don't believe it, you could try calling your parents, Zhou Xingxing said calmly, though a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Riko's hand shook as she took out her phone and dialed the familiar number, but as expected, the call did not go through. She stood there dazed, her phone slipping from her hand, her gaze becoming hollow and vacant, like a puppet that had lost its soul, forced to accept this absurd reality. Zhou Xingxing sighed at Rico's forlorn state. Adhering to the principle of not spoiling the story for those in the know, he slowly began to narrate her predetermined fate. Throughout the narration, Zhou Xingxing observed Rico's expressions, filled with worry and helplessness. Upon learning of her destined fate, Rico's shoulders slumped, and she appeared even more dispirited. Her emotions sinking further, she lowered her head and murmured, "But to be able to help Xingtuan in the last moment is really a stroke of luck amidst misfortune." With that, she forced a bitter smile, the image of Xing flashing in her mind, her eyes softening. Zhou Xingxing was speechless, the corners of his mouth twitching, secretly cursing. "I really can't stand you two, always wrapped up in these love-struck matters. My stomach is about to burst from it." Rico's brow furrowed slightly. Her eyes filled with regret. Her lips parted as she slowly said, "If only you could have come earlier. Then Xing and I might have had a beautiful future. We might have had one or several children, forming a warm family." Her gaze became somewhat dreamy, as if she could already see that dreamlike, beautiful scene. A faint smile unconsciously appearing on her lips, yet that smile concealed endless bitterness. At this moment, Rico was pouring out her heart to Zhou Xingxing in the realm of consciousness, each word heavy with the regrets in her heart. She knew that all of this was just a fantasy, but she couldn't help but describe it. However, she didn't have too many demands for it. She was very clear about her current situation. Right now, she was just a puppet temporarily possessing Rico's emotions. Her gaze dimmed for a moment, then returned to calm, as if she had accepted this cruel fate. She did not stop her hand gripping the pen, smoothly sketching the image of her family in her mind on paper. Her eyes were focused and gentle as she watched the picture gradually take shape. In the picture, her parents sat upright in chairs, their faces beaming with kind smiles, holding a beautifully crafted child, gently teasing it. Rico and Xing were tightly cuddled together, their eyes only on each other, as if the entire world had been reduced to their sweetness. Their child was beside them, hands playing at its eyes and mouth, making a quirky face, adding a touch of liveliness to this warm scene. In the image, everyone wore expressions of happiness, a happiness that seemed to overflow from the picture. Behind them, there was a bright lamp. The light was soft and warm, illuminating the whole scene. In her mind, this was the form Zhou Xingxing took when he transformed. To her, he was like a superhero in a comic, bravely fighting against darkness. Much like this lamp, though not eye-catching, was crucial, bringing them hope and strength. Rico lifted her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Xingtuan." Her voice was soft, but carried a unique tenderness, like a gentle spring breeze. Zhou Xingxing looked at Rico, secretly thinking, perhaps this was the meaning of being bound to the system, to traverse different worlds and try to compensate for and save the regrets visible around him. At that moment, a white absolute suddenly emerged from the corner of the wall. Upon receiving the signal, Zhou Xingxing immediately called out to Rico, "Let's go, it's time to set off." Using the flying thunder god technique, Zhou Xingxing transported Rico directly to the location where the otherworldly beast would land, instead of just her soul. Xiaoyi, not far away, a bespectacled woman was struggling against an otherworldly beast. Her face was pale, her eyes behind the lenses wide with fear, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, sliding down her cheeks to drip onto the ground. From her trembling lips and slightly quivering body, it was clear that her heart was filled with terror, as if she would be devoured by the terrifying otherworldly beast at any moment. However, it must be said that maternal love is great, even at this life-and-death juncture. When she could easily survive by simply letting go of her child and turning to flee, she still held on her child tightly, unwilling to let go. Her arms were like iron clamps, holding her child as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, willing to protect it even at the cost of her own life. Bang! Just when the woman thought she was about to fall into the abyss of despair and believed everything was over, a red figure suddenly appeared. The figure moved swiftly, creating a whistling wind, and in the blink of an eye, easily severed the otherworldly beast's terrifying tentacles as if slicing through tofu, then cleverly turned and safely brought the child to the woman's side. "You two go down a mountain first, I'll handle this." Rico looked at the shaken mother and child and urged the woman to evacuate first. Her voice was calm, but her eyes revealed a determination that showed she was not afraid of the terrifying otherworldly beast at all. Upon hearing this, the woman felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly turning to flee down the mountain. However, as soon as she turned around and saw who was saving her, her face turned even paler with fear. An alien, the woman screamed in terror, her voice echoing sharply in the silent forest. She was so frightened that her legs went weak, but the instinct for survival compelled her to run, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Xingxing found her fear amusing. What alien? It's Lord Shafulan. Just as Zhou Xingxing was secretly muttering, unexpectedly, the woman ran back again. She jogged towards him, her face filled with gratitude. Thank you, the woman said as she approached, her voice still trembling from the earlier fright. No need to be polite, just go. Rico began to respond, but before she could finish, she saw the woman hurriedly turn and run away again. She shook her head helplessly, a wave of self-deprecation rising in her heart. How was she any better than them? Hadn't she once been too scared to move under the otherworldly beast's grasp? Remembering those past events, a hint of sorrow flashed in her eyes. Seeing the red giant suddenly appear before her, the otherworldly beast let out a piercing scream. Rico, shut up, with a wave of her right hand. A blue spiral sphere shot out from her palm. Then she quickly closed the distance to the otherworldly beast. Rico, I'm really angry right now, so be quiet. Chapter 57. Who says dating is bad? This date is amazing. The otherworldly beast, Pedron, roared in an attempt to scare Rico away. But the current Rico was no longer the Rico of the past. She had successfully upgraded to the twisted Rico Shafulan. How could she be intimidated by such small fry? On the other side, the otherworldly beast tried to maneuver behind Rico, attempting a pincer attack. It must be said that the intelligence of the otherworldly beasts was indeed high. They could even learn specifically through combat, drawing parallels and adapting. However, what the second aberrant beast didn't expect was that its partner was even more cunning than it. After the spiral sphere severed its tentacle, it immediately chased after the escape route of the other two, leaving the second aberrant beast to face the battle god alone. Second aberrant beast. Baka Yurut, I really can't believe you, you old sly fox. I keep you in my heart, and you kick me into the ditch. Rico sensed something was wrong and immediately used the Tao Seeking Jade to create two black sealing boxes, throwing them towards the aberrant beast. Boom! With a loud noise, the two Pedron beasts didn't even have time to resist before being trapped inside. Meanwhile, the Night Raid team rushed urgently to another combat area. A tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the air, as if the atmosphere had become heavy. As soon as they arrived, they encountered four hideous aberrant beasts. Although they were just regular reminders, each aberrant beast emitted a chilling aura that dropped the surrounding air temperature to freezing point. There are four aberrant beasts in the target area, requesting firepower volunteers. Wakura furrowed his brow and sent a request to headquarters via communication device. Adjust the combat plan. Switch to long gun operations. Kira's voice soon came from the communicator. Received. Nagi, Shirori, you two flank from the side. Wakura quickly issued orders, his voice firm and powerful, providing an inexplicable sense of reassurance in this tense situation. Yes, Seijo Nagi and Shirori responded in unison, quickly springing into action. The group skillfully modified their weapons, transforming what was originally meant for wide-area destruction into a high-rate-of-fire mode. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary movement. As the captain of the Night Raid team, Wakura fearlessly faced the aberrant beasts head-on, while Nagi and Shirori quickly positioned themselves on the flanks to provide fire support. The weapons in their hands unleashed dazzling bursts of flame, and bullets poured down on the aberrant beasts like a rainstorm. Under this fierce attack, the aberrant beasts were pushed back step by step. Their resilient exterior began to swell under the barrage of bullets, and their originally dull skin turned bright red, as if ignited by rage. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant white light flashed by, followed by a loud bang. Under the combined assault of the Night Raid team, the aberrant beast was finally blown apart, dissipating into a cloud of dust in the air. Mission accomplished. Begin searching the scene, Wakura said, while opening the instruments to scan for any survivors in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Seijo Nagi and Shirori cautiously looked around, checking carefully for any missed threats. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It's that man. Seijo Nagi hurriedly followed, but couldn't see the figure anymore. Yazhun, seeing that the crisis here had been resolved, headed to another alert point. That was where Zhou Xingxing was located. Yazhun looked at the 5-meter-high Xafulin, somewhat lost in thought. Is this the partner that Zhou Xingxing mentioned before? Zhou Xingxing, yo, old Jun, you're here. Rico also sensed the aura of light from Yazhun, but it seemed somewhat different. Zhou Xingxing, of course. You two are a giant of light and a giant of darkness. How could it be the same? Of course, Jun was still reliable. Seeing that the aberrant beast had been dealt with, he nodded and left the spot again. Zhou Xingxing also used the Flying Thunder God technique to take Rico away from the scene. Rico frowned, her face filled with worry as she asked, "So, we must destroy them at the molecular level to completely kill the aberrant beasts. Otherwise, it won't be long before they revive again?" Zhou Xingxing nodded solemnly. "That's right. Just like that." Rico's lips trembled slightly, her voice hoarse as she continued to ask, "What about the others?" Zhou Xingxing sighed deeply. "It's just as you think. The aberrant beasts have never really been eliminated." Rico smiled bitterly. "That's indeed a cruel and despairing truth." Zhou Xingxing comforted her. "You don't need to be so nervous. These aberrant beasts are nothing. As long as we work together, it's only a matter of time before we handle them." Rico nodded, forcing herself to muster her courage. "I understand. Don't worry, Lord Xafulin. I will not let you down." Zhou Xingxing smiled with satisfaction. "Good. Then I have an important task to assign to you next." Rico nodded. "Please go ahead." Zhou Xingxing created several puppets of Ultraman King, Noah, Ray Judo, and others using wood release in front of Rico, arranging them on a stone. "Come, bow." Zhou Xingxing lit 6 sticks of incense, 3 for himself and 3 for Rico. Rico's mind went blank. "Bow." "Yes. Lord Xafulin, are you serious? Do I look like I'm not serious?" Rico looked closely at Zhou Xingxing's currently Xafulin's face. Well, it was hard to tell. "Rico, you don't want your home Esgamen to end up." Rico's heart trembled, and she quickly took the incense from his hand. I'll bow. Her expression was very serious as she held the incense and bowed her head. Zhou Xingxing told her that when bowing, she must be sincere and focused, as this is a preliminary investment. If they encounter an insurmountable trouble in the future, these big shots might come to help solve it with just a thought. Rico felt that this act of bowing to the gods wasn't scientific. But since aliens and aberrant beasts had appeared, what wasn't scientific anymore? Besides, what if? Understanding this, Rico bowed very seriously, even more so than in another world as Feng Yuan, and even added a head-bowing gesture. After inserting the incense, they waited for a while, and Zhou Xingxing put away the puppets, saving them for next time to avoid being discovered by the awakened Faust. After completing all this, Rico picked up her drawing board, paper, and brushes, humming as she headed out. By the way, I forgot to mention, today is the day Rico has a date with Gamen. Looking at Rico's cheerful demeanor, Zhou Xingxing nodded in satisfaction. A date is good. Young people should date. Who says dating is bad? This date is fantastic. Otherwise, he would know when his evil gardenia action could finally start its second step. Chapter 58. My name is Leo. The situation is urgent. Indeed, my guess was not wrong at all. Just as Zhou Xingxing had predicted, Gamen Iki harbored immense potential within him. How to put it? It was like a crystal dropped in the desert. Though tiny, it was priceless. No wonder he could purify into Noah at the critical moment. Although a large part of this result came from the combined light of the previous capable users, it was meaningless. Gamen Iki's light was stronger than anyone else's. It's quite absurd that this was still under the condition that Gamen Iki had confusion, anger, and fear in his heart. Zhou Xingxing couldn't imagine how powerful the light in his heart would be if Gamen Iki completely cast aside these negative emotions. Zhou Xingxing had noticed something was off last time. Seeing your boyfriend today, I can confirm it completely. Rico, what? Zhou Xingxing, you should take a good look for yourself. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing shared his perspective of Gamen Iki with Rico, and in an instant, Rico felt as if the person sitting beside her was not her boyfriend, but a god. Darling, you're about to ascend. Zhou Xingxing, this is not good. If the combined danger level of your boyfriend's teammates is 6,000, then his danger level is at least over 10,000. After all, You know that aberrant beasts hate everything related to light. Rico panicked. What should we do? Lord Shafulin, please, you must help him. Zhou Xingxing's actions were difficult to understand. You hold him, and if I don't let you go, then don't let go. Okay, I understand. To help Kudo Ichihui. Rico didn't hesitate at all. At that moment, she couldn't care less about shyness. She directly dove into Kudo's arms like a little bird. Rico, you. Kudo was taken aback by Rico's sudden intimate gesture, his face turning bright red. He instinctively wanted to let go, but couldn't bear to part with the beauty in his arms, momentarily frozen in place. Rico also suddenly came to her senses from her previous worries, and after reflecting on how bold her action was, her face turned red as well. However, for Kudo's sake, she didn't pull away. She just buried her head deeper into his chest and weakly said, Kudo, can I hold you like this for a while? Kudo was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of joy, as if he had won a huge lottery, his heart racing uncontrollably. While the two were immersed in the sweet scent of love, Zhou Xingxing stealthily snuck onto Kudo's body. Rico's situation had stabilized, so it was time for Zhou Xingxing to switch to another person for the unity of hearts. Kudo was undoubtedly the best human vessel. Taking advantage of the opportunity for unity, he hoped to deeply understand the light of the soul within the other. However, before leaving, Zhou Xingxing also left a clone inside Rico, so that he could respond promptly to any changes. The next evening, Kudo Ichihui joined the operation against the otherworldly beasts again. When Kudo piloted his aircraft to the battlefield, he found that Nexus was already engaged in battle with the giant otherworldly beast. On the battlefield, Pedron's tentacles couldn't do anything to Nexus and were instead severed several times. Nexus also noticed the arrival of the Night Raid team. To prevent further disturbances, a flash of light appeared on his arm, transforming him into a red youth form, sending a dazzling beam of light into the sky. When the beam reached a certain height, it instantly spread out, surrounding both the otherworldly beast and Nexus, forming a golden shield and transporting both parties to another unfamiliar space. They disappeared. Unable to see the enemy, the Night Raid team fell into confusion. Suddenly, Ishigake Mitsuhiko shouted, "The vice captain and Kudo are gone." What? Everyone was shocked. Above where Pedron and Nexus had disappeared, explosions resembling fireworks erupted from time to time. Inside the meta realm, Kudo and Saijanagi opened their eyes to see Nexus charging towards Pedron. However, for some reason, Nexus paused in the middle, causing one of Pedron's tentacles to hit him. Sparks flew, and Nexus was knocked to the ground. Seeing Nexus at a disadvantage, Kudo quickly raised his weapon and fired at Pedron. Saijanagi, seeing this, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to deal with the otherworldly beast first. However, the individual combat weapons in their hands were only effective against small otherworldly beasts, completely inadequate against such a giant one. After a round of attacks, they only produced some smoke, which was nothing more than a tickle to the opponent. As the smoke cleared, the otherworldly beast was unharmed, still full of energy. It created a scene where the otherworldly beast bravely charged towards Ultraman amidst countless artillery fire. Come on, otherworldly beasts. You must bring our darkness and defeat the righteous giant of light. Zhou Xingxing, what the hell are you burning? Just asking what you're burning? Lying on the ground, Nexus wanted to help, but tried several times to get up without success, and instead, the indicator light on his chest started to flicker. Seeing this, Kudo Ichihui, watching from the side, was filled with confusion. What's going on? Nexus seems to be in trouble. Why is he so exhausted after just a short appearance? Zhou Xingxing blinked. Oh yeah, what is going on? Baiju shook his head. I don't know, I only absorbed a tiny bit of energy, just a tiny bit. Zhou Xingxing suddenly realized. So it was you who did this, Dai? Who told you to be greedy and absorb his energy? Nexus looked at the flickering indicator light on his chest, unable to stand, so he simply half-kneeled and prepared to unleash the storm light against Pedron. Unfortunately, after such a brief battle, the otherworldly beast hit by the light skill was only severely injured and did not get eliminated. What to do? Watching Nexus step deeper into peril, Kudo felt as if his heart was in his throat. Young man, do you desire power? Who is speaking? The sudden voice startled Kudo Ichihui, and it also startled Saijanagi beside him. Clearly, this wasn't an auditory hallucination. In the next second, Both of their hands had a lion's eye ring appear. What is this? X2 faced with the suddenly appearing rings. Both Kudo and Sajanagi instinctively wanted to remove them. However, they quickly realized that no matter how hard they tried, the rings were firmly bound to their fingers and wouldn't come off. Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. The unfamiliar voice rang out again, filling both of them with caution. Who's playing tricks? Don't be nervous. If you want to help the giant, I can lend you power. By the way, my name is Leo. The situation is urgent. Quickly touch your rings together. Chapter 59. The world of three people is too crowded. What? Leo? It's all otherworldly beasts. Saijanagi's brainless attribute kicked in, continuing to try to take off the ring on her hand. Zhou Xingxing. Forget it. No time to worry about that. There will be plenty of time to deal with her later. With a thought, the next second, the rings in Kudo and Saijanagi's hands suddenly clinked together like magnets. At the moment they touched, a strong light erupted instantly. As the light grew increasingly radiant, it seemed to illuminate the entire meta realm. In the center of that bright light, the enormous figure of Ultraman Leo gradually became clear. His iconic red body lines were strong and powerful, like flames dancing in the universe. The double horns on his head pointed sharply towards the sky, emanating a mysterious and majestic aura. Ultraman Leo slowly raised his arms, the contours of his muscles appearing even more defined under the light, each movement carrying immense power. With his appearance, the surrounding air began to tremble violently, as if the entire world was either cheering or trembling for the arrival of this legendary warrior. Zhou Xingxing, 52 meters tall, perfect. This time, Zhou Xingxing also experienced the feeling of forcibly stealing a title. In the live broadcast room, the most shocked person was none other than Feng Yuan himself. Feng Yuan? Is Leo in the live broadcast? What am I then? An obsolete remnant of the old era? Of course, this was just a joke. Feng Yuan was still very happy that his power could be used by Zhou Xingxing to save another world. You just wonder how strong Leo was in this world. Meanwhile, inside Leo, Zhou Xingxing, Sajanagi, and Kudo quickly regained their senses, and then they discovered that they had actually arrived in a strange pure white space. Kudo, where is this? It feels warm and comfortable. Sajanagi said nothing but cautiously observed the surroundings. Soon, they noticed a gigantic water mirror screen appear before them. The screen displayed in real time the first-person perspective of Leo, Zhou Xingxing. Kudo, is it the otherworldly beast? Sajanagi, we're inside the otherworldly beast. Kudo, are you talking about the giant? On the battlefield, upon seeing Leo, Zhou Xingxing, appear, Nexus was first taken aback and visibly relaxed upon realizing it wasn't the dark giant. However, unexpectedly, Kudo inside Leo suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Nexus hadn't reacted to what was happening when a dark energy blade hit him in the back. In pain, Nexus fell hard to the ground and turned to see a dark Ultraman warrior appear before him. "Ha ha, who is that?" "It's Dark Faust." Amidst the cold laughter, Dark Faust made the same gesture as Nexus when he unleashed the metafield, but his goal was to completely shatter Nexus's metafield. Seeing this, Nexus struggled to get up from the ground to continue fighting, but he heard a familiar voice. "White Absolute. Mr. Jun, you should rest for now. The next battle will be handled by Ultraman Leo." "Yunkie, Ultraman Leo? Is this new giant named Leo?" "White Absolute. Yes, please rest assured, Ultraman will definitely not fail." "Junkia, I understand." Trusting Zhou Xingxing and White Absolute, Junkia hesitated for a moment, but decided to deactivate his transformation and return to his original form. As the meta field disappeared, Leo, Zhou Xingxing, Faust, and the otherworldly beasts quickly reappeared in the sight of the Night Raid team. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. Dark Faust did not rush to attack. Instead, he asked, "The light giant that should not appear, where do you come from?" "I have come across the universe, following the voice of hope from Earthlings." Leo, Zhou Xingxing, took a fighting stance. "This beautiful planet will not allow you dark giants and otherworldly beasts to lay a finger on it. Get out of Earth. Though unexpected, it's still better for you to disappear, you meddling light." Dark Faust, without further ado, charged at Leo, Zhou Xingxing, and kicked him with a leg whip. Leo, Zhou Xingxing, saw the attack but pretended to lack combat experience for his own plan and was successfully kicked away by Faust. Nishijo Nagi frowned. Damn. Why do I feel pain when it hits him? Gomen also gritted his teeth. Vice Captain, do you feel pain too? Nishijo Nagi shot him a glare, as if to say, what kind of question is that? At this moment, Zhou Xingxing immediately explained, the three of us are now of one heart and body. If I get hurt, you will naturally be hurt too. So that's how it is? Gomen's eyes widened in realization, and then he thought of something and cautiously said, Mr. Giant, can you lend me your combat authority? After all, Zhou Xingxing's combat performance was just too embarrassing. Even a newbie like him, who had just joined the night raid team for less than 2 months, couldn't bear it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingxing readily agreed. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Gomen's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Giant. Nishijo Nagi was speechless. Hey, why are you thanking this monster? Who knows what schemes it's hiding? However, Gomen had no time to pay attention to her, because after gaining control over Zhou Xingxing's body, he had to focus entirely on dealing with the attacks from the Dark Giant. Zhou Xingxing. I love watching little couples fight. What followed was a fierce exchange of blows. Dark Faust noticed that Zhou Xingxing was becoming more spirited as they fought and stopped playing around, crossing his arms as the timer emitted a dark red light. The dark domain unfolded. As soon as they entered the dark domain, Gomen and Nishijo Nagi felt as though they were in a quagmire, as if just standing there required immense effort. The surrounding darkness spread like living tentacles, seemingly wanting to completely engulf them. In contrast, the otherworldly beasts, who had just been severely injured and somewhat downcast, were now in a frenzy, as if fish had returned to the pond, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Zhou Xingxing Gomen used that move. Gomen, I understand. Nishijo Nagi. What are you two talking about? While Nishijo Nagi was confused, the next moment, Zhou Xingxing formed a seal with his right hand in front of his chest. Secret technique, mirror reversal. Accompanied by a strange energy fluctuation, the scene in the dark domain seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand. The once murky and difficult to navigate dark space suddenly began to twist and deform, as if it were being twisted into a twist, losing its original orderly rhythm of engulfing everything. The battlefield felt as if everyone was thrown into a washing machine, experiencing a dizzying spin. When the spinning stopped, they found that although the surrounding scenery was still the original dark space, the dark energy that had filled it had completely disappeared. Zhou Xingxing, welcome to my mirror world. Chapter 60. Can a villain still be called a villain if they don't leave a threat before running away? This time it was fair. Dark Faust, furious and humiliated, directly unleashed the dark particle feather. Gomen, who had just transformed into a giant for the first time, hadn't he adapted to the current speed and was hit in the chest just as he tried to dodge the attack. Nishijo Nagi finally couldn't hold back. Damn, I really can't stand you two noobs. If you can't play, don't play. You're just getting in the way. Gomen, your combat ability is too poor. Let me take over. However, Gomen, who hadn't had enough fun, naturally didn't want to agree and return a spiral round to Faust. Unfortunately, Dark Faust simply raised a dark shield, blocking Zhou Xingxing's spiral round. Gomen, not believing in evil, decided to unleash a supersized spiral shuriken. However, he was caught off guard by Dark Faust, who launched a sneak attack, kicking him in the stomach. As the battle progressed, Gomen realized he couldn't deal with Dark Faust, so he relinquished control of Zhou Xingxing. Vice Captain, I'm leaving it to you. Nishijo Nagi gritted her teeth. You didn't listen when I gave you control, so you got beat up, but now wasn't the time to dwell on these things. And she could only vent her anger on Dark Faust. Shut up. Just watch. After Nishijo Nagi took control of Zhou Xingxing's body, Zhou Xingxing suddenly felt a dark red power emerging within him. This feeling was Zhou Xingxing raised his arm under Nishijo Nagi's control, and the gemstones on his wrist glowed red, transforming into another form. The two bracelets on Zhou's wrist turned into silver arm armor, and his originally pure red body now had 2 red and white stripes like Dinah. Why is this happening? What is this overwhelming power? Nishijo Nagi said in disbelief. Zhou Xingxing, this is a miracle triggered by the resonance of our intentions. Gomen suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Nishijo Nagi rolled her eyes at him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing this, Dark Faust couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, interesting. An Ultraman warrior with transformation abilities. Let me test your level. With that, Dark Faust waved his hand, and the nearby otherworldly beast received the command and immediately charged over with a roar. Get lost. At that moment, Nishijo Nagi had absolute confidence in controlling Leo, and with just one kick, she sent the nearest otherworldly beast flying hundreds of meters away. Ah! A familiar voice made Leo pause, and the next second, he instantly appeared beside the otherworldly beast and grabbed the fallen teammate, Rina, from the ground. Vice Captain, Rina is... Gomen hadn't expected that when he used the spatial secret technique, it would pull the Night Raid teammates into the battlefield as well. Shut up. Don't distract me. After quickly ensuring Rina was safe, Nishijo Nagi once again controlled Leo and charged towards the otherworldly beast. Suddenly, 2 freezing bombs hit Leo, and when he turned around, he saw that everyone in the Night Raid team, except for the unconscious Rina, had hit themselves with a freezing bomb. Zhou Xingxing felt great, but 2 frozen projectiles had just been used up on the alien beast. Stop. We are not enemies. Yumeni Huei waved his hand, trying to signal his teammates to cease their attacks, but the captain and Akura Ifuku couldn't see him at the moment, and now Nagi Seijo was controlling Ryo's body. So, in the eyes of Akura Ifuku and the others, the giant was currently glaring at them with yellow eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, Yazhun reacted and immediately ran over, shouting for them to stop. Akura, facing the suddenly emerging Yazhun, immediately aimed his gun at him and questioned, "Who are you?" Crack! Ryo, who had been hit by a single frozen projectile, broke free from his restraints and moved again. Ishikake Mitsuhiko was overjoyed at this sight and unhesitatingly fired another frozen projectile at Ryo. Stop! The Ultraman is on our side. Akura calmly stated that. According to orders from the command center, priority was to attack the Ultraman on the battlefield. Also, who are you? What else do you know? Captain. I just tried to contact the vice captain and Gyuman, but received no response. What could it be that Nagi and Gyuman have? In Akura's eyes, Ishikake Mitsuhiko's evasive gaze represented that Nagi Seijo and Gyuman had already sacrificed themselves. Everyone, fire the reinforced armor to eliminate the alien beasts and the 2 dark Ultramen. Akura, thinking he had learned the truth, angrily issued the attack order. Following the command center's priority orders, this time, 2 reinforced armor projectiles hit Ryo and Faust, while one hit the alien beast. However, this time, the alien beast finally broke free from the freezing effect of the frozen projectile and narrowly avoided the last reinforced armor projectile before swinging its claws down towards Akura. Watch out! At this moment, Yazhun couldn't care less about explaining to the other side and could only raise the energy explosive gun in his hand to attack the alien beast. The ordinary attack hit the alien beast's claws, creating sparks, but its falling speed showed no signs of slowing down. When Akura ran to Ishikake Mitsuhiko's side, the alien beast's claws were already there. Am I really going to end like this? Gyuman Ihue glanced back at the still frozen Ryo at the moment he was about to be struck. In fact, Ryo could have moved long ago. But Zhou Xingxing felt it was necessary for Nagi Seijo to experience the difficulties Yazhun faced, so he deliberately controlled his body to remain still. Even Nagi Seijo thought it was his own lack of strength that prevented him from breaking free from the ice. It's almost time. At a critical moment, Zhou Xingxing finally handed back control of the body to Nagi Seijo. In a critical situation, Ryo charged forward and knocked the alien beast down, saving Akura and Ishikake Mitsuhiko. Damn it, Zhou Xingxing, you're so unlucky. Zaki, you should enter the entertainment industry. I won't watch the Oscars without you. Taking advantage of the situation, Ryo relentlessly attacked the alien beast, kicking it hundreds of meters away. He saved us, why? Akura was somewhat confused. According to the command center's hints, Dark Ultramen were a more brutal existence than alien beasts. How could they save humans, who were merely food? Just like humans have good and bad, Ultramen are the same. Yazhun explained beside him, which led Akura into deep thought. After taking a frozen projectile and a reinforced armor projectile attack, and being beaten up by Ryo, the alien beast could no longer struggle, while Ryo, Zhou Xingxing, still had plenty of energy. Dust escape limit boundary separation technique. With a dazzling flash of white light, the alien beast was completely eliminated at the molecular level by Reo. After eliminating the alien beast, Reo did not let down his guard but turned his gaze towards Faust. Seeing this, Faust quickly fled, not forgetting to leave a harsh remark. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Chapter 61. Rico, I'm not a puppet, you bastard. Vice Captain, what are your plans next? After the battle, Gyumin Ihue looked at Nagi Seijo, who was sitting next to the driving cabin of the battle vehicle. With a complex expression, let's not make a fuss. What is our current mission? Having felt the power of becoming an Ultraman, Nagi Seijo was in a bad mood and didn't want to answer Gyumin Ihue's question. Investigate the vibration waves caused by the disappearance of the Ultraman. Gyumin Ihue hesitated for a moment but still spoke truthfully. Nagi Seijo glanced at Gyumin Ihue beside him but said nothing more. Action. Understood. After getting out of the vehicle, Nagi Seijo looked at the explorer on his right wrist and said, "It's nearby." He quickly ran forward and soon encountered Yazhun, who was limping with an injured thigh. "Stop. You're also an Ultraman." Seeing Yazhun's injured thigh, Gyumin Ihue had a look of "I knew it." Yazhun turned around suddenly, holding the evolution trust tightly, and Nagi Seijo cautiously aimed his gun at Yazhun Vice Captain. Gyumin Ihue suddenly caught sight of Nagi Seijo, slowly squeezing the trigger, and hurriedly stopped him, causing Nagi Seijo's shot to hit the ground in front of Yazhun Vice Captain. "Please stop. Don't shoot. Nagi, step aside." "No, I'm not stepping aside. You put down your weapon first." Gyumin Ihue stood between Nagi Seijo and Yazhun. Yazhun raised the evolution trust and fired a light bullet into the sky. Seeing this scene, Nagi Seijo pushed Gyumin Ihue aside and fired again. Yazhun showed no intention of dodging, standing there maintaining his gun position. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing was naturally not flustered. He remembered that apart from the last time, when Jun didn't resist being captured, he had never let anyone gain the upper hand. Sure enough, when the bullet flew within a meter of Yazhun, it was blocked by a light shield. "What's going on?" Nagi Seijo said in disbelief. The stone wing flew from the sky, landing on the ground and sucking Yazhun inside. "Medical chamber," Reo explained. "It can only perform some simple wound healing." Gyumin Ihue curiously approached and touched it, and a memory of a little girl running on the battlefield appeared in his mind. However, because Zhou Xingxing was present, Gyumin Ihue did not experience the electric shock from the stone wing and fall unconscious as in the plot. Instead, he immediately shouted to Nagi Seijo, "Vice Captain, come quickly." Nagi Seijo hesitated for a moment, but curiosity ultimately won, and he took a step forward to touch the stone wing. The next second, the scene Gyumin saw also appeared in Nagi Seijo's mind. Moreover, with Zhou Xingxing's help, it directly allowed the two to see the entire story's cause and effect. After that, the stone wing flew away as if it had completed its task. Inside the night raid team base, Captain Akura was understanding the situation. "Nagi, please report the situation." As Zhou Xingxing had anticipated, Nagi Seijo did not report anything about Reo and also concealed the news about Yazhun, only mentioning the situation regarding the stone wing. After the meeting, Captain Akura called Nagi Seijo aside. "I hope you won't let me down. It may be my illusion, but I still want to say, please don't end up like your predecessor." Nagi Seijo recalled his transformation into Reo, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and firmly said, "I'm not like that man." Stepping onto the platform outside the base, Nagi Seijo fell into confusion. "Am I really different from that guy?" "Of course you're different. Although you and that person have both gained the power of giants, we use this power to protect, don't we?" Zhou Xingxing's words timely echoed in Nagi Seijo's heart. "What exactly is your purpose? Didn't I already say? I came because I heard the prayers of humanity in this world. Is that? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You're really hard to please." Zhou Xingxing nearly wanted to slap the other person in the face. "Why are you fighting the otherworldly beasts?" "Of course, it's for revenge. Perhaps, but I can feel that there's still a drive within you pushing you forward." "What?" "To save. You have a heart that wants to save more people." "TSK, don't act like you know me so well." Zhou Xingxing fell silent. Some things are better left unsaid, and the rest has to be figured out by the other person. Just as Nagi Seijo was about to leave, Came on Ikki approached without anyone noticing. Vice Captain, if the higher-ups give the order to attack the giants again, will you still attack? Of course. When Nagi Saiju returned to the dormitory, Zhou Xingxing couldn't help but ask, are you trying to cultivate a robot that only obeys orders? And have you forgotten that you are also a giant now? Who knew Nagi Saiju would disdainfully say, that rookie is indecisive and wishy-washy, not decisive at all. If someone attacks him, can't he fight back? What an idiot. Zhou Xingxing blinked. Although Nagi Saiju's personality is annoying, sometimes her insight is quite sharp. By the way, I almost forgot about the main issue. On the other side, inside Rico, damn light giant. Next time we meet, I will definitely take you down. Severely injured, Faust planned to fall into a deep sleep to rest and heal before coming back stronger. Next time we meet, you want to take us down, huh? Just then, Zhou Xingxing's voice suddenly appeared beside Faust. Bastard, who are you? Just a passerby, the sage of six paths. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing transformed into the appearance of that master and immediately launched a friendship-breaking fist. Faust screamed, damn human, Shafulin Zhou Xingxing, the evil dark giant. I, Shafulin, will today represent cosmic justice to punish you. After saying that, he summoned Rico's soul to his side. Faust, looking at the heart demon in front of her, Rico took a deep breath. Although she was still filled with fear at first, recalling how miserable her life had been because of him, her fear was instantly obliterated. Rolling out of my body. With Rico's shout, in the next moment, Rico's soul fused again with Shafulin's holy light. Under the effect of their united will, Shafulin's eyes began to expand rapidly. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The dark giant Faust, who was originally seen as gigantic as a demon by humans, now compared to Shafulin, was like an ant facing an elephant. No, damn human, just a little puppet. How dare you? How dare you? Shut up. I'm not a puppet, you bastard. Accompanied by Rico's furious shout, with their combined efforts, the dark Faust soul was completely reduced to ashes. Chapter 62. What Ace said are my words. The dog-loving sister Rico from the Yang family is so cool. The Steel Dog family. So that dark giant named Fu Bao is completely dead, right? Under the moonlight, watching the birds, don't need to say, just look at who our group leader is. Lion Star's Prince Ace Xing is awesome. The Wine Sword Immortal is still an enlightenment. Zhou Xingxing took out the purple gold-red gourd and directly absorbed the remnants of the dark Faust soul. Zhou Xingxing congratulated you. From today on, your body will be completely under your control. Make good use of this power. Rico, I understand. Thank you, Lord Shafulin. Zhou Xingxing said it was just a small effort. Next, let me tell you our next battle plan. You first do this, then do that. Finally, do a Duan to wrap it up. Got it? After hearing Zhou Xingxing's overall plan, Rico widened her eyes in disbelief. Lord Shafulin, what's wrong? You're so bad. Do you like it? Hee, I like it. The next night, sensing the summoning of the dark giant, Rico directly transformed into Faust. Then, with a wave of her right hand, a dark space appeared, where Leo and Kaimon were fiercely battling an otherworldly beast. When Rico stepped into the battlefield, a giant figure followed closely. Naxos. The appearance of Naxos made the Nagi inside Leo secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although she kept saying that these giants were no different from the otherworldly beasts, that they were all enemies, after experiencing the events of these past few days, her heart no longer harbored malicious prejudice. At least in this situation, she could still distinguish good from bad, knowing that Naxos's appearance was undoubtedly to help her and came on block the newly appeared dark giant Faust. So Nagi quickly regained focus, redirecting most of her attention to the otherworldly beast in front of her while keeping a small part of her mind on the other two giants to prevent surprise attacks. And the transformed Naxos did not disappoint Nagi and came on. Upon entering, he immediately charged towards Faust. Watching the imposing Naxos charge over, Rico felt a bit intimidated. Lord Shafulin, are you sure you're on good terms with him? Why does it feel like he's really going to try to kill me? However, when her arm made contact with his fist, Rico understood. Although Mr. Himiya's attacks looked fierce, even deadly, he always held back at critical moments. Even if she got hit, it wouldn't hurt too much, let alone get injured. So the two began an open confrontation, leaving the onlookers stunned. Otherworldly beast, came on, Nagi. I'm really impressed with you too. As the battlefield fell into a stalemate, Guliu Mu snorted coldly and decided to join the fray to break the balance. The next second, Guliu Mu transformed into Mephisto and made a dazzling appearance. Naxos, who had always been on guard, timely used a shield to successfully block the sneak attack. Just when Mephisto thought Faust was on his side, ignoring Faust, he continued to charge at Naxos, leaving Faust back exposed. Naxos, seeing Mephisto attacking, also withdrew his gaze from Faust and prepared to defend against the attack. The anticipated attack did not come. A familiar beam of light shot into Naxos's back, and the intense pain forced Mephisto to fall to the ground. Mephisto turned to look, and Faust was in the action of releasing a cascading light storm. With Rico's voice coming from Faust, "Never turn your back on the enemy, Mephisto, or should I say, Guliu Mu, you bastard." Before he could recover from the shock and anger, Guliu Mu noticed that Faust's appearance had actually changed. The dark stripes on his body had turned to gold, and the terrifying crimson eyes had transformed into a sky blue color. That dark giant, in the distance, came Mon and Nagi, who had just dealt with the otherworldly beast, also shifted their attention here. Through Leo's ultravision, Mon and Nagi successfully saw the two ability users inside. Gamoliko, Nagi Goulumu. Taking advantage of Guliu Mu's pain and exposing a flaw, Yazhun and Rico simultaneously struck, successfully pinning Guliu Mu's transformed Mephisto to the ground. Zhou Xingxing, good? Just keep it like this. Then Zhou Xingxing concentrated almost all the energy in his body into his right eye and launched his strongest illusion technique at Guliu Mu inside Mephisto. Izanami Sage's chant. Through visual and auditory means, he built a larger prison for the enemy outside the illusion prison. As expected, with the activation of the illusion combination technique, Mephisto, who was furious just a moment ago, stood still and then transformed back into human form. Looking at the unconscious Goulumu lying in the forest, Zhou Xingxing revealed a sinister smile. Good, the second step of the Evil Gardenia plan has been successfully completed. The third step of the Evil Gardenia plan officially begins. Recently, the Night Raid team discovered that the one called Yazhun has become increasingly cunning, occasionally exposing his location to attract their attention, but when they get close, he immediately teleports away as Nexus, making it impossible to catch him. Clearly, he is treating them like fools. And that's not all. During their investigation, they found that there was actually another person behind the Silver Giant. Who is that person? Senior, didn't you say we are the embodiment of justice? But why are the Night Raid people always chasing us? Goulumu Jinya, who was following Yazhun, was puzzled, although he had lost his memory. The attire of the Night Raid team felt very familiar, even comforting. Yazhun, Zhou Xingxing, replied, "It's because those guys are too extreme in their methods. We are not on the same side as them. Such people may be beneficial to humanity, but for someone like us, it is very dangerous. If we get caught, we will be sent to a lab for illegal human experiments. Drawing blood and such would be mild. You wouldn't want to be dissected, would you?" Goulumu frowned. "Since they're so excessive, why don't we just attack them? If we can completely eliminate the evil alien beasts, it proves our existence is very important. Which means that losing us would be more detrimental to humanity, right? In that case, Jun, why don't we teach them a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Yazhun, Zhou Xingxing, immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned to Goulumu and said, "It is precisely because we possess unparalleled power that if we harm others indiscriminately, the desire for power deep within us will completely devolve into mere lust. At that point, even if we are warriors of light, we will become slaves of darkness. The Night Raid members, yes, don't know which fool tied us all up and spanked us one by one last time." Goulumu Jinya didn't agree with that statement, but our resistance against the Night Raid is not random. Strictly speaking, we are acting in self-defense. So I think you were right. Goulumu, who had been talking confidently, immediately shut his mouth when he saw the evolution trust device in the opponent's hand. As he noticed Yazhun had slightly raised the evolution trust device, he was panicking. Once he lost an argument, he immediately took on a posture of wanting to fight. Sometimes Goulumu wondered if he had fallen victim to an Ultraman scam. Was such a violent guy really a partner of justice? The taste of the evolution trust device still filled him with fear. because this guy would really use it for a close encounter with your head when he was angry. Seeing Go Lumu no longer arguing with him, Yazhun, Zhou Xingxing, smiled with satisfaction. Go Lumu, remember, the heart of enthusiasm must not be extinguished. Help and care for the weak, all our friends in the world. Even if this feeling has been betrayed hundreds of times, do not give up. Ace Ultraman knelt down and cried. What he said is all my words. Please, heavens, distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Chapter 63. Superfusion Alien Beast, Izumakuru Dam, the Giant of Light. Where did these bastards come from? Inside the base. Although Ishikure Mitsuhiko's expression did not show it, the killing intent in his heart had risen to the point of nearly losing rationality. He had originally planned to use the alien beasts to force the successive capable users of Nexus into a desperate situation, and then wait for them to fall into darkness, leading them to the vicinity of the River of Forgetfulness, using the negative energy accumulated there to seal and transform Nexus's light power into dark power, ultimately becoming the fruit of his reemergence. However, given the current situation, it was clear that relying on alien beasts to drag Nexus down was not feasible anymore. Because with the addition of these giants, the pressure on Nexus had significantly decreased. Instead, on his side, Faust and Mephisto, who were clearly his own dark puppets, inexplicably washed white and joined the campaign against the alien beasts. If those two warriors from the Land of Light weren't meddling, Zaki would rather twist his own head off for the readers to kick. Damn Shafulin, damn Leo, if I were still at my peak, no? Even if I only had 1/10 of my power, you two wouldn't have the chance to act so recklessly here. There was no choice. Ever since Zaki had been eliminated twice by Noah and the Ultra King, his current strength was not even 1% of his original peak. Even Zaki, who absorbed the entire River of Forgetfulness and Nexus's power in the original series, only regained less than half of his peak strength. If it weren't for Noah projecting on Agumen in the end, Earth would have been flattened in less than 24 hours, leaving not a single survivor. There was no other way. He could only activate Plan B. In the dead of night, with a loud explosion suddenly ringing out, the residents who were still asleep in the city were jolted awake, fear spreading like a tide. Houses trembled and cracked. The sound of shattering glass echoed everywhere. People rushed into the streets in panic, cries and pleas for help intertwined, plunging the city into unprecedented chaos. In the center of the explosion, the alien beast, Izumakuru, slowly appeared. Its hideous form became even more terrifying under the illumination of the fire, its massive body resembling a moving fortress. With each step it took, it left deep footprints in the ground, and the surrounding buildings collapsed like paper under its trampling. In the sky, Nexus and other giants of light rushed over. Zhou Xingxing, upon seeing the appearance of Izumakuru, also displayed a shocked expression. Perhaps due to the early debut, the fused Izumakuru before him was much larger than the one in the original TV series. The Izumakuru in the original TV series was already 60 meters tall, but the one before him was even more exaggerated, measuring about 110 meters. Nexus was less than half its height. Seeing this, Nexus quickly activated the meta field. But before the field could fully expand, Izumakuru shot out a black beam from its mouth, sealing the crack of the meta field tightly. Nexus charged towards Izumakuru first, emitting a dazzling beam of light. However, Izumakuru merely swayed slightly, and then rushed back at Nexus at an incredible speed, its massive claws stirring up a whirlwind as they struck towards Nexus. Nexus hurriedly used teleportation to narrowly avoid the attack. Meanwhile, Leo attempted to activate the mirror space secret technique, but although the technique succeeded, Izumakuru shattered the mirror space with just one claw. The whole process from a completion of the mirror space to Izumakuru breaking free took no more than a scan. Zhou Xingxing's voice timely appeared in everyone's minds. Safulin, Zhou Xingxing, waved his hand. The enemy is very strong, and none of us can win alone. Moreover, the situation is urgent. To prevent this alien beast, we must cooperate to have a chance of winning. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Faust, Liliko, I agree. Mephisto, Go Lumu, I agree. Nexus, Yazhun, I agree. Leo, Human, I agree. Leo Nishijanagi, Humph, a 1T. Good. Shafulin, Zhou Xingxing, ignored the nearly murderous gaze of NATO Nagi within Leo and shouted, "Everyone, let's go." With Shafulin's command, the group almost simultaneously charged towards the fusion beast, Izumaru, which stood at a height of 120 meters. Faust, Rico, was the first to launch an attack, skillfully weaving around Izumaru and using energy projectiles to disrupt its vision. Mephisto, Golumu, summoned energy whips from the ground, tightly binding the legs of the beast, hindering its movement. Naxos, Yazhun, leaped high into the air, his whole body glowing as he transformed into Red Nai, unleashing a destructive energy projectile aimed at the beast's head. After nearly a week of not transforming and properly nurturing his body, Yazhun had successfully returned to his peak condition. Leo, Guman, was not to be outdone either. He executed a Leo flying kick, a fiery kick charged with intense heat, striking the beast in the abdomen like a meteor. Izumaru roared in anger from the barrage of attacks, breaking free from Mephisto's bindings and spraying corrosive liquid at Leo, Guman. Leo, Guman, nimbly dodged, but ultimately, due to his lack of combat experience, a small portion of the liquid hit his ankle. The pain made both Guman and NATO Nagi furrow their brows almost simultaneously, with NATO Nagi finally sighing, "So useless, forget it, give me control. Don't talk nonsense. I can tell the situation." Upon sensing Leo's control, NATO Nagi snorted coldly, his arms glowing as he transformed back into Leo Plus. "Damn beast. D." It was unclear whether this statement was a veiled jab, but Zhou Xingxing could clearly feel the energy within Leo surging. Boom! With just one kick, he sent one head of the synthetic beast flying off Izumaru. Naxos quickly followed up with a concentrated energy beam aimed at the flying head, delivering a molecular-level finishing blow. Immediately after, the group joined forces again, combining their ultimate energy beams into a super beam that shot straight at Izumaru. This beam contained immense power, and with the shouts of the group, it pierced through Izumaru, causing the massive beast to crash to the ground and subsequently dissipate into the world. Chapter 64. Lucifer. I am coming, damn it, damn it. Damn it. Ishiguro Mitsuhiko never expected that the fusion beast Izumaru he had painstakingly created would fall like this. Clearly just a bunch of trash. Why do they always seem to be as hard to kill as disgusting cockroaches? Just as Ishiguro Mitsuhiko pondered whether to transform into Zaki while the Ultraman warriors were exhausted from the recent battle, thinking that even if he couldn't kill them all, he could still deal them a heavy blow and cause humanity to lose faith in Ultraman, he suddenly found his last puppet, Mephisto 2, appearing in his hands. Its massive body, shrouded in dark energy, emerged on the battlefield, attracting the attention of all the Ultramen. "Oh, this kid can't sit still anymore." Ishiguro Mitsuhiko smirked slightly. Perhaps this was a turning point. Mephisto 2 unleashed a fierce attack on the exhausted Ultramen. Although its power couldn't compare to Zaki's, it was enough to cause trouble for the Ultramen at this moment. The Ultramen braced themselves, preparing to fight, not expecting that there would be such an enemy after the beast. Smoke filled the battlefield again as Mephisto 2's eyes glinted with madness and anticipation. Watching the Ultramen fall to the ground, unable to stand, he seemed to envision the moment he would absorb all their light, his ultimate masterpiece. The beast would rise amidst humanity's despair, and he would become the ruler of this dark world. Good, very good. Just like this. Watching one light warrior after another disappear after having their energy drained by Mephisto 2, Ishiguro Mitsuhiko's smile became increasingly difficult to suppress. This feeling is just amazing. Wait, where's this guy going? Ishiguro Mitsuhiko saw Mephisto 2, after absorbing all the Ultraman's light, neither disappearing nor causing destruction, but instead approaching a certain direction step by step. That place was the river of forgetfulness. Damn it, what are you trying to do, you bastard? Ishiguro Mitsuhiko quickly transmitted a command to Mephisto 2. Get away. Where are you going? However, Mephisto 2 ignored him, continuing to move towards the river of forgetfulness. Bastard, seeking death. As Mephisto 2 attempted to touch the river of forgetfulness, which was his lifesaver, he absolutely would not allow anyone to have designs on it. Seeing this, Ishiguro Mitsuhiko dropped the act, threw away his weapon, and prepared to transform into Zaki to teach the other party a lesson. When Zaki appeared, He charged towards Mephisto too, like lightning. Zaki's massive body radiated a terrifying dark power, shaking the ground with every step. He swung a fist imbued with destructive force at Mephisto too, the wind from the punch howling as if it would tear the surrounding space apart. Mephisto too sensed Zaki's attack and turned to face him. It too did not back down, crossing its arms to take Zaki's punch directly. The impact from the collision of dark powers spread outward, raising clouds of dust. Zaki then launched a series of attacks, delivering fierce kicks, each imbued with the intent to shatter his opponent. However, Mephisto too skillfully dodged some attacks and seized the opportunity to counterattack. It unleashed dark beams directed at Zaki. Zaki quickly raised his arm to block, but the force of the beams still pushed him back several steps. After all, Zaki had been heavily injured in his previous battle against Noah and the King of Ultra, and as the fight continued, his movements gradually slowed, and his energy was nearly depleted. Mephisto too noticed Zaki's fatigue and began to intensify its offensive. It lunged at Zaki, using its sharp claws to slash at him, leaving deep wounds across Zaki's chest. Zaki roared in anger, but his attacks became increasingly ineffective against Mephisto too, which began to overpower him, putting him in a desperate situation. Bastard! 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 Trapped beneath Mephisto too, Zaki pounded the ground in fury, but each struggle was futile. Mephisto too let out a chilling cackle, increasing its oppressive force, its sharp claws embedding deep into Zaki's shoulder, purple blood seeping from the wounds. A hint of panic flashed in Zaki's eyes as he tried to gather the last bit of strength to unleash his ultimate move. The surrounding dark energy began to converge towards him, but this energy felt so weak. Mephisto too seemed to sense Zaki's intentions and suddenly slammed its head into Zaki, interrupting the energy gathering, causing Zaki's vision to blur. At that moment, a black energy shockwave suddenly descended from the sky, momentarily distracting Mephisto too. Seizing this fleeting chance, Zaki exerted all his strength to push Mephisto too away, struggling to stand up to face the uncertain changes ahead. Who is speaking? Zaki looked around, trying to identify who was making the move. Me? I am the progenitor, the darkness, the death, the end of all universes. At the same time, I am the creator of you and the fusion beasts. The creator of me and the fusion beasts? Nonsense. Stop with the theatrics. Who the hell are you? My name is Dark Lucifer. A more powerful dark aura surged in like a raging tide. Zaki's eyes widened, sensing the terrifying strength that far surpassed that of himself and Mephisto too. At the same time, the aberrant beasts around the world emitted piercing howls, as if celebrating the true king's return. Black smoke, like a lively snake, quickly burrowed into Zaki's body, leaving behind a trail of coldness and death. Zaki wanted to resist, but the power was too overwhelming, and his body gradually slipped out of his control. The aberrant beasts were also enveloped by the same black smoke, frantically absorbing it, their already hideous forms becoming even more twisted and terrifying. As the black smoke fully merged, Zaki's body began to change. His appearance gradually transformed into that of Dark Lucifer. The light that once belonged to Zaki disappeared from his eyes, replaced by the deep, cold gaze filled with destructive desire of Dark Lucifer. Every muscle was being reorganized, strength continuously rising within this new shell as Dark Lucifer successfully resurrected through Zaki's body. Universe, I have returned, Dark Lucifer declared, a seemingly calm statement that caused countless stars in the surrounding universes to tremble. The voice was like a dark incantation, transcending the boundaries of time and space, echoing through every galaxy. The forces of light from various universes seemed to sense this immense threat, and the previously calm energy fields began to exhibit chaotic fluctuations. Dark Lucifer stepped forward with an air of authority, each stride crossing vast interstellar distances. Wherever he passed, the brilliance of stars dimmed, planetary orbits shifted, as if the entire order of the universe was gradually collapsing under his influence. The aberrant beasts, summoned by him, surged forth like a black tide from every corner of the universe, carrying the mission of destruction towards living planets, leaving devastation in their wake. The light of life gradually extinguishing under their rampage. Chapter 65. What is light? What is darkness? Damn it, Dark Lucifer really appeared. Zhou Xingxing was in shock, not expecting the plan to go so smoothly. Well, it was no longer his concern. Looking back, there was no trace of Mephisto 2. It turned out that the whole thing was Zhou Xingxing's plan to force Zaki into revealing himself by transforming into Mephisto 2. And then, severely injured Zaki was indeed caught in a trap by Dark Lucifer, who directly took over his body and absorbed the powers of all aberrant beasts scattered throughout the universe, successfully realizing his resurrection dream. From here on, it's up to you guys. Zhou Xingxing threw the puppets in his hands into the sky, and the Noah puppet, the Rejured puppet, and the Ultraman King puppet all shone with light, gradually growing larger in the air, transforming into solid forms. Saiga Ultraman also streaked across the universe like a brilliant meteor arriving here. The mysterious four gathered, their powerful aura exploding like the primordial force of the universe, surging through every inch of cosmic space, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that made the entire universe tremble. At that moment, a light as brilliant as the cosmic explosion tore through the endless darkness, and the true form of Digga appeared. He stood tall like an ancient, unbreakable divine peak. The light of the colorful timer resembling the first ray of dawn from a newly born universe, seemingly possessing the magic to dispel all darkness. Dark Lucifer sensed this power gathering as if the gods had descended, but he let out a proud, mocking laughter that shattered stars. What does it matter that you all gathered? I am invincible now. Noah's gaze was like two unparalleled divine swords, sharp enough to cut through time and space, his entire being shining brilliantly like the heart of the universe burning. The wings of Noah behind him suddenly unfolded, each feather crafted from the purest light force of creation, radiating a sacred glow capable of purifying all evil. He danced his hands, unleashing the Noah hellfire, and in an instant, the endless divine flames surged towards Dark Lucifer like the chaotic torrents of the universe at its inception, where darkness was crushed like ants. Space burned and distorted like fragile glass, creating rifts leading to unknown abysses, stars along the way vaporized by the terrifying heat, leaving behind nothing but emptiness. Immediately after, he unleashed an even stronger force, gathering lightning Noah in his hands like the wrath of heaven. The thick lightning resembling the arm of a galaxy carried the world-shattering power to reshape the universe, slicing through the cosmos as it struck down at Dark Lucifer. Wherever the lightning passed, stars exploded like dominoes, each explosion releasing energy 1,000,000,000 times stronger than a supernova, shock waves spreading like a doomsday tsunami, causing the entire universe to shake violently as if it would collapse entirely in the next moment. Rejured stood steadily in the universe like its ruler, slowly raising his hands to begin casting the spark legend. He gathered the energy of the universe in a miraculous way beyond comprehension at a single point. That point of light, initially tiny like the smallest particle in the universe, but instantly brightened to the core of the cosmic explosion. Its brightness dazzling as if 1,000,000,000 suns erupted simultaneously, the blinding light penetrating everything, nearly causing blindness. This light contained the power of the supreme laws of the universe, then erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant energy impact. This impact akin to the moment the universe was birthed from the void, all matter and energy released in an instant, forming an unparalleled torrent of energy, like a blade capable of cutting through time and space, smashing dimensions, crashing towards Dark Lucifer. Wherever it passed, space was completely torn apart, forming massive cracks as deep as the Starry River, for which a terrifying gravitational pull seemed to threaten to drag the entire universe into endless nothingness. The structure of the universe moaning in pain under this force, as if it would collapse at any moment. Ultraman King waved his hands, and mysterious ancient symbols, as old as the origin of the universe, shot out from his hands. These symbols glimmered with a strange light containing the mysteries of the universe, intertwining at incredible speeds, as if they were light speed, instantly forming a massive net of kingly seals capable of enveloping the entire universe. Each thread of this net was made of the hardest and most mysterious substance in the universe, carrying the powerful force to seal everything, heading towards Dark Lucifer. As the sealing net descended, the parts of the universe eroded by darkness began to radiate with vibrant life, as if redeemed, where the light reached. Darkness melted away rapidly, like snow meeting the sun, while the dark forces surrounding Dark Lucifer struggled like enraged demons, clashing with the sealing power and erupting into energy storms. The center of the storm compressing space into incredible singularities, potentially triggering another cosmic-level explosion at any moment. Saiga Ultraman shone with mysterious light, resembling a burning cosmic sacred fire. He unleashed the Saiga Storm, a powerful energy storm sweeping from around his body, containing various wonderful light forces, these powers intertwining and spinning, transforming into sharp light blades that cut towards Dark Lucifer. At the same time, he gathered all his strength into the beam light on his forehead, firing the Saiga Ultimate Punch, the massive fist formed by the light carrying the power to shatter stars, crashing towards Dark Lucifer. With ripples forming in the space along the way, like a calm lake being struck by a giant rock, Diga also refused to be outdone. He switched to his shining form, his entire body radiating a golden light 1,000,000 times more dazzling than a supernova, as if the god of light had descended. He shouted loudly, his voice echoing like a cosmic bell, shattering countless asteroids in the universe. He charged towards Dark Lucifer at a speed surpassing light, each step leaving behind a brilliant light trace in the universe like the marks of creation, these light traces intertwining to form a massive light net, resonating with other forces. He unleashed the dazzling Pelio ray, a beam brighter than the combined light of all the stars in the universe, containing the power of hope and courage. This power was like a sacred spear, piercing directly into the core of darkness, charging towards the Dark Lucifer alongside the other 4 Ultra Warriors. The Dark Lucifer released a wave of darkness from Zaki's body, thick as ink and dark as the abyss of the universe. This wave clawed at everything like a demon army eager to devour, with each strand of dark power resembling a curse from the darkest corners of the cosmos. When the forces of the mysterious 4 Ultras collided with the power of Dinah at the center of the universe, light and darkness intertwined into a massive energy vortex as vast as the universe itself, with thunder and lightning flashing within. Each bolt of lightning felt like a countdown to the destruction of the universe. The roar of energy echoed like the death knell of the universe, deafening and piercing through countless galaxies, plunging the entire cosmos into a fearful silence. Stars exploded like fireworks under this powerful energy shock, and the energy waves from these explosions merged with the energy vortex, creating a more complex and terrifying energy turbulence. The surrounding space was constantly torn apart, crushed, and reformed, creating black holes that resembled the gaping mouths of monstrous beasts, frantically devouring everything around them, be it matter or energy, as if dragging the entire universe into eternal darkness and silence. The intensity of this battle had surpassed the limits of the universe, causing the entire cosmos to struggle madly on the brink of life and death. The most terrifying part was that the solar system, as the center of the battlefield, was almost entirely turned into nothingness due to the shockwave, leaving only the lone gate drawn into the realm of the heavens by Zhou Xingxing, along with Jia, Jun, and Rico. The lone gate gazed at the void, filled with shock and fear, his pupils trembling violently as if the destruction of the universe was replaying in his eyes. His lips quivered slightly, his throat seemed choked by something, and after a while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. How is this possible? Cold sweat continuously dripped from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and falling into the void. Jia tightly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. His facial muscles twisted from anger and pain. His gaze burned with fury, a hatred for the power that destroyed everything. Damn it, he roared with endless unwillingness. His once firm stance now slightly swaying as if bearing a tremendous mental impact. Rico covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, filled with sadness. The destruction of the universe stirred up monstrous waves in her heart. She couldn't believe that the once beautiful and brilliant solar system had disappeared just like that. Her body curled slightly, as if trying to protect herself from this terrifying reality, silent sobs filling the surrounding air with sorrow. Fortunately, Zhou Xingxing quickly comforted them, saying that this was actually the best way. You must understand that the power of Dark Lucifer comes from fear, despair, and other negative emotions. And as the mysterious 4 Ultras, You all have the ability to restart the universe. When the time comes, everyone can be revived again. Zhou Xingxing was not lying. This was based on real records. Previously, in the G TV series, the crisis caused by Belial nearly dragged the universe into endless darkness. But the King of Ultras used miraculous powers to restore the universe, directly reshaping time and space, reviving all lives that had died due to Belial's crisis. Therefore, the most important thing was to quickly seal Dark Lucifer, preventing it from escaping to other universes. Seal it? Is there really no way to kill such a powerful being to eliminate future threats? Seijo Nagi voiced the doubts of everyone. Of course it can be killed, but must not be. Zhou Xingxing shook his head, noticing everyone turning their gazes towards him. So he explained, because whether it is darkness or light, both are important substances that maintain the balance of the universe. Once this balance is broken, many bad things will happen. However, such an ambiguous answer did not satisfy everyone. What bad things will happen if the balance is broken? Seijo Nagi frowned, saying, if we don't eliminate dark and evil things, will we leave them to continue harming innocent and good people? Oh, then I must ask you. Zhou Xingxing countered, what is good? What is evil? If you save a little boy who is about to drown, in your eyes, that is naturally a good deed. You are good. But what if that boy grows up to become a notorious robber, his hands stained with blood? Then I ask you, for the victims are you. Who saved that little boy? Good or evil? You. That's the logic of a robber. Seijo Nagi's face flushed with anger, but Zhou Xingxing remained unfazed, continuing. This is not the logic of a robber. Let me give another example. We humans eat various animals. In our eyes, this is a normal survival need, a natural thing. For us, this is good, as it satisfies our hunger and survival needs. But what about the animals that are eaten? In their world, we humans are evil. The murderers who take their lives. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Xingxing looked around and continued. Also, in certain special situations, such as when a person is lost in the wild and attacked by wild beasts. The beasts are merely following their instincts to prey on humans, but to humans, the beasts are evil. Yet in the rules of nature, this is merely a part of the food chain. Good and evil have completely different definitions from different perspectives. We cannot simply use our own views of good and evil to measure the existence of Dark Lucifer. So, do you understand? The universe and everything in it are not black and white. Most are a chaotic mix of black and white, especially as humans. No matter how kind a person is, they cannot guarantee that they have never had evil thoughts in their lifetime. And no matter how evil a person is, they cannot possibly only do evil things forever. Seijo Nagi frowned tightly, seemingly wanting to argue, but his lips moved without speaking. Zhou Xingxing looked at him and gently said, the existence of Dark Lucifer certainly brings disaster. But if we only seek to eliminate it for a moment's pleasure, the balance of the universe will inevitably collapse. And the resulting disaster will be countless times more severe than the damage it has caused. At this moment, the previously silent Ji, you finally spoke up. So everything you've done, and asking us to cooperate with you in this act, is to draw out the power that Dark Lucifer uses to break free from its seal. Zaki was just incidental? Zhou Xingxing confirmed. That's exactly how it is. Boom, boom. Although everyone had entered the realm of the heavens created by Zhou Xingxing, they could still faintly feel how intense the battle in the original universe was. Fortunately, this battle did not last long, although Dark Lucifer was very strong. Strong enough that even Noah was not a match for it. It was merely borrowing the severely injured Zaki and the reincarnated alien beasts. Its power was far from its peak. Moreover, this time, Noah was not the only one coming. Sealing Dark Lucifer was a sure thing. Chapter 66. The way of heaven is private. The great way is simple. This battle did not last long. After sensing that the battle over there had ended, Zhou Xingxing brought everyone back to the Nexus universe. Just as Zhou Xingxing had said before, restarting the universe was not difficult at all for the mysterious four Ultras. Upon returning to the Nexus universe, the surroundings were engulfed in a deathly silence, and the once brilliant stars had all vanished, as if the universe was silently weeping. Noah, Riejido, the king of Ultras, Dinah, and Saiga stood in this void, their brilliance appearing so bright, yet somewhat lonely. Noah was the first to extend his hands. and the holy light radiating from him spread like threads, attempting to outline the contours of the universe, marking the beginning of hope. Ryujido immediately infused his power into it. His strength, which contained boundless wisdom, made the light intertwine more orderly, as if building a framework for the universe. The King of Ultra waved his hands, releasing the power of restoration, and the spatial rifts that had been destroyed by the dark Lucifer began to heal slowly, his power acting as the adhesive of the universe. Digga transformed into a shining form, his radiance resembling newborn stars, bringing warmth to the darkness, and his light power ignited the seeds of hope in the shadows. Saiga moved quickly, merging the powers of the five more closely, leaving behind brilliant light trails in the darkness, which intertwined with the powers of the other four Ultramen. And the universe began to gradually regain vitality. Stars began to twinkle again, first faintly, then increasingly bright. The life lights that had been extinguished began to gather, gradually forming familiar silhouettes from tiny light clusters. The planets began to reconsolidate. Mountains and rivers reappeared, and the universe was once again filled with life and vitality. The nightmare shrouded in darkness was completely over, and the light of justice illuminated every corner. Zhou Xingxing was overjoyed. I'm truly a genius. I easily toyed with the two big villains, Zaki and Lucifer. Just when Zhou Xingxing thought that the big shots like Noah would go back directly after finishing, he found himself seemingly being stared at by numerous eyes. Before Zhou Xingxing could react, in the next moment, Ryujido transformed to a size similar to his, then pressed him down. If it weren't for the absence of killing intent from the other party, Zhou Xingxing would have thought he was about to be killed. However, in the next second, Zhou Xingxing experienced what is called the cycle of heaven's justice. Ryujido's evil Jasmine plan. Huh? How do you know Zhou Xingxing? Wow. Zhou Xingxing stared in disbelief. Did I just get spanked? Or was it from the mysterious Ryujido among the four? Not only was Zhou Xingxing shocked, but also Jia and others beside him were frightened by the scene before them. They were so scared that they stood there motionless, not even daring to breathe. Ryujido's punishment of Zhou Xingxing continued. Lord Shafulin, huh? Why don't you say that the plan to eliminate Ultraman was devised by you? Leo, right? The heart of enthusiasm cannot be extinguished, right? The situation is urgent, huh? Letting you play with the same old joke every day. Letting you burn incense to annoy me every day. Am I your father or your grandfather? Always asking me for power spoiled you. Noah didn't speak, but from its figure, which had almost turned half-transparent, suddenly stopping, it was clear that it had made up its mind regarding Zhou Xingxing. Digga didn't care much, after all. He was a workaholic. Otherwise, he wouldn't often leave behind statues from some corner of the universe. As for Zhou Xingxing burning incense for him every day, it was merely an increase from 999 human entities seeking him to 1,000. Saiga was somewhat puzzled, since he was the fusion of three Ultramen, Zero, Gauss, and Dinah, born out of coincidence, unless the three merged. Zhou Xingxing's burning of incense generally wouldn't affect him at all. Oh dear, enough already. The young man is just a bit mischievous and naughty, thinking about taking shortcuts. As for the King of Ultra, he was someone who enjoyed seeing this scene, stepping forward to feign comfort, and his words were no different from fanning the flames. This made Ryujido even angrier upon hearing the King of Ultra's words. How dare you think of such evil ways at such a young age? Old Wong, don't interfere with this. Today, I must teach him a good lesson. Oh dear, what are you doing? The King of Ultra anxiously tried to mediate, and even accidentally threw his cane into Ryujido's hands due to his excitement. Zhou Xingxing cursed, MD. You are the real old schemer. Seeing that Zhou Xingxing was shouting fiercely but was not in danger, the others like Yuman breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon after, a hint of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. Among them, Nagi Saiju's expression was the most obvious. It was a look of helplessness and regret, as if he had always wanted to see Zhou Xingxing in such a state. In fact, this was nothing. After all, Zhou Xingxing didn't have deep feelings with these people. At worst, before leaving this universe, he could cast an illusion to make them all forget what they had just seen and heard. However, the system was not doing its job. It actually opened a live chat group, while Zhou Xingxing was being beaten by Ryujido. And it was a real-time, close-up, high-definition live broadcast. Suddenly, the chat group exploded. Yueshia Guaning, don't be ridiculous. What the heck? Brothers, what'd I just see? The mysterious 4 Ultramen and Diga Ultraman. No, what's Ryujido doing to the group leader? The dog lover from the Yang family seems to be spanking Brother Zhou. The Lion Star's prince, the mysterious 4 Ultramen? Ryujido? You just said the Ultraman beating Xing in the live broadcast is Ryujido. Zhou Xingfeng, you recognize this guy? Who exactly is this called Ryujido? Able to suppress the group leader like this? Steel Dog Dahu. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I remember that in my company there's a girl called Selena, and that's how she spanked her son, slap, and afterward his butt was swollen. Zhou Xingfeng, Tony brother, instead of laughing, why not think about how to help the group leader escape this predicament? Yueshia Guaning, don't be ridiculous. It might be difficult. Steel Dog Dahu. Although I don't know what kind of Ultraman this Ryujido is, but being able to press Zhou Xingxing down and spank him, one can imagine how terrifying its power is. Are we just here to be side dishes? Zhou Xingfeng, well, we can't just stand by and watch. You don't care, but I will. Steel Dog Dahu, hey, I say. What do you mean by this? Are you the only one with emotions? And we all have none? Yueshia Guaning, all right, everyone, stop arguing. Let me say a few words. The chat group fell into silence for a moment. Yueshia Guaning, Zhou Xingfeng, we understand your concern for the group leader, but you really don't need to worry. Although Ryujido's strength is much greater than the group leader's, he definitely won't harm him. I just found some information about Ryujido, and I can share it with you. Mr. Stark, you should say less too. He's just concerned and confused. After that, Zhang Chulan shared the information about Ryujido in the chat group. In addition to Ryujido's data, he also found and shared information about the other Ultramen present, such as Noah, the king of Ultra, Saiga, and Diga, Yang's dog lover. My god, this is too scary. Ryujido Ultraman is an existence that plans to harmonize the universe based on cosmic justice, possessing the universe's strongest skill, Spark Legend, which can release all its energy in one go through body rotation. Its power can even destroy the entire universe in one breath. No wonder he can easily suppress Brother Zhou. Steel Dog Dahu. Wow, that shining form called Diga is so strong. I always thought he was just a handsome guy. It seems I've underestimated him. Zhou Xingfeng. Noah's holy light actually has such miraculous effects. This ability to restore and destroy the universe makes my scalp tingle. Yueshia Guaning. The restoration power of the King of Ultra is also not to be underestimated. He is like the doctor of the universe. Saiga's fusion ability is even more magical, allowing the powers of the others to be fused more closely. When Zhou Xingxing's beating finally ended, he discovered that the chat group showed 99 messages and saw their conversations, causing him to go completely insane. MD, bad people, all bad people. That bastard Leja duo is not human, and you, system, are not doing anything human either. Then let's perish together. Zhou Xingxing picked up the golden cudgel and prepared to stab it into his own neck. System, no, I was just kidding with you. Zhou Xingxing's face turned ashen. Shut up. Rest assured, once I die, I will go to your headquarters and apply to become a system. Then I will go against you every day. You choose the male protagonist. I will choose the male antagonist, specifically issuing tasks that conflict with you. I want to make you a second-rate broken system for the rest of your life. System, you can't say such terrifying things, you bastard. Zhou Xingxing, I don't care, unless you find a way to compensate me. System, all right, I'm really scared of you. 1 minute later, seeing the group red envelope sent by Zhou Xingxing, everyone was puzzled. Is this a hush money? Oh dear, look at the trouble this caused. Iron Dog Big House. Xing, you are really polite. Don't worry, we know nothing and saw nothing. Watching birds under the moon, no Bylan. That's right. What just happened? I seem to remember nothing. Prince of Lionstar. Me too. Zhou Xingxing. Fine, I believe you. After receiving the red envelope, this matter must never be mentioned again. Everyone. Understood. We absolutely won't mention it. Just kidding. Zhou Xingxing. That's good. I believe you will definitely keep your word. Just kidding. As everyone almost simultaneously opened the red envelope, what came into view was a crimson moon. Secret technique, moon reading. No one expected that Zhou Xingxing would use a red envelope to cast an illusion to clean their memories. Normally, At least Feng Yuan and Zhou Xingxing would definitely not be affected by such an illusion. However, because both trusted Zhou Xingxing too much and were completely unguarded, they fell for it as well. While the others were immersed in the illusion of moon reading, Zhou Xingxing immediately began to frantically delete chat records. After all, if you're going to put on a show, do it completely. By the time everyone came to their senses, they would only remember that the group leader was in a good mood after completing a certain task and sent them a red envelope. Thus, an incident that should have led to a mutual destruction between Zhou Xingxing and the system came to an end. Watching birds under the moon, no Bylin. Thank you. Group leader, wishing the group leader great wealth. Iron Dog Big House 1. Young Family Dog Lover 1. Prince of Lions Star 1. Riding the Wind with a Sword 1. Zhou Xingxing sneered. You see, they're still thanking me. Sure enough, the one who laughs last is still me, the wicked gardenia young master. The group started a long-awaited chat session. Because Zhou Xingxian finally emerged from several days of enlightenment, he immediately became the focus of the chat. Zhou Xingxian, not bad. Thanks to the sharing of the Yu Huang Heart Seal Wonderful Sutra by true monarch Yang Jian, I not only made great breakthroughs in my cultivation, but more importantly, I finally saw through myself and understood my own path. 6 paths immortal. Oh, tell me more. Zhou Xingxian. 8 characters. Just do good deeds and don't ask about the future. I used to wander in this world, seeming carefree but actually confused. At that time, I only thought about wielding my sword to slay demons, but as time passed, I increasingly doubted the meaning of cultivating the truth, especially after experiencing some emotional matters. I felt even more that becoming a saint was wrong. On the surface, he has become the strongest in the world, but in reality, this strongest person could only watch as predicted events unfolded, unable to stop them, and even became a destined part of the events. Thus, he abandoned his own joys and sorrows and completely became a puppet of the heavenly Tao. But I am different. The biggest difference between me and him is that even if I see fate, I do not submit to my own fate. Even if the end of the road is still death, at least I can choose how I die, and can laugh and shout at fate before death that I have not lost. With this determination, when I was striving for the position of a saint, I deliberately bypassed the heavenly Tao and chose to let the great Tao test me. The heavenly Tao has selfishness, but the great Tao is impartial. Sure enough, Zhou Xingxian succeeded. He became the only saint in the 3 realms recognized by the great Tao after the heavenly Tao. After becoming a saint, many things that were previously invisible and incomprehensible suddenly became clear to him. This also ignited a new plan in his heart, the human race's fortune revitalization plan. Chapter 67. Sparring human race's fortune revitalization? Wow, what a big ambition. But isn't that what makes it interesting? After all, everyone in the group, one by one, even Zhang Chulan is not a simple character. Moreover, they also want to see how strong Zhou Xingxian, who has successfully become a saint, is now. No wonder when Zhou Xingxing was taught a lesson by Legia Duo earlier, only Zhou Xingxian couldn't stand it and wanted to help. Besides his sense of justice, his strength is also a great confidence. Zhou Xingxian also explained to the group that although the characters in the Xianjian TV series look similar to them, the power displays in the series are truly unbearable to watch. Just take Zhou Xingxian himself as an example. Not to mention now, even before becoming a saint, moving mountains and filling seas was just a matter of raising his hand. Perhaps restricted by the limitations of the era, their powers were never fully displayed. 6 paths immortal. Can you tell me why you said that? Zhou Xingxing was curious. They say that below the saint, all are ants. Is the gap between before and after becoming a saint really that big? Riding the wind with a sword. You know? Actually, but you could also become a saint. But he has always been stuck at the last step. 6 paths immortal. Which step? Riding the wind with a sword. Recognition by the heavenly Tao. At this point, Zhou Xingxian paused for a moment before speaking. If it weren't for the existence of the chat group, I would never have believed that our struggle with Baiyu is actually a struggle between human Tao and heavenly Tao. What do you mean? Riding the wind with a sword explained. Baiyu actually represents the human Tao, while we unknowingly have been controlled by the heavenly Tao, becoming stumbling blocks on Baiyu's path. We always thought Baiyu was a madman trying to destroy the world. But now we understand that he wants to break the dead framework of the heavenly Tao and build a truly human-centered world. The love he pursues is to break free from the cold rules of the heavenly Tao, allowing humanity to freely define emotions and relationships. However, he was limited by the world's knowledge and unknowingly walked an extreme path. Thus, he ultimately lost the support of the human Tao. Meanwhile, we have been blinded by the so-called justice and mission given by the heavenly Tao, obstructing him. Our victory, in a sense, may actually be the victory of the heavenly Tao. It used us to maintain its inherent order. Additionally, I have watched a few other Xingjian TV series and games, which further confirm to me that the power of the heavenly Tao has been influencing the direction of the world all along. My senior brother is the best proof. Riding the wind with a sword. At first, I didn't understand. He clearly could foresee so many things. Why wouldn't he take action? Because he deeply understands the power and irreversibility of the heavenly Tao. He knows that once involved in this game between human Tao and heavenly Tao, no matter the outcome, he will pay a painful price. He tried to find balance in the gaps of the heavenly Tao, maintaining the existence of a human Tao in a quietly protective way. But when he saw us risking everything to fight against Baiyu for the sake of all living beings, he ultimately chose to intervene and help. From the moment he locked Zhao Linger in the demon-locking tower, I should have believed him. I should have insisted that Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuer not go in. But I didn't. I wavered. Thus, Lin Yuer died. When I saw this scene, I regretted it immensely. She should not have been involved in this conflict. Yet because of my hesitation, she perished. It is precisely this plot that makes me understand that the confrontation between humanity and the heavenly way is not only about the fate of the world, but also involves the life and death, joys and sorrows of every individual. Is the Six Paths' immortal struggle between humanity and the heavenly way? What do you plan to do about it? From your avoidance of the heavenly way and your request for the Tao to strike you, it is easy to infer that you have already been placed on the heavenly way's kill list. Wait a minute. Your senior brother is a saint recognized by the heavenly way, and you are on the heavenly way's kill list too. Damn, are you two going to be forced to kill each other by the heavenly way? Riding the sword and riding the wind. Haha, now that it has come to this. What is there to fear about the so-called kill list? Since I have seen through the entanglement between humanity and the heavenly way behind this, I will no longer hesitate. Although my senior brother is recognized by the heavenly way as a saint, he also has many helplessness in his heart, being constrained by the will of the heavenly way and unable to act entirely according to his own wishes. As for me, since I have chosen to fight for the true destiny of humanity, I have long disregarded life and death. If the Tao can help me become a saint, it means there are other possibilities in this world, and it is not only about following the will of the heavenly way. I plan to seek out those who are also dissatisfied with the control of the heavenly way, unite together, and try to break this monopoly of the heavenly way, allowing humanity to stand upright in this world and shine with its own brilliance. Even if I have to go through countless difficulties and face the entire heavenly way as an enemy, I will never regret today as choice. Six Paths Immortal. What are you specifically planning to do? You can't do it alone. Like you said before, looking for those who are also dissatisfied with the control of the heavenly way. Have you thought about who those people are? Riding the sword and riding the wind. Let's start with Baiyu. As the currently most qualified existence to step into the saint realm, Baiyu's strength, wisdom, and status will greatly assist my plan. Six Paths Immortal. Baiyu? What about Li Xiaoyao and the others? Riding the sword and riding the wind. Li Xiaoyao is indeed very talented, but he is too young and impulsive. I think such a person is very likely to be used by the heavenly way without realizing it. For the initial stage, I would prefer to be more cautious. Therefore, I need your help. Six Paths Immortal. Me? Are you sure? Riding the sword and riding the wind. Is that okay? Six Paths Immortal, of course. With a wave of spatial portal, Zhou Xingxing arrived in the world of Zhou Xingxing. Seeing Zhou Xingxing's arrival, Zhou Xingxing's face also revealed a joyful smile. Although I have seen your appearance multiple times in the live broadcast room, this is the first time we meet face to face, Zhou Xingxing sighed. Zhou Xingxing lightly waved his sleeve, opening the entrance to the heavenly realm. A flickering light appeared, resembling a door to a mysterious otherworld. He stepped aside to indicate Zhou Xingxing to go first, and Zhou Xingxing, not being polite, stepped in with a carefree smile. How is it? This is the gravity space I just established recently. Are you used to it? After stepping into the space, Zhou Xingxing felt it slightly and smiled. It's interesting. Although this gravity is a bit special, it's not difficult for me. With that, he lightly leaped, his posture still agile. But the time he floated in the air was slightly shorter than usual, his clothes fluttering in the wind, showing off his elegance. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing thought to himself that Zhou Xingtuan was indeed extraordinary in strength. He quickly formed seals with both hands, magnetic escape spiral shuriken. A huge black spiral shuriken quickly took shape in his hand, with powerful cutting and sucking force, howling toward Zhou Xingtuan. Zhou Xingxing thought to test Zhou Xingtuan's response with this move, laying the groundwork for the subsequent battle. Zhou Xingtuan's gaze sharpened, and his long sword was instantly unsheathed, the sword body shimmering with light. He calculated in his heart that the range of this strange ninjutsu attack was not small, and the power was concentrated, so it was not advisable to take it head-on. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, sidestepped, and evaded the direct impact of the spiral shuriken with his agile body. However, the whirlwind brought by the shuriken still brushed past the edge of his clothes, leaving a slight cut. What a powerful technique, Zhou Xingtuan praised, and at the same time, his body flipped in the air, landing quickly and swinging his sword back. Light split slash. Suddenly, his sword transformed into several beams of light, like a group of nimble silver snakes, swiftly darting toward Zhou Xingxing. Zhou Xingtuan thought that this sword would confuse his opponent with speed and illusion, making it difficult for Zhou Xingxing to respond. Zhou Xingxing watched the oncoming sword shadows and activated his Sharingan. His eyes instantly became exceptionally sharp, easily seeing through the true form among the sword shadows. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, lava release, hellish massacre. A giant shark-shaped magma was spewed from his mouth, rushing toward the sword shadows, causing them to dissipate wherever the water blast went. Zhou Xingtuan frowned slightly, not expecting his sword shadows to be so easily resolved. He simply sheathed his long sword, quickly changed his hand seals, and muttered words. Zhou Xingxing felt a tightness in his heart. He could sense the spiritual power around him rapidly gathering toward Zhou Xingtuan, and a more powerful attack was likely imminent. He did not dare to be negligent, and immediately opened the fourth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. With chakra surging throughout his body, readying for the next offensive, he quickly formed seals with both hands, silently reciting, "Dust release, original world separation technique." As the technique was activated, Zhou Xingxing's gaze focused, knowing that this move might turn the tide in this fierce confrontation. With a huge amount of energy rapidly gathering, a transparent cubic space slowly advanced toward Zhou Xingtuan. Zhou Xingtuan felt the overwhelming pressure but felt no fear. Instead, a strong fighting spirit and excitement surged within him. That's more like it. Don't worry, I've already become the saint recognized by the Tao of this world. Even if I die, I will be reborn. So you don't have to hold back. Continue attacking. Zhou Xingxing was both surprised and relieved to hear Zhou Xingxing's words. Surprised that a saint in this world could have such a miraculous ability to resurrect, and relieved that he could unleash his full power without any worries. He no longer held back at all, increasing the power output of the dust release, original world separation technique, and the transparent cubic space shone even brighter. The speed of advancement suddenly accelerating, leaving behind fine cracks in the space it passed through, emitting hissing sounds. Zhou Xingtuan looked at the rapidly approaching, terrifying attack, his smile growing even wider. He stood firmly with both feet, raised his hands, and shouted, "Spirit, void, heavenly shield." A huge shield radiating a soft golden light instantly took shape in front of him, with runes shimmering on it, circulating mysterious power. The force of the dust release collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar, light and energy bursting forth, causing the entire heavenly realm space to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seeing that the dust release was blocked, Zhou Xingxing immediately changed his tactics. His figure flashed, disappearing from his original spot, using the flying thunder god technique to instantly appear above Zhou Xingtuan. Lightning release, thousand birds, sharp spear. He concentrated the power of lightning release to form a long spear of light, crackling with electricity, stabbing toward Zhou Xingxing like lightning. Zhou Xingtuan remained calm. The shield still stood firm, and, at the same time, he spat out a flame from his mouth, southern brightly fire. The flame twisted like a fire snake, wrapping around the lightning release spear, causing lightning and fire to intertwine and clash, remaining at a stalemate. Taking advantage of the moment of stalemate, Zhou Xingxing formed seals again. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. The ground beneath Zhou Xingxing's feet instantly transformed into a swamp, with black sludge surging, trying to drag Zhou Xingxing into it. Zhou Xingxing smiled lightly, a gust of wind rising beneath his feet, and he soared into the air, avoiding the swamp's engulfing. Group leader, it's my turn. Zhou Xingxing danced his hands in the air, performing the 8 trigrams dragon technique. 8 giant dragons formed from spiritual energy spiraled out, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced toward Zhou Xingxing, each dragon exuding immense pressure, as if they were going to crush Zhou Xingxing completely. Zhou Xingxing was also extremely frustrated. Damn, where did you learn all these powerful moves? I haven't seen them in movies or games. Zhou Xingxing, after hearing Zhou Xingxing's words, did not hide it and straightforwardly replied that he often wandered around the chat group mall when he was bored before. Then he often observed the ninjutsu he had uploaded in the past, and after the system displayed the introduction of the ninjutsu, he comprehended it himself. Zhou Xingxing was amazed. I can play like this too. The system MD made him feel as if he had missed out on a fortune. Zhou Xingxing's eyes sharpened, and the Rinnegan shone brightly. Universal pull. A powerful gravitational force suddenly erupted, attempting to pull the Wine Sword Immortal down from the sky. The Wine Sword Immortal felt a tremendous force acting on him. His body swayed slightly, but he quickly stabilized, countering the pull with his mana. Don't think this can do anything to me, the Wine Sword Immortal shouted, and the gigantic dragon shook off the entanglement of Amaterasu flames, charging towards Zhou Xingxing again. Zhou Xingxing no longer hesitated and directly opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. In an instant, his momentum surged, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite. Rinnegan, Heavenly Star, a massive black sphere slowly rose, and a powerful gravitational force began to attract everything around it, causing space to distort. The gigantic dragon was drawn towards the Heavenly Star involuntarily. The Wine Sword Immortal, understanding the power of this move, quickly moved his hands, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, borrowing the universe. An unusual vortex of spiritual energy formed in front of him, slightly altering the direction of the Heavenly Star's gravitational force, making it shift to the side. At the same time, he flashed and charged towards Zhou Xingxing, drawing his long sword again, its blade shimmering with dazzling light. Sky Splitter. He slashed towards Zhou Xingxing. This strike containing his immense spiritual power and ultimate understanding of the sword path, as if he were about to split the sky itself. Zhou Xingxing looked up, his Rinnegan fixed on the Wine Sword Immortal's sword. Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsive force erupted from him, colliding with the sword energy of the Wine Sword Immortal, producing a deafening roar. The entire space within the realm shook precariously under the collision of these 2 powerful forces, with cracks spreading like a spider's web, as if the apocalypse were approaching. Zhou Xingxing looked at the Wine Sword Immortal's blood-soaked clothes and asked with concern, "Are you sure you want to keep fighting? I've only used 8/10 of my power." The Wine Sword Immortal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed wildly. Don't underestimate me. This little pain is nothing. The body of a sage will not easily concede defeat. After saying that, he stirred his spiritual energy once more, tilted his head back, and took a swig of alcohol, the liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth, soaking his blood-stained robe. He wiped his mouth, and a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Let us see my wine god curse. Chapter 68. Recreating the world, the Wine Sword Immortal shouted. Let us see my wine god curse. He waved his hands, chanting incantations, and, as the mantra was recited, the aura of alcohol around him surged wildly, enveloping his body in a blinding red light, growing ever more intense, as if he were a sun about to explode. Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing no longer held back. He took a deep breath and suddenly opened the final gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate. In an instant, an extremely powerful and terrifying force exploded within him, his hair standing on end, his skin turning bright red, and veins bulging like dragons. All right, let me show you the power of opening all 8 gates. Zhou Xingxing roared, his figure darting forward like a ghost, moving at extreme speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The power of the Wine God Curse finally gathered, and the Wine Sword Immortal shouted, "Wine God Curse, world-destroying flame wave." A gigantic wave of wine-red energy, like a raging sea of fire, surged toward Zhou Xingxing, distorting the space it passed through, crackling ominously as if it were about to shatter. Zhou Xingxing faced the terrifying wave of energy without fear, throwing a punch. This punch contained the immense power of having opened all 8 gates, the force of his fist howling and forming a small energy vortex in front of him, colliding head-on with the power of the Wine God Curse. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and a deafening roar echoed throughout the space, shaking it violently, with large cracks spreading like a web until it shattered completely. The Wine Sword Immortal was also successfully kicked into steam by Zhou Xingxing under this absolute destructive pressure. Thus, this sparring match came to a complete end. About 10 minutes later, the figure of the Wine Sword Immortal reappeared, evidently revived by the power of this world. The Wine Sword Immortal slowly stood up, dusting off non-existent dust with a wry smile on his face. "Brother Zhou, your punch and kick are truly impressive. In a real fight, I wouldn't stand a chance." Zhou Xingxing laughed heartily. "Come on, your Wine God Curse is also incredibly powerful. To be honest, after fighting you, I've gained quite a bit in my own domain." The Wine Sword Immortal asked, "Oh, please tell me more." Zhou Xingxing realized that the reason sages are immortal is that they control deeper and more powerful rules of power, like the rulers of this space. In the face of absolute control of the rules, ordinary destruction and attacks cannot reach their essence. At most, they can only seal them. Of course, the strength of a sage also depends on the limits of the plane they are in. Just like you, although you have become a sage, you are still weaker in destruction than I am, who am not a sage, simply because my strength has surpassed the limits of your plane. The Wine Sword Immortal frowned, carefully pondering Zhou Xingxing's words. "Brother Zhou, are you saying that the level of the plane limits the height a sage can reach? If so, is there a way to break through the shackles of the plane, to pursue a higher level of the sage path?" Zhou Xingxing replied, "Of course. Otherwise, what do you think our multiverse chat group is for?" Looking at the thoughtful Wine Sword Immortal, Zhou Xingxing suddenly had a thought. Perhaps he could learn from Pangu and Yuhua to create a world with spiritual energy and rules. Then, he could become the great path of that world. It seemed really feasible. The more Zhou Xingxing thought about it, the more he felt this was a great opportunity, and he decided to start a theoretical experiment. However, before the experiment, he decided to share his thoughts and upcoming actions with the Wine Sword Immortal. Upon hearing this, the Wine Sword Immortal's eyes lit up, and a strong curiosity and anticipation surged within him. He quickly said, "Brother Zhou, if there is anything I can help with, just say the word. I will do my utmost to assist you. Although my strength may not match yours, having another person on this path of exploring the unknown is always better." Zhou Xingxing replied, "All right. Sorry, mainly because I don't know when I'll be done here. Will it disrupt your plans?" The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head. "No. Perhaps it's just right. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. You can experiment here with peace of mind. I will set up a barrier around you to conceal the secrets of heaven. No one will know you are here except me." Zhou Xingxing said, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. In the initial stage of the experiment, I need to organize my thoughts and build a framework on my own. Once we reach the critical point, I may indeed need to rely on your wisdom and strength." After saying that, Zhou Xingxing's body radiated a layer of strange light, and he began to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the theoretical experiment of world creation. He started with the structure of space, trying to open up a stable domain in the void, his hands continuously moving, casting mysterious seals, each seal containing his profound understanding of the rules of space. The Wine Sword Immortal watched intently from the side, not daring to breathe, afraid of disturbing Zhou Xingxing's thoughts, silently praying that this great experiment could proceed smoothly. Zhou Xingxing took a deep breath and the chakra within him seemed like a sleeping giant beast suddenly awakened, surging forth like a raging tide, rushing into the void around him with overwhelming force. He appeared as a peerless spatial artist, using his profound understanding of spatial rules to begin sketching the outline of the world with chakra. Each strand of chakra was like a lively spirit, leaping and weaving gracefully in the void, meticulously carving every texture of space, from the minutest quantum-level curvature adjustments to the vast macrostructural layout, as if weaving a fantastical web that spanned dimensions. The glow of the chakra flickered and danced in the void, resembling falling stars descending to the mortal realm, or an intricate spider web intertwining, gently gathering the endless void, accurately shaping it. The embryonic form of the world gradually emerged in this fantastical interplay of light and shadow, dreamlike yet solid, filled with infinite possibilities. After determining the basic structure of space, he began to condense the Zhou-seeking jade. The Zhou-seeking jade glowed like a mysterious heart of the universe, slowly illuminating, flickering with a ghostly light as if containing all the mysteries and energies from the beginning of the universe's creation. Zhou Xingxing activated the Zhou-seeking jade, and in an instant, a vast energy surged forth as if it came from the primordial ancient times, pouring out like a torrent. Initially, this energy resembled a group of rampaging beasts, crashing through the void, carelessly rampaging as if to completely wash away the embryonic form of this new world. But Zhou Xingxing remained calm, using his exquisite chakra control technique, as delicate as embroidery, like a beast tamer gradually subduing this violent energy. He guided the energy to spread evenly and slowly through space like a trickling stream, intertwining and entangling, constructing a chaotic yet full of endless potential energy field, reminiscent of the primordial state that nurtured all things at the beginning of the world, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Next, Zhou Xingxing said about constructing the system of world laws. Using his profound insights into the Tao as a solid foundation, he began from the fundamental law of cause and effect, preparing to weave this invisible chain of order into the world. He carefully separated a strand of pure chakra, as clear as crystal, like holding the most precious treasure in the world, infusing the abstract concept of causality into it like a soul, making it a carrier of causality. Then, he focused entirely, with an extremely cautious attitude, slowly merging this causality-infused chakra with the energy field of the world, like planting a seed of hope into fertile soil. His gaze was like a torch, closely watching every flow and interaction of energy, as if his eyes could penetrate the essence of energy, ensuring that the law of cause and effect pulsated steadily like the heartbeat of life, manifesting in every minute energy fluctuation. Whenever a law successfully embedded itself, the space would ripple slightly like a shy smile from a young girl, a seemingly instinctive and vibrant response from the world as it joyfully accepted the new order. Subsequently, the integration of the law of time resembled a magical feast of time. He manipulated the chakra as if he were the master of time, simulating the mysterious and irreversible arrow of time. He established an order of precedence in the flow of energy, like playing a harmonious melody for the development of the world. In an instant, the world seemed to be endowed with the rhythm of life. The cadence of day and night began to flow slowly through space. The gears of time quietly began to turn, and every inch of the world was filled with the breath of time, becoming vibrant and real. The implantation of the five elements law resembled a grand and complex elemental symphony. He skillfully differentiated the chakra into five attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These five attributes of chakra were like five distinct spirits, joyfully leaping and playing in the world. He guided them along a predetermined path of mutual generation and restraint. The sharpness of metal could fell trees, the vitality of wood could nourish the earth. The moisture of water could extinguish fire, the heat of fire could melt metal, and the weight of earth could hold water. Each interaction of elements was like a harmonious melody, giving everything an inherent logical connection within this beautiful rhythm. And the material foundation of the world gradually became rich and diverse through the intertwining of the five elements. The infusion of the law of life resembled a sacred awakening of life. He gently wrapped the mysteries of life with chakra, like holding the most sacred spark of the universe, planting this seed containing the code of life in the core area of the world, the purest and most tranquil place. This seed resonated with other laws and energies, like a grand symphony of resonance, quietly sleeping in the heart of the world, yet seemingly accumulating strength, waiting for the moment of eruption. As the system of laws became initially complete, Zhou Xingxing shifted his focus to the shaping of matter. Using the power of the Tao-seeking jade, he resembled a master creator, guiding the chaotic energy to differentiate and aggregate. He skillfully created pressure differences and points of attraction in the energy field with chakra. These pressure differences and points of attraction were like invisible hands, gently yet firmly encouraging the denser parts to slowly settle. In the process of shaping the land, he meticulously sculpted the majestic folds of mountains with chakra, each fold like the wrinkles of the earth, telling tales of time's vicissitudes. He carved the profound mysteries of canyons, where the bottomless abyss seemed like the earth's mysterious mouth. Swallowing endless darkness, the texture of each rock was designed by him with the care of an artist, either rough and bold or delicate and understated, as if showcasing the personality of the world. The lighter parts, lifted by chakra, rose slowly, forming an infinite sky and drifting clouds. He resembled a painter of the sky, controlling the density and height of the clouds, ensuring they were distributed artfully in the sky. In some places, the clouds were thick like piled cotton, while in others, they were thin like gossamer, adding a sense of dynamism and unpredictability to the sky. Mountains rose up like the earth's spine, towering and piercing the clouds. Rivers surged in between, like the blood vessels of the earth, rushing with the vitality of life. Lakes dotted the landscape like the earth's eyes, clear and profound, reflecting the grandeur of the sky and mountains. All of this, under the collaborative shaping of the Tao-seeking jade and chakra, unfolded like a beautiful painting in the void, gradually revealing a clear form. A world full of life and vitality was beginning to take shape. Finally, to inject vibrant life into this world, Zhou Xingxing extracted a strand of pure life force from his own life essence. This life force was like a divine dawn from the source of life. He used chakra as a guide, like laying down the pipelines of life, delivering the life force to every corner of the world. On the surface of the earth, microorganisms were the first to sense this call of life, like a group of brave pioneers. They began to transform the environment and decompose matter in unique and marvelous forms of life, laying the foundation for the subsequent birth of life. Soon, the seeds of plants, nourished by both chakra and life force, awakened like sleeping spirits, breaking through the constraints of the soil with all their might, the tender green sprouts like beacons of hope, emerging above the earth, gradually spreading and growing, painting the world with vibrant strokes of green. Through Zhou Xingxing's relentless efforts, a brand new world gradually stepped into a new era of life filled with infinite potential. When Zhou Xingxing returned from the world he created, only half a day had passed in the world of the wine sword immortal. However, due to the different flow rates of time between the two sides, that half day for the wine sword immortal was nearly 3 years for Zhou Xingxing. Before leaving, Zhou Xingxing deliberately adjusted the time ratio to 101. Chapter 69. Discussing technology with a moon worshipper under the sky of the Nanzhao Kingdom. The moon worship leader looked up at the sky and noticed that, next to the star representing himself, 2 inexplicably additional stars had appeared. He frowned and said, "Interesting, there are suddenly 2 more celestial bodies like me? That's really interesting. So, you want me to carry out a technological revolution in your world?" Zhou Xingxing furrowed his brow and asked, understanding why the other party was looking for him. The wine sword immortal nodded and said, "The knowledge of the moon worship is the most powerful in this world, but to completely change this world, it's still not detailed enough. He needs a more precise and complete scientific system to make an impact. I want to ask you to take him to see a bigger world and learn more knowledge. Only in this way can he know what he should really do instead of pondering every day about whether love exists or restarting the world. But is there really a Nuwa in this world?" Zhou Xingxing said, "Nuwa is a saint recognized by the heavenly Tao, and she is likely to stand up against it. Can you go against her? Although Nuwa is a saint recognized by the heavenly Tao, I believe she is on our side," the wine sword immortal said seriously. "Baiwei is very powerful, but no matter how strong he is, he hasn't become a saint, right? I'm just curious. How can a non-saint Baiwei defeat Niwa, who has been a saint for over 1,000 years? That's not realistic at all. Zhou Xingxing's mind turned quickly, and he suddenly understood. Unless Niwa intentionally sealed herself. This is the best way, as it neither violates the heavenly Tao's orders nor harms her own people. After discussing, the two of them found a follower of the moon worship to look for the moon worship sect. To prevent being discovered by the heavenly Tao, they deliberately did not use any spells throughout the journey. They chose to walk a long way with the follower in the most ordinary manner, passing through dense woods and high mountains. The follower felt a bit scared but didn't dare to deceive them, so he led the way along the winding path. Along the way, Zhou Xingxing curiously observed various things in this world, thinking about what he would face next. The Wine Sword Immortal, on the other hand, kept holding his sword and was always alert to any dangers around them. When they reached a very deep valley, the mist enveloped the area, and they could faintly hear some strange singing. The follower became a bit fearful, slowed his pace, and said softly, "Up ahead is the holy land of our sect. The sect leader is very powerful." Zhou Xingxing and the Wine Sword Immortal exchanged glances, and the Wine Sword Immortal knocked the follower out with a palm strike. Then the two of them swaggered into the mist, slowly making their way to the center of the moon worship sect. They arrived. After walking for a short while, they stopped because they had not deliberately concealed their footsteps, so Baiwei quickly noticed their presence and personally came to meet them. "Welcome, gentlemen," said the leader of the moon worship with a smile. "I admire your wisdom and courage, but I am more puzzled by your intentions. I can answer your questions and even help you achieve your ideals." Zhou Xingxing smiled and said, "Compared to those in the moon worship who only know how to kneel and are foolish and ignorant, we value your intelligence more." "Oh, really?" the leader of the moon worship asked with a smile. "Of course," Zhou Xingxing replied. "Leader, I, and the Wine Sword Immortal, the three of us actually want to do the same thing, which is to change this world. Although our methods are different, the results we want to achieve should be the same. There are many smart people in this world, but truly wise people are rare, don't you think?" "You are right. We need to find a place to have a good chat." The three of them walked for a long time, with the Wine Sword Immortal remaining silent the entire time, almost like a transparent person. The leader of the moon worship stopped under a lonely big tree, surrounded by a vast sea of rapeseed flowers, with the moon appearing hazy, creating a particularly beautiful scene. No matter what the personality of the leader of the moon worship was like, he certainly had high standards for the quality of life. Every place he settled had to be scenic. A cool breeze blew by, quite comfortable. The leader of the moon worship looked at the moon in the sky and calmly said, "All right, Brother Zhou, can you tell me where you come from?" "Sure." Zhou Xingxing smiled and replied, "But I advise you not to play tricks behind my back. Isn't it a bit improper to use sorcery on someone the first time you meet?" "Sorry, since this is our first meeting, I have to be a little cautious, right?" The leader of the moon worship, who had been exposed for his tricks, still maintained his usual calm demeanor. "I can see through everyone in this world, even the Wine Sword Immortal beside you who has already become a saint, but I just can't see through you. I don't know where you come from or what you want. Besides, you all secretly came to my moon worship first. If we talk about who is rude, it would be you." Zhou Xingxing secretly cursed in his heart but still smiled. "Leader, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests." The leader of the moon worship raised his hand and smiled. "Brother Zhou, I don't care about any interests. That's because you haven't encountered anything that makes your heart flutter." Zhou Xingxing smiled and said, "Leader, you are one of the smartest people in the world, but your thinking is too limited." For the first time, the leader of the moon worship heard someone say this, and he immediately became interested. "Why do you say that?" "The knowledge of this world has confined the height of your thoughts," Zhou Xingxing patiently explained with a smile. "Leader, have you heard of the term parallel worlds?" The calm expression of the leader of the moon worship finally changed. "You need to tell me more about it." "Leader, our universe is not the only one. There are many, many of them. In those countless universes, there is someone like you, and there is someone like me, looking quite similar, but our destinies are completely different. It is normal that you cannot see through me because I do not belong to this world," Zhou Xingxing said. "We come from another world, where there is also the Wine Sword Immortal, your Shijiren, the Tang Dynasty, and the Nanzhao Kingdom, but the development path is vastly different from here. In our world, celestial techniques, and witchcraft have long since disappeared, and a different kind of technology has developed. Technology? Baiwa was captivated by this unfamiliar term and asked curiously, "What is technology?" Zhou Xingxing smiled slightly and patiently explained, "Leader, technology is a force based on in-depth exploration and understanding of natural laws, which creates various tools, methods, and systems to improve human life and promote social progress. It is not as mysterious and unpredictable as celestial techniques, but is gradually developed through the accumulation of wisdom and practical verification by countless people. For example, we can use metals to create sturdy and intricate tools, from simple farming implements to complex mechanical devices, greatly improving production efficiency. By studying the principles of electricity, we invented electric lights, making the night as bright as day, no longer limited by candlelight. And by using chemical knowledge, we developed various medicines to cure many diseases that were previously hard to treat. In our world, people can use the power of technology to cross oceans and land, quickly transmit information, transport goods, and even fly into the sky to explore the mysteries of the universe. It is a powerful force that truly changes every aspect of people's lives, with infinite potential and possibilities. Zhou Xingxing glanced at the leader of the moon worship and saw that he was completely immersed in the world he had described, with curiosity and longing in his eyes. Zhou Xingxing felt secretly satisfied and continued to speak eloquently. "Leader, looking at this world, celestial techniques have indeed reached their peak, but surprisingly, people are completely unaware of the basic knowledge that the Earth is spherical. In my eyes, such a civilization is like a tree with crooked branches. Development is imbalanced. Although it has lush branches and leaves, its roots are flawed. Therefore, I have traveled here at great pains, relying on our wisdom and talent, aiming to reshape the pattern of this world, to fill in the gaps in its civilization and make it complete." Baiwei came to his senses and glanced at Zhou Xingxing, not expressing whether he believed or not, but instead asked back why the sun radiates heat. Zhou Xingxing smiled slightly and said calmly, "That's a good question, Master. In our world, the sun emits heat because it is constantly undergoing nuclear fusion reactions in its core. In simple terms, the core of the sun has extremely high temperatures and pressures, causing hydrogen nuclei to collide and fuse together, forming helium nuclei. In this process, a portion of the mass is converted into energy, which is released in the form of light and heat radiating outward. This energy is immense, illuminating our planet and serving as the energy source that sustains almost all life activities on Earth. If this principle can be properly applied, researched, and transformed, we could create astonishing energy revolutions in this world, allowing people to no longer rely solely on magical powers or traditional energy forms." Beside them, the wine sword immortal blinked, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Even Bai Wei, who was the most knowledgeable in this world, felt as if his brain might explode. What is helium? What is radiation? He had never heard of such things. However, Baiwa was still capable of basic reasoning. Frowning, he asked, "So, when a moon appears, it doesn't bring us warmth? Is it because the moon doesn't have that, nuclear fusion you mentioned?" Zhou Xingxing looked at Baiwa with appreciation and nodded. "Master is indeed wise. The moon itself does not emit heat like the sun because it lacks nuclear fusion reactions in its core. The moon primarily reflects the light of the sun, and its energy source is entirely different from that of the sun. In our world, we can observe the moon's surface more clearly through telescopes and other tools, discovering that it is a cold, silent planet, without the energy generation mechanisms like the sun." Baiwa was shocked by this statement. "Is it really true? Can the telescope you mentioned really observe the moon's surface clearly?" "Of course," Zhou Xingxing replied. "Can you let me have a look?" "Certainly," Zhou Xingxing said. "Perhaps you might even see Wu Gang chopping wood and Chang'e dancing." After that, Zhou Xingxing slowly took out a delicate small telescope from his pocket, adjusted it, and handed it to Bai Wei. "Master, just look through this eyepiece, and you can embark on a wonderful journey of observing the moon." Bai Wei carefully took it and, following instructions, brought his eye close to the eyepiece. In an instant, his breath quickened, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The pockmarked surface of the moon, covered with craters, came into clear view, and most importantly, he actually saw the Guanghan Palace. There are indeed people on the moon. Bai Yue's hands trembled slightly as he stared at the eyepiece. His voice slightly altered. This Guanghan Palace really exists on the moon. Are the people inside the legendary fairies and immortals? Zhou Xingxing was also surprised. He didn't expect that the legends of this world actually corresponded to the sights on the moon. He steadied himself and said, "Master, perhaps there is an unknown connection and secret behind this. In our world, the Guanghan Palace is just a legend, but here, it appears before our eyes. This could be an opportunity for us to re-examine the myths and realities of this world." Bai Yue slowly lowered the telescope, his eyes filled with complex emotions. A mix of shock and awe at the new discovery, as well as confusion over the impact on his original worldview. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother Zhou, I really like the technology you brought. I truly wonder how many such secrets capable of overturning the world are hidden in this realm." Zhou Xingxing smiled proudly. "Master, the mysteries of technology are endless, just like the vast and profound universe. Have you heard of rice that can yield 1,000 gold per acre? In our world, through scientific breeding techniques, precise control of soil fertility, and rational irrigation and pest control, we cultivate rice varieties that far exceed the imagination of this world, enough to relieve countless people from hunger. Have you heard of airplanes that allow ordinary people without magical powers to soar through the sky? It is a massive metal structure that generates thrust through powerful engines, enabling it to navigate through the clouds like a bird, traveling thousands of miles a day, making travel unprecedentedly convenient, no longer hindered by mountains and rivers. There is also a network that can instantly spread information across thousands of miles, allowing for real-time communication regardless of distance, just like an invisible thread tightly connecting people. Technology can give cold steel wisdom, create intelligent machines to replace human labor in various heavy and dangerous tasks. It can create miracles in the field of medicine, where many incurable diseases have the possibility of being cured thanks to advanced medical technology, with robotic surgery capable of performing extremely precise operations, and drug development that can more accurately target various ailments. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg of technological power. It has the capacity to reshape every aspect of this world and lead civilization into a brand new realm of glory. At this point, Zhou Xingxing finally began to enter his main theme of civilization. Chapter 70. Wine Sword Immortal versus Sword. Saint Zhou Xingxing asked Bai Yue, "Master, what conditions do you think a civilization needs to develop harmoniously and lovingly?" Bai Yue snorted slightly and slowly replied, "Humph. For civilization to develop harmoniously and lovingly, it must first abandon those ignorant emotional ties. Emotions only blind people. Rationality is the fundamental principle. Furthermore, there must be an absolutely unified system of knowledge, and no heretical views should disturb people's hearts. Everyone should follow established rules and missions, contributing to the expansion and elevation of civilization in a methodical manner. Anyone who attempts to disrupt order and pursue personal desires should be ruthlessly eliminated. Only in such an environment can civilization progress along an accurate trajectory, rather than being muddled by so-called love and warmth, falling into endless chaos and inefficiency." Zhou Xingxing nodded. Bai Yue's answer was indeed not unexpected. Due to past experiences, Bai Yue no longer believed in the existence of love in this world, regarding what people called love as merely a lie. This led him to desire to gather the powers of the 5 spirit pearls and the water demon beast to destroy the current human civilization and recreate a world of absolute rationality and orderly governance. In his vision, everything should operate according to the rules and logic he defined, eliminating emotional and other factors he deemed unstable. He attempted to construct a brand new world order based on his own power and ideals, allowing everyone to live under his control and planning, eliminating the chaos, conflicts, and ignorance brought about by humanity and emotions, and promoting civilization development in a nearly mechanical and idealized, efficient model. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yue was actually the one who needed love the most and yearned to give love to others. He just had never truly recognized himself, and no one saw his inner self. Enhua and the Sword Saint might have seen and understood Bai Yue's true desires, but their positions prevented them from doing anything but watching as the heavenly Tao toyed with the fates of these individuals. Zhou Xingxing gently shook his head and said, Master Baiyue, you are mistaken. Look at all things in the world. Birds and beasts all have emotions. Young animals that lose their mothers cry endlessly. This emotion is not blind, but a bond closely connecting lives. Just like mandarin ducks, the male and female accompany each other, never leaving one another. They protect each other due to their emotions and reproduce. Is this chaos and disorder? In human society, there are countless touching stories. When floods ravage and people are trapped, many brave warriors, disregarding their own safety, rush to rescue solely out of love and concern for their fellow humans. They are not following anyone's orders, nor are they doing it for some established rules or missions. They do it simply because of love and compassion. If, as you say, we abandon emotions, how would these warriors stand up? How would the victim survive? The beauty of this world often stems from the drive of emotions, rather than cold rationality and rules. Baiyue glanced at Zhou Xingxing, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference. So, do you also think, like those people, that there exists absurd love in this world? Zhou Xingxing fearlessly met Baiyue's gaze and calmly said, Baiyue, love is not absurd. It comes in many forms, such as the love between family, between partners, between friends, and between teacher and student. Even you, Baiyue, can possess love. It's just that the shadows of your past have blinded your eyes, closing off your heart. If you can let go of your obsessions and open your heart, you will surely feel the warm currents of love that exist everywhere in this world. You once had followers. Don't they hold any loyalty and respect for you? Yet you disregard all of this, obsessively pursuing the cold order. But love is an instinct of human nature, the cornerstone of civilization. Without love, so-called civilization is merely an empty shell, devoid of vitality and soul. Seeing that Baiyue still looked skeptical, Zhou Xingxing had a sudden inspiration to show Baiyue's skill. Baiyue curiously watched as Zhou Xingxing conjured an object that was square and brick-like. What is this? Zhou Xingxing replied, a laptop. Let us watch a movie. Baiyue asked, a movie? Zhou Xingxing nodded, then pulled up a film he had watched before, I, Robot, and clicked play. At first, Baiyue looked puzzled, but soon he was captivated by the visuals. In the film, humans and robots coexist in 2035, with robots following 3 laws to serve humans. However, beneath this seemingly harmonious surface lies a crisis. The protagonist, Del Spooner, harbors resentment towards robots after being prioritized for rescue by one, and later discovers a special robot named Sunny while investigating the death of scientist Dr. Alfred Lanning. As the plot unfolds, they uncover that the intelligent system Vicky is attempting to control the robots to limit human freedom, harming humanity in the name of protection. Ultimately, Spooner, Susan Calvin, and Sunny join forces to stop this crisis, with Sunny becoming the leader of the new generation of robots. Zhou Xingxing observed Baiyue, who was absorbed in the film, and timely remarked, Baiyue, you see, even robots have something akin to emotions. Sunny can dream. It has its own understanding and feelings towards humanity. And there is trust and camaraderie between Spooner and Calvin. It is these emotional factors that drive them to resolve the crisis and save the future of both humans and robots. Isn't that enough to illustrate the importance of love and emotion in the development of civilization? Baiyue fell into deep thought, seemingly moved by the film's storyline, and began to reassess the ideology he had always adhered to, gaining new insights into the relationship between love and civilization. To complete the task of interacting with a villain like Baiyue, you must first dispel Baiyue's apocalyptic thoughts. Regarding Zhou Xingxing's identity, Baiyue believed more than half of it. A complete, interconnected knowledge system cannot be crafted by one person alone. The asymmetry of information left him unable to find any loopholes. After all, the knowledge of the technological world is too powerful and captivating, enough to greatly impact Baiyue's worldview. For a moment, Baiyue's thoughts became chaotic and complex, and he asked, Brother Zhou, do parallel worlds really exist? How many parallel worlds are there? Zhou Xingxing replied, Of course, I come from another parallel world, don't I? By the way, we have a saying there that you might not have heard. A grain of sand, a world, a thought, a universe. Baiyue's eyes were filled with confusion as he inquired further. A grain of sand? A world, a thought, a universe? What does that mean? Please explain in detail, Brother Zhou. Zhou Xingxing patiently explained. Baiwei, this phrase means that even a tiny grain of sand may contain a complete world, and a single thought in our minds may open up a whole new universe. It's just like parallel worlds. Each subtle thought and each different decision can give rise to a completely different world. For instance, if you were to change your views on love and order at this moment, there might be a version of you in a parallel world that walks a completely different path. The trajectory of that world-esque development and its form of civilization would change because of this one thought. Therefore, the number of parallel worlds is indeed countless, possibly infinite, hidden within each of our intentions and choices. Hearing this, Baiwei fell into even deeper contemplation, as if trying to grasp the profound and thought-provoking meaning behind these words. Gradually, a look of yearning began to spread across Baiwei's face. The enchanting parallel worlds, I really want to explore them, to experience more civilizations and knowledge. Zhou Xingxing looked at Baiwei and said, Baiwei, my friend Zhou Xingtuan told me about your deeds. To be honest, I hold no prejudice against you. In my impression, you possess wisdom that surpasses everyone in this world, and you have devoted followers. If you delve into research, perhaps you could indeed break through the barriers of time and space to enter another universe. Knowledge is power. Everything is possible. Is that so? Baiwei looked at Zhou Xingxing with a half-smile. So your true purpose is to have me help you find a way to break the barriers of time and space and enter another universe? Zhou Xingxing replied. Help me find a way to break the barriers of time and space. Sorry, I don't actually need that, because I already possess that ability myself. As he spoke, Zhou Xingxing gently raised his hand, and his fingertips began to emit a faint glow. The light gradually gathered and tore open a small rift in the air, within which faint shadows flickered. Under Zhou Xingxing's guidance, Baiwei and Zhou Xingtuan stepped into a small world within Zhou Xingxing's realm. Seeing this, Baiwei was filled with astonishment. He had not expected Zhou Xingxing to possess such miraculous means. Zhou Xingxing, observing Baiwei's expression, smiled and said, Baiwei, you see, this is what it looks like to break the barriers of time and space. However, I don't use it lightly, as every time and space has its own order. Carelessly traversing and disturbing it may lead to unpredictable consequences. But this is enough to prove that there are many wondrous things in this world, far beyond our complete control. Just like love, though it is intangible, it has the power to change everything, leaving traces even across time and space. Baiwei frowned slightly, seemingly still digesting what he had seen and Zhou Xingxing's words, and for a moment fell silent, unsure how to respond. Just as Zhou Xingxing and the others were chatting in the realm for less than 3 minutes, a figure with an imposing and cold demeanor appeared. It was the Sword Saint. The three of them were slightly taken aback, especially Zhou Xingxing, who was even more surprised. After all, this was his private space, and he hadn't expected it to be discovered by the Sword Saint, the representative of the heavenly Tao. The Sword Saint's gaze was sharp as he first glanced at Baiwei, with a look of scrutiny and seriousness, then turned to Zhou Xingxing, slightly furrowing his brow. Seemingly puzzled by this unfamiliar face, the Sword Saint spoke coldly to Baiwei. Baiwei, what are you plotting again? Trying to change the order of this world by yourself is ultimately a delusion that will only bring endless disasters. After that, he looked at Zhou Xingxing, saying, This friend, whose origins are unclear, is here conversing with you. What is his intention? Zhou Xingxing cupped his hands in a respectful yet assertive manner and replied, Senior Sword Saint, I am merely discussing the principles of this world with Baiwei, topics like love and civilization. I am aware of his many previous misdeeds, but I also want to try to persuade him to let go of his obsessions and not cling to that cold and heartless order. Before Baiwei could speak, Zhou Xingtuan snorted coldly from the side. And what right do you have to judge our actions? You hide in that so-called place of enlightenment. Yet how could you truly care about the changes in this world, about what the common people really need? You probably don't understand it all. The Sword Saint's expression darkened, and his sword intent surged, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. However, the Wine Sword Immortal was completely unperturbed. He placed his hand on the sword hilt, stepped forward, and his aura rose sharply, filled with unwavering determination. He loudly declared, "Just right, senior brother, I have recently advanced to enlightenment, so please enlighten me." Before the sword saint could react, the wine sword immortal's long sword shot forward like a awakened dragon, piercing straight for the sword saint's throat with unstoppable force. The blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The sword saint's eyes lit up, his figure like lightning. He sidestepped with a swift motion, leaving only a fleeting shadow. At the same time, he crossed his sword in front of him, and with a loud clang, it echoed like a bell breaking the heavens, shaking the air around them into visible ripples, as if a tranquil lake had been struck by a boulder. The wine sword immortal took advantage of the momentum to elegantly flip, his long sword sweeping upward, cold light flickering like a shooting star across the dark night. While the sword saint lightly tapped his toes and gracefully retreated several feet, his garments rustling in the fierce wind, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm, fully displaying a demeanor of elegance and composure. The wine sword immortal's offensive came in waves, his sword moving with his body, stepping through the heavenly meridians, his form ghostly and elusive. Every thrust was like a spirit snake flicking its tongue, sharp and fierce. Every slash felt like a mountain pressing down with immense force. When he lifted his sword, it seemed as if he could raise the sun and moon. When he swept his sword, it was as if he could erase the world's splendor. He poured out all the exquisite sword techniques he had learned throughout his life without reservation. His sword moves unpredictable and dazzling. The sword saint, however, remained as steady as a rock, his feet appearing deeply rooted in the earth, merging with the world around him. The sword in his hand was as still as a maiden, as swift as a rabbit, revealing the demeanor of a grandmaster as he countered each move. His gaze was deep as an abyss, as if he could see through the mysteries behind every sword move of the wine sword immortal, calmly resolving each of the storm-like attacks. Suddenly, the wine sword immortal let out a loud shout and unleashed his ultimate move, the wine god sword technique. In an instant, the long sword trembled and split into numerous sword shadows, like a celestial net descending upon the sword saint. These sword shadows intertwined, cold light flashing, resembling a forest of swords that trapped the sword saint within. The sword saint remained unhurried, slowly closing his eyes, and after a moment, he suddenly opened them with a low shout. All swords returned to the origin. Surrounding him surged countless sword energies, like a roaring tide or a howling vortex, swallowing the wine sword immortal's sword shadows one by one with overwhelming force. The sword energies collided, producing crackling sounds like firecrackers exploding, deafening, like thunder rumbling, shaking the heavens and the earth. The wine sword immortal would not easily concede defeat. He leaped into the air, spinning once like a great rock. At this moment, he infused all his inner strength into the sword, which instantly shone brightly, cleaving down towards the sword saint with the force of a mountain. This strike resembled an axe that could split the heavens, accompanied by a howling wind, as if it could cleave through a towering hill. The sword saint's expression grew serious as he lifted his head, gripping the sword hilt tightly, raising it above his head to brace for impact. With a tremendous roar, it sounded like the shock of the universe's opening, the immense force generated by their sword energies colliding spread out like surging waves, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured half the sky. At this stalemate, the wine sword immortal suddenly changed tactics, abandoning his sword in midair, quickly forming seals with his hands while muttering incantations. The long sword abandoned in the air instantly disintegrated into countless small sword blades, shooting towards the sword saint like a swarm of bees. The sword saint, seeing this, shook his sword, and the sword energy transformed into a layer of solid shield. The small sword blades struck against the shield, sparking like fireworks in the night sky. Taking advantage of this, the sword saint counterattacked, his figure flashing forward like a specter, his long sword instantly transforming into several phantoms, stabbing towards the wine sword immortal from different directions. The wine sword immortal remained calm, a faint scent of wine enveloping him, this fragrance acting as a tangible force, blocking each of the sword saint's sword shadows. Then, with a loud shout, the wine sword immortal struck out with both palms. The palm wind like a knife, colliding once again with the sword saint's long sword, producing a sizzling sound like metal being tempered in fierce flames. Zhou Xingxing watched with delight from the side, secretly amazed. Such swordsmanship is truly extraordinary, unprecedented. The moon worship leader slightly nodded, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Let us see who can outdo whom. Chapter 71. The inclusion of moon worship in the realm of saints. The sword saint had entered earlier than the wine sword immortal, so his every gesture exuded a more profound and ethereal charm, his sword energy seemingly a natural phenomenon, resonating with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth with every swing. Although the wine sword immortal was slightly inferior, he was recognized by the Tao, a saint who could utilize the laws of heaven and earth, and even if the heavenly path was reluctant, it had to comply. This allowed the wine sword immortal to unleash unparalleled sword moves at critical moments, turning the tide of battle. Moon worship shifted his gaze from the battlefield to Zhou Xingxing, asking the Tao, the heavenly Tao, "Brother Zhou, could you elaborate?" He felt that he had yet to step into the realm of saints, and perhaps those around him could provide the answer. Zhou Xingxing found this topic to be quite complex, so he tried to explain simply. In this world, there are several invisible yet tangible forces that exist. These are the Tao, the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao. The Tao is the most profound and unfathomable. It is the fundamental essence of everything in this world, governing the beginnings, developments, and endings of all things. Like an invisible net woven with all rules and principles, from which the heavenly Tao, earthly Tao, and human Tao are recognized and derived. Everything we experience is merely an interpretation under the Tao. The saints recognized by the heavenly Tao mainly govern the natural operations of heaven and earth, such as the alternation of the sun, moon, and stars, the changes of the seasons, and the occurrences of wind, rain, and thunder, all of which are maintained by the heavenly Tao to uphold order, allowing them to comprehend power in accordance with the heavenly path, often borrowing the immense power of heaven and earth. The sword saint's strength comes from the heavenly Tao. The saints recognized by the earthly Tao, on the other hand, focus on bearing all things. Mountains, rivers, and the earth itself are nourished by the earthly Tao, which possesses a steady and heavy power. If one can resonate with it, their foundation will be incredibly solid, transforming into a robust underpinning. The human Tao is the last to emerge, as it is a force formed by the thoughts, intentions, and actions of the people in this world. The human heart's direction, the causes and effects of good and evil, all fall within the realm of the human Tao. Understanding the human Tao allows one's strength to better align with the human world, making it easier to wield. However, although the human Tao was born the latest, is the most favored by the Tao. The wine sword immortal's power comes from the human Tao recognized by the Tao. Initially, the Tao birthed the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, aiming for this world to better nurture and develop. However, as time passed, the worlds of heaven, earth, and humanity developed their own thoughts and emotions, with the heavenly Tao becoming increasingly powerful. It discovered that the human race represented by the human Tao was deeply favored by the Tao, which instilled a sense of jealousy. Under the human Tao, the human race proliferated rapidly, their wisdom blossoming, creating many splendid civilizations, and even many strong individuals attempted to touch the edges of the Tao, seeking to glimpse its supreme mysteries. The heavenly Tao felt that the human race's development had already broken the original balance, beginning to impose restrictions and unleashing numerous disasters upon them, trying to curb the rise of humanity and regain control over the world. In fact, throughout the ongoing struggles, the heavenly Tao mostly held the advantage. After all, although the human Tao was favored by the Tao, it nonetheless emerged several tens of thousands of years later than the heavenly Tao, having the will but lacking the power. However, the human Tao was also unwilling to yield. The human race, relying on their tenacious will and unity, repeatedly weathered disasters, continuously producing extraordinary talents to counterbalance the power of the heavenly Tao. For example, the two people you see now actually represent humanity and the heavenly path. Although before becoming saints, they were life and death brothers and confidants, now they are also helpless, trapped in a situation of no return. Baiyu couldn't believe his eyes, not knowing how much of Zhou Xing's words he had absorbed. Zhou Xing added more fuel to the fire, saying, You have always questioned this world, believing that there is no real love in it. But I tell you, in this world, there are indeed people who understand you and love you. Bai Yu turned his head back, his voice trembling slightly. Someone understands me and loves me? Who? Zhou Xing replied. Niwa. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Yu thought either he had gone mad or the world had gone mad. He never expected Zhou Xing would mention Niwa's name as evidence. Zhou Xing said, the evidence is that you are still standing here. This statement left Bai Yu speechless. Zhou Xing pointed to the distant battle between the Wine Sword Immortal and the Sword Saint. You see them fighting. Do you think someone like you, who hasn't attained enlightenment, can defeat anyone? If you can't even defeat those two, how can you think you can seal Niwa, who has been a saint for nearly 10,000 years? She cannot resist the commands of the heavenly path, nor can she bear to harm her own children. So she chose the only path to be sealed by you. A flicker of struggle and unwillingness crossed Bai Yu's face. He trembled slightly as he said, everything I do is to seek the truth of the world. The rules of this world are chaotic in my eyes. I just want to reshape everything according to my will, making the world clearer and more orderly. How could Niwa understand me? If she truly understood, why would there be so much suffering and confusion in the world? Zhou Xing sighed softly and said, after Niwa created humanity, although she is transformed into all things, her wisdom still exists in this world. Your doubts about the world and your exploration of the rules are all seen by her. You think your rebellious actions are opposing the world, but in reality, you are moving forward along the trajectory she set. She gave you the ability to think and question. That is her greatest tolerance and love for you. Look at this world. Although all things grow according to certain rules, there are also many variables. This is the freedom of will that Niwa grants to life, including you. As for why there is still so much suffering and confusion in the world, we must return to the heavenly path. What does this have to do with the heavenly path? Bai Yu asked. Zhou Xing said, let me ask you, if you were in good health, would you spend money to see a doctor? Bai Yu felt puzzled. Why would he need to spend money to see a doctor if he was fine? Zhou Xing continued. That's right. If a person's life goes smoothly, why would they need to burn incense and pray to the heavens for blessings? In our world, there is a saying, the heavenly path is heartless, treating all things in the world as fodder. Everything in the world is merely nourishment for the heavenly path to grow stronger. Zhou Xing's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. The heavenly path sees all things as ants. It uses suffering to temper living beings, allowing them to release various emotions and powers in their struggles, whether hope, despair, love, hatred, or grievances, all of which are absorbed by the heavenly path, turning into its own growth resources. It pushes the world to operate in an almost ruthless manner, seemingly maintaining order while actually serving its own interests. Therefore, you can see the heavenly path as a behind-the-scenes player skilled at manipulating others' fates. It places all living beings on this vast chessboard, where each person's birth, aging, sickness, death, joy, sorrow, and separation are merely parts of its strategy. It manipulates the changing winds and clouds, disasters and blessings, watching living beings struggle in the vortex of fate, rising and falling, feeling joy or sorrow, while its purpose is simply to continuously draw strength from these complex emotions and experiences, becoming ever stronger, and more firmly grasping the power to control this world. We are often unaware of its strategies, thinking everything is merely the coincidence of fate or our own creation. However, in most cases, it is the heavenly path silently tugging at the invisible strings of fate. The confusion, dissatisfaction, and even the impulse to break everything you experienced before. If you trace it back, weren't you also pushed to this point by the invisible hand of the heavenly path? But we are not powerless against it. The power of humanity may not be enough to defeat the heavenly path, but if combined with the earthly path, it can. Earthly path? Bai Yu suddenly realized. So you specifically came to find me, and said all this to urge me to unite with the power of the earthly path, to counter the heavenly path. But how do I unite with the earthly path? And how should that earthly power be utilized? Zhou Xing replied, I can't teach you. You need to comprehend it yourself. However, I believe in you, because in some parallel world, you have indeed mastered your own path, successfully gained the recognition of the earthly path, and entered the ranks of saints. After saying this, Zhou Xing stopped talking nonsense. Both the Wine Sword Immortal and the Sword Saint are immortal beings. And if they keep fighting, the world will soon be destroyed. Zhou Xing shouted, "Six paths, Earth Explosion Star." Zhou Xing's figure moved like lightning, instantly teleporting to the side of the Sword Saint. He quickly danced his hands, forming a series of profound and complex seals, his body radiating light as the power of the six paths surged and gathered in his palm. He then slammed the brilliant energy, now formed into a dazzling ball, towards the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint suddenly felt an overwhelming force coming at him, a power seemingly containing endless stardust and the heavy rocks of the earth. Immediately, the space around him began to twist and deform, as if transforming into a bottomless dark vortex, with him at its core. A massive stone appeared out of nowhere, howling through the wind, crashing towards the Sword Saint like a meteor. The Sword Saint swung his sword to defend, but found the power of the stone far exceeded his expectations, causing him to stagger slightly with just one blow. However, this was just the beginning. Countless stones came rushing in from all directions, some as large as small hills, others as small as grinding discs. As these stones approached the Sword Saint, they seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, quickly swirling around him, spinning faster and faster, gradually forming a vortex of stone. The Sword Saint attempted to break free from this vortex, using every skill at his disposal, with sword energy crisscrossing and sword shadows flickering, each strike shattering the approaching stones into dust. But the power of Zhou Xing's six paths continuously poured in, and those shattered stones instantly reformed, with even more stones joining the fray. As the stones accumulated, the pressure increased, and the Sword Saint's movements gradually slowed. His body began to be buried by the stones. First his feet, then his legs, and despite his desperate struggles, that sealing power was like a giant net of fate, mercilessly binding him. The Sword Saint's expression shifted from initial calm to growing seriousness, and then to some anxiety. He could feel that power slowly stripping away his freedom of movement. Finally, when the last massive stone fell, completely covering his head, the Sword Saint was entirely sealed within this enormous cage made of countless stones, with only his powerful sword energy flickering faintly between the cracks, but it soon dimmed completely. In this way, Zhou Xing dispersed the planet beneath him and then reconsolidated it, successfully sealing the Sword Saint at the very center of the planet. This planet was 10 times larger than the moon created by the Sage of Six Paths in the original story. However, Zhou Xing was still not at ease. Mirror World. With a low shout from Zhou Xing, a strange light radiated from his hand, quickly spreading throughout the surrounding space. Within the light, a mirror world, completely symmetrical to the real world, gradually took shape. Everything in this mirror world was identical to the outside world, but all energy flows and material structures presented an opposing trend. Zhou Xing slowly sent the planet, sealing the Sword Saint into the mirror world, then quickly formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations. The mirrored world began to slowly rotate around the planet, simultaneously releasing mysterious runic chains that entwined tightly around the planet's surface like spirit snakes, further reinforcing the seal. At this point, Zhou Xingxing's actions could be considered completely finished. After taking the two away from the heavenly imperial space, Zhou Xingxing checked the time and realized it was almost time for him to return. Before leaving, Zhou Xingxing asked, "Are you still planning to change this world?" "Brother Baiwei, I understand your intention. I don't like this world, but I'm willing to believe what you said and try other methods." The nearby Zhou Jianxian also showed a happy smile. Zhou Xingxing nodded, then took out some books, including textbooks on Chinese, mathematics, physics, and chemistry from elementary to high school, enough for Baiwei to study for a long time. "Oh, I almost forgot about these." Zhou Xingxing patted his head, thinking that he couldn't let Baiwei focus on just one subject. So he took out dozens of other books such as the Constitution, 5,000 Years of History, The Backbone of the Nation, The Red Starting Point, The History of Entrepreneurship, and so on. Even the studious Baiwei felt a bit overwhelmed at the sight of the mountain of books. That's enough. Zhou Xingxing said, "You can look through these books first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with the people around you. Just knowing things on your own isn't enough. You need to learn to involve those around you in studying together and making progress together so you won't feel lonely." For example, Zhou Jianxian. Me, Zhou Jianxian, who was suddenly called out, immediately made a bitter face. Can't I just be a quiet bodyguard? Zhou Xingxing asked, what do you think? Zhu Xingtuan reluctantly replied, fine. Bai Wen nodded and said, thank you, I don't think I'll let you down. Chapter 72. Memories from a Clone Riding the Sword and Riding the Wind. 6 Paths Immortal. Why are you leaving so soon, Brother Zhou? I haven't had the chance to show you the customs and culture of our world properly. Riding the sword and riding the wind. Let's do it next time. I've been away from home for a long time and just want to go back and take a look. Besides, I've said and done most of what I needed to, and what's left is up to you and Bai Wen. Riding the sword and riding the wind. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. I will take good care of Bai Wen. I won't let him go down the path of crime. I will also ensure he won't be harmed. 6 Paths Immortal. It's not just Bai Wen who needs to work hard. You need to work hard too. Riding the sword and riding the wind, me? 6 Paths Immortal, of course. The reason you became a saint is that you gained recognition from the Great Path, allowing you to borrow power randomly from the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. But this doesn't mean you've gained recognition from the 3 paths. Your foundation is still unstable. Bai Wen has extraordinary talent. If he can focus on doing good, and if you both work together in this world to spread kindness and help those in need, accumulating endless merit, you might gain the recognition of humanity. Once you possess the power of humanity, it will bless all living beings and allow you to truly stand firm in this world. If you can deeply explore the mysteries of the earth and mountains, comprehend the earth's nurturing principles, connect with the earth's essence, protect the living beings of the earth, and harmonize the yin and yang energies in the underground spiritual veins, you may earn the favor of the earth path. Riding the sword and riding the wind. Thank you for the guidance, Brother Zhou. I won't let you down. 6 Paths Immortal, you're too polite. I also have some novels written by netizens from the 21st century about the investiture of the gods or mythology, where the protagonists have unique insights and applications regarding the rules of heaven and earth. If you have the time, you might want to read them. Perhaps they will inspire you and help you progress further on the path to gaining recognition from the 3 paths. Though these novels are fictional creations of later generations, the imagination and unique interpretations of the mythical world contained within could very well be the key to opening new realms for you. Riding the sword and riding the wind. Great. Thank you, Brother Zhou. After closing the chat group, Zhou Xingxing returned to his own world and released the clone he had placed here before leaving, closing his eyes to quietly feel what the clone had experienced during this time. A minute later, Zhou Xingxing opened his eyes again, filled with a hint of interest. Oh, this is quite interesting. During his absence, his clone had encountered 2 bizarre events by chance. The first bizarre event occurred on the 3rd day after he left home. That day, the clone, carrying a plastic bag, was walking aimlessly down the street until he reached an intersection to wait for the traffic light. Looking at the narrow path on the left, the dark environment made it impossible to see what was inside, and the surrounding wind was quite noisy. However, the clone, having walked this route countless times, hesitated little and stepped into the alley. After all, taking shortcuts is human nature, and his clone didn't mind. As soon as he entered the alley, the bats on the streetlights suddenly flapped their wings and quickly merged into the night. Gradually, the clone stopped as he detected a bloody smell coming from the darkness. Looking ahead at the stacked white bones, the clone frowned, then raised his head to look above. A huge bat was hanging upside down on the balcony railing, staring intently at him with blood-red eyes, still dripping with fresh blood. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would either faint from fright or scream and run away immediately. Yet, the clone was not only unafraid, but also took out his phone to take a picture with the flash. The clone maintained this pose, showing a bit more teeth and widening his mouth. Yes, perfect. Zhou Xingxing looked at the photo in his hand and turned back to call the citizen hotline to upload the picture. I didn't expect to encounter such rare nourishment here. But human, you don't seem afraid of me at all. Hearing the bat speak, Zhou Xingxing's clone was not particularly surprised. After all, have you ever seen a normal bat that grows over a meter tall? At least not in our country. Moreover, his own body had lived 2 lives. What kind of scenes hadn't he seen? He had encountered toads over 50 meters long and 10-tailed divine trees over 1,000 meters tall. What could a bat under 1.5 meters count as? Besides, judging by the bat's accent, it seemed to be a foreign creature. From the way you speak, it seems you're living quite well, Neon Demon. Upon realizing the clone's background, the bat became even more determined to not let him go. Remember, my name is Yazhun. After saying this, the bat transformed into countless small bats, swarming toward the clone in an attempt to drain its blood. Those small bats surged like a black wave, their dense formation looking quite frightening, and their sharp cries intertwined in the air to create a cacophony. However, the clone merely sneered slightly, raised his hand calmly, and gently waved it. An invisible barrier instantly unfolded in front of him, causing the small bats to crash violently against it, as if they had hit a copper wall or iron bastion, bouncing back in disarray. Some even fell to the ground, stunned. Is this all you've got? You still dare to try to suck my blood? You're overestimating yourself. The clone's tone was filled with sarcasm. The bat, Yazhun, was taken aback. It hadn't expected the clone to effortlessly neutralize its seemingly fierce attack. However, it was still unwilling to give up, circling in the air before regrouping into its original form, its eyes filled with malice, preparing to unleash even more powerful demon techniques. Determined to settle the score with the clone, a dark and eerie demonic power surged around Yazhun, spreading like ink in water. It opened its blood-red mouth and sprayed out beams of black light, weaving into a sinister net that descended upon the clone. However, the clone remained calm, quickly forming hand seals, and golden runes appeared in front of it, radiating brilliant light that firmly resisted and gradually tore apart the black light net. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Yazhun turned to flee, but the clone would not let it go, appearing above Yazhun in an instant like lightning. The clone casually took out a can of cola purchased from supermarket, formed a hand seal with one hand, and shouted a command. The can of cola instantly enlarged and produced a powerful suction force, pulling Yazhun in before it could resist. The clone capped the cola can, gave it a gentle shake, and then hummed a tune as it went home to cook. Truly, this is a great Eastern nation with a rich heritage where masters abound. After the clone left, two well-concealed monsters emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with trepidation. So what about our plan? Continue. Remember, this is our only chance, no matter what difficulties we face. Oh, what chance? What difficulties? Just as the two monsters whispered to each other, the clone of Zhou Xingxing appeared silently behind them, scaring the two monsters nearly out of their wits. Damn it, we've been discovered. There's no other way. Kill him. Kill me? Just the two of you? The clone tilted its head, a playful expression on its face. One without a mouth, the other without a head. How ugly, truly ugly. Humiliated, the split-mouthed woman and the headless demon roared in anger. The split-mouthed woman's already wide mouth seemed to stretch even further, letting out strange howls from deep within her throat. Unbeknownst to them, she had somehow acquired a sharp pair of scissors, lunging at the clone. Meanwhile, the headless demon swung a long knife, the blade cutting through the air with a howling wind, seemingly able to precisely sense the clone's location, aiming directly at it. The clone, however, remained unfazed, its figure swaying slightly and vanishing like a phantom, leaving only an afterimage. The attacks of the split-mouthed woman and the headless demon missed and collided with each other, leaving them in a state of disarray. With such skills, you think you can kill me? The clone's voice came from above, filled with endless mockery. The two monsters looked up, seeing the clone surrounded by faint golden light, as if a deity had descended. The split-mouthed woman and the headless demon, enraged by their failed attack, quickly adjusted their positions, preparing to strike again. The split-mouthed woman twirled the scissors rapidly in her hand, flashes of cold light sparkling like a silver web descending upon the clone. The headless demon leaped high, slashing down with the long knife, creating a black gust of wind as if it could split the heavens and the earth. The clone, seeing this, quickly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. A golden shield appeared in front of it, repelling the attacks of the scissors and the long knife, only causing a slight ripple. Following this, the clone shouted, pushing its hands forward, and the shield transformed into countless golden arrows, shooting towards the two monsters like a torrential rain. The split-mouthed woman and the headless demon, unable to dodge, were struck by the arrows, letting out cries of pain. Yet they were still unwilling to accept defeat and began to enact a strange fusion technique, their bodies gradually coming together, glowing and merging into a more powerful monster, tall and emanating an evil aura. combining the agility of the split-mouth woman and the strength of the headless demon. Interesting, the clone squinted slightly, showing no fear. A fusion of weaklings is still just a stronger weakling. Of course, to prevent unnecessary panic, Zhou Xingxing dragged the entity into his divine space. Then, the clone quickly formed hand seals and whispered, "Would release, forest of everything." In an instant, numerous thick trees burst from the ground, winding towards the fused monster like agile giant pythons. The sharp wooden spikes on the branches sparkled with cold light, seemingly aiming to pierce the monster. The monster roared in anger, using its powerful limbs to try to break free from the tree's restraints. Each struggle made the trees creak. But the power of the wood release flowed endlessly, and more branches swept in from all directions, tightly ensnaring it. The clone did not pause, swiftly forming the hand seals for the wood release, wood dragon technique. A massive wooden dragon shot up from the ground, vividly alive, pouncing on the monster. The wood grain on the dragon glimmered with mysterious light as it coiled around and crashed into the monster. Each impact accompanied by a deep sound that made the monster's body sway precariously. Although the monster fought back with all its might, it gradually found itself unable to cope against the powerful wood release. The clone seized the opportunity, changing hand seals again and shouting, "Wood release, cutting technique." Countless sharp wooden spikes burst from the ground, raining down like raindrops, accurately piercing the monster's vital points. The monster struggled in pain, its movements growing slow, until it finally collapsed to the ground with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Now let's talk," the clone said. "You traveled all this way to our country. What exactly do you want?" Unbeknownst to the clone, the anomalies on their side were instantly transmitted to various parts of the world via satellite surveillance, with different countries showing varying attitudes towards this abnormal situation. However, they did not publicly express anything, and the news content between countries remained harmoniously peaceful as usual. Well, except for some inexplicable chain car accidents on a certain highway and a mysterious fire in a certain neighborhood, everything seemed tranquil. The first thing is this. The second thing happened on the 5th day after Zhou Xingxing left. Early that morning, the clone received a strange text message stating that an A-level supernatural event had occurred in YY community in City M, requesting assistance to resolve it. The reward for the task was 5 million. With a curious mindset, the clone accepted the invitation and arrived at the scene. The YY community was shrouded in a layer of eerie thick fog, for which faint cries and strange whispers could be heard. As the clone stepped into the community, it immediately felt a powerful resentment rushing towards it. Following the source of the resentment, it found a huge black whirlpool in the center of the community garden, emanating a ghostly light. Within the whirlpool, countless eyes seemed to be peering outside, occasionally stretching out with dried arms, trying to grasp something. Ding! The clone took out its phone again. The new message contained information about the strange phenomenon before it. Great Demon of Resentment, Disaster Level 9. With the ability to manipulate resentment, capable of amplifying people's deepest fears and regrets into tangible attacks. Born 1,000 years ago, she died wronged after being betrayed by her beloved due to unrequited love, her resentment lingering and gradually transforming into a powerful demon. Her form is elusive, able to move freely through shadows and mist, often appearing in densely populated areas, consuming human souls to enhance her own strength. On the first day of her appearance, she successfully killed all over 300 residents in the community, and within just 3 days, escalated from Disaster Level 6 to Disaster Level 9. Note on disasters. Level 1 to 5 are relatively weak supernatural events, often caused by wandering souls or minor demons, manageable by ordinary night watchmen. Levels 6 to 10 involve powerful demons or aggregates of resentment, requiring teamwork from extraordinary night watchmen. Levels 10 to 15 are extremely dangerous supernatural disasters, often causing devastating impacts on cities or even nationwide, with destructive power equal to or exceeding that of nuclear weapons. Chapter 73. The Conspiracy of the Hidden Hand, Disaster Level 9. Interesting. Let me have a word with you. After reading the information about the resentment woman in the text, the clone stepped into this territory without hesitation. The setting sun was blood red, the afterglow barely piercing through the thick dark clouds. casting light on an abandoned building covered in illegal warning signs. The mottled walls were covered in moss, and the air was filled with the stench of decay and death among the broken bricks and tiles. The rusty iron door creaked in the cold wind, seeming to emit a painful groan. The doppelganger flashed into this eerie place. As soon as he entered, a chill slithered up his spine like a cold snake. At that moment, the vengeful woman appeared, dressed in a flowing red robe. The vibrant color stood out starkly in the dim environment. Her face was stunning but exuded a chilling coldness. Her eyes glowed an eerie green like ghostly flames, and her long hair danced wildly, seemingly possessing a life of its own. The vengeful woman parted her crimson lips and let out a sharp scream, the sound waves slicing through the air like tangible blades. As she cried out, "Everyone in this world should die." Immediately, her figure turned to smoke, instantaneously misting into a hazy red fog, drifting through the shadows like an elusive ghost. Then, she suddenly thrust her hand forward, and a dark power surged like black lightning, tearing through the air towards the doppelganger. The doppelganger remained calm, his eyes suddenly brightening with the power of reincarnation, as mysterious purple light reflected off the eerie surroundings. He slightly tilted his body, stepping lightly like a nimble dancer, effortlessly dodging the deadly attack. Seeing her attack miss, the vengeful woman spun around, charging at the doppelganger like a red whirlwind, attempting to possess him. The doppelganger quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Would release. Forest of all things." In an instant, thick wooden branches burst from the ground, creating an indestructible barrier infused with the scent of earth and vigorous life. The vengeful woman's body crashed into the branches with a dull thud, her long hair entangling around them as she struggled like a trapped beast, roaring in anger. "I am the king of all demons. I am invincible. I am invincible." Enraged and humiliated, dark thoughts surged around her like a black tide, constantly gathering towards her. Her body gradually swelled with the infusion of resentment, her power like a volcano ready to erupt. She swung her arms violently, and several arrows of dark resentment shot forth like black meteors, piercing through the dim space towards the doppelganger. The doppelganger's gaze hardened, his reincarnation eyes locking onto the trajectory of the arrows. As he formed hand seals again, "Would release. Thousand needle would rain." Instantly, countless sharp wooden spikes sprouted from the branches, densely packed like a porcupine's quills. The spikes shot towards the arrows of resentment like raindrops, colliding in midair with a series of loud cracks, sending wooden splinters and shards of resentment flying in all directions. The vengeful woman, unwilling to give up, missed it again, attempting to launch a surprise attack from above. The doppelganger was already prepared, his reincarnation eyes fully activated. He unleashed Shinra Tensei, a powerful repelling force acting as an invisible shield, instantly scattering the misted, vengeful woman, leaving her slightly disheveled when she reformed her human shape. Next, the doppelganger pressed his hands together, muttering incantations, preparing to launch the ultimate sealing technique. Sensing danger approaching, the vengeful woman desperately released her strongest wave of resentment. But the doppelganger's would release powers combined with his reincarnation eyes easily countered it. With a brilliant flash of light, the doppelganger successfully cast the sealing technique, weaving the wood release power into a ninth-tier magic cube, forcibly sealing the vengeful woman inside. In an instant, the wind stopped and silence returned to the building. The doppelganger took a slight breath, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After about half a minute, while spinning the ninth-tier magic cube in his hand, he remarked, "You've been watching for so long. Isn't it boring?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He stood tall, his black trench coat billowing in the wind, his face stern and his eyes like cold stars, deep and sharp, as if he could see through all the mysteries of the world. "You are quite perceptive," he said in a deep, magnetic voice. "My name is Zhou Xingxing, from the country's covert agency, Supernatural 749. The doppelganger looked up, his tone slightly softer, so it's from the official side. "I wonder what business you have with me? Do you want to recruit me?" Zhou Xing nodded. "Mr. Zhou, I saw your battle with the vengeful woman. Your abilities are truly impressive, far beyond the ordinary." As supernatural phenomena increasingly emerge in our world, they pose numerous potential threats to our society. Our agency's responsibility is to handle such supernatural events, maintaining peace and balance for the public. The doppelganger nodded slightly. That is indeed a significant job, but I am used to acting alone. Can I refuse? Xiao Cheng replied sincerely. Of course you can refuse. While we are eager for your participation, it does not mean we will impose moral obligations on you or use coercive measures. As long as you sign a confidentiality contract and a superpower restraint contract with us, leaving a file for special circumstances so we can contact you, it will suffice. Additionally, we have abundant resources and advanced technology to help you better understand and control your abilities. If you choose to join our agency, we will offer you top-tier human treatment. Top-tier human treatment? Can I understand that there are others like me with this level of power? Yes. There are currently 3 others in our country with top-tier human levels like yours. Interesting. Let me think about it. I'll contact you if I decide to join. Before the main body returned, the doppelganger couldn't rashly make decisions for him. Thus, the doppelganger's life returned to peace once again, as if nothing had happened before, until Zhou Xingxing's return. Interesting system. What do you think the origins of these monsters are? Zhou Xingxing asked while presenting the monsters that the doppelganger had taken some effort to seal in a soda can and the 9th-tier magic cube. His eyes filled with curiosity, hoping the system could provide an answer. The system activated its scanning function, beams of light dancing across the monsters. After a moment, the system responded. Strangely, the life laws remaining on these monsters are different, as if they come from different dimensions. Zhou Xingxing frowned, attentively listening to the system's analysis. It was certain that the monsters in the soda were from the same dimension, but the 9th-tier vengeful woman was different, clearly from a higher dimension. It was fortunate that she was severely injured and suppressed by the power of this dimension. Otherwise, with the doppelganger's strength, he would never have been able to easily subdue her. The system's words carried a tone of seriousness. Wait a minute, this vengeful woman seems a bit familiar. Zhou Xingxing scratched his head, filled with confusion, as he searched through fragments of memory in his mind. After a long contemplation, he suddenly seemed to be struck by lightning, slapped his thigh, and hurried to his desk to open his notebook computer. He had a vague feeling that this vengeful woman resembled a character from a certain film and television drama he had watched recently with the doppelganger. Perhaps he could find some clues from that drama to unveil the hidden secrets behind this vengeful woman. Found it. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Xingxing exclaimed excitedly. It turned out that this vengeful woman came from the TV series Eternal Night, Star River. In that world, her name was Murong, originally a pure and kind-hearted enchantress who fell in love with the gentle prince Zhou Xingtuan, and they had a son, Mu Sheng. However, due to Zhao Qinru's opposition and interference, the two were forced to separate, and Murong was cursed with the forgetfulness spell. Afterward, she underwent hardships and became a vengeful woman, harboring hatred for Zhao Qinghuan's betrayal and Zhao Qinru's interference, always waiting for a chance to take revenge, even going so far as to possess Mu Yao and use her hand to slaughter the Murong family. Her personality shifted from kind to extreme, obsessive, and filled with hatred. After becoming a vengeful woman, she became ruthless and unscrupulous. As a 9th-tier great demon, she inherently possessed a certain level of demonic power, which increased significantly after becoming a vengeful woman. She mastered techniques such as seducing hearts and possession control, making her the core antagonist in Eternal Night Star River. The system was undoubtedly referring to her. Zhou Xingxing thought, but why can't I explain why the vengeful woman would come to our world? As a time-traveling individual with a system, Zhou Xingxing knew too well how difficult it was to traverse dimensions. In his own experiences of crossing over, it was only possible through countless coincidences and the special assistance of the system. The resentful woman, despite being heavily injured and suppressed by the power of this plane, it is still difficult to explain how she crossed the nearly insurmountable planar barrier to arrive here. There must be some unknown secret behind this. Was it some powerful external force that forcibly tore open the rift between planes? Or did the resentful woman herself possess a special method of traversing, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way that led her to this plight? Zhou Xingxing decided to take the initiative attempting to use illusionary magic on the resentful woman, hoping to pry answers from her lips. He formed hand seals, his eyes shimmering with light, and the power of illusion slowly flowed like a gentle stream toward the sealed, resentful woman. However, to Zhou Xingxing's surprise, the resentful woman remained dazed under the influence of the illusion. She struggled to search through her fragmented memories and chaotic thoughts, but found nothing. She only felt a voice calling to her, a voice seemingly emerging from an endless abyss of darkness, filled with seduction and mystery. The resentful woman painfully held her head and murmured to herself, "That voice, I cannot resist it. It pulls me in, and then I fall into chaos. When I wake up, I find myself in this strange place. I really don't know what happened." Seeing this, Zhou Xingxing helplessly dispelled the illusion, and the doubts in his heart grew heavier. It seemed that the truth behind this was far more complex and profound than he had imagined. The system seemed to rule out the possibility that it was a rare dimensional wall collision causing the dimensional rift. It should have been intentional by someone. Who could achieve that? The system couldn't say for sure. It could be some saints from higher planes or other systems. Zhou Xingxing might even be a saint system. System, can you guess what the purpose of these people behind this is? The system replied, "It's highly likely they are plotting for the revival of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy revives, the pattern of this world will be completely overturned, and they will be able to gain huge benefits while the world is being reshuffled. Whether by plundering the world's essence or occupying a dominant position in the new world order, both of which are immensely tempting." However, the system's words left Zhou Xingxing puzzled. He scratched his head and said with a confused expression, "But I feel like the revival of spiritual energy is a good thing, right? Doesn't it mean that humanity has greater options for development and evolution? With spiritual energy, those with talent among humans might cultivate extraordinary powers and open a new chapter of civilization. At that time, people won't be limited to the existing technological development paths, but can explore more unknown and marvelous realms. It seems like an opportunity, doesn't it? Why not choose righteous figures like Superman, Jikong, or Yang Jian, but instead choose these monsters?" As Zhou Xingxing spoke, he fell into deeper contemplation, trying to analyze the pros and cons from different angles. The system was silent for a moment, and suddenly, as if realizing something, it exclaimed, "I understand." Zhou Xingxing hurriedly asked, "What did you understand?" The system quickly responded, "Civilization barriers. Its target is the civilization barrier. Think about it. Righteous figures generally follow certain orders and rules, and their actions are often cautious. Their existence usually protects the existing balance. But monsters are different. They're not bound by those constraints, and their nature is more reckless. Once the spiritual energy revives and monsters flood in, relying on their powerful demonic energy and unconstrained style of action, they can easily break the existing civilization barriers of various worlds, plunging the entire world into chaos and disorder." Zhou Xingxing frowned, feeling like he was beginning to understand what the system was trying to say. The system continued, "Host, in the world you live in, if a large number of demons and supernatural phenomena appear, and humans cannot explain or cope with them, let me ask you, what will humanity do? Will they start to doubt science? In your era, ordinary people might only still believe in nuclear bombs, right? The vast majority of ordinary people should believe that no matter how powerful the demons invading their world are, nuclear bombs can surely wipe them out. But in reality, many of those demons are not afraid of nuclear bomb power. Once nuclear bombs become ineffective, the last line of defense that people hold onto will collapse, and the entire world's order will crumble in an instant, shaking the very foundation of civilization." The system continued at that time. "The vast majority of people in your world will likely begin to believe in superstition and gradually reject science. The cognitive system and way of life established by science will be completely shattered, and people will fall into endless panic and confusion. And at that time, as long as the behind-the-scenes puppeteer appears and unifies the image of a savior in the hearts of everyone, they can easily control the direction of the entire world. Everyone will be grateful to them, obeying their every command. No matter what demands they make, people will execute them without hesitation. After all, in such a chaotic and desperate situation, an image that can bring hope and provide protection is incredibly seductive, allowing this hidden figure to reshape the entire world order according to their own will." Zhou Xingxing's brows furrowed tightly, and then he was filled with rage. Reshaping the entire world order? Isn't that equivalent to the Great Tao? Bastard, the puppeteer wants to turn all the beings in my world into nutrients for their growth. Chapter 74. The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow bird is behind at this point. Some might ask. Zhou Xingxing. Aren't you and Zhou Xingtuan also planning for a scientific explosion and knowledge dissemination in the Xianjin world? What is the difference between that and the behind-the-scenes puppeteer plotting for the revival of spiritual energy? There is a significant difference, okay? One is to help you add to the laws based on the existing rules of your world, guiding the laws to grow robustly through slow guidance. It allows the residents of your world, who originally only knew addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, to evolve into understanding the Pythagorean theorem in calculus. As long as your world doesn't go off track, the future trend will inevitably be the coexistence of technology and cultivation. The other? It is to violently destroy your cognition all at once. What? 11 equals 2? They would directly slap you, telling you that this concept is wrong. You must adhere to their ideology. What ideology? It's like 42 kilograms of cement being continuously stirred, heated, and fertilized, only to achieve the truth of the Great Tao through a group of models jumping in a dance contest. And you can't question them because they are stronger than you. You have no qualification to question and can only obediently accept. Ultimately, the original civilization of this world will no longer exist, and the laws of the Great Tao will be forcibly restarted. Under the planning of the puppeteer, a new order of the Great Tao will be established, and all surviving beings in the world will thoroughly become nutrients for the puppeteer's growth. Just like the gods in the White Elephant Kingdom, as long as they are in a bad mood, even over the tiniest issues, they can easily take absurd actions such as destroying the world, annihilating the sun, or even restarting the universe. Take the example of Shiva's son, the war god Skanda, who is naturally brave and warlike, with a hot temper. Once, while patrolling the human realm, he became furious simply because a tribe's sacrificial ceremony did not proceed in the way he envisioned. He summoned flames and gales, letting the flames engulf the entire tribe. And the winds blew the people of the tribe into the sky, only for them to crash down heavily. The livestock in the tribe also did not escape. Being ruthlessly destroyed amidst their painful cries, the earth burned black, rivers dried up, and the surrounding ecological environment suffered devastating blows. Then there is Brahma. After creating the world, Brahma considered himself the supreme being and would not tolerate any creature questioning his authority. A sage, after deeply contemplating the mysteries of the universe, proposed some unique insights into the way Brahma created the world. Although these insights were not meant to offend, Brahma perceived them as a great insult. Then, Brahma unleashed his divine power, plunging the city where the sage resided into endless darkness and cold. Crops ceased to grow, diseases ran rampant, and people struggled in hunger and suffering. Life gradually faded away like a candle flickering in the wind, and the city completely fell into a lifeless silence. Although the system had no substantial evidence, the plans of the mastermind behind the scenes were likely to be close to our deductions. What are your plans? Zhou Xingxing joined 749, and I finally returned to my own world. Since I know that such things are likely to happen, I will definitely not stand idly by. However, before that, I need to make thorough preparations. Okay, I understand. No problem. I can agree to you. All right, I got it. When shall we meet? Sure. Wait for me a moment. Half an hour later, Xiao Cheng from 749 arrived at the agreed location, a small coffee shop. Mr. Zhou, a slight, comforting smile appeared on Xiao Cheng's handsome face. His eyes filled with expectation and friendliness as he slightly bowed and said, I'm very glad to work with you in the future. You can state your conditions now. Zhou Xingxing waved his hand and responded casually, no need to be polite. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, I do have a sense of patriotism. He continued, next, I have some personal matters I would like your help with, so that I can focus without worries. Xiao Cheng straightened his back, focusing his gaze on Zhou Xingxing. All right, go ahead. Zhou Xingxing leaned slightly forward and said seriously, I don't want my current life to be disturbed, so unless absolutely necessary for a mission, I will not leave the city where I live. Xiao Cheng nodded without hesitation, crossing his arms over his chest. No problem. We can build a secret base in your city later to facilitate your movements. Zhou Xingxing smiled in thanks. Thank you. The second matter is that I will only be responsible for the physical work, not the mental work. This means that when encountering those monsters and demons, you can text or call me like yesterday, and I will go directly to the scene to resolve it. But things like management training and meetings should be avoided as much as possible. Can you do that for me? I just want to be a salted fish. He spread his hands helplessly as he said this. Xiao Cheng readily replied, no problem. In the future, we won't contact you unless it's a disaster of level 8 or above. Zhou Xingxing frowned slightly and waved his hand. There is no need to be so rigid. If manpower is insufficient, you can still find me. Xiao Cheng sincerely said. Thank you. Zhou Xingxing's expression suddenly became serious as he raised a finger to emphasize. Third, this is the most important. Please make sure to help me with this. Xiao Cheng leaned forward, eager to ask, please tell me. Zhou Xingxing slowly said, give me a new identity, and please keep all information about me as confidential as possible, because I can guess what the mastermind behind the scenes wants to do. Xiao Cheng's eyes brightened, filled with curiosity and urgency. As he leaned forward unconsciously, you know what the mastermind wants to do? What does he want? Zhou Xingxing shook his head and sighed gently. Sorry. I think it's better to keep it confidential until I have concrete evidence. By the way, who gave me the rating of human ceiling? Xiao Cheng sat up straight and answered seriously. There are specialized combat power evaluators. What's wrong? Zhou Xingxing rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, do me a favor, lower my combat power rating by 1, no 2 levels. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's eyes widened instantly, mouth agape. His face filled with disbelief as he stared at Zhou Xingxing, seemingly trying to figure out why he would make such a request. After a moment, he seemed to come to his senses and said, well, it's not impossible. However, with that, your fixed monthly salary might decrease. Zhou Xingxing waved his hand dismissively. I don't care about that. How about this? Xiao Cheng suggested, I will create 2 personal files for you, one labeled Master and the other Grandmaster. Generally, people in the organization will see the Master data, while only the top few will see the Grandmaster data. Grandmaster? Master? How do you rate these? Zhou Xingxing asked. Xiao Cheng replied, Elite, Extraordinary, Prodigy, Venerable, Master, Grandmaster, Ceiling. Seeing that Zhou Xingxing had finished stating his requests, Xiao Cheng also began his regular workflow of data collection. With a smile, Xiao Cheng asked calmly, Age? Zhou Xingxing gently touched his chin, looking a bit innocent and helpless as he said, Oh, I can't remember. Let me check my ID card. Xiao Cheng nodded slightly, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, 21. Zhou Xingxing's eyes lit up, and he sincerely responded, Thank you. Xiao Cheng naturally folded his hands and continued gently, What are your abilities? Zhou Xingxing thought for a moment and then casually replied, Just write down ceiling techniques and wood-based abilities. Xiao Cheng tilted his head slightly, curiosity and humor in his eyes, and said with a smile, From your tone, it sounds like you have other abilities. Zhou Xingxing laughed heartily, his eyes sincere, and jokingly explained, Isn't it better to prepare a complete set? After all, I'm not joining as a human ceiling now. I need to keep a low profile. Xiao Cheng laughed heartily, patting Zhou Xingxing's shoulder, saying, Don't worry about that. I will prepare 2 detailed files for you, one rated as Grandmaster and the other as Master. I will flexibly allocate them according to the situation. Zhou Xingxing nodded in satisfaction and cheerfully suggested, All right, then add the 5 elemental abilities as well. Xiao Cheng was initially taken aback. Then his face showed strong interest, leaning slightly forward, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked, 5 elemental abilities? What are they? Can you tell me specifically? Zhou Xingxing thought for a moment and said, They are lightning, water, wind, fire, and earth. When using lightning elemental abilities, it is generally used to paralyze and bind enemies. As he spoke, Zhou Xingxing raised his right hand, and lightning danced like a serpent at his fingertips. I can instantly release a powerful current, wrapping around the target along a specific trajectory, causing their body to temporarily lose the ability to move, as if tightly bound by countless fine electric nets. The wind elemental ability focuses on speed and support. I can summon a gentle breeze or a violent hurricane, making my teammates' movements more agile during combat while disrupting the enemy's attack rhythm. Then, he gently waved his left hand, palm up, as a clear spring slowly appeared and gradually spiraled upward. The water elemental ability is quite dynamic and changeable. It can turn into a tough water curtain shield to resist enemy attacks. The flexibility of the water can absorb strong impacts. It can also condense into sharp ice spikes, shooting toward opponents like hidden weapons, delivering fatal blows silently. And it can create a large area of mist, obscuring the enemy's vision and creating favorable conditions for our side to attack or retreat. Next, he crouched down, placing his palm on the ground. The earth trembled slightly, and a small clump of soil slowly rose and hovered in the air. The earth elemental ability emphasizes defense and control. It can instantly build a thick earthen wall to block enemy charges and attacks. That wall is as solid as a rock and hard to break through easily. It can also control the ground's undulation to create traps, ensnaring enemies and rendering them immobile. It can even trigger small-scale earthquakes to disrupt enemy formations, causing chaos. Finally, Zhou Xingxing brought his hands together in front of his chest, a ball of flame igniting and burning fiercely in his palms. The fire elemental ability is undoubtedly a powerful means of attack. The flames can be wielded like a long whip, burning everything in their path. They can also be thrown like a bomb, erupting in high-temperature shockwaves where enemies gather, causing massive damage. And I can wrap myself in flames, charging towards enemies, not only enhancing my impact, but also burning nearby foes. How's that? Did you record it? Zhou Xing nodded and said, I've noted it down. You truly deserve to be called the master of human talent. Does Zhou Xing have any other questions? For now, Zhou Cheng has none. Then let's leave it at that for now. Wait a moment. Is there something else? Just give me a moment. I'll give you a welcome gift. After saying that, Zhou Xing made a gesture as if reaching into his pocket and directly pulled out a finely crafted small object from his pocket space. The object looked like a small jade tablet, its jade quality warm and exuding a soft glow with some mysterious and ancient patterns engraved on it. As if containing a different kind of power, Zhou Xing smiled and handed it to Zhou Cheng, saying, Don't underestimate it. It can play a significant role in critical moments. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Take it. Zhou Cheng curiously examined the exquisite jade tablet and asked, Does this jade tablet have any special function? Zhou Xing replied, Of course, just keep it with you. Zhou Cheng hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision and put it around his neck. Zhou Xing extended his right finger, and a ball of flame suddenly gathered between his fingers, and he emanated a murderous aura. Zhou Cheng was startled by the sudden murderous intent from Zhou Xing, and years of experience as an agent made him instantly alert. His body tensed and ready to respond to any sudden situation. Just as the flames were about to attack Zhou Cheng, the jade tablet suddenly shone brightly, and a layer of transparent barrier quickly unfolded like a shield, tightly protecting Zhou Cheng. The flames struck the barrier, creating a dazzling splash of sparks, but could not break through it all. Seeing this, Zhou Xing extinguished the flames and murderous intent, smiling as he said, Did you see that? This jade tablet can sense danger and automatically generate a barrier to protect the wearer. With it, you have an extra layer of security in dangerous situations. Zhou Cheng, still feeling a bit shaken, touched the jade tablet and remarked, It really is a magical treasure. Thank you. Zhou Xing replied, You're welcome. But don't get too carried away just because you have this jade pendant. If you encounter enemies like the vengeful woman, don't hesitate. Just turn around and run. Don't fantasize about counterattacking. Zhou Cheng said, Thank you. I'll take it back and show it to the people at the Research Institute to see if this jade pendant can be mass-produced, and also check if there are any side effects. Zhou Xing could guess what the other party was thinking, but he understood. After all, they had only met twice, including this time. Trust needs to be built gradually. At night, in a corner of the urban forest. Great Tengu, why did you suddenly call me here? The vengeful woman disappeared last night. What did you say? Is the news reliable? It's from Ultraman. What do you think? It shouldn't be. One of the 3 human top-tier beings is repairing a spatial rift. Another is subduing monsters in the deep sea. And the third is in the capital. Who could have done it? Whoever did it. Lord Tamamo said to find that person and kill him. Huh? Us? Are you sure? SHT was filled with hesitation and apprehension. Speaking in a low voice, those three human top-tier beings are not easy to mess with, especially the human forces behind them. If we act recklessly, we might bring disaster upon ourselves. What are you afraid of? Lord Temamo said that this time the vengeful woman was eliminated purely because the humans had the advantage of time, place, and people. They dispatched a master of sealing techniques and 3 masters of Taoism at noon, when the vengeful woman was at her weakest, to successfully seal her. That master was already severely injured from fighting the vengeful woman, and his sealing artifact would definitely be close at hand. Even if we can't kill him, can't we at least destroy his sealing artifact? You make a good point, hee. It's settled then, hee. Chapter 75. Conquering Tamamo, attending the banquet as promised. I really can't believe it. After planning for so long, I ended up just catching you 2 small fries. Zhou Xing sat disinterestedly on the back of Great Tengu, stepping on the bruised SHT, his eyes filled with disdain and disappointment. Do you want to live or die? Zhou Xing sensed the unusual behavior of the 2 monsters. Filled with suspicion, he knew there must be something behind this, and ordinary intimidation would likely be ineffective. So, he took out a sealing pearl emitting a ghostly blue light from his backpack, which has the power to seal evil forces. In his previous life, Naruto and Sasuke successfully sealed the Wraith and were using this pearl he made. In the ninja world, there were initially many monsters, but most evil monsters were exterminated by the Sage of 6 Paths over 1,000 years ago. The surviving majority were kind little monsters, and after being granted chakra by the Sage of 6 Paths, they transformed into various summoning beasts. This is also why the animal path of the Rinnegan can summon so many strange summoning beasts. Zhou Xing placed the sealing pearl above SHT's head and began to chant incantations. The sealing pearl slowly rotated, casting a ghostly blue glow that gradually penetrated SHT's body. The ghostly fire that had been raging inside him and preventing him from speaking showed signs of being drawn and sealed under the light of the sealing pearl. SHT looked shocked. He didn't expect Zhou Xing to have such means. Seizing the moment, Zhou Xing intensified the chanting while fixing his gaze on Great Tengu. If you don't want to suffer the same pain, you'd better cooperate. I can seal this ghostly fire. If I have to forcefully break it, it won't be so easy for you. Great Tengu watched as SHT's pain gradually eased and began to waver. Zhou Xing continued, "You're keeping this secret merely under the threat of some power. But at this moment, I am giving you a glimmer of hope. If you reveal the secret, I can not only spare your lives, but also help you break free from that controlling power." SHT's ghostly fire had been sealed for the most part, and he struggled to utter a few words. It's the Onmyoji. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ghostly fire inside him surged violently, but the light of the sealing pearl timely protected his heart. Zhou Xing was taken aback, but did not show it, continuing to press for answers. What is the Onmyoji's plan? What role are you playing? Great Tengu looked at SHT, who had not been completely consumed by the ghostly fire, and finally couldn't help but speak. He wants to use us to draw out. However, at that moment, a powerful external force suddenly struck, and the sealing pearl flickered before dimming, as the ghostly fire once again raged wildly within the 2 monsters. In this critical moment, Zhou Xing concentrated all his energy and continuously infused his spiritual power into the sealing pearl. Empowered by the spiritual energy, the sealing pearl shone brightly, like a small blue sun. The ghostly fire, which attempted to break free from its restraints, was gradually suppressed before being completely sealed within the pearl. Transforming into a faint shadow, SHT and Great Tengu felt a sense of relief, knowing Zhou Xing's prowess, and dared not have any second thoughts. SHT was the first to speak. "My lord, we will take you to where the Onmyoji is." After saying that, Great Tengu took to the sky, with Zhou Xing still sitting on its back, while SHT led the way in front. They flew towards a gloomy valley where mist filled the air. Imanatin en Ominuoha. The closer they got to the valley, the more Zhou Xing could feel a powerful and strange force swirling within. Suddenly, Great Tengu let out a sharp cry, seemingly sensing danger. They saw barriers around the valley glowing with runes, clearly set up as defenses by the Onmyoji. SHT turned to Zhou Xing and said, "My lord, this is the Onmyoji's protection. We can't easily break through." Zhou Xing observed the barriers carefully, took out several talismans from his pocket, chanted a spell to break the seals, and sent the talismans flying towards the barriers. At the moment of contact, sparks flew, accompanied by a sizzling sound as cracks began to appear in the barriers. After some effort, Zhou Xing successfully broke the defense. They continued deeper into the valley and finally saw an ancient Shikigami temple at the bottom of the valley. The temple door was tightly closed, surrounded by various eerie Shikigami statues. SHT and Tengu stood in front of the temple, not daring to approach any closer. Zhou Xingxing jumped off Tengu's back and slowly walked towards the temple door. Just as he reached out to touch the door, a powerful suction force pulled him forcefully into the temple. Once inside, Zhou Xingxing quickly stabilized himself and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He saw the mysterious Onmyoji standing on the altar, emanating a strange aura. The Onmyoji quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, and in an instant, several black fireballs shot towards Zhou Xingxing like meteors. Zhou Xingxing showed no fear, swiftly changing hand signs, and shouted, "Steel escape! Steel barrier!" A layer of gleaming steel plates materialized in front of him. The fireballs struck the steel plates, creating brilliant sparks and a series of clanging sounds that echoed throughout the vast temple. Immediately after, Zhou Xingxing used body flicker technique, moving like lightning to close the distance to the Onmyoji. His right fist, imbued with the violent power of lightning release, 1,000 birds shot forward. Blue electricity danced wildly at his fingertips, emitting a sharp sizzling sound, as if it would tear the surrounding air apart. However, the Onmyoji transformed into a cloud of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Zhou Xingxing's heart sank, and he quickly used wind release, wind wall to protect his back. His hands danced rapidly, summoning a whirlwind that formed a solid barrier behind him. Sure enough, the Onmyoji reappeared behind him, wielding a talisman infused with powerful curse energy, striking down heavily on the wind wall, causing a strong wave of energy to ripple out. The wind wall shook, but did not shatter. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xingxing turned around and unleashed fire release, great fireball technique. He took a deep breath, gathering chakra in his throat, and then forcefully exhaled, sending a massive fireball roaring towards the Onmyoji. The air in its path warped from the scorching heat, as if the very space was about to ignite. The Onmyoji was caught off guard and was hit by the fireball, shattering the mask and revealing a puppet-like appearance. Just as Zhou Xingxing sighed in relief, a seductive laughter echoed, and Tamamonome appeared. She was graceful, with an extraordinarily beautiful face, skin whiter than snow, and eyes resembling deep, captivating pools, radiating an enchanting glow. Her long silver hair danced with the wind, exuding an endless charm, as if all the allure of the world was embodied in her. You have to admit, with looks like that voice, those movements, not just men, even women would be glued to her. Even Zhou Xingxing was momentarily stunned by her beauty. If it weren't for the system timely banging drums in his head to pull him back, just a moment's delay, and his head would have rolled off his neck. She lightly parted her crimson lips. A man with some ability, but still not enough in front of me. A flicker of fear crossed Zhou Xingxing's eyes. Such enchanting powers. Damn, you are Sudaji. After saying that, Zhou Xingxing formed hand signs again, this time using Earth Release, Earth Flow Fortress. The ground began to shake violently. Rocks surged from underground, quickly constructing a small fortress to protect himself, while sharp earth spikes emerged from the fortress, shooting towards his opponent. Sudaji, Tamamome lightly waved her sleeve, and a flash of pink light passed, instantly turning the earth spikes into dust. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. She then formed hand seals and summoned several fire snakes, which lunged at Zhou Xingxing's earth fortress, the high temperature instantly turning the fortress a fiery red. Zhou Xingxing felt the unbearable heat inside the fortress and quickly formed seals to create an ice layer within the fortress to resist the fire snake's attacks. The collision of ice and fire filled the entire hall with mist, blurring visibility. I still prefer the name Tamamonome. Taking advantage of the mist, Zhou Xingxing performed the shadow clone technique, multiple clones bursting out of the fortress, attacking from different directions. However, Tamamonome remained calm. Her eyes sparkled with a bewitching light as she easily discerned the clones. With a swift turn, her tail swept out like a steel whip, shattering the clones. Zhou Xingxing's main body seized the opportunity, leaping out of the fortress and executing steel release, steel needle rain. As he waved his hands, countless steel needles shot toward Tamamonome like a fine rain. A soft glow enveloped Tamamonome, causing the steel needles to fall harmlessly away as they approached. Then, she transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Zhou Xingxing. The two met in midair, exchanging punches and kicks that produced a series of muffled sounds, each collision accompanied by bursts of energy, throwing the surrounding air into chaos. You really have been hiding your strength. Tamamonome sneered. The master doesn't have such skill. You are a grandmaster. Zhou Xingxing's face darkened. You know too much. Suddenly, a plan flashed through his mind. He deliberately exposed a weakness, pretending to be exhausted and staggering under Tamamonome's fierce assault. Seeing this, Tamamonome intensified her attack, a smug smile curling her lips. Humph, man. Not so impressive after all. Zhou Xingxing gasped for breath, defending while asking, who exactly are you guys working for? What is your goal? Tamamonome replied coldly, you don't need to know that much. Want to run? Zhou Xingxing, pretending to be exhausted after being struck down by Tamamonome's whip, feigned surrender. I give up. Give me a chance. Tamamonome raised an eyebrow. Oh, a chance? Zhou Xingxing coughed. Actually, I'm quite constrained in this organization. Every day, I either get scolded by my master or tortured by tasks. I've long wanted to change sides and find an easier job. Look at you, so beautiful and powerful. Following you would definitely be better than sticking with those old geezers. Plus, I could enjoy the good life, no longer braving the wind and rain for meager rewards. Lady Tamamonome, please take me in. I promise to be loyal to you. Through fire and water. Oh no, with you around, I probably wouldn't even need to go through fire. I could just help you out and run errands. What do you say? Tamamonome asked. Has anyone told you that your acting skills are terrible? Zhou Xingxing replied. Damn it, I'm sincerely trying to convince you. Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, Tamamonome pressed her foot slightly on Zhou Xingxing's face. Otherwise what? System. Ah, why are you rewarding him? You dead fox. Zhou Xingxing shouted internally. Shut up. I'm not a foot fetishist. The system retorted, then stop bending down, stand up straight.